Rudiger Chelsea here, and I'm back. Today we're diving into a completed masterpiece, The Spy Professor. If you enjoy the video, please hit that subscribe button. A young man who never believed in the supernatural or any divine superstitions ended up becoming a professor at a magic academy. The story all goes back to when he was a child. His mother always advised him to become a shaman, as Master Dong could communicate with spirits. She would always give him drawings, poems, and even strange magical formations, forcing her beliefs on him. But Rudiger Chelsea never accepted it, because he had already decided his own fate. He focused on his studies and research, and after 10 years, he became a self-sufficient man. Just when he was at the peak of his life, he died in nothing more than a simple accident. Even more unbelievably, after his death, Rudiger Chelsea was reincarnated, but in a different body and a different world. Reincarnation was real. Everything his mother had said turned out to be true. It's a fact that people can't understand things they haven't experienced for themselves. But Rudiger Chelsea only realized this upon his death. And the reason he was forced to become a professor at a magic academy began with a shocking incident. That day, on the express train, a young man was getting his ticket checked by the conductor to board. He would never know that this would be his last time riding a train. The young man's name was Jay. As fate would have it, he ended up sitting in the same cabin with an old man named John. At first, nothing special happened. They paid no attention to each other, engrossed in their own books and newspapers on the train. But when Jay looked up, he happened to see the headline on the front page of a newspaper. The Yuta Kingdom's civil war has ended. Victory belongs to the princess's faction. Jay took the initiative and spoke up. So the civil war in Yuta is finally over. John, glancing over, replied, "Yes, I was always curious when it would end. It feels like just yesterday the prince's faction was still trying its best to gather forces." And so, the two began to talk and introduce themselves. Jay was on his way to the capital of the Exilion Empire, a place very popular with tourists. The empire was always known as an ideal destination for visitors due to its remarkable development. Jay's destination was Levin. He had just been accepted into the Exilion Empire's academy. John was a little surprised to hear this. For someone as young as Jay to be accepted there, he must be very talented. Jay's face lit up at the compliment. Getting back to the Yuta Civil War, John mentioned that there were rumors about a key figure who led the princess's faction to victory. This person wasn't an outstanding mage or a high-ranking knight, but a roguish mercenary named Machiavelli. John knew this wasn't just some fabricated rumor. As for why, you'll have to keep watching to find out. John gave a friendly smile and asked if Jay would be teaching at the Soren Academy. Jay confirmed it and added that he would be assigned to the second year. John was very surprised to hear that. Starting as a second year at such a young age was certainly no ordinary feat. Jay was even more talented than he had thought. Suddenly, John felt that something was wrong, just as his keen sixth sense had warned him. Only a few seconds later, a lower section of the train suddenly exploded. Both John and Jay were shocked and confused. This train was heavily protected by a magical engine, so for something like this to happen was very strange. Suddenly, John sensed danger. It was an attack by a group of robbers. Their targets were likely merchants or nobles. If that was truly the case, then there was certainly a mage among them. John suggested they should leave or hide to stay safe. As a precaution, Jay offered to go first and lead the way. He carefully opened the door and stepped out to observe the surroundings. It seemed they were the only two in car number 4. John then stepped out as well. Jay said that each cabin on the train had its own protection spell, so they should be fine. But John thought that wasn't feasible, because the exterior of the train was also protected by a similar magic. Therefore, the cabins were no longer safe. Based on the sound, the explosion probably happened in car number 3. The robbers hadn't reached them yet, likely because they were focused on car number 1, where the wealthy passengers with first-class tickets would be. Just as the two of them thought they were safe and were about to escape, a robber suddenly shattered a window and jumped in. Both John and Jay were terrified. John looked at the robber and felt that something was very wrong. The robber then pulled out a knife and lunged at Jay. Fortunately, Jay quickly used magic to subdue the robber, knocking him to the ground. John thought Jay had killed him, but he had actually just temporarily paralyzed him. Jay approached the robber, ignoring John's attempts to stop him, wanting to interrogate the man. Jay pointed his unstable-looking staff at the robber and asked what their real purpose was for attacking the train. The robber didn't answer, just chuckled. This confused Jay and made him a little impatient. Then the robber glared and said, "Filthy scumbags like you deserve to die." After that, he opened his shirt, revealing that he had strapped explosives all over his body. The countdown timer hit 1 second. Jay hadn't anticipated this and, of course, couldn't escape in time. The bomb on the robber's body detonated, destroying everything in its path. Thanks to his knowledge and experience, John managed to escape death. However, the young man wasn't so lucky. John watched in horror as both he and the robber were turned to ash. The explosion left a part of the train car heavily devastated. Just then, a strange tear appeared on John's face. John frowned in annoyance and let out a weary sigh. After all, he had spent a lot of money on it. To be precise, on this mask. Seeing it was no longer usable, John decisively pulled the mask off his head, revealing a handsome, attractive face, the very face of our main character in this series, Rudiger Chelsea van Bredes, son of the king of the Holy Kingdom of Bredes. To explain this, we have to go back to when he was first reincarnated. Back then, Rudiger Chelsea had spent a lot of time traveling and had gotten involved in many incidents, forcing him to change his identity multiple times. Machiavelli was one of the identities he had used. A lot happened during that time, bringing unwanted attention to someone like Rudiger Chelsea, who couldn't afford to reveal his true identity. But luckily, the princess's party was so caught up in celebrating their victory that he quickly seized the opportunity. They changed their identities so no one would notice them. But as luck would have it, while on the way to Linz Brano, they ran into this mess. Who would have known that robber would detonate a bomb just from being tased? No other normal robber would do that. What was going through that guy's head is just unimaginable. They were determined to take everyone down with them. Perhaps their real target wasn't the money, but the train itself. While he was lost in thought, the conductor suddenly approached. The devastating scene before him seemed to surprise him a little. Rudiger Chelsea briefly explained to him what had just happened. After listening, the conductor seemed a bit flustered, saying he was just about to evacuate the other passengers. But there was something strangely off about his demeanor. Before the conductor could even finish his sentence, Rudiger Chelsea lunged forward and quickly pinned him to the ground. Turns out, he had noticed something was wrong from the very beginning. Those robbers. It was like they had been lying in wait. An express train running through this kind of rugged mountain range was strange enough. But for the train's protective magic to be broken as well, that was even stranger. Pulling this off would take a lot of time and wouldn't be easy, not unless someone on the train provided assistance. And that person was none other than the conductor. Realizing he'd been exposed, he dropped the act and immediately revealed his vicious nature. He pulled a knife from his coat, intending to silence him for good, but was quickly stopped by John. Rudiger Chelsea demanded to know why he was doing all this. The conductor kept his mouth shut, refusing to say a word. Rudiger Chelsea held a knife to him from behind, forcing him forward. But after just a few steps, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent heading their way. John shoved the conductor forward and quickly ducked to dodge the bullets. These robbers didn't even give their accomplice time to send a signal. They swarmed the car where Rudiger Chelsea was, shocked that someone was still standing after they'd unleashed a hailstorm of bullets. Annoyed, Rudiger Chelsea stepped out and demanded, "Who the hell are you guys, talking so lightly about killing?" Seeing him, the robbers immediately aimed their guns, ready to eliminate him. But suddenly, their guns jammed. It turns out Rudiger Chelsea had used magic to make them unusable. But just moments later, another surge of magic suddenly nullified Rudiger Chelsea's spell. It turned out there was another mage among the robbers who also knew how to use magic. He was the one who had canceled out the spell. The enemy mage gave him a quick look and guessed that Rudiger Chelsea must be a fourth circle mage, just like him. Otherwise, he would have definitely heard rumors about him in the mage world. For now, Rudiger Chelsea remained silent, quietly observing. It had been 10 minutes since the explosion. There was still a long way to go before the train cleared the Arat mountain range. Reinforcements would also take a while to arrive, so he couldn't count on them. So, without hesitation, Rudiger Chelsea decided to jump right out of the train car. Seeing this, every single one of the robbers was stunned and alarmed. The enemy mage ordered his men to check it out, but they found nothing. They figured Rudiger Chelsea must have really jumped to his death, but they were dead wrong. Taking advantage of their carelessness, Rudiger Chelsea swiftly sent one of them to the afterlife. The enemy mage quickly realized Rudiger Chelsea was attacking from the roof of the train. They were all completely astonished. Keeping up with a moving train using flight magic should have been impossible. But this was no time to stand around in awe. At the mage's command, the robbers immediately gave chase after John, who was heading for the last car. However, Rudiger Chelsea was clever. While he was running, he had already set a bomb trap, and it worked perfectly on the pursuing robbers. The enemy mage couldn't believe his eyes. Compared to all the mages he had ever fought before, Rudiger Chelsea was different. Terrifyingly different. He fought more like a hunter than a mage, maybe even a mercenary. Just then, the train began to shake violently, and it didn't take long for the enemy mage to realize that Rudiger Chelsea had detached their car to make his escape. He immediately tried to give chase, but it was already too late. He should have realized from the start that Rudiger Chelsea never needed to fight them head-on. The robbers tried to pursue him, but it was too late. The train cars had been separated, and they had lost Rudiger Chelsea's trail. But the enemy mage had memorized his face. He swore he would find him someday and get his revenge. Suddenly, the mage sensed an overwhelming surge of mana, but he couldn't figure out where the hell it was coming from. When he turned to look, he saw Rudiger Chelsea was already there, a powerful magic circle at the ready. Before any of them could react, a beam of light erupted from Rudiger Chelsea's magic circle, heading straight for the robbers. A moment later, all the small fry robbers were turned to dust. Only the enemy mage remained, but one of his arms had been completely severed. He couldn't understand why Rudiger Chelsea had to go so far as to kill them. He demanded to know if Rudiger Chelsea felt even a little bit guilty. Hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea's expression remained perfectly calm and cold, but inwardly, he found the question absolutely ridiculous. The audacity of this mage was beyond anything he could imagine. They were the ones who tried to kill him first. Not only that, they were responsible for the deaths of countless innocent people and had completely destroyed this train. And now, this guy had the nerve to preach to him about guilt and morality. What a joke. It's always the ones who preach morality that live the dirtiest lives. Of course, Rudiger Chelsea hadn't intended to kill them at first. He was just trying to escape, but they had already seen his real face, and he had to eliminate them to prevent future trouble. Even if he ran, they would just hunt him down relentlessly, so he might as well finish things now and get it over with. Just as Rudiger Chelsea was about to finish him off, a row of ice spikes suddenly shot up, splitting the mage's head in two. Before Rudiger Chelsea could even understand what had just happened, a woman clad in silver armor stepped forward. She was the one who created the ice spikes. She was the captain of the Royal Guard, a Frost Knight. Gunshots suddenly rang out as the surviving robbers from the other cars opened fire. "Damn it, how did they get here so fast? They're using flight magic in this weather," one of them yelled. The knight erected a magical barrier to shield himself from the hail of bullets. Right after, he began to gather energy in his hand for a combat spell. He shot forward before the robbers could even react. A red-haired man stumbled back in panic as the knight moved like a blur, taking down the robbers one by one. He lunged at the last man. The robber didn't even have time to react before letting out a final, blood-curdling scream. With the fight over, the knight immediately reported in. Car 2 is clear. Reports from the other cars followed. Car 1, clear as well. We've secured the passengers. At that moment, Veronica was listening intently to a report from her night vice captains. Reporting, "Ma'am, we've secured all the cars." She encouraged them, "Good work, everyone." Then, she immediately gave an order. Escort all passengers safely to the next stop. Meanwhile, in Galvin, the streets were bustling with people. Rudiger Chelsea sat in a quiet cabin, looking outside. Veronica approached him and asked, "Are you all right, sir? You weren't hurt by the terrorists, were you?" He replied humbly, "Thanks to the help of the knights, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought." Her voice was warm. "I'm relieved to hear that." Then Veronica introduced herself. "My apologies for the delay. I'm Veronica Devil." Rudiger Chelsea was about to speak. "I am," when another voice cut in, interrupting their conversation. "Pardon the intrusion." Veronica turned to see Ramlis and another guard approaching. "What is it?" Ramlis inquired. "Are you the commander of this night order?" She replied without hesitation, "Yes. I am Vice Captain Veronica Devil." He held up a badge. "I'm Inspector Ramlis from the Leffen City Police Department. I received a report about a train attack in the Ares Mountains." Veronica summarized the situation. "That's correct. We've eliminated all the terrorists." Ramlis expressed his gratitude and his concerns. "We greatly appreciate the actions of the Night Order." However, at this, Rudiger Chelsea turned his head, startled by his words. "There are a few things not mentioned in the report," she asked curiously. "Things not mentioned?" Ramlis voiced his suspicion that the train had been taken over incredibly quickly. Even though they had mages, they boarded this magic-powered train far too easily. She froze, as if in realization. He continued, "We suspect that someone on this train may have aided the attack." Veronica thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. "What you're saying makes a lot of sense," he reassured her. "Of course, this is all just speculation for now." Ramlis laid out the plan. "We'll dispatch our people immediately after we've identified the suspects." Veronica agreed. "I understand." Then, she suddenly turned back to Rudiger Chelsea. "You heard him, didn't you? As long as you're honest, there shouldn't be any problems." A smile touched his lips, but internally, he was extremely worried. This is bad. He reviewed his actions in his mind. "My identity as John has no flaws. The ticket was purchased through a normal transaction, and I boarded the train legally." Rudiger Chelsea's brow furrowed, his face filled with anxiety. "The problem is my face. No matter how you look at it, this isn't the face of a man in his 40s. He thought about the punishment. I'll definitely be hanged. If I'm lucky, I'll just be tortured." Then he considered escaping. But there are knights and inspectors everywhere outside. Escape is impossible. Moreover, Veronica was right next to him. On top of that, this vice captain has a reputation for being ruthless with criminals. She might be smiling and treating me well now. He recalled the gruesome death of the man with the feathered hat. but the moment I'm identified as a suspect. As Rudiger Chelsea's face filled with tension and helplessness, she spoke up. Are you still feeling all right, sir? Ramlis approached the door, holding a stack of papers, and tried to reassure him. My apologies, it took some time to get the passenger manifest. I just need to verify your identity, so there's no need to worry. He began his investigation. If you still have your ticket, would you mind if I took a look? Rudiger Chelsea immediately handed it over. Here, the guard checked the information on the ticket and turned to Ramlis. Cabin 403 seems to be in order. He looked at the papers in his hand and began to read. Cabin 403, let's see. A young man in his 20s named Rudiger Chelsea, and a man in his 40s named John. Ramlis's face suddenly darkened as he looked up and asked, where is the other person? Rudiger Chelsea quickly explained the situation. He was unfortunately caught in an explosion when the train was attacked. It happened right as we were crossing the Arid mountain range, and he fell into the ravine. The inspector's eyes filled with suspicion as he stared at him. He swallowed nervously. Just as the tension peaked, Veronica suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. This man can't be a suspect. Ramlis turned to her, surprised. Why not? She stated firmly. He was fighting the terrorists before the knights even arrived. Why would he do that if he were an accomplice? The inspector was taken aback. Fighting them, you say. Ramlis nodded slowly. I see. So that's what happened. My apologies. He then called out a name that made even Rudiger Chelsea turn his head in shock. As Veronica and Ramlis continued reading the paper, they were suddenly stunned. What's this? You've just been accepted to Soren Academy? What? Soren. Their eyes practically sparkled as they looked at him. Only then did Rudiger Chelsea manage a relaxed smile. He picked up his luggage and stood up. That's right. He put on his hat as if confirming his identity. As you both just read, I am the newly appointed professor, Rudiger Chelsea. In front of the city's train station, Ramlis and Veronica were seeing him off. The inspector expressed his sincerity once more. Again, my apologies for the inconvenience. Rudiger Chelsea humbly reassured him. Not at all. I was able to arrive here safely, thanks to you both. Ramlis offered. Why don't you let me escort you to Soren Academy? But he repeatedly declined. That won't be necessary. The inspector pressed on. You are someone who will be teaching the future generation of our empire. How could I possibly let you go on your own? Rudiger Chelsea forced a smile, feeling exhausted and helpless inside. No, being escorted by you people would make me even more uncomfortable. He quickly made an excuse to get away. I need to stop by somewhere to take care of a personal matter, so you don't need to go out of your way for me. Ramlis finally relented. Ah, if you say so. He hurriedly turned to leave. Well then, I'll be on my way. But he didn't forget to turn back and bid them farewell. Lady Veronica, though our meeting was brief, it was an honor. Veronica smiled in return. Yes, Sir Rudiger. I hope we meet again. She watched his back as he disappeared into the distance, striding into the bustling crowd. Inwardly, he was celebrating. I did it. I actually did it. Rudiger Chelsea also felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, Rudiger. But you saved me. He mused to himself. I'm lucky that the photography in this world isn't very developed. It's hard to tell the real Rudiger and me apart from just a single photo. As Rudiger Chelsea was thinking about his future plans, I should be fine now that I've gotten out of that mess. I need to lay low while I find a new identity. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sir Rudiger Chelsea. A man approached him. So it really is you. I saw you speaking with the knights. Rudiger Chelsea turned to see Wilford bowing politely. I am an employee of Soren Academy. My name is Wilford. I came to pick you up after hearing about the terrorist incident. The man smiled at him. Thank goodness you're all right. Please, get in. I'll take you to Soren. The man looked at him nervously, gesturing towards a street crowded with people and many horse-drawn carriages. Will was sitting at the front, steering a horse made of metal machinery. Rudiger Chelsea finally had to get into the carriage, where he now sat, lost in deep thought. He looked up, tense. Damn, I can't believe they sent someone specifically to pick me up. And that man, he's no ordinary employee. H. Cliff could see Ramlis through the glass in front of him. Ignoring his muscular build, I couldn't sense his presence at all when he approached me. He must have been a knight, at the very least. He tried to calculate a counter-strategy. If I try to get out of this with some stupid excuse, he'll definitely get suspicious and tail me. For now, I'll choose the safe option. It's probably better than trying to run. Then, Rudiger Chelsea turned to comfort himself. Joe has already been confirmed dead. I'm just a soul right now. He clasped his hands together, looking ahead with extreme worry. So even if I get dragged off somewhere, no one will notice. In the end, Rudiger Chelsea made his decision. Honestly, it would be better if I had a solid identity. I should play the part of Rudiger for now, while waiting for an opportunity. At that moment, the carriage approached an open, blue iron gate, where here, just beyond the gate was an incredibly magnificent scene, Will introduced it to him. This is Soren Academy. He looked around in astonishment. What? This entire area is the Soren campus? It's even bigger than I thought. Will's voice cut through his thoughts again. I'll take you to the office. You can leave your luggage with me. Inside a magnificent building that resembled a castle, Wilford was leading Rudiger Chelsea to a room. He stepped inside without hesitation and introduced himself. I am Rudiger Chelsea. I've come as you summoned me. Across from him, Elisa was sitting in the middle of the room. She smiled at him, her eyes holding a hint of slyness. I've been waiting for you. I am the headmaster of Soren Academy. Elisa Willow. Gentle sunlight streamed through the small window. Regarding the recent incident, Elisa asked Rudiger Chelsea, Are you all right? I heard you were caught up in an assassination attempt. He answered honestly, It wasn't that serious. A knight rescued me just in the nick of time. Elisa looked pleased. That's good news. Our academy would get a bad reputation if our newest professor got injured. Rudiger Chelsea was a bit bewildered. To put it so bluntly, just for the school's reputation. Her mind must not be all there. He started to feel uneasy. The important thing is, I've felt something strange since before. Am I just imagining it? Have I met this professor before? Did she realize that I'm not him? Elisa's mood was blooming. This is the first time I've met you in person, but you really are handsome. Seeing her reaction, Rudiger Chelsea was certain. Guess not. Without beating around the bush, he straightforwardly thanked her for the compliment. You don't need to be so polite. Elisa seemed very enthusiastic. Not at all. When the school year starts, the students are going to be buzzing about you. Then, she handed him a piece of paper and smiled. All right, first, please take this. I've already informed you of this, but it's better to be thorough. While Rudiger Chelsea was focused on reading it over, Elisa explained further. The contract will last for 2 years. Your salary is written in there, and we will provide you with a room and board. Rudiger Chelsea thought dismissively. This must be the contract. I plan on leaving as soon as possible, so it's not that important. However, reading the contract carefully left him stunned. The monthly salary is 20 imperial gold coins. Rudiger Chelsea carefully read every word, his expression turning serious. Converted to the continent's common currency, that's 30 million den, which is 300,000 US dollars. Observing Rudiger Chelsea's interesting expression, Elisa probed him. So, the terms are good, aren't they? Cliff couldn't ignore this generous salary. His face was frozen stiff. Not bad. Inside, he was screaming his head off. Not bad? No, I hit the jackpot. But very quickly, Rudiger Chelsea hesitated. Calm down. This also means the expectations for a professor at Soren Academy are incredibly high. He became distressed. Can I really settle down here? A place where the halls are filled with geniuses. But I've already committed to the job. It would be even more suspicious if I came all this way just to refuse work. I have no choice but to agree. Scamming, deceiving, and emotional manipulation are my strengths. With that thought, Rudiger Chelsea made his decision. I've reviewed it. Let's sign the contract. He reassured himself, I have real experience and I'm not weak in theoretical knowledge. I think I'll be fine as a professor. All right. Elisa extended her hand as a sign of goodwill. I look forward to working with you. Professor Rudiger H. Cliff also took her hand, marking the beginning of a new job. Me too. Headmaster Willow. He encouraged himself, 2 years. I just have to endure for 2 years, and then I'll be free. The moon shone brightly with the stars in the night sky. Rudiger Chelsea sat in his room, his mind completely focused on the matter of teaching. The school year starts in 3 weeks. I have so much to prepare. He was bewildered. I can't believe they rented an entire house for me. Rudiger Chelsea leaned back in his chair and sighed in frustration. So this time, I'm an academy professor. I've been in this world for 27 years now. I was reborn with no special abilities, only my past life's memories. I had to survive on my own because of those terrible parents. I've lived through so many ironic situations, it's hard to believe I'm now a professor at Soren. Rudiger Chelsea looked at the ceiling, imagining things. This is just like being a spy. More like I'm being forced to be a spy. He tried to calm himself. Well, I did need a new identity. And this Rudiger fellow is perfect for me to impersonate. He's a fallen noble from the small kingdom of Quen. He's an only child and both his parents have passed away. And his letters are all formal, so it seems he wasn't close to anyone. Rudiger analyzed this to mean that no one would be able to recognize him. This identity is too perfect. With these thoughts, he began to stand up. The only things left are the teaching materials and information about Soren. All right, time to scout the terrain. Rudiger Chelsea's stomach suddenly growled in protest. Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten since the train accident. He didn't plan to starve himself. I'll leave the house and find something to eat first. I guess I'll start tomorrow morning. Where did they say the restaurant was? On a beautiful morning, Rudiger Chelsea sat in a quiet cafe. He sipped his coffee while reading the news in the paper. It's been 2 weeks already. time flies. I've more or less gotten the necessary things done, and the preparation for my classes is going pretty smoothly. The school year starts in a week. All that's left is to practice. Just then, someone arrived. Rudiger Chelsea thought about his next move. It's starting to get crowded. I should head back and prepare for the orientation. The person who had just arrived sat down behind him. He suddenly spoke up, "I'm glad to see you're safe. I was starting to think something had happened to you." Realizing the person seemed to be talking to him, Rudiger Chelsea froze for a second. Right then, there was complete silence between them. The other person spoke awkwardly. "Why haven't you contacted us for the past 2 weeks?" The other members are also very curious about the first grade situation. Cliff just stayed silent, trying to remain calm, then set his coffee cup down. To be frank, to play this part, I have to check a few things. He also realized immediately that it wasn't a coincidence they were looking for him. Well, to be precise, they came looking for the person named Rudiger. Sedina lowered her head and explained, "The assassination was just an accident. We didn't think the rebels would attack at that moment." Before the other party could say more, Rudiger Chelsea spoke up. "I also need information on Soren." Hearing this, the other person was startled. "What? Didn't we already send it to you?" Rudiger Chelsea responded with the utmost composure. "I have to verify whether that information is accurate." The other person didn't press further. "Ah, I understand." Though he appeared calm inwardly, Rudiger Chelsea was trembling with fear. "Damn it, what's going on? I should just play along for now to avoid suspicion." Then, he pretended to be concerned, asking if her side had handled everything. Sedina was brutally honest. "Of course. Before I came here, we assassinated all the key figures at the academy and found the traitor in our organization." The girl recounted the entire horrifying process without flinching. "From what I heard, their limbs were torn off, stuffed down their own throats, and then thrown to the wild dogs. Do you think that's a fitting end for traitors? It serves as a warning." Rudiger Chelsea was so scared he turned pale. "This is bad." He placed his hand on the coffee cup. "Calm down." He was first startled, then inexplicably panicked. "I'm sorry. I had to run a check before reporting." Rudiger Chelsea truly didn't understand what was happening. He chose his words carefully to probe her. "It's fine. Why did you suddenly come to see me?" She explained it was because it had been nearly half a month since the first grade arrived, and there was still no news, prompting her to act on her own during such a crucial time. Rudiger Chelsea's sharp, questioning tone and imposing aura immediately terrified Sedina. "I'm sorry." He fell silent, his voice stern. Rudiger Chelsea slammed his coffee cup on the table, clearly showing his anger and annoyance. "Your suspicious attire was already bothering me," he said coldly. "Do you want to look even more suspicious?" Hinchcliffe guessed they were agitated by his actions. That has to be it. Based on her reaction, he could relax a little. This girl was afraid of the man named Rudiger. He didn't want to say any more. "All right, it's time for the check-in." "So, how many people have gathered?" Sedina quickly replied. 31 grade 2s and 7 grade 3s have successfully infiltrated. "Oh, and the other grade 1s arrived earlier and have settled in according to plan." Rudiger Chelsea hadn't shown any weakness so far. "That's quite a full house." "I see. My check is complete. Get up and leave." Sedina gave him another message. "Ah, yes, I understand. For the next meeting, you just need to go to the prearranged location." However, Rudiger Chelsea showed his displeasure. "You want me to go? Is someone as lowly as you ordering me around?" Although Sedina wasn't facing Rudiger Chelsea, she was trembling uncontrollably. If she had been, his powerful aura would have likely made her faint. "That's not it. I just..." Without letting her explain, Rudiger Chelsea cut her off. "I don't want to hear your excuses." He stood up. Being completely in the dark was really difficult, so he used the situation to his advantage. "I will decide the meeting location. I will only meet when summoned by someone of equal or higher rank." Sedina clasped her hands timidly. "Higher rank? Does that mean grade 0? Rudiger Chelsea turned his back. "That's right. Don't bother me with trivial matters, unless it's from that person." He left immediately afterward. Inwardly, Rudiger Chelsea was so scared he wanted to log out of life. Damn it, these guys are more dangerous than I thought." The thought made Hinchcliffe break out in a cold sweat. Assassinating key figures of the academy. And what did they do to the traitor? They're insane. He didn't want to stay another minute. "I have to get out of here first." But Sedina turned back again. "Wait, please wait a moment." Hinchcliffe tried to suppress his emotions. "What is it?" she asked. When will you call for us? How will you do it?" Hinchcliffe's mind raced. I haven't thought that far ahead, so he once again used his advantage. "Do I have to spell it out for you myself?" Sedina didn't dare say another word. "No, sir. Please have a safe trip back." Rudiger Chelsea was drowning in a chaotic pile of papers. As a nobleman from a fallen house, he had no living relatives. He sat on his bed, lost in thought. the fastest to reach grade 4 and a professor at Soren. He never would have expected this. Rudiger Chelsea turned pale and gritted his teeth. Damn it. I should have been suspicious sooner. The reason Rudiger's situation was so perfect was that his identity had been created from the start just for this purpose. It was because he couldn't use his real identity to infiltrate the academy. The letters he sent and received under Rudiger's identity were all in code. Cliff grabbed his head and cried out in agony. Damn it. The light on the ceiling was still bright. Rudiger Chelsea collapsed onto the bed, despairing over his future. I'm so screwed. I can't believe the path I chose in a hurry led me straight to an atomic bomb. He couldn't just accept death. With that thought, he sat back up and began analyzing every letter he'd received. Then Rudiger Chelsea noticed a detail. He sent and received codes using some made-up language. I was suspicious because the sentences were so clunky. But the real issue is, first grade, infiltrated Soren Academy under the identity of a professor and gained the school's trust. The next steps will be sent depending on the situation. Rudiger Chelsea was deeply troubled. Soren isn't the only thing I should be worried about. He broke into a cold sweat and squeezed his eyes shut. Rudiger Chelsea held his head, struggling to think. But the more he thought, the more unbelievable it all seemed. What kind of high-ranking member of a secret society gets caught up in an assassination on a ship and dies? He was a high-ranking member of an organization that planted numerous spies in Soren. A person like that should have survived. In the end, all he could do was sigh. What's the use of bad-mouthing a dead man? Rudiger Chelsea was terrified. In any case, there's one more thing they can never find out about me. Soren Academy and the secret society. He tried to think of the most practical solution. Maybe it would be better if I contacted them today. Based on Sedina, Rudiger Chelsea could deduce that, according to the girl he met today, the secret society has 4 ranks. Grade 0, Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3. I have no idea what Grade 0 is, but it's good to know it exists for now. Cliff had countless questions. The most important one now was, who is the other Grade 1? If he's a friend of Rudiger's, he'll soon find out I'm an imposter. For now, the priority is not getting caught. The most ideal scenario in my head right now is for Soren to eliminate them for me. Soren is very powerful. As soon as those guys make a move, no matter how strong the secret society is, they can't destroy them. Rudiger Chelsea was struggling so hard just to stay alive. Sitting under the light, he felt exhausted. Of course, I need to provide just the right information so I don't get stuck between the two sides. Just thinking about the tightrope I have to walk to appease both powers gives me a headache. Cliff couldn't believe it. He let out a heavy sigh, closing his eyes as he imagined his miserable future. 2 years. I can't afford to relax. Morning came again, the brilliant sunlight illuminating the entire academy. Here, the students were bustling with activity, most of them already in their seats, and the classroom was filled with the sound of whispers. Have you heard? The Theoretical Charms and Elemental Deconstruction class has a new professor. A new professor for the second years? He must be really good, right? I don't think this was planned, since the last professor suddenly resigned. These words unintentionally reached Flora's ears. The others paid her no mind and continued. The professor was protested by the students. Right in front of another student, no less. Seeing this, Chero quickly whispered, Flora, they're talking about you. Flora was unconcerned. Oh please, what did I do to make them act like that? As a student, I just wanted to point out that the professor's magic techniques were flawed, that's all. Chero's expression was a bit strained as she nodded in agreement. Right, that's true. But the students seemed really excited about the new teacher. His resume is exceptional. I heard he wrote a lot when he was a military officer, so doesn't that make him a good person? Truly out of the ordinary. But you know, that guy is a fallen noble. They laughed. Really? Then it'll probably be easy to get good grades. Flora heard every word. Is she really that indifferent? How disappointing. Just then, the classroom door opened. Rudiger Chelsea walked in, his posture perfectly straight, exuding a powerful aura. He slammed his hand on the desk for effect, and once the class fell silent, he began to speak. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am the new professor, Rudiger Chelsea. His eyes were calm and serious. The students were all orderly, not daring to mess around in front of him. Rudiger Chelsea carried himself like a true teacher. Since this is just a trial lecture, I won't dive straight into the material. Instead, I'll go over a few key points first. I will be teaching you charms, but my teaching method will be very different. I will focus on practical application. I won't just teach theory, and this class will not be exclusively for the second years here. First years can also participate. The students began to whisper amongst themselves about his teaching style. Rudiger Chelsea didn't want to waste words and directly shut them down. Silence. I understand your complaints, but I will not be lowering the difficulty of this class, so please, no more bargaining. Suddenly, a hand shot up. May we know why you are allowing first years to join the class, Professor? The one who asked the question was Elendin von Exilion. Rudiger Chelsea saw her and felt a flicker of recognition. I feel like I've seen that face somewhere before. He already had an answer prepared. As an educator, I feel it is my responsibility to provide equal training regardless of academic year. Of course, I understand that my class differs from the current standard, but Elendin pressed him further. Please explain in more detail, Professor. I still find it very hard to understand. Rudiger, Chelsea skillfully and directly brushed her off. If I told you everything up front, what would be the fun in that? If you're that curious, then attend my next class, he emphasized. However, I must warn you, if you think my class will be an easy A just because I'm a new professor, I will make you regret it. As an educator, that's how much of a big game I talk. But internally, he was praying, please, I'm begging you, don't come to my class. Rudiger Chelsea, for the sake of his livelihood, had calculated everything very carefully. Of course, I prepared all the lessons, but the fewer students I have to teach, the better. If second years have to share a class with first years, their pride will be hurt, right? Besides, who would want to take my class after I've already said how difficult it's going to be? He then turned back to the class. That's all. Are there any questions? The students were all bewildered. Is it because he's from the military? His presence is so intense. Didn't they say he was the youngest person to ever reach the 4th rank? Rudiger Chelsea's careful calculations cut off any potential trouble. They were curious about many things, but they couldn't bring themselves to ask. Flora rested her chin on her hand, a faint, unreadable smile on her lips. Rudiger, standing at the lectern, moved to his final step. If there are no questions, the trial lecture ends here. The long hallway was quiet. Rudiger left, feeling he had done a great job shutting down all the students so he could relax for a moment. Who knew that no one would ask a single question? I thought for sure there would be a few questions about me personally. He then realized, well, I guess that's good for me. But all those answers I spent so much time preparing are useless now. Rudiger suddenly froze. Wait, don't tell me they're deliberately ignoring me. His mind slowly began to unravel. He didn't actually want to be ignored. That was strange, too. I should have been friendlier. I probably hurt their pride. Was I too intimidating? Rudiger glanced ahead, his gaze landing on a few students. They all meekly stepped aside to avoid him. He looked in another direction, and that male student also seemed very wary of him. The entire hallway fell silent whenever they saw him. Everyone was on edge. Rudiger Chelsea felt like he could collapse. It was just a guess. But could it be true? A sweet voice came from behind. Professor Rudiger Chelsea, you're the new professor, aren't you? The person who appeared was a very beautiful woman. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Selena. I'm also a new professor, just like you. Rudiger replied politely. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. Is there something I can help you with? Selena stammered. Ah, well. She took the initiative. Have you eaten yet? Another voice rang out, announcing them to others. A pleasure to meet you all. I am Brino, the instructor for the golem summoning class. The woman next to him spoke up as well. I am Merilda. I teach charm and illusion, which is part of the curses and shadow dispelling course. Rudiger politely introduced himself to the other professors. It's an honor to meet all of you. I'm in charge of the charms application class. My name is Rudiger Chelsea. He thought to himself, is this some kind of welcoming party for new professors? The other professors marveled at his appearance. Oh my, you're even more handsome up close. Rudiger Chelsea replied politely, thank you. Someone was watching him, and Rudiger could feel the unfriendly gaze emanating from that person. The other man immediately turned away when their eyes met. Merilda whispered in his ear, that's Professor Chris Benoit, but as you can see, he's a true noble, not like us commoners. Rudiger followed the man with his eyes while replying to her. I see. He silently calculated. The new professors consist of 1 noble, 1 fallen noble, and 3 commoners. It's clear they all play by different rules, but each one possesses incredibly high skills in their respective fields. In other words, there's a high chance another first-rank individual is among them. Rudiger thought to himself, getting here wasn't easy, and I can't even trust my own colleagues. Chris Benoit spoke up, annoyed. I can't stand to be here a moment longer. I was curious to see what the newcomers would be like. Who knew it would just be a fallen noble and a few commoners? He reminded them with irritation. Don't tarnish my presence. You all can have fun by yourselves, especially you. Chris Benoit continued, pointing a finger at Rudiger Chelsea's face. Don't get so high and mighty when you're just a disgraced noble. Merilda was annoyed by Chris Benoit's attitude. She's just giving her opinion. I know he's a noble, but how can he look down on us like that? Just ignore that guy. Professor Rudiger Chelsea replied to her. I'm fine. If he's not going to eat anyway, why don't we go eat without him? The other professors agreed with Rudiger Chelsea. All right, that sounds good. For now, I should just be happy I don't have to eat alone. As night fell, something suddenly appeared in a certain room. A line of text materialized with the message, "Have you heard about the new professor, Rudiger Chelsea? He's rumored to be the youngest to reach rank 4 and even has military experience. I heard he also participated in the hunt for the mythical creature. They also say he inscribed his name on the magic tower as a freelance mage. Is that right?" The girl thought to herself, her hands still typing furiously. "I can't let a first ranker's class be ruined. I need to get as many students as possible to attend his class." The information was immediately relayed to other students, each showing a different expression. "Even first years can join? Sounds interesting, right? I think I'll give it a try." Morning came. Rudiger Chelsea strode down the hallway, his mind on the day ahead. Today is the first real class. I wonder how many will be left. He calculated in his head. I gave a clear warning that my class is like hell, so no one should want to attend. Rudiger Chelsea was certain that if anyone did show up, it was only because they had no other choice, as the other subjects were already full. He pulled the door open with that mindset. At most, there will probably be 30 students. The students in the class were whispering about him as he entered. "Yeah, did you see that post too?" The entire lecture hall was packed, leaving Rudiger Chelsea completely stunned. He thought to himself as he slowly walked in, observing the students. How can there be so many? Are all 80 seats really filled? He took a closer look. This is confusing. There are a lot of first-year students, too. Why is this happening? The students were all in awe when they saw him. Each had their own thoughts. He created this atmosphere just by walking in. The rumors about him being in the military must be true. Rudiger Chelsea wondered. Isn't it uncomfortable to be in the same class as upperclassmen? He was annoyed as he speculated on the situation, feeling like someone was pulling strings from behind to trick him. That person would probably be cheering. Go on. First ranker, you can do it. He clutched his head, trying to calm himself as he reached the podium. No, I probably just underestimated the students. Soren is a gathering place for the top students on the continent. After all, I should have stimulated their competitive instincts. He let out a breath, having made his decision. I guess there's no other choice now. Rudiger Chelsea spoke. Since there are new students attending this class for the first time, I will reintroduce myself. I am Rudiger Chelsea. I teach the manifestation process of general spells. I will do my best to teach with all my ability. A student raised his hand, interrupting him. I have a question. Does general, as you said, mean all 4 major specializations? He glanced at the student. He gave the student a warning, and the student's attitude instantly became cautious. Questions are only to be asked when I give permission. I'll let it slide this time since it's the first day. Rudiger Chelsea used the boy as an example to warn the others in the lecture hall. From now on, anyone who interrupts the class or challenges me as a professor will have points deducted. Of course, there will also be opportunities for extra credit, so work hard. But since you've already asked the question, my answer is yes. I will be teaching all 4 major specializations: release, elementalism, psychokinesis, and ESP, and reinforcement. Those were their respective names. A few students tapped their fingers on their desks while thinking to themselves. Normally, teaching just 2 specializations is already difficult, but he's planning to teach all 4 as a new professor. This female student frowned in thought, feeling like it was an exaggeration. Up at the front, Rudiger Chelsea began his lecture. Since today is the first class, I'll show you all something to pique your interest. He began to control his power and channel it into his wand. This is a 3rd circle elemental fire spell. The flame flickers. It uses release as a base to ignite, oxidize, condense, expand, diffuse, and accelerate. So, these 7 components unify in order to create the technique. What I'm about to show you is how to cast this spell 3 times faster. The other students were astonished by what Rudiger Chelsea just said. They whispered among themselves. He's shortening the casting time? Is that even possible? He must be bluffing. The blonde-haired girl looked at her friend curiously. Flora, do you think he's telling the truth? Flora rested her chin on her hand and replied nonchalantly, I'm not sure. I don't think it's possible unless the fundamental structure of the spell is changed. There are methods like using scrolls to store spells in written form or memory reflection, but each has its own limitations. She thought to herself as she watched him. If you're thinking of one of those 2 methods, I'll be very disappointed. Professor Flora gave Rudiger Chelsea a smirk. Up at the podium, he was still casting the magic circle while explaining. It seems you all have many questions. I will only answer a few. The students immediately seized the opportunity, raising their hands to speak. My name is Alex Salon, and I'm a 2nd year. What do you mean by shortening the spell's casting speed? Rudiger Chelsea explained succinctly. It means exactly what I said. It will cast faster. Next. Another student quickly spoke up. I'm Dahlia, a 1st-year student. Does that mean you'll be modifying the technique? He continued to explain. No, if you mess with a completed technique, it becomes a different spell entirely. What I will show you is how to shorten the casting speed while keeping the spell as it is. Professor Flora raised her hand, challenging him. That's impossible. Rudiger Chelsea looked at her, frowning slightly. Flora spoke while her hand was still raised. I'm a second-year student, Flora Lumos. Professor, that's impossible. The other students immediately turned their eyes toward her. They began to whisper. It's Flora. Flora is finally getting involved. That professor is done for. Rudiger Chelsea replied, I never gave permission to speak without being called on. But this time, I'll listen. Why are you so certain that it's impossible? Flora looked at him and began her presentation. According to existing formulas, the only method to shorten casting time is through reconstruction. You're talking about an achievement that no genius has ever accomplished before. That's why I can't believe it. Rudiger Chelsea listened thoughtfully as Flora Lumos spoke, then replied, instead of saying it can't be improved, what if it hasn't progressed at all? His words made Flora pause. What? He continued to explain his reasoning. Magic has stagnated because it's overly focused on customs and history. Meanwhile, science is developing so steadily that it could threaten the position magic has held for so long. He spoke up, I'm not saying science is superior to magic, but that magic still has room to evolve. Then he came to a conclusion, so your judgment is flawed. It's because no one has ever tried to improve it. I will be the first. Flora pressed her lips together and asked, do you really mean that, Professor? She silently cursed Rudiger Chelsea's attitude. What the hell is wrong with him? He's so shamelessly arrogant. Rudiger Chelsea continued his lecture. He decided to use the magic circle on the board to get the point across to her. It would be difficult for her to understand with just an explanation. So, I will demonstrate it for you. You said your name is Flora. Do you know the average casting time for a fire flash? She answered like a model student. It depends on the caster. For a third circle mage, it's 10 seconds. Higher circles can shorten it to 5 seconds. Rudiger Chelsea explained, correct, but I'm not talking about relying on increasing one's circle. I'm talking about other methods tailored to each student's individual abilities. She continued to argue with him. So the fastest possible time would be 5 seconds. Although, I can cast it a bit faster than that. Rudiger Chelsea looked at her, his expression completely blank. You really are confident. In that case, would you care to come to the podium and demonstrate for us? She immediately left her seat, agreeing to his request instantly. Fine. She walked up to the podium and began to follow Rudiger Chelsea's instructions. A magical vortex appeared. Quickly taking form, the onlookers below looked up at her and exclaimed, that's incredibly fast. Just what you'd expect from the daughter of House Lumos. Rudiger Chelsea timed her and then commented, 4.78 seconds, total casting time. A record that's nearly impossible with 152. The process was also perfect. But his words meant nothing to Flora. She replied arrogantly, that was nothing. However, his next words made her freeze, but it's still too slow. Flora immediately shot back. Excuse me? Rudiger, Chelsea explained. The fastest record for a third circle mage is 4.41 seconds, so you're still too slow. If you were more familiar with it, you could cast it faster. He glanced at the clock, reaffirming, that record of 4.41 seconds is still too slow. The other students began to murmur amongst themselves, curious about his abilities. Is he serious? Just how fast can he cast it? Rudiger swung his wand to demonstrate. Watch closely. This is how you use Fire Flash. He shot out a spark of fire. Flora watched intently, wondering to herself, what is he doing? That's not the technique for Fire Flash. A magic circle formed, and not just Flora, but everyone else in the room was completely astonished. They couldn't stay seated. They all shot to their feet. Everyone gasped in their own way. What just happened? The spell was completed in the blink of an eye. It didn't even take a second. Flora was visibly stunned. She thought to herself, that definitely wasn't the technique for Fire Flash. There was no spell completion process at all. Rudiger asked her, did you see that? I'll perform it one more time for anyone who missed it. He pointed his wand and cast it again. A magic circle appeared in just the blink of an eye. Flora was amazed, and the other students were left speechless. After that display, the expressions on all the students' faces changed. Rudiger Chelsea checked the timer as he explained, the Fire Flash I just cast took only 0.24 seconds, a massive difference from the existing record. However, you may have noticed something unusual, because the first spell I chanted, the technique I used wasn't for Fire Flash, yet the final result was indeed the Fire Flash spell. To be more precise, I used one spell to cast another. The students looked at each other in bewilderment. A technique to use one spell to cast another? What the hell is that? Rudiger Chelsea looked at them and calmly began to enlighten their young minds. Therefore, as soon as I pay the price, the product immediately appears a one-of-a-kind blueprint. You can think of it like this. Using the biological hardware known as a mage, you consume data called mana and follow a program called a technique, which in turn activates the software known as magic. I call it source code. Flora froze solid on the spot when she heard his explanation. She couldn't believe her own ignorance and thought to herself, source code. I've never heard of that kind of magic. Just what is he? Rudiger Chelsea asked her again, but her face had completely fallen. Has your question been answered? Flora Lumos? Yes. Rudiger Chelsea then moved on to a friendly reminder. You deliberately interrupted my lecture without my permission, all because you couldn't overcome your own prejudices. He asked her, do you admit your mistake? Flora nodded. I admit it. I admit my mistake. Rudiger Chelsea looked down at her with the eyes of a superior of a predator eyeing its prey. Your actions were an undeniable challenge to my authority as an instructor. Therefore, Flora Lumos, I will be deducting 10 points. The students below began to whisper about Rudiger Chelsea's decision. No way. Flora received the penalty. Her friend, however, felt a mix of worry and sympathy. Flora bit her lip, swallowing her anger. He looked at her and then spoke. However, the fire flash technique you performed was perfect. I'm awarding you 10 bonus points. His words once again made Flora freeze on the spot. I don't dislike capable students. In fact, it's quite commendable. Flora. She clenched her hands into fists and mumbled, Thank you, Professor. The students below breathed a sigh of relief. That meant the 10-point penalty was basically canceled out. What a relief. She returned to her seat, and the girl beside her immediately asked, Flora, are you okay? Flora forced a smile in response. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for worrying, Cher. The girl nodded gently and added, That's good to hear. In her mind, she admired her friend. To be able to move on from that so quickly. That's Flora for you. However, Flora remained silent, her expression not at all like someone who had moved on. Rudiger Chelsea took off his coat while continuing the lecture. Now then, let's officially begin the class. I will select a few students who can keep up and teach them source code. If you want to learn it, you better work hard. The incentive he offered certainly caught the students' attention. The rest of the class went smoothly, perhaps even a little too smoothly. The students thought to themselves. Everyone was saying such strange things about the professor. I was worried I'd picked a terrible class. Aiden's face immediately brightened as he continued to watch Rudiger Chelsea. But this is incredible. I'm really here at Soren. Time flew by. When the clock struck 12, Rudiger Chelsea announced, Class is dismissed. He put his coat back on and walked out of the classroom, instructing his students, Everyone, go back and review today's lesson on your own. The moment he left, the classroom erupted with chatter about him. That was amazing, source code. I never thought I'd get to witness something like that in person. Someone else spoke up with a sneer. You're all impressed just by seeing that little trick, he said, crossing his arms. You're basically admitting you're all idiots. That's why commoners can't ever amount to anything. His words irritated Aiden. Aiden looked at Jevin, the one who had just badmouthed Rudiger Chelsea. Aiden looked around, trying to figure out who Jevin Felio was talking to. Then he scratched his head and spoke up innocently. Oh, are you talking to me? His attitude annoyed Jevin, who snapped back. Are you being sarcastic with me? Aiden explained, flustered. No. How could I? Jevin growled, his hands already clenched into fists. How dare you? I'm the eldest son of Baron Felio. Aiden replied helplessly. I told you that's not what I meant. A third person interrupted their conversation. If you're talking about the Baron Felio family, aren't they from the farthest border of the Empire? As the young man spoke, Aiden and Jevin both turned to look at him. Jevin scoffed. Does Soren accept babies now? Leo's expression didn't show a hint of annoyance. He sighed sarcastically, delivering an even more damaging blow. It's still better than accepting a stupid kid from some childish barony. Jevin Felio was speechless and could only glare at him. He gripped the wand in his hand and said menacingly, You, both of you, you dare look down on a noble? I'll make you pay. Leo's expression darkened when he saw him draw his wand, preparing to cast a spell. He challenged him, Try it. Jevin immediately shot back. What? Leo slowly approached him while repeating, I said, Try it. You'll see what happens if you attack us. Leo stopped in front of Jevin, and the pressure from him made Jevin wary as he warned him. Even if you're a noble, it's not easy to get away with a crime here at Soren. And you really think you haven't drawn attention to yourself already? Other students, besides the three of them, are also watching your argument. Also, you should check your surroundings before you start shouting. Don't you see there are other people here? Jevin gritted his teeth in frustration and looked around, confirming that what Leo said was true. He left them with one last threat before walking away. Just you wait. Aiden sighed in relief as Jevin Felio left. He looked at Leo and smiled. Thanks for the help. I'm Aiden. He looked back, nodding slightly as he replied, I'm Leo. No need to thank me. I just get annoyed when people like him cause trouble using their noble status. Aiden looked at him admiringly. You're so kind. Leo got annoyed and shot back. Were you even listening to what I just said? He then brushed it off. I'm leaving. Aiden quickly spoke up. Ah, I'll go with you. As he walked, Leo asked him, do you even know where I'm going? Aiden began to analyze, having observed Leo for long enough. That thing you're holding is an alchemy textbook, right? My next class is also alchemy. Leo looked at him and sighed, no longer trying to stop him from coming along. Whatever. He kindly warned him. Also, it would be better if you stopped sending out those signals. Aiden asked, looking confused. What signals? Leo listed them bluntly, his words like arrows striking Aiden, country bumpkin, commoner. Signals that you haven't been properly taught magic. Aiden asked earnestly, oh, really? I don't know much about that. Leo continued to advise him. You should also be aware of what's happening around Soren. Especially from the second year onwards, there are many students with outstanding achievements. Leo began to list the notable individuals. First is Lumos. The second year, Aiden remembered her. He added, the one who went up to the podium during class. Leo added, right. I heard she has a terrible personality, so it's best to stay away from her. There's a rumor that the professor who demonstrated the spell earlier quit because of her. He moved on to the second name. Next is from the royal lineage of the Exilion Empire, the third princess, Elendin von Exilion. Leo explained, nothing good comes from commoners like us getting involved with high-ranking nobles. Aiden asked with some concern, ah, is she in this class too? I think I saw her earlier. Leo replied, exactly. And finally, there's the leader of the largest noble faction among the second years, Fredengonpek. Aiden stammered, Gigonpek? You mean from one of the three great ducal families? Leo looked at him while explaining. Yes. They look down on us commoners like we're insects, so it's best not to get involved with them. Luckily, it seems he's not in this class. He then mentioned Jevon from earlier. That idiot from before is also part of the noble faction. His noble mindset is to look down on commoners. Aiden remarked, so that means I've already been marked by them. He continued to muse as he walked with Leo. Well, not much I can do about it. Is there anyone else? Leo was a little taken aback by Aiden's nonchalance, unable to tell if he was brave or just dense. Nevertheless, he continued to explain, there are a few more. I'll tell you on the way. Aiden smiled. Great. Want to get a meal together? Why should I interfere? They don't even know they're being watched. The white-haired girl, perched up high, smiled cryptically. Rudiger Chelsea was walking down the hallway. He thought to himself and gave a wry smile, recalling his first day of teaching. The reaction was better than I expected. I wasn't hoping for much. The basic time frame of this world is about the 19th century on Earth, even considering the power of magic. It's still lacking in many ways, compared to the advanced scientific developments of the 21st century. He furrowed his brow, thinking about the little tricks he had applied to his magic. That's why I integrated science and magic when creating the source code. The truth is, I never thought the reaction would be this strong. The first time I saw what I created, the 3 words, not too bad, were the only comment I received. My master only said that much, so I didn't have high expectations. Rudiger Chelsea gazed outside, his thoughts still drifting. It allows for fast and precise use of magic, but its ultimate limit is the 3rd tier, and the creation process is incredibly complex. I can't keep relying on the source code. If I don't want to be discovered, I have to prepare more things. Rudiger Chelsea stopped in front of a room. He looked at the nameplate on the door and muttered, Is this my office? Rudiger Chelsea pushed the door open. Someone was already inside. A girl with white hair looked at him and said, Oh my. She smiled gently as she politely greeted him. Hello, Professor. What do you think? The interior is pretty great, isn't it? He paused when he saw her. She continued, Soren provides each professor with their own private space. You can do whatever you want in here. Rudiger Chelsea, confused, asked her directly, Is that so? But what brings you here? The girl joked back, Oh, did I come somewhere I wasn't supposed to? Rudiger Chelsea corrected himself. I was just curious. And to be honest, I feel a little intimidated. She laughed as she replied, Because Professor Rudiger is one of Soren's most valuable lecturers. My, you're so direct. As the principal, of course I have to pay special attention to you. She opened her eyes to look at him, and Rudiger Chelsea thought to himself in embarrassment and confusion. What's going on? Every time we make eye contact, my body feels tingly. The girl continued, But your reaction is a bit cold. I was expecting a more surprised expression. Rudiger Chelsea replied, Ma'am, I apologize for saying this, but I'm surprised enough as it is. Rudiger Chelsea's face could no longer maintain its usual indifference. Even seeing a ghost at midnight wouldn't be as surprising as this situation. I just opened the door. And why are you here? The girl explained that, in fact, the other newly hired professors were also surprised. Professor Rudiger was the last one. Rudiger frowned, cautiously pondering the principal's words. So you appeared in the other professors' offices as well. But why am I the last one? He observed the girl in front of him, guessing from her meaningful smile. Unless she's noticed something. Rudiger came to a few conclusions. Even if it's a secret society, for someone to become the principal, she must be able to grasp even the smallest changes within Soren. Could she be suspicious of me? He was startled, pausing after scaring himself with the uncertain thought. No, but this is truly unfair. I don't belong to the secret society, but I have the responsibilities of someone who does. The principal spoke again, asking about his teaching situation. I heard you're even accepting new students into your class. Rudiger Chelsea replied. Yes, I don't intend to segregate them by year. She agreed with this method. I'm not trying to criticize you. In fact, I agree with your approach. There are some very talented children in the first year. She continued, there's also a student who uses unconventional magic. Rudiger Chelsea's hands skimmed over a pile of papers as he replied to her. Is that so? I've only looked at the students' registration forms. The principal gently reminded Rudiger. Anyway, because the princess is also participating, please be careful to avoid any potential problems. You don't need to give her special attention, but it will be very difficult if any complex issues arise. Rudiger Chelsea froze, the words Her Highness, the princess, imprinted in his mind. The girl gave a faint smile, placing a huge burden on his shoulders. I have high expectations for you, Professor Rudiger. Then, as she stood up, she continued, in any case, I'm glad your first class went smoothly. The student evaluations weren't bad, so my worries have lessened. Rudiger tried to get her to stay. You should have a cup of tea before you leave. The principal gently accepted his kind offer. Oh my, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have a mountain of work to deal with. Please continue to look after things here. The door closed behind her. Will, who had been waiting, spoke up. So, how was it? The girl glanced at him upon hearing the question. Is Professor Rudiger trustworthy? She replied. To be honest, I'm not sure. They walked down the hallway together as she explained. We are observing our prime suspect, but I still can't draw a conclusion. Will replied with a gentle smile. Is that so? If the principal investigates personally, I'm sure there will be progress soon. The girl gave a faint smile, agreeing with his words. I suppose so, she said with a smirk. Even after facing my enchanting Vascania twice, I'm surprised he wasn't affected at all. She thought to herself as she recalled Rudiger Chelsea. If he were at the 4th tier, he definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid it. There was no reaction at all after looking at my Vascania twice. That means he resisted it with willpower alone. She smiled meaningfully as she commented on him. An interesting one, the train terror incident. Because of a group of people who have been hiding inside Soren lately, I can't afford to miss even the smallest detail. She speculated what would happen if that attack was just a smokescreen, and the man named Luger changed during the chaos. She smiled and turned her head to look at Wilford, asking him, What do you think about this? Mr. Wilford will maintain that warm smile as he offered his opinion. I can't say for sure, but I think he is definitely not an ordinary person. He chuckled as he continued. Although, that's just an old man's intuition. The principal also smiled and replied to him, You know your ability to judge others is very reliable. She spoke again. Of course, if we're to trust Professor Rudiger, we'll have to observe him for a while longer. Rudiger Chelsea let out a long, weary sigh after seeing the principal off. He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, a private meeting my ass. No matter how you look at it, she came here to interrogate me. Rudiger held his head in his hands as he read the documents. Well, anyway, I haven't done anything to get caught yet. I should just keep doing what I'm doing. He glanced over the information of the students in his class, impressed by their backgrounds. Now that I think about it, the Lumos family is an incredibly influential ducal house. Rudiger Chelsea froze, feeling as if he had just shot himself in the foot.
No way. Her family isn't going to pressure me because of what happened before, are they?
A long silence filled the room as Rudiger Chelsea tried to convince himself. Nah, there's no way. Why would that girl even care about that? I even gave her bonus points as a peace offering. He continued to read through the documents, his mind racing. By the way, just as the principal said, there are a lot of talented kids here. From freshmen backed by the magic tower to the princess of the empire, Rudiger paused when he saw something. Aiden's information caught his eye, and he thought to himself, this is the kid with the unusual magic. He tapped his thigh as he tried to recall something from the past. But why does this kid look so familiar? Rudiger continued to flip through the files in his hand while pondering. Well, I'll probably remember later. In any case, I can't let my guard down yet. From the way she looked at me, it's clear she doesn't fully trust me. Rudiger placed the documents on the table, still lost in thought. Or, would it be better if I sided with the secret society? A memory surfaced in his mind of the girl from before who had called him the First Order. He remembered her words. I'm glad you're safe, sir. The First Order speculated that there was no way she didn't know what Rudiger looked like when he boarded the train, which meant she had calmly accepted the change in Luger's appearance. Rudiger guessed that if Luger was really someone who excelled at disguise and infiltration, then He shook his head vigorously, dismissing those stray thoughts. No, of course I shouldn't. I know very well what my end would be. If I get caught, there's no guarantee they would save me, even after I've dedicated myself to the organization. He looked up into the distance as he thought, right now, my only option is to do my job as a professor well. However, a knock on the door echoed, cutting through his train of thought. Rudiger called out. Yes? When he went outside to open the door, a young man began to speak. Hello, Professor Rudiger Chelsea. I'm here to deliver this. He looked at it and asked, Patrol certification? The young man replied, Yes, because today is Professor Rudiger's shift, he thought to himself, holding the paper in his hand. Come to think of it, I believe it was mentioned in the contract. The messenger hurried away after handing him the letter. Anyway, I've delivered it to you, so I'll be on my way. Rudiger Chelsea looked at the paper in his hand again, murmuring, Patrol certification. Huh? Nothing bad will happen, right? An annoyed voice echoed through the practice room. What? Say that to me one more time. The blonde girl demanded, her hands on her hips and her face grim. The other person repeated her words. I said there's no reason for me to leave, because this place is free for everyone to use. If you're so uncomfortable, why don't you leave yourselves? She said defiantly. Dynama scoffed and shot back. Are you talking back to me? A lowly commoner like you. The gray-haired girl retorted, Soren doesn't classify students based on status or bloodline. Didn't you know that? Dynama brushed her hair back, looking down on her as she asked, You really believe that nonsense just to make yourself feel better? The crowd behind her chimed in, Commoners are so stupid, aren't they? Lady Dynama, they hurled insults at the girl. These wretches are just trying to climb the ladder. I've already said it, she thought, clenching her fists. No matter what I say. Her lips tightened as she thought to herself. These people have no intention of listening. You heard her. Commoners should get on their knees and beg for forgiveness. Helpless, she turned to leave. But her attitude didn't sit well with Dynama. The lackey spoke up. That commoner is leaving, Lady Dynama. She finally had to. Pointlessly stubborn. But Dynama was focused on the other girl's attitude. How dare a commoner ignore me? She fumed, tightening her grip on her wand. Someone like you. Dynama launched an attack. How dare you? A blue magic spell shot towards the girl. Her two lackeys cried out in fear. Lady Dynama. The gray-haired girl was stunned to see the spell flying toward her. Her eyes widened in terror as she saw it. A flash of light was followed by a scream. Dynama's spell dissipated. She yelled, her eyes darting around, searching for the person who had saved the girl. Who is it? Who dares to interfere? Rudiger Chelsea's voice rang out. What are you all doing? Dynama's expression twisted as he continued. I can't believe you would dare to fight in a training area meant for honing a wizard's skills. No, this can't even be considered a fight. I never expected something like this to happen right at the beginning of the semester. Soren must mean nothing to you. The gray-haired girl stammered. Professor Rudiger. He approached them using flight magic while speaking. I was thinking of letting it slide if it was just a simple argument. But no matter how I look at it, this is one-sided violence. Dynama retorted. Why are you doing this? This is clearly a matter of upholding the authority of the noble class. Authority? Rudiger asked again, annoyed as he reminded her. All students at Soren are equal. It doesn't matter how noble your bloodline is, so I cannot overlook this. His words made Dynama nervous. He ordered, follow me, now. She muttered something. The girl named Dynama shouted an insult. You lowly, ruined noble. She froze when she realized the words had left her mouth. Her lackeys grew worried. Lady Dynama. The gray-haired girl was scared. Rudiger stopped. He glared at her, asking coldly, What did you just say? An unsettling killing intent radiated from Rudiger Chelsea. He invited her to repeat herself. Dynama trembled, stammering incoherently. Rudiger Chelsea stood before her. He asked again, You just called me a downfallen noble. A student pointed to another professor who was arriving to handle the situation. Professor Selena, over here. She reached out, intending to stop Rudiger Chelsea from doing something wrong. Insolent brat. He reached out his hand, and Selena's voice rang out again. Professor Rudiger. Dynama shut her eyes and gritted her teeth, trembling as she awaited a terrible punishment from him. But Rudiger Chelsea simply placed a hand on her shoulder. He spoke, You're right. Dynama asked again in disbelief. What? He repeated. Just as you said, I am indeed a ruined noble. But this is Soren, and I am a professor at Soren, he explained to her. What you just said was a blatant challenge to a professor's authority. The hand still resting on Dynama's shoulder emitted a terrifying pressure as he asked, Am I wrong, Rudiger continued. But you're still a student, and adapting to a completely new environment must be difficult for you. So I will let this go as a warning for your slip of the tongue. Of course, you will still face proper punishment for what you did to your classmate. He turned his head to look at the gray-haired girl, asking with concern, Lin, are you hurt? She replied politely, no, sir. He continued. Then I'm relieved. He then said to Selena, I'll leave the rest to you, Professor Selena. Selena was a bit flustered as she replied, yes. The incident ended there, and Rudiger Chelsea left, under the disbelieving eyes of the other students and Professor Selena. The gray-haired girl thought to herself, Professor Rudiger knows my name. Does he remember that I'm in his class? She pondered. I'm just one commoner out of 80 students, someone who wasn't even worthy of a professor's attention back then. His words echoed at Soren, and the girl had come to admire him. Everyone is equal. She smiled, thinking to herself, my first impression of him was just that of a scary professor. I feel like I can trust and follow Professor Rudiger. She encouraged herself, determined, I'll do my best. As night fell, Rudiger Chelsea sat alone on a bench, exhausted. He held his forehead tiredly, then took a vial of pills from his pocket and swallowed a few. Rudiger thought as he fought through the pain, I would have been in big trouble if I hadn't brought my medicine. He wondered with annoyance, why the hell did my condition act up right then? I almost showed them a truly unsightly side of myself. He recalled the incident with Dynama. I first felt the symptoms when I was a first-year student at the training center. Even so, I was able to endure it until I stumbled upon the argument. But halfway through, the symptoms got worse. I was about to leave quickly, but why the hell did that kid have to shout that phrase at that exact moment? I couldn't just ignore it and pretend I hadn't heard. He commented on his own performance back then. I think. The things I said were worthy of applause, but my expression was extremely unpleasant. Rudiger Chelsea affirmed, it didn't look strange, did it? He held the empty vial in his hand, calculating. The one I just took was the last one. I'll probably be fine for about 5 days, Rudiger thought. Situations requiring mana might arise within those 5 days. If I go to the infirmary, I'll have to leave a record. Rudiger Chelsea immediately dismissed this option. Too dangerous. Model. He came to the conclusion that he needed to contact him, and quickly. As dawn broke, a voice spoke up. Rudiger Chelsea immediately asked, What did you just say? Selena recounted. That's right, a werewolf. She was relaying another person's experience to Rudiger, Chelsea, and Merlinda. The students who had visited Leather just yesterday had seen a dark figure roaming the rooftops amidst the night fog. Rudiger Chelsea replied, I see. An urban legend. Selena asked, right? But there are also witnesses inside Soren. Rudiger Chelsea asked again, at Soren. Selena explained, yes. Of course, they might have seen something else, but we can't deny the possibility that it's real. A strange phenomenon has already occurred within Soren Academy. There are even the 7 ghost stories of Soren. Did you know? He was astonished. Something like that exists? Selena smiled and continued. You must have. You've never heard of them? Rudiger Chelsea remarked. Professor Selena, you seem to know a lot about ghost stories. His words made her falter. Selena blushed and tried her best to explain, no, it's not that I always do thorough research whenever I hear about a ghost story in Soren. It's just that when I want to have a casual conversation with the students, I often think of topics that are easy to discuss. That's why I looked into those ghost stories a little. It's not because I have some deep interest in them, and it's certainly not because I like them or am drawn to them. Cliff thought to himself. But that was a compliment. He said aloud, I understand. Please, calm down. Selena continued, no, it's really not like that. Merlinda changed the subject. By the way, Professor Liu, I heard you demonstrated something incredibly fascinating during your first class. She continued. A world-shaking magic that can shorten casting time. What was it called again? Selena immediately chimed in, source code. They fell silent when Selena accidentally spoke too loudly. Merlinda replied, that's it, isn't it? Is it real? He confirmed that it was. Merlinda continued, so it actually exists. I can't believe that kind of spell exists, Selena marveled. The people in the library were staring at them. Rudiger, Chelsea noticed, and Merlinda explained the situation. It's because everyone's interested in Professor Liu's magic. The rumor has already spread. Confused, he asked, my magic? Rudiger Chelsea then ate a forkful of food while pondering. Merlinda asked again, but is it all right to just demonstrate such groundbreaking magic here? Selena added a few words. That's right. If it's that incredible, you could even get it patented by the Magic Tower. He explained, I don't really care about things like that. He thought to himself, no, it's better to ignore the patent. Without any backing, I'd just be a sitting duck, waiting to get robbed or beaten. And of course, I have no idea what would happen if the Magic Tower approached me first. The problem is that the other professors are staring at me with fire in their eyes. That's Chris Benyer. A look that could kill. Rudiger Chelsea thought while chewing. A werewolf, huh? Night fell at Soren and Rudiger Chelsea was outside, waiting for someone. He's late, he mused. Is he wandering around somewhere? From behind, a shadowy figure, a werewolf, slowly approached him. The creature lunged at Rudiger Chelsea, claws bared. Rudiger Chelsea countered in an instant, giving the werewolf no chance to strike. He swung his leg, brutally kicking the werewolf into a wall. Then, he spoke to the figure sprawled on the ground. I was wondering why you were so late. Turns out you were waiting to pull this little scare tactic. The werewolf cursed back. Damn it. Couldn't you just stand still and act surprised for once? Anyway, long time no see, brother, the werewolf said as he got up. He smirked and replied, yeah, long time no see. Rudiger Chelsea asked the werewolf, you're still causing this kind of trouble, just like in the past. What is it this time? Han gritted his teeth, explaining with a pained look on his face. Damn it, you think I like being like this? How was I supposed to know that the dog a strange woman was holding would chase after me? Rudiger Chelsea covered his mouth, snickering to himself. You were just born a comedian. Han flew into a rage, yelling at him, don't you dare laugh just because it's not you. At this point, I feel like I'm cursed. Han is a human with a very peculiar trait. Whenever he's bitten by an animal, he absorbs its genes. And then, whether he wants to or not, he transforms into that animal. Turned into a calico cat? Nope. A Pomeranian. Han continued to ask him, anyway, did you bring the medicine? Rudiger Chelsea produced a syringe filled with a green liquid. Right here. Han took it and quickly injected himself while speaking. Phew, thanks. I can't walk around like this. He slowly returned to normal, the fur receding as he exclaimed, without you, I would have been stuck like this for days again. Rudiger Chelsea replied, just like the first time we met. He recalled the old story. I was on a mission to eliminate a cryptid, but a giant chihuahua showed up and surprised me. Han added, thank God you figured it out, or I would have been a goner. By the way, he reminded him, it's Lou now. Rudiger Chelsea, he said, before realizing something. Right, Lou. Come to think of it, that was the name on the letter. He scratched his neck and looked at Rudiger suspiciously. A professor at Soren. When did you cook up that identity? Also, why are we meeting here instead of the imperial capital like we planned? What happened? Han's laughter echoed through the deserted alley. He looked at Rudiger, laughing uncontrollably as he replied, you're unbelievable. If that were me, I'd have been caught instantly. How the hell did I end up in that situation? Rudiger replied, if I wanted to live, I didn't have a choice. Han added, besides, that Lou guy belonged to some unknown secret society. Rudiger agreed and explained, yes, it's called the First Order. Now, stop laughing. Rudiger listened as Han tapped his fingers, muttering, the First Order, the First Order. He asked him, do you know anything about it? Han replied thoughtfully, it definitely rings a bell. Just recently, some strange new faces showed up in the underworld, calling themselves the something or other order. Rudiger stopped him and said quietly, that has to be them. So what's the group's name? Han answered succinctly, the Black Dawn. That's the one. He then continued to question Rudiger. You might have survived by sheer luck, but won't one mistake be enough to get you caught? Rudiger agreed. Yes. That's why I need to prepare. By the way, did you bring the suitcase I asked for? Han handed it to him, replying, ah, here. Rudiger asked again, you didn't open it, did you? Han scoffed. I'd have to be crazy to open your bag. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Rudiger continued. Now that I think of it, Saradin is waiting for me, too. I'm so sorry. Han replied, well, no one could have predicted this would happen. You don't need to apologize. Han remarked on the importance of the suitcase as Rudiger took a vial of medicine from it and drank it. In any case, we both depend on the medicine, Hinchcliffe said, looking up at him. More importantly, the only reason we could meet right away is because you arrived 2 days ago. Then why did you say in your letter that I had to wait? Han asked, confused. Huh? What are you talking about? HC explained, equally confused. What do you mean? 2 days ago, rumors about a werewolf started spreading. Han pressed, still looking puzzled. What? I just arrived in Lathor Bell today. Why would I have been wandering around for 2 days? They both froze as the realization hit them. There was another werewolf on the loose. Ah, that brother of yours, Han exclaimed nervously. Hinchcliffe answered curtly. Yeah, it's real. A werewolf. The shadow of a werewolf flickered under the moonlight. They muttered a curse. Damn it, it's actually real, Han said. I don't think it spotted us. We need to get out of here, fast. No, Hinchcliffe countered, analyzing the situation for his friend. If we move, it'll notice us. My guess is it's searching for the nearest prey. His eyes scanned the area, stopping on something. A name tag hanging from the werewolf's neck piqued Rudiger Chelsea's curiosity. "Hey," he told the man beside him. "Han, I have to go check it out." Startled, Han asked in disbelief, "Check it out? You want to capture that werewolf? There's something glowing on its neck," Rudiger Chelsea explained. Someone must have left it there on purpose, but Han, still confused, asked, "Who would do something like that?" Rudiger Chelsea replied while checking the bullets in his handgun. "That's what we're here to find out," he said. Seeing Rudiger Chelsea tuck the gun into his hip, Han remarked, "It's been a while since I've seen you use that." "The last time was when you were still an active hunter," Han continued. "Didn't you have a nickname back then? What was it again?" "Van Helsing," Rudiger Chelsea finished. "Abraham Van Helsing." The werewolf noticed the strange movement. Cliff walked confidently down the street. The werewolf bared its fangs and growled. In a flash, it leaped and landed right in front of Rudiger Chelsea. It stared at him with hungry eyes, its mouth drooling incessantly. "Just as I thought," Rudiger Chelsea observed silently. "It's wearing a collar. There are a lot of things I'm curious about, but I'll figure them out one by one after I've got this monster under control." The werewolf, on the other side, roared. It lunged at Rudiger Chelsea, but he simply took a light step back to dodge. Magic activated under his feet again and again as Rudiger Chelsea dodged. While the creature continued its relentless assault, he backed into a wall, with no more room to retreat. Before him stood the hungry werewolf. Rudiger Chelsea maintained his usual cool demeanor, or more precisely, he was smirking. The magic circles he had left behind while moving began to glow, creating sonic waves that slammed into the werewolf, knocking it to the ground. It let out a terrifying growl. Han, hiding in a corner, thought to himself in confusion. "Huh? Why did it suddenly react like that? Did it eat something bad?" Rudiger Chelsea explained to Han why the werewolf had suddenly collapsed. "I set up a kind of high-frequency resonance in the area. A normal person can't hear it, but its head must be splitting right now." He held up a syringe as he continued. "There's no need to waste an expensive silver bullet. Now, let's see where this thing was made." However, a sudden noise made Rudiger Chelsea pause. Unfamiliar voices shouted urgently. The sound came from over here. "Everyone, hurry up," Rudiger Chelsea thought in annoyance. "Damn cops. Of all the times, why now?" The werewolf took advantage of Rudiger Chelsea's momentary lapse in concentration and vanished in a flash. It leaped up high. Rudiger Chelsea watched it go, muttering, "No." He fired a shot at it. The bullet transformed into a grappling hook. The line went taut, and Rudiger Chelsea began to close the distance to the werewolf. He was determined not to let it escape. The police officers spurred each other on. "There's someone on the roof over there. Apprehend anyone suspicious in the area." Rudiger Chelsea pursued the werewolf, the gap between them not too wide. The werewolf fled with all its might, landing on the ground. It turned its head to see that he had also landed and was watching it. He slowly stood up as he spoke. "I was only planning on defeating you." He stood up straight and looked at it. His hand was already on his weapon as he continued, "But you gave me no other choice." The werewolf charged, and Rudiger Chelsea immediately hurled throwing knives at it. It didn't stop, continuing to rush toward him. The knives flew as fast as the wind. Only then did it sense the danger and retreat. "Good instincts," Rudiger Chelsea commented as he caught the returning knives. "I was planning to finish you with that last attack." Rudiger Chelsea used magic, and a blue light gathered at the tip of his wand before shooting toward the werewolf. With a slight movement of his hand, the attack curved, hitting it in the back of the head. Luckily, it was only a graze, but Rudiger Chelsea used its moment of distraction to charge forward and attack. The creature hastily backed away, and he threw another weapon at it. This time, it couldn't dodge and cried out in pain. Cliff used this opportunity to leap high into the air and close in on it. He struck down once, then drew a blade from within his magic wand. He spun once, aimed his target, and slashed. The werewolf's eyes reflected Rudiger Chelsea's swing, and it was finished off in a single blow. Elsewhere, Han was walking and muttering fearfully. "That was close. I almost got caught." He thought about what Rudiger Chelsea had said before leaving. He said he was going to catch the werewolf, but how long is he going to take? Han froze as a wolf's head fell to the ground in front of him. "Ha!" he screamed in terror. Then, Cliff appeared and joked. "Startled you?" Pale-faced, Han swore back. "Damn it. Give me a warning before you pop up like that. I almost dropped my suitcase." He looked at the head on the ground, confused. "Wait, is that the werewolf from before? Don't tell me you're just going to leave it like this." Cliff explained. "I found out the information I needed from it, so I don't need it anymore." Han asked again. "Huh. Then why did you bring it with you?" Rudiger Chelsea replied, his reason completely childish, delivered with a deadpan expression. "I wanted to startle you." Han sighed and gave a weary smile. "Are you still holding a grudge about me tricking you? It's only fair, since I actually managed to pull one over on you." Rudiger Chelsea continued. Turns out it really is a mythical creature. An artificial one, the product of some experiment. I think we should stick to the original plan. Hearing Cliff say this, Han asked in alarm, "Don't tell me you mean that plan." Cliff cut him off. "We should settle down here. This place is better than the capital in many ways. Besides, we don't have a choice but to stay here for a while," Han asked doubtfully. "Here in Soren, with an unidentified secret organization, and don't forget the lunatics who released these creatures. Since this is a big city, there are bound to be gangs, too. That's why it's perfect," Rudiger Chelsea explained. "All those incidents will keep everyone's attention occupied. It'll be safer for us. Go and gather important information first." "Me?" Han asked. "By myself? I'm currently under suspicion, so I can't do anything that might look suspicious," Cliff explained. "Just gather the information and report back to me. I'll be taking a step back after this." Model. He nodded in agreement with Rudiger Chelsea's instructions. "Understood. This is my specialty. After all, I can't expect everything to go smoothly. Even though I can't act immediately, I have to gather allies soon as a precaution. Well, it's over now. But it's hard to believe someone could create a werewolf in this day and age. It has laboratory marks on it. I don't think some trivial force is behind this experiment." He looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "It doesn't matter now. I've already taken care of the werewolves. And now, I don't want to get into any more trouble." The unidentified killer in Levang is still at large. Last Sunday, 5 more murders occurred in Levke, and as a result, the death toll has exceeded 10. The perpetrator's identity remains a mystery, but a witness said it was a terrifying beast with black fur. The police say the culprit is just a crazed killer, and they announced that they will find and capture the perpetrators soon. He muttered as he read the newspaper article. The public is still very worried. Rudiger Chelsea recalled, "Sunday? How could that have happened? I dealt with the werewolves on Saturday. Could there be more than one werewolf?" The item beside him suddenly lit up, catching his attention. Very quickly, he arrived at the meeting room where the other professors were already waiting. Selena called out to him, "Professor Rudiger is here." The other professors also began whispering when they saw him. "Is that Rudiger Chelsea? I heard he invented some amazing spells, right? Isn't he from a fallen noble family? Acting like he owns the place." These words didn't bother him in the slightest. When Selena saw him sit down, she asked, "Have you heard the news? They said 2 first-year students were attacked last night." She recounted worriedly. "Luckily, their lives aren't in danger, but they were both seriously injured. The wounds look like animal scratches. The student who was conscious said the thing that attacked them was a terrifying monster. I think the rumors from this week are true. They also said there were victims in Levang, too." He pondered these words. A woman announced, "The headmistress has arrived. Please be quiet." Selena quietly whispered to him, introducing the person who had just made the announcement. "That's Professor Mary J. She's in charge of pharmacology. She's been at Soren for over 20 years. Rudiger, Chelsea replied. "Ah." The headmistress slowly entered. She spoke with a solemn expression. "I've called everyone to this emergency meeting because I have something to announce. A mysterious attacker has appeared in Soren. 2 of our students were seriously injured last night. The perpetrator's identity is still unknown, but according to the witness, it was a werewolf, a mythical creature." A professor stood up, protesting. "That's impossible. Did I hear you correctly? Did you just say a mythical creature?" The headmistress looked at him seriously and asked back, "Do you have something to say?" "Professor Alex." The man named Alex stated his case. "This is Soren, a land protected by the Exilion Empire. A werewolf cannot appear in Soren. How can I believe a ghost story being passed around among students?" The headmistress sighed and explained again. "Professor Alex, didn't I just say there were 2 victims?" Alex frowned in annoyance and replied, "I heard you perfectly clearly. That's why I believe it wasn't a werewolf. Weren't both victims from noble families?" The headmistress's eyes hardened when she heard the damned professor's accusation. "I think the culprit is a student from Soren, and I believe that student is a commoner." The headmistress asked, annoyed. "What?" Alex explained again, directly accusing the commoner students. "I'm asking if it's possible this was caused by a commoner student. Why were only noble students attacked? A werewolf attacking Soren?" The professors of noble descent sneered, silently looking down on him. "It's more believable to say it's someone disguised as a werewolf." He crossed his arms and listened silently. He thought to himself as he observed his surroundings, "And here I thought the Black Dawn Society would be at a disadvantage. I must have miscalculated. I can't believe they're forming factions when we don't even have enough strength united. Is this the reality of Soren, the most prestigious academy on the continent?" A bug suddenly appeared on his shoulder. It fell with a plop, startling Rudiger Chelsea. He reached out to touch it, thinking to himself, "This bug." He observed it, then pulled his hand back. Silence. The bug was crushed in his hand, leaving behind a piece of paper. He silently read its contents. 3 test subjects have escaped. Eliminate them immediately if capture is not possible. If the subjects are caught, your identity may be exposed. Rudiger Chelsea's gaze focused on the paper in his hand. He crumpled it and thought, lamenting his miserable fate. Oh, God, why are you tormenting me like this? Selena, who was beside him, asked with concern. Huh, Professor Rudiger Chelsea, are you in pain? He waved his hand in response. Ah, no, it's nothing. He thought to himself. I don't know if the situation is related to the Black Dawn Society. Judging by their actions, they probably didn't know about this incident beforehand either. I'd be happy if they suffered losses, but my identity could be exposed. Rudiger Chelsea weighed the pros and cons and began to look for a solution. If that's the case, I can't just sit back and do nothing. I have to eliminate them before Soren does. I'll be doomed if I get caught, the headmistress replied to Alex. Think whatever you want, Professor Alex, but please, just do your job. He asked back, so, you're going to organize patrols, is that right? The headmistress agreed with him. That's right. Please remind the students not to wander around late at night. You can even give them demerits. This is an order from me, the headmistress. He accepted the order resentfully. Yes, I understand. The woman looked around and said, good. Then today's meeting is adjourned. Well done, everyone. The whispers continued behind her back, even after she had left. As Rudiger Chelsea stepped outside, he stopped and ordered the person hiding. Stop hiding. Come out. A girl hesitantly stepped out, standing opposite Rudiger Chelsea. She looked a little sad, mixed with fear, her eyes looking down at the ground worriedly. Rudiger Chelsea looked at her and thought, this girl is clearly the one who approached me at the beginning. Who knew she would come here as a student? He asked directly. What is it? He turned his head before she could finish and suggested, let's move first. Follow me. She complied quickly. Ah, yes. He continued. Do you like coffee? The girl was confused and asked back. Huh. At a certain cafe, the two of them sat in silence. The one who broke the awkward atmosphere first was Rudiger Chelsea when he asked her, what's your name? My name is Sedina Rogan, he analyzed. Since she has a last name, she probably didn't enter the school as a commoner. All right, what's your real name? She replied, her legs fidgeting restlessly. That is my real name. Rudiger Chelsea was surprised, thinking to himself, it's not a fake identity. He continued. All right, you must have followed me because you have something to say. Go on. Sedina turned her head and looked around, a bit wary of the somewhat lively atmosphere. Around here. Rudiger Chelsea said, I've already cast a soundproofing spell. We'll be fine unless someone steps into this area. She exclaimed, you truly are the First Order. Rudiger Chelsea reminded her. First of all, change how you address me. From now on, don't call me the First Order anymore. Sedina asked. Huh? How could I be so disrespectful? He retorted. Are you planning on calling me that in front of others? This is an order. She nodded sadly in response. Understood. He got back to the main topic. What's the current situation? Sedina explained. Yes. The recent werewolf incident at our affiliated organization involves a top-secret experiment conducted by the Black Mages at the Samsis School. The Samsis School is a group of scientists who were exiled from society for their unethical experiments, and I don't know what experiment they were conducting, but a few of the test subjects escaped, and one of them happened to reach Soren through the sewer pipes. So there were victims. Rudiger Chelsea stared at her in silence, his expression filled with disbelief. Flustered, Sedina quickly spoke up. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. He reassured her, telling her to continue. No, it's fine. Go on. Sedina continued her report. Yes, it's their sole responsibility, so we could blame them for this accident, but the first. No, I came here because I heard it's related to Professor Rudiger Chelsea. She explained that you borrowed this name on the orders of another First Order. Victor Dreffel H. Cliff replied, I only borrowed the name. I didn't know things would turn out like this. He thought to himself, Victor Dreden. I should remember that name. Sedina replied, since it already happened, it's best to eliminate them as soon as possible. Since there are 3 of them, we will. He cut her off. No, there are only 2, Sedina asked, confused. Huh? She continued, don't tell me. When did you? He explained, 2 days ago, I caught one of them near 11. She looked back at him with undeniable admiration. You really are something, Professor. He looked at her, silently calculating. She contacted me without being detected and even blended in like a student. How is someone this talented still just a Third Order? Don't tell me she's being overlooked. Maybe it's because she's a noble. An antisocial organization like this wouldn't welcome a noble. She'll be used for all she's worth and then discarded. I just saw a crack in Soren. I didn't expect to see a crack in the Black Dawn Society, too. Maybe this accident is an opportunity for me to get more out of Sedina. He thought to himself, then spoke aloud. You said they're hiding in the water pipes. Then I'll expand my search there first. He then asked, Soren doesn't know about this, right? Sedina nodded. Yes, that's correct. But we don't know for how much longer. Cliff replied curtly. I get it. He raised his hand as he responded. I understand your situation, said Enren. Let's meet again if we have the chance. She replied to him. Yes. Okay. Professor Rudiger Chelsea added. Oh, and this time your explanation was much better than when we first met. Very easy to understand. I'll ask you to do it again next time. Sedina was surprised by this comment. Cliff quickly left, leaving her alone. Sedina bit her lip and mumbled. Thank you. Thank you, sir. She lowered her head, deep in thought. Someone's watching from outside, she thought. Was that magic just now? Flora watched Rudiger Chelsea, wondering with annoyance what kind of conversation requires him to use magic. What the hell were those two talking about? The lecture hall was still bustling, even though it wasn't Rudiger Chelsea's class, but Flora wasn't paying any attention to the lecture. She was preoccupied with what she had seen that day, the magic she had noticed through the window. Just from its color, I can tell it was a soundproofing spell. A normal person wouldn't be able to perceive the color or scent of magical power. But what were they talking about? The lecturer at the front announced that the class was over for the day. Heed the strange rumors and don't wander around too late. If you're caught, you will receive demerit points. The students began to discuss the werewolf. Yo, you guys hear about the werewolf? Of course. It's intriguing, right? What if we try to catch it? The students' discussion grew more animated. Didn't you hear the announcement at the start of class? If we're caught wandering around, we'll be punished. Well, then we just have to not get caught. The city's also offering a reward for catching it. See? For real? Leo said to Aiden. Aiden, what do you think? Aiden asked back, confused. What? The werewolf rumor. Well, getting caught means disciplinary action, so we'd better stay away. Leo sighed, completely unsurprised by Aiden's answer. Ah, yeah. I knew you'd say that. Aiden asked. What about you, Leo? He replied, I'm not a fan of acting rashly, either. There have already been victims. We should just leave it to the professors. A red-haired girl came up to their desk and slammed her hand on it. Aiden greeted her, Hey. Good morning. The girl shot back with an annoyed look. What's so good about it? Leo snapped as soon as he saw her. He said, You already lost that time. Shouldn't you just stop? Tassie retorted with equal annoyance. It was a draw, okay? Besides, can you stay out of my business with Aiden? She pointed at Aiden and declared, Anyway, let's fight again. No holding back your power. Aiden asked worriedly. Huh. I don't think I can. Tassie got angry, yelling back. Why not? Explain yourself. Because I still have morning classes, and at night we're not allowed to move around because of the werewolf. She scoffed at his words. What? You're trying to run away with that excuse? You're scared. Both Leo and Tassie looked at Aiden. He just smiled eagerly and replied, Yeah, let's just go with that. Tassie continued, annoyed. If we can't fight, we can settle this another way. Aiden asked back, Huh? What other way? She immediately proposed, the werewolf. Whoever catches it first wins. How about it? Aiden wanted to refuse. That's a bit. But Leo was faster, agreeing on the spot. Yeah, okay. Aiden couldn't stop him in time. Leo, why would you? Tassie was satisfied, pointing at them with a final warning. Good. Don't you dare get scared and run away. Leo replied with an annoyed tone. Same to you. Don't come crying when you lose. She left, and only then did Aiden speak up. She's gone. Leo, why did you agree to something so ridiculous? He shrugged and explained, I was just going along with her. Besides, the professors will handle that werewolf anyway. Aiden replied, I think she was serious. Leo crossed his arms and asked, Hey, unless she's an idiot, why would she do something that's stupid, all by herself? Aiden argued, honestly, if it's her, she just might. Leo was certain, no way. They both stood up and looked out the window, searching for Tassie. They talked, confused. When did she get all the way over there? Yeah, that's the way to the dorms, right? Thank God. I guess she has some sense, after all. But when they saw her change direction, they froze solid. Both Aiden and Leo were horrified, thinking, oh no. The sky was getting dark. Rudiger Chelsea was walking down the street. He thought to himself about the day's events. So many people came looking for me today. First, it was that Alex guy. I accepted his offer on the condition that he would help restore my family's honor. He wants me to look after the noble students. No, he corrected himself. I just said that we should be a little more flexible. That condition isn't so bad. Who would have thought he'd become a fallen noble? He must be very worried. In reality, He wants to show me that having ties to the Ministry of Justice is a huge advantage. H. Cliff remains at Soren. Alex asked in confusion. Why? He explained, the Soren Academy has no royalty or nobility whatsoever. I have no intention of going against his words. If you don't mind, I have to go on patrol. The man hurriedly called after him. Wait, hold on. The professor slipped away. He thought to himself, if I side with them, my identity will be exposed. Why would I do that? I have no desire to be blacklisted by the Ministry of Justice for no reason. He glanced over and immediately caught some students sneaking out at night. Rudiger Chelsea questioned them. Weren't you all instructed to return to your dorms immediately after class ended? They stammered, Professor, it's not like that. H. Cliff gave them no chance to explain, deducting points on the spot. All of you get 5 penalty points. He thought to himself as he watched them leave. This is the 20th group already. That's a lot. I heard there was a reward, but I never expected so many students to try. Threatening them with penalty points has no effect at all. The situation might even get worse if this continues. I have to deal with that thing before something happens. Near the Soren sewage treatment plant, Rudiger Chelsea slowly entered the underground sewer. Sedina said the werewolf moves through the sewer system. This is the only place big enough to hold a werewolf. He looked around, noting to himself, it seems no one has come here yet. H. Cliff used magic to light the way. He stopped short when he saw something. In front of him were werewolf tracks, 2 of them, one large and one small, heading in the same direction. I hope the tracks don't disappear halfway. Rudiger Chelsea followed the tracks to a place where they split. He thought to himself, this is where they separated. The larger tracks lead toward the academy. It must be going there to hunt. H. Cliff considered the situation. This one is the most dangerous right now. It wouldn't be strange if someone were attacked at this very moment. The moment he finished that thought, he heard a piercing scream. He immediately dashed off. A scream, he thought. I won't make it in time if I follow the tracks. I should run straight toward the sound of the scream. A werewolf was attacking 2 other female students. Rudiger Chelsea cursed under his breath. Damn it, I'm not going to make it. He drew his wand while casting a spell and launched an attack at the werewolf. It was stunned, blinded before it could even react. Rudiger Chelsea kicked it, sending it flying, and successfully protected the 2 female students in front of him. Their faces pale with fear. They looked at him and spoke up. Professor, Lair. He said, Rene, Elenden von Exilion. They replied, yes, Professor. He declared, both of you get 5 penalty points. They cried out in disbelief. Huh? They exclaimed, wait, shouldn't you ask if we're okay first? Rudiger Chelsea shot back. And what could you have possibly done, screaming like that? She explained, I was trying to get the students back. Rudiger Chelsea told her, I'd say you're lucky to still be alive. Instead of talking so much, you should worry about yourself. The other student was immediately speechless. She then suggested, at least save this child from getting points deducted. He asked, and why's that? The gray-haired girl explained, I accidentally fell asleep while studying. H. Cliff addressed Rennie. I applaud your spirit, but you should have understood the situation better. She replied immediately, yes, I'm sorry. The blonde girl was confused by the difference in Rudiger Chelsea's attitude towards the other girl compared to herself. What's with this completely different attitude? Rudiger Chelsea continued, Elenden von Exilion, take Rennie back to the dorm. I will overlook both of your mistakes, she asked in disbelief. Really? H. Cliff replied impatiently, are you refusing? Then I'll just deduct the points. The other girl quickly pulled her friend away. Hey, Rennie, let's go. Yes. However, the werewolf had already stood up. They warned him, Professor, over there. Rudiger Chelsea answered curtly, I know. It paused without moving, then decided to flee, making the 2 girls cry out, it's getting away. Rudiger Chelsea gave chase while ordering them. You 2 should evacuate to a safe location immediately. He was hot on the werewolf's heels. It reached a tower and began to climb. H. Cliff watched, then quickly used a gun to shoot a rope, launching himself up to its level. The gray-haired girl watched and murmured as she saw Rudiger Chelsea chasing the werewolf. Over there. That's levitation magic, right? The blonde girl added, yeah, I guess so. Rudiger Chelsea was now on the roof, near the werewolf. He charged forward, and it charged back. The 2 clashed in close combat. They fought, leaping across rooftops before landing on the ground at the same time. The werewolf attacked relentlessly. Rudiger Chelsea dodged while counterattacking with magic. He leaped high into the air as it swiped at him, then struck down with his wand. The 2 girls watched in awe. Is that what a mage's battle looks like? Rudiger Chelsea was still dodging attacks. He stared intently as the creature's arms swung toward him. He used magic to knock it away, sending it falling. Fortunately, it managed to grab onto the edge of the roof to stop itself from falling all the way down. Rudiger Chelsea continued to channel magic into his wand, striking down on its head and pinning it down below. He watched as it went still, then sighed. So tiring, he thought. It's obvious that using too much magic power is not a good thing. He slowly made his way down to it while thinking, well, it's not like I could avoid using magic to fight in front of the students. I have to finish this guy off quickly and deal with the others. He was surprised to see the werewolf was still struggling. It can still move? It picked up a brick. Heathcliff was astonished as it threw it at him. However, Rudiger Chelsea defended himself with a blue shield. He thought in disbelief, impossible. A werewolf that knows how to use tools. It moved towards him and attacked. Rudiger Chelsea flew into the sky, thinking in amazement as he watched it. A werewolf using tools. Since it was created based on a wolf, it shouldn't possess any intelligence beyond the ability to gauge its opponent's strength. These things. Are they really werewolves? Elsewhere, voices called out. Tade and Leo were desperately searching for their friend, Tai. Where are you? Leo said. Aiden, shouldn't we just give up? We can't find her anywhere. Tacy probably went back on her own, he guessed. Aiden replied worriedly, yeah, but where did she disappear to? We can't find her. If something happened, it's our fault. Leo asked him again, do you really think Tassie is still out there looking for the werewolf? Aiden explained, I don't know about anyone else, but Tai would do that. Leo held his head, having no other choice but to agree with his friend. All right, let's look for her for another 30 minutes. If we still can't find her by then. They stopped short when they heard a scream. Both of them immediately ran towards the sound. Aiden cried out in fear. Did you hear that? That was Tassie's voice. Leo replied, yeah, this way. They ran off together. Aiden stopped as the screams continued. He clutched his head as Leo ran over. Hey. Tassie's sitting on the ground. Aiden cried out, I'm asking you again, Aiden, she said. Why are you here? He explained. I just heard a scream. Tassie blushed and denied it. A scream? That never happened. Leo cut them off. Wait, that sound is. He cut himself short and shushed them. Follow me. They moved together, hiding behind a large bush and peeking out to watch. On the other side was a wolf. They wondered, is that thing a werewolf? A werewolf cub, Tassie replied excitedly. So, I won the bet, didn't I? Leo retorted irritably. You only found it. The bet was to catch it. She continued, fine, then I'll just catch it right now. Aiden spoke up, trying to stop her. Tassie. Wait. Annoyed, she shot back. What? You don't want to lose either. Aiden explained. It's not that. I think it's injured and can't move. That's why it's hiding under the leaves in such a hard-to-find spot. She was startled when he then asked, do you think it could have hidden itself like that? She froze and asked Aiden, Are you saying there's another werewolf around here? Aiden answered, sounding half certain. I don't know, but if someone helped it. He trailed off, his eyes widening. On the other side, a collar was sparkling. What is that? There's something on its neck, they thought. Just as a giant werewolf approached them from behind, the werewolf snarled, saliva dripping. Leo turned his head and shouted as he pulled his friend's arm, Aiden. The werewolf attacked Leo, sending him flying. Aiden and Tassie screamed, Leo. The beast paused, placing a hand on Aiden's head. Tassie stammered, It's a real werewolf. She tried to calm herself. Though her body was still trembling, she thought, calm down. I have to handle this. I need to do this to restore my family's honor. The creature glanced over at her, then immediately swiped in her direction, giving Tassie no chance to attack. Aiden grabbed Tassie. Nearby, Leo had found cover. He was injured, but still alive. He called out, Aiden. Aiden asked the girl beside him, Tassie, are you okay? Confused, she asked back, why did you help me? Aiden explained as if it were obvious. What do you mean, why? How could I just stand by while my friends are in danger? The werewolf stood before them. Aiden held out an arm to shield her as he spoke. Don't worry. I think it's only furious because it thinks its cub is in danger. I'm right, aren't I? I'm not wrong, am I? Tassie asked, bewildered. What are you doing? How can a werewolf possibly understand you? He continued, trying to persuade the creature. It's okay. We won't do anything to your child. It turned and walked away, heading toward its cub. Aiden explained, I think it was just enraged because of its cub. Tassie was astonished. Did it actually understand what you were saying? Leo had the same thought. But how do we know it won't just go berserk again? Aiden looked at them and continued, Leo, Tassie, I know this is hard to believe, but please, trust me this one time. He slowly approached the werewolf, reassuring it. It's okay, we're not going to hurt you. He took out a potion and presented it. The little one. It's very weak, isn't it? Even if the effects are minimal, it should help your child get a little stronger. The werewolf reached out its hand, about to touch the potion, when suddenly its body was pierced through and it cried out in agony. Golden rays of light shot through its body, forming chains that bound it. Cliff spoke up. Aiden, Leo, Tassi, what are you three doing here? Leo and Tassi were shocked and worried to see him. Professor Rudiger. Leo stammered in reply. Yes, sir. Explain later. Step back, now. In unison, they replied, yes, sir. But Aiden stood protectively in front of the werewolf and spoke with conviction. Please, wait a moment, he pleaded. I think that werewolf understands human speech, so please reconsider killing it. Rudiger, Chelsea shot back. What nonsense are you spouting? Aiden tried to explain. It's not nonsense. Maybe that werewolf. The professor shot him a cold glare that made Aiden freeze. He pushed the boy aside. Aiden thought in shock. What was that? The look on the professor's face. He then used fire magic to attack the two werewolves. Aiden was left speechless, his gaze fixed on the professor and the blazing fire before him. Rudiger, Chelsea said, I will deal with your punishment for this transgression tomorrow. Return to the academy. The next morning, the three of them were sitting in a room. Leo was the first to speak. We're screwed. We are so screwed. Of all people. Why did it have to be Professor Rudiger who caught us? Tassi, on the other hand, was lost in her own thoughts. It was just a small transgression. I didn't actively do anything, but I still shouldn't have done it. She glanced over at Aiden, who was completely silent. The headmistress was the one who addressed them. Children, you've been waiting for a while, haven't you? The three of them went pale, shocked by her presence. The headmistress. She continued to smile. There. Sit down and make yourselves comfortable, you three. They looked at her, thinking, the headmistress is here in person. This means we're not just getting a normal punishment. She then said aloud, do you children know why I've summoned you here? It seems he's not planning on just giving out demerits, one of them thought. Rudiger explained frankly. That's right. You need to understand just how reckless your actions were last night. If things had turned out slightly differently, one of you could have been killed. Ellis added. Now, there's no need for those end-of-the-world expressions. And Professor Rudiger, you shouldn't frighten the students like that. He retorted, Headmistress, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. The headmistress pressed on. But it all ended well, didn't it? Besides, you've already explained the situation in detail. She then turned to the students. Aiden, I heard that you saved Tassi. He quickly replied, No, ma'am. She didn't press the issue, instead moving directly to their punishment. I'm sure you all realize your actions were dangerous and misguided, so I've decided to give each of you 10 demerit points. However, I cannot fault you for your actions during a crisis. Therefore, I've decided to award each of you 20 merit points. All three of them exclaimed in unison. Really? The headmistress turned back to him. Professor Rudiger, do you have any objections? He nodded in response. If that is your decision, she continued. Well then, continue to work hard in the future. The three students replied in unison. Ah, yes. Thank you, ma'am. Aiden watched Rudiger Chelsea, silent and lost in thought. The headmistress asked him, Are you satisfied now? Professor Rudiger Chelsea, I never thought you'd be the one to ask me to go easy on those kids. Rudiger Chelsea replied, Thank you, headmistress. I only did it this way because if they knew the suggestion came from me, it wouldn't fit my image. He replied again. Ellis smiled at him and continued. Well, I understand, but was there truly nothing unusual about those werewolves? Rudiger Chelsea replied, No. No matter how hard I try to remember, there was nothing strange. She looked at him and said, Well then, I suppose there's nothing more to be done. In any case, I am very grateful to you once again. Thanks to you, there were no casualties. I will be looking forward to your future accomplishments. He recalled her words, and the image of the two werewolves resurfaced in his mind, the way they died at his hands. Rudiger Chelsea closed his eyes warily, thinking. It was clearly a human body that hadn't completely transformed into a werewolf. He thought to himself, those people. They're not making werewolves from wolves. He realized their true intentions. They're kidnapping people and turning them into werewolves. I don't regret my choice. I'm the one who will be in danger for not eliminating them. Besides, they hurt other people. That fact doesn't change. That's why they became like this. Like this. Rudiger Chelsea stopped thinking. He took a communication device from his pocket and spoke. It's me, Han. I have a proposal. Leo and Tassi exclaimed. Who would have thought we'd get bonus points instead of penalty points? Am I dreaming? Tassi asked Leo. Is your hand okay? He answered her. It's fine. They said I just need to be careful for a few days. Tassi watched his pensive expression and finally asked, What are you worried about? He replied, Nothing. It's not worry. But, do you remember the werewolf cub from yesterday? It had a strange rope around its neck. Tassi exclaimed in shock. Huh? Really? Leo continued, gently reminding her. Keep your voice down. Aiden continued his analysis. That's also why I stopped Professor Lusser, just in case someone was creating them artificially. Leo mumbled upon hearing Aiden's words. Artificially? Now that you mention it, I heard a strange rumor. They say some suspicious people are hiding in Soren. Tassi exclaimed again. Huh. Isn't that just some boring rumor? He replied to her. I'm not so sure. A werewolf with a rope around its neck is just too strange. Aiden continued. Yeah, and another thing. Tassi cut in. You mean about Professor Lusher? He agreed and then recounted. Yeah. I don't want to suspect him, but his expression last night was a little strange. At that moment, Professor Lusher suddenly saw something. Tassi asked again, So you think Professor Lusher is trying to hide something? Aiden honestly shared his opinion. I'm not sure, but I think the professor must know something. He thought to himself, maybe it's just my imagination, since a Soren professor would have no reason to do something like that. But what if it's true? What if Professor Lusher is really involved in that rumor? Are you stupid? You're thinking too much. Tassi stood up, placed her hands on her hips, and said sharply, Don't you remember what the headmaster said? She said Professor Lusher explained the situation in detail. If he were like you guys say, why would he do that? He pretends not to show it, but Professor Lusher definitely looked out for us. And now you're suspecting him? Her words made Leo and Aiden pause to think. They finally had to agree with her. Yeah, I think you're right, Tassi. Right. So we don't need to worry about it for now. More importantly, I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Aiden changed the subject as he got up from the bench, and Leo agreed with him. Yeah, it's about time for lunch. They invited the girl beside them. Let's go, Tassi, she asked in surprise. Huh? Me too. Aiden kept looking at her as she stuttered. Hey, eating together is what friends do. We're friends, right? His question made the girl blush. Tassi relented. Fine, I'll go with you. Aiden was pleased. Yeah, good. Have you looked over the documents I sent? I have. Rudiger Chelsea replied to Han as he continued to read the files in his hand. The people currently missing in Levin and the areas where people gather. A group of big shots has been going in and out of an abandoned factory nearby. I'm sure that's the place, Han explained, and Rudiger Chelsea agreed. Yeah, good work, he continued. I also looked into the information you mentioned. I heard a few workers have gone missing outside the city recently. Rudiger then asked, was there a family of 3 among them? Yes, that was the only case where an entire family disappeared. Rudiger replied, I see. I'll head there soon. It's getting dark. The workers were discussing among themselves, bored to death. How much longer do we have to stand here? I'm not sure. About 2 days? One of them continued irritably. How did those bastards manage to escape? But what'll happen to them now that they're out? That kid doesn't have enough of the drug. They brought him out to increase the dosage, but he screamed, cried, and made a huge scene. The problem is, nobody realized its parents would go berserk when they saw that. Its parents, they've already turned into werewolves. How could they still care about their kid? The other man recounted, yeah, that's why they tore the place apart and escaped. It seems they got someone reliable to handle this. Anyway, that means that little brat is the reason we're having such a hard time, right? That's right. What else? If I had been there, I would've. A strange noise from a distance made the 2 men freeze. They looked at each other and reached for the guns at their sides. But before either of them could move, 2 bullets were already lodged in their heads. They collapsed instantly. Rudiger entered. Han spoke up. You're here? He marveled at his friend's appearance. Look at the way you're dressed. You seem well prepared. He probed. Are you going in alone? Rudiger Chelsea asked back. If I asked, would you come? Han was honest. I think I could take down 1 or 2 of them. Rudiger Chelsea flatly refused. Don't bother. I can do this alone. How many are there? Han reported. About 40 people. They're preparing to leave, so if you were just 3 days late, this all would have been for nothing. Rudiger Chelsea continued to ask. What are their combat capabilities? Han warned. It's best to act as if every single one of them has a gun. There are 3 people in power armor and 2 mages. You can get in through the sewer pipe. Please be careful. Right. Rudiger Chelsea spoke again before leaving. Han, my family asked about them. Yeah. How old is the child? Rudiger's words surprised Han. He thought to himself, remembering what Han had said. You said it's a child? 7 years old? Just a kid. 7 years old? Huh? I understand. As Rudiger Chelsea moved inside, blood-curdling screams quickly echoed out. Who are you? Help me. Rudiger took them down one by one. A bee followed him. It was someone's magic. Elsewhere, the workers were busy at their tasks. One guy sighed and said, Looks like we have a rat hiding somewhere. The person next to him added, Is he from security? Stop what you're doing and send some men over there. The bee landed on this man's hand, relaying information to him. It seems he's not from security. But if that's the case, even better. It means no one will care if he dies, right? The men at the facility yelled, "Fire!" They fired their guns nonstop. Someone wondered, what was that? Rudiger used magic to block the bullets. The other men cried out in shock, "The bullets are blocked. Damn it." Another one shouted, "He's a mage. Guns won't work. Get your knives out." Rudiger continued to advance slowly, this time drawing his own gun. The thug arrogantly yelled, "You idiot. If bullets are being blocked like this, your weapon won't." But before he could finish his sentence, the man behind him took a bullet to the head. Rudiger Chelsea was the one who fired. They all turned to look at the man who had just been shot, muttering, "No way. That's a magic bullet. Get out of the way. It's my turn." A man in full body armor charged forward to attack. Even if you're a mage, getting hit by this thing will be the end of you. He fired wildly at Rudiger Chelsea while laughing. How does that taste? He watched in horror as Rudiger did something incredible. He caught the bullets like they were nothing. He panicked, thinking to himself in disbelief, metal attribute magic combined with alchemy. Damn it. High voltage electricity is useless against metal type magic. The attack was reflected back at him. A hole was punched right through the gun in his hand, twisting it out of shape. He cried out in agony as his own weapon electrocuted him to death. Watching him fall, Rudiger Chelsea thought to himself, with that last one, that makes 20 guys I've dealt with, right? He glanced up and fired a single shot upwards. He thought, there's the bee I just hit, fluttering down. I knew someone was watching me. He's spying on me through an insect, using insects for surveillance. So the infamous insect brothers are behind this. It's clear they're waiting for me inside. He planned his strategy before heading in. Should I take care of these insects first? Yeah. He stomped his foot on the ground, casting a wide area sonic wave spell. The swarms of bees flying around were immediately affected, all of them dropping to the ground at once. Stone dead. Over on the other side, the insect controller froze when his connection to the bees was severed. He mumbled, "All signals from the insects have been lost." Right before it happened, I felt a tremor. A sound magic attack. Originating from wind magic, the guy thought with annoyance, analyzing Rudiger Chelsea. He uses metal attribute with what else? Not bad. Small insects aren't good against wind attributes. I'll have to send out the bigger ones. Then he gave an order to the bald guy next to him. Barham, get ready. That man stood up immediately and replied curtly, "Got it." The remaining members in the facility gathered together, ready to welcome Rudiger Chelsea on the man's command. Based on his path, he's definitely coming this way. Let's give him a warm welcome when he arrives. But then, to everyone's surprise, the lights suddenly went out. They panicked. What's going on? The power's out. Start the backup generator. The insect controller spoke up. Hey man, I think this is that bastard's doing. He glanced over when he didn't get a response. When did his brother disappear? On the ground. Was his head. The guy scrambled to his feet, yelling, "Shit. Bro." He thought frantically as he looked around. Damn it, he's already in here? The lights were only out for a second. I have to strike first before. As he thought this, he maneuvered a centipede out of his sleeve. But the creature was sliced apart before he could use it. He whipped his head around. When did Rudiger Chelsea get behind him? Rudiger slashed again, forcing him to back away. The guy gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, a mage who fights in close combat. What kind of sorcerer is this? He's dangerous. I need to create some distance. But Rudiger Chelsea had already switched to magic. The man's eyes widened as he yelled, "Is that a fire spell?" He cast it in such a short amount of time. The man screamed in agony as the attack hit him dead on, leaving him burning in a corner. The others stammered in fear, watching their leader get thrashed like a dog. The enemy. When did he get so close? The man wasn't dead, but he was burned beyond recognition, muttering curses. Damn it, who the hell are you? Rudiger Chelsea aimed his gun and finished him off quickly. The other men stammered in disbelief. An insect brother. Defeated that easily? Rudiger turned his head to look at them, and all of them flinched. Rudiger's eyes darted towards a strange sound as something shot past him. He looked on, thinking with surprise. An insect leg? The one who attacked was the man who had been taken down earlier. He slowly got back up, cursing. Damn it, that hurts. A mouth appeared in the palm of his hand and started rambling. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect to be attacked like that. You even killed Brino before I could show up. Rudiger Chelsea spoke up. An insect form? Your head was cut off, but you're still fine? Huh. The other guy clicked his tongue and explained, Teesk, my body has evolved far beyond the limits of a mere human. He then exploded. Rudiger Chelsea stared in shock at the monstrosity before him. The creature slammed its insect-like legs into the ground and declared, I'm not sad about my brother's death, but I'll still tear you into 100 pieces as payment. The other men screamed in terror when they saw Bahram transform into that unbearable, grotesque thing. Run! He rampaged right through them, slaughtering them indiscriminately. Rudiger Chelsea asked him, "You don't care about your own subordinates at all?" The creature replied, "If you're so worried about them, then just stand still." Rudiger drew his gun and fired, but its shell was too thick. His bullets had no effect. Rudiger Chelsea immediately switched to using magic circles. He attacked the monster, but was shocked when he saw it move. He dodged it with a body that large, he thought. He was then pinned by the creature. Rudiger Chelsea immediately followed up with an even more powerful magic attack, but the creature was still unscathed, forcing him to rethink his strategy. Unbelievable. He's fine even after a direct hit from my magic. The monster stomped a foot down and said, "If you want to roast me, you'll need at least 4th tier magic for that." It grinned and reached for Rudiger Chelsea, intending to grab him. But its smile vanished when it found the spot where he'd just landed was empty. He had disappeared. This Barom creature thought in disbelief. What the hell? High above. It immediately looked up to see a steel beam, sliced in two, falling right towards it. Rudiger Chelsea landed, maintaining a safe distance from the impact. The creature sneered, "Oh my, you're pretty fast, like a winged bug." Rudiger calculated internally, "Neither my gun nor 3rd tier magic works, and he won't give me an opening to cast a 4th tier spell." He spoke again, "I really didn't want to have to use this." Barom looked over, confused. Rudiger continued casting his spell, "But I have no other choice." Meanwhile, Han was sneezing repeatedly. He complained, "It's so cold. I should have dressed warmer before coming here." He waited outside, shivering, but he wouldn't abandon his friend. The fight should be ending soon. It's taking a while. Is it that hard to fight 2 dark mages at once? Still, he's not the type to die in a place like this. Han looked over as a dazzling light burst from the building, like a disco ball. Huh? Then it exploded. Han yelled, did he finally use it? His true magic, or whatever it's called. Han sighed as embers drifted through the air. What's so true about it? Magic is just magic. What the hell is true magic anyway? Rudiger walked out and Han spoke up. "Ah, you're done? What's it like in there?" Rudiger replied curtly. "I've taken care of everything, including the test subjects. So they really couldn't be turned back into humans?" Han asked. Rudiger explained, "Yeah, the best thing was to give them a painless end." Han continued, "So this is it? Huh. The drug used to turn people into werewolves." He remarked that the world had become a truly terrifying place. "I can't believe a large-scale human experiment like this was happening, but they couldn't have done it without someone funding them from the shadows." Rudiger Chelsea spoke up. "Don't worry, I've already figured out who's bankrolling them." Han stared at him, stunned, and asked, "You're saying you found them? Impossible." Han backed away, not wanting to get dragged into any more trouble. He started to leave, adding, "No, never mind. It's not like I can stop you anyway. I'm heading back to the hideout." Rudiger Chelsea stood still, his back to the fire. Meanwhile, someone else was absolutely furious. "You bring this up and call it food? All you people think about is skimming money off the top. Not a single one of you can do your job right." The man roared, viciously berating his servants. He scowled, glaring at them with utter contempt. "You're all worthless garbage. A bunch of incompetent scum. No matter who it is, none of you can do your jobs properly." Muttering curses as he walked, he thought to himself, "I've poured so much money into this, and they can't even manage the test subjects properly. I don't know who did it, but it's a good thing those subjects were disposed of." He grew more and more irritated the more he thought about it. The results of the experiment will soon be in my hands, and its ultimate goal will be ready for me to use. Soon, the elixir that can restore my body's youth will be complete. Besides getting younger, I'll also become stronger and more perfect. Once I use that elixir, the youth I wasted climbing to this position. His thoughts were cut short. "Belford, Rickon." The man spun around, demanding, "Who are you?" Rudiger lunged at him, pinning him down. Rickon cried out in shock as Rudiger grabbed him by the throat. "What the hell?" "Guards." Rudiger Chelsea warned him. "It doesn't matter how loud you scream, they won't come. I've soundproofed this entire room." The man asked again in disbelief. "What?" Belford Rickon. Rudiger Chelsea continued. "I'm going to ask you a question. There was a 7-year-old boy who was supposed to survive, but in a cruel twist of fate, he and his parents were turned into monsters." The child smiled at the person who was about to kill him. He smiled as if he was grateful for it. The feeling of someone who had no choice but to burn them to death. "What do you think that person felt?" The man burst out laughing at his story and replied, "So you're the one who dealt with those test subjects." Belford continued, "There must be some misunderstanding. Let me go, and we can talk this out." Rudiger demanded, "Answer my question." The man wouldn't stop rambling. "Are you worried because you destroyed those subjects? Don't be. They're just a bunch of brats. What does it matter if you kill a few of them? We are giving them a chance to add value to their useless lives. This opportunity has contributed to the advancement of humanity. Isn't that a noble sacrifice? Cliff spoke. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. As he spoke, he plunged his syringe into the man's neck. That answer is more than enough. The man screamed. Rudiger Chelsea continued. The answer was so complete that I can't even get angry anymore. Belford screamed, You bastard! What did you do to me? Cliff answered him. I read the reports in your laboratory. They were quite interesting, you know. A drug that can turn a person into a werewolf with just a tiny amount. And suddenly, I wondered, what would happen if I used an entire vial? The man's eyes rolled back in his head, and a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as he transformed into a monster that was far from the definition of a werewolf. Rudiger thought to himself, I can understand his emotions, a fear that seeps from the very depths of his soul. Then, using magic, he finished the bastard off. You should also understand the pain of those you harmed. The servants of the house rushed over when they heard the noise, chattering amongst themselves. What was that noise? It came from Sir Belford's room. They burst through the door, yelling, Sir Belford. Before them stood a monster, the thing that had once been their master. They screamed, A monster! Where did this monster come from? Then they began the process of eliminating it. Take it down first. If you can't use magic, find Sir Belford. The monster roared. They cursed after trying various ways to kill it. Damn it, it's still alive. Don't stop. We have to use all of our mana. Increase the output. Elsewhere, Han exclaimed in shock. What is all this? Take as much as you need and use it for your work, then hide it well, Rudiger Chelsea said concisely. Han wondered. It took a lot of effort to find this hideout. Why don't you look around? Next time. I'll do it next time, Cliff replied. I'll be back eventually, anyway. Rudiger Chelsea continued. By then, I'll be using a different identity, one more suited for this underworld. Han agreed with him. All right then, you get some rest. Rudiger Chelsea left and took a walk, stopping at the docks. He clenched his fists, staring into the distance as he recalled the past. The next day, news shook the entire region. I can't believe it. Really? The great tycoon, Rickon. He was eaten by a monster. By the time security arrived, there was no sign of Rickon, only the monster. Maybe the rumors that Rickon was meddling with forbidden magic were true after all. What about the monster? I heard the magical security team took care of it. They said it took over an hour to finally kill it. They watched as a person with long white hair appeared. With the security team are the Night Knights. Their leader is the Guardian, Knight Captain Tarina Leon Howe. Everyone present immediately focused their attention on this person. I didn't think the National Security Bureau would get involved in this. Is it really that serious? This news is pretty important. We should report that the Night Squad is cooperating with the National Security Bureau to investigate the case. The woman ordered, Open the gate. The gatekeeper replied hesitantly. I was ordered not to let anyone in. She repeated her words, annoyed. Open the gate. The man, terrified, quickly complied. Yes, ma'am. Tarina entered. Inside, a man greeted her and her team, then began his report. Captain Tarina, it's an honor to meet you. I am Inspector Teberin. She replied, All right, you've done well. From now on, the Security Bureau will be taking over this investigation. You should hand over all documents and evidence collected and withdraw. He asked again, cautiously, You mean, the Security Bureau? I understand. Without wasting another moment, he ordered his men to pull out. Let's go. Everyone, pull out. Only Tarina and her people remained. A few of them spoke up, relaxing now that they were alone. Man, the atmosphere was so tense. Whoa, and you have no dignity. Inya replied to him, Yeah, well, Sir Loida, we don't need to keep up appearances where no one can see us. Even when no one is around, things must be done properly. You should conduct yourself properly as a member of the Night Knights. Tarina cut him off. That's enough, Loy. Just as long as the press doesn't see you acting like fools, it's fine. Don't forget why we're here, Dongfan replied to her. Yes. Tarina looked at the thing in front of her and spoke. So this is the monster? How disgusting. Bell was rumored to have dabbled not only in forbidden arts, but in heterodox magic as well. So when we heard he was killed by a monster, we knew this was no ordinary case. The monster appeared. Rickon was killed. That's what the witnesses said. Loy continued. Inya also chimed in with some information. The monster's condition makes sense. A quick glance is enough to see it was burned to the bone. There's no way for us to identify the corpse. Take a look around the room, Tarina ordered. They searched the area. Tarina stopped in front of a painting. She wondered aloud, puzzled. A small mark on the wall that wasn't burned, then she started to twist it, successfully opening a secret chamber. Loy exclaimed, Whoa, a hidden room? Tarina checked the surroundings. Yeah, but there's nothing here. She bent down and observed, given the size and location, this would be the perfect place to hide a safe. A safe? Enya asked. Loy explained Belfricken was known as a tycoon involved in a lot of shady business, so it's no surprise he had many secrets. Tarina agreed with them. Right. He would usually hide documents in a place only he knew about. There definitely would have been a safe here until last night. She thought to herself as she looked closer. I can still see the marks of a safe here. It was just moved recently. The mysterious death of a magnate, the appearance of a monster, and a missing safe? This can't be just a coincidence. We can only conclude that someone interfered in Beeford's death. However, what was their motive for covering their tracks so carefully? The only person I know with skills like this is Lupin. Ma'am? Loy asked, hearing her gasp after her train of thought. What is it? Tarina replied, No, it's nothing. She then asked, Loy, have there been any other strange cases in Levant recently? Loy reported immediately. Yes, an abandoned factory was recently burned down. In fact, it happened not long before Beeford's death last night. Tarina seized the clue from his words and gave an order to her team. Then there might be something there. Let's go. Meanwhile, Rudiger Chelsea was suffering the consequences of that battle. He thought to himself, clutching his head in pain. Tisk. The after effects are no joke. That spell demands so much mana that even breathing causes it to leak out. It's a good thing I prepared medicine beforehand, or I would have been in big trouble. He mumbled after a moment, letting the medicine take effect. That's better. He thought to himself, I burned those werewolves to ash and destroyed all the evidence. At least for now, I don't have to worry about werewolves anymore. Ah, no. There's still one person left. Aiden. He tried to stop me until the very end while I was dealing with the werewolves. Aiden was also the one closest to me at the time, even though I destroyed the evidence immediately. Even if it was just for a moment, Rudiger Chelsea thought with annoyance. Damn it. I didn't expect things to get this bad. Who's to guarantee he won't go around spouting nonsense? Rudiger Chelsea considered his options. If that's the case, then the best way is to. He clenched his fist, considering an extreme option. Should I kill him? He frowned, tormented by the chaotic thoughts. That scene flashed back in his mind, and her words came to him. Don't worry. I won't kill you, Professor. He clenched his fist tightly. He shook off the gruesome thought. No, harming a student is too risky. Besides, Aiden is a special case who is personally monitored by the headmaster. If anything were to happen to him, I'd be on the headmaster's radar. Rudiger Chelsea slumped into his chair. For now, I just need to rest. His mind started to wander. Come to think of it, he wrote that he learned a special kind of magic from a wandering mage as a child. Could this be a coincidence? Meanwhile, Tarina's team had arrived at the abandoned factory. I knew it would turn out like this, she exclaimed. Her team members spoke up one after another. It's all been destroyed. It'll be difficult to investigate in this condition. As she moved, Tarina wondered, why would an abandoned factory suddenly catch fire? And at the same time as Beeford's death, no less. Loy offered a theory. Maybe this factory was still in operation, just under the guise of being abandoned. Tarina agreed with him. I think so too. Otherwise, it couldn't have just spontaneously combusted. Anya guessed. What if some dark mages and heterodox sorcerers were discovered while scouting this place, so they burned it down to destroy the evidence? Tarina replied to her. That sounds plausible, but we don't know who discovered them. I never had any plans to investigate this place. Could they have gone to such lengths to hide evidence from someone? Or is this just a coincidence? Or are there other factors at play? Loy, besides this incident, have there been any other noteworthy cases recently? Tarina asked. Loy quickly provided her with the information. None. But the werewolf that caused a commotion a few days ago has now appeared at the Soren Academy. Soren? Tarina asked again. Loy replied. Yes, according to the report, it entered through the sewers. She thought pensively. Security, there has always been lax, so that's not surprising. But are the students safe? What happened to the werewolf? Loy continued his report. 3 students were injured, after which the werewolf was dealt with. A professor there took care of it. Tarina asked, as expected of a Soren professor. Did they hand over the werewolf's body? But the answer she received wasn't what she'd hoped for. There's no body left. It was incinerated. Tarina was stunned and repeated. Incinerated. She looked around pensively, not answering. Another team member asked her, Is there something you want to confirm? Do we need to go to Soren? Tarina replied, No, we have to focus on gathering evidence first. The team acknowledged her order. Tarina pieced everything together, trying to find a connection. A factory and a werewolf, both incinerated. It's a bit of a stretch to say these 2 incidents are related just because of that, but I won't rule out the possibility. Every threat to the kingdom must be rooted out completely. That's precisely why the Nightcrawler unit exists. The professor who took down the werewolf, he has a military background and even participated in the campaign to exterminate heterodox sorcerers. I knew from the start he was no ordinary man. The students were discussing the werewolf incident. They whispered amongst themselves, and their words reached Lin, who didn't know where to sit. There's an empty spot in the middle, but it looks like they won't move aside, she thought sadly. After that incident, everyone's been avoiding me. Ah, there's a spot on the end. The blonde girl who was with her the other day waved and greeted her. Hey, how have you been? Lin smiled back. Hello, is that seat next to the princess? The others immediately began to gossip about it. Attacks were mercilessly directed at the girl. Good heavens, does she dare to sit next to the princess? And she's acting all chummy with her, too. Since when were they so close? They remained silent, not answering. The two of them recalled the memory of that day. Lin had asked her friend, will it be okay to skip the professor's class? The princess reassured her, don't worry, he's the head professor, Soren. She continued the conversation. Why are you still out here so late? Lin explained. Well, the thing is. The princess exclaimed in shock. What? Nobody woke you up? That's outrageous. I'm going to teach that librarian a lesson. Lin quickly stopped her. It's fine. It was my fault for carelessly oversleeping. By the way, princess, why are you here at this hour? The other girl explained immediately. I'm outside guiding the other students back to the dorms. Lin asked, confused. The princess is doing it herself? You can just call me a senior. At Soren, isn't everyone equal? I can't believe even a princess has to do patrols and chat so casually with a commoner like me. But sitting next to the princess is making me so anxious. One wrong move and I'm toast, she thought in fear. Rudiger Chelsea entered from the classroom door. He walked to the podium and began the class. Class is starting. Today, I will be lecturing on manifestation characteristics, the basic principles, and the laws of elemental attributes, he continued. The elemental attribute is one of the 4 manifestation characteristics. It is the most common and important characteristic, the absolute foundation that most of you have already learned. Therefore, today I will teach you a new method. Flora thought with interest. A new method. What is he planning this time? Rudiger Chelsea continued. A method to increase your elemental power from 20% to 80%. The students began to chatter amongst themselves. Is there really a method like that? Surely the professor isn't fooling us. He pointed to a student. Antony, which elements can you use? The boy quickly replied. Yes, sir. Water, ice, and wood. Rudiger continued his instruction. Then summon the element you're most confident in. Anthony quickly complied. Yes, sir. The element gradually appeared in his hand. Rudiger Chelsea commented. It's passable. Anthony replied politely. Thank you, sir. Rudiger Chelsea spoke again. What I mean is, there's nothing special about it. His words were a blow to the student's pride. Now, watch closely. Rudiger Chelsea's element gradually condensed into the shape of a snowflake. Everyone in the room was astonished. Tazzy asked Leo and Aiden. What? Is that really the same magic power? Leo agreed. It's on a whole other level. Rudiger explained. It seems you're all intrigued. Now, I'll explain the theory first. Flora listened intently. Let's see how good his theory is. Chero, sitting beside her, exclaimed, Well now, Flora's really fired up today. Rudiger Chelsea lectured his students. Because elemental attributes have a long history in the field of manifestation, they were once called the foundation of all forms of pure magic. Now, they are also a part of manifestation. They were the first 4 great elements. Compared to the more than 10 elements we have today, 4 is a very small and simple number. Now, does anyone know why elemental magic developed so much? I'll give 5 points to whoever gets it right. Let's use the fire element as an example. The students eagerly raised their hands. It's because fire was used to drive away the darkness. Rudiger Chelsea replied, wrong. Next, another tried their luck. It was used to burn and clear forests. He refuted it again. That's too broad. Next, a student answered in a very literary way. It was used to erase humanity's instinctive fear of the dark. Rudiger Chelsea replied, I think you'd be good at poetry. Next, he called on the next person, Flora Lumos. She stated it concisely, to burn and kill people. Rudiger Chelsea replied to her, correct. The other students were stunned by his words. Burned by fire, drowned in water, cut by wind, and shocked to death by lightning. War and slaughter were the very reasons for the development of magic. However, in the bitter, biting cold, fire becomes a symbol of life instead of destruction. Water operates water wheels, wind turns windmills, and lightning is used to illuminate the darkness. Rudiger Chelsea explained, the purpose of the elements can always change based on human actions. Fighting for a better world, that is the mindset you must have before learning about elemental attributes. He walked up to the podium as he continued. Now, we will begin the lesson. Everyone, create an elemental orb. He observed and corrected each student one by one. Joseph, focus on the flow of your magic. For a second-year student, the magic power you're creating is surprisingly inexperienced. Joseph stammered in reply, Why, yes, sir. Rudiger continued to the second person. Irina Karaman, you call that a wood attribute? It feels like a rotten leaf that fell to the ground in late autumn. Think of a young sapling that has just broken through the earth. She replied, yes, sir. They thought to themselves about his attitude. Leo, in particular, couldn't stop looking at Rudiger Chelsea. He's so strict. Huh. The person next to him wasn't doing anything. This confused Leo. Aiden, he began to say. What are you due? But before he could finish his sentence, Rudiger Chelsea was already at their desk. He stood looking at Aiden, thinking to himself, this kid, why is he like this? He guessed, is he trying to defy me because of the incident with the werewolves? He observed the boy's expression and dismissed his own theory. I don't think that's it. He came to another conclusion. Then perhaps, he then spoke up and asked him, do you not have any experience manifesting elements? Aiden answered honestly, yes, sir. It's very embarrassing. Rudiger understood the problem. So that's it. He had a headache, grimacing and clutching his head as he thought, a special case of a failing student who doesn't even know the basics. Even though he was admitted as a special case, I have no responsibility to look after someone who can't even do the basic things. It wouldn't be a problem to just let him fall behind the rest of the class. But he spoke to the boy. I assume you at least know which elemental attributes you can use. You know that much, right? Aiden was startled and replied, ah, yes. Fire, water, and wind. Rudiger suggested, then try the fire element. The boy looked at him, confused. Huh. Rudiger clarified, it means I will teach you. I can't just abandon a student from the very beginning. He began to instruct the boy, which caught the attention of most of the other students. Focus your magic power. You can at least perform the basics, right? Aiden replied. Ah, yes. Rudiger continued. Now, think about converting that magic into an element, as I said. Fire. The boy obeyed. I'll try. Rudiger looked at him and reminded him. Don't just think. Try to feel the properties of the flame with all of your senses. Aiden closed his eyes and imagined. Rudiger guided him more thoroughly. Think of the most brilliant fire in your memory. Its shape, its sound, its smell, the feeling, everything. A spark of fire ignited, and memories came flooding back with it. 8 years ago, in a snowstorm, the bitter smell of half-burnt wood and the scent of charcoal, the smell of stew simmering on the stove, the sound of my 2 sisters bickering and my mother's anger, my father's smile when he had just returned home. There was too little food, and the biting cold wind pierced through my old clothes. It was a harsh winter, but the fire in the hearth soothed everything. That warmth feels as real as if it were yesterday. Exactly. Rudiger Chelsea replied. Aiden opened his eyes to a faint light in front of him. He had succeeded. He had created a fire of his own. I did it. Aiden thought in amazement. And this feeling? It's the memory, I recalled. H. Cliff looked at the flame and remarked with a smile. Not bad, he continued. This fire isn't hot, but warm. It doesn't bring destruction. Instead, it has a gentle feeling. I can guess what you were thinking about. The students above thought in astonishment. Professor Rudiger is actually praising someone. The fire in your hand is the fire element you imagined. Instead of a conventional element, it's your own flame, your own magic. Aiden asked doubtfully. This is my own magic? Don't forget that feeling, Rudiger Chelsea advised as he walked away. He went to the middle of the class and spoke again. I'm sure you all understand this by now, but this is the method I'm teaching. Use your own senses, based on your own experiences. Basic knowledge is the foundation for using elemental attributes, but thinking that fire is hot and ice is cold, even a 3-year-old knows that. A true mage must imbue it with something special. Manifest your element by thinking of a special moment in your life. Feel the element with all 5 of your senses. The students followed his instructions and immediately exclaimed at the positive results they achieved. Whoa, it really works. Yeah, it's totally different from before. Flora remained calm amidst the surrounding noise. She sighed, thinking to herself, I already know all of this. I thought he would show me something new, but I guess this is all there is to it. She looked at Aiden, wondering. But why is he trying to teach that rookie in such careful detail, and even praising him, just for manifesting a single element? Flora trembled, clenching her fists on the desk. To be shown up in front of everyone on the very first day. I was just planning on keeping a low profile, but she made a bold decision. Let's see if you can not praise my element, Professor. Chero, who was beside her, exclaimed in shock, compound magic. You can already use that, Flora thought to herself while controlling the magic. If I use a wind magic technique here and create a vortex, she froze. Something had gone wrong. Chero cried out, and the others had already jumped back. Flora, Chero asked worriedly. Isn't that too dangerous? Flora, stop. Flora frowned, trying to control the thing in her hands. At this rate, it's going to explode. I have to stop it. I need at least one barrier so no one around me gets hurt. The other students scrambled to move. Hurry, run. Hide. Someone called out Flora's name. Focus, Rudiger Chelsea instructed. He placed a hand on the orb, helping her reshape it. Rudiger Chelsea spoke, Flora Lumos, don't give up. Control your magical power. I will help you. The orb was enveloped in a stream of blue light. It was gradually brought under control. It's stabilizing, Flora thought in amazement. Stay focused, Cliff reminded her. It's not over yet, he continued. If you stop here, your magic will vanish without achieving anything. Are you okay with that? He looked at her, and she looked back, determination clear in her eyes. That's right. I've come this far. I'm going to finish it. There have always been two kinds of gazes directed at me, admiration and envy. I've never paid attention to those looks, let alone let them affect me. In truth, the hardest thing for me to endure was people looking down on me and treating me like a child. My father's icy stare. Flora Lumos, 10 demerits. She recalled Rudiger Chelsea's words. Along with the feeling of failure I felt for the first time that day, because of the humiliation I received, I'm also reminded of childhood memories I want to forget. I turned away, so I couldn't see his face, but I'm sure he was looking at me with the same contempt my father did. The Lumos family never forgets a grudge. One day, I will defeat you, Professor. I swear it. Flora watched in amazement as her power was brought under control, the abnormality returning to a normal state. If I push just a little more, she cried out. I did it. Flora smiled with satisfaction as she observed the power in her hand. I succeeded. Rudiger Chelsea suddenly leaned close to her face and said, causing Flora's expression to turn to shock, that was a very naive thing to do. Flora Lumos. Flora Lumos. Flora Lumos. Rudiger Chelsea continued, his expression cold, and his presence radiating immense pressure. I don't care if you try a new spell and fail. Everyone fails. But it's a different story if you endanger the other students. I'm sorry, she replied meekly, her eyes downcast. Along with your inexperience in mixing two elements, Rudiger Chelsea continued. His words made her freeze. What? He went on to explain. You also mix in fire and ice. It's very difficult to make two opposing elements harmonize. That's true. Flora argued stubbornly. But I succeeded, didn't I? Flora frowned, defending herself. I admit I intentionally tried to mix in a third element, but when I mixed fire and ice, the result was perfect. Cliff looked at her without a word, then performed the same action she had mixing fire and ice right in front of her. His power was completely overwhelming and far more miraculous than hers. You should know the difference, shouldn't you? Rudiger Chelsea explained to Flora. Your mixed element is only beautiful on the surface because the fire is frozen. But that's it. Rudiger asked her in a sharp tone. What does this magic ultimately achieve? Is it just for decoration? Flora closed her eyes, completely defeated. Chero and the other students couldn't take their eyes off her. Flora, Chero murmured. Rudiger Chelsea sent his magic flying towards the ceiling. It lit up the entire area, making the room sparkle. Leo and Tai reached out to touch what he had created. Is this snow? Flora looked up to observe, then remarked to herself. The magic is optimized to restrain the fire, allowing him to combine the expansive properties of fire and the cold of ice into a single spell. She bit her lip. He turned the same elements I used into something far more useful. I've been clearly defeated. Cliff spoke again. Flora, I'm not reprimanding you for the flaws in your skills. She looked up at him and asked, confused, what? You have a very special skill set, Rudiger Chelsea continued, staring at her intently. I've never met a mage with such technique at your age. What I'm questioning is something much more fundamental. In my eyes, your magic is just for showing off. He placed a hand on her shoulder and continued to advise her. I have no right to interfere with how you use your magic, but at least find another path besides showing off. For your own sake. Flora's eyes widened in shock, and she mumbled the words, for my own sake. Rudiger Chelsea turned to the rest of the class. Everyone, return to your seats. Then he walked away. Flora thought to herself. He wasn't scolding or looking down on me. He was actually worried. Not even my father has ever looked at me with that kind of concern. She clutched her head, feeling faint. Chero rushed to support her. Flora spoke up. I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy from using too much mana. I feel like I'm going to pass out. But, is he all right? She looked at him, thinking, the professor looks like he used up even more mana than I did. Meanwhile, Rudiger Chelsea gritted his teeth as he walked away, thinking to himself, good thing I took that potion earlier. I'm so dizzy. He thought about Flora, that kid. Not only can she combine elements at such a young age, but she can combine 3 extremely difficult ones. I was also scolded by my own teacher for showing off like that. Recalling that made me push her a little too hard. Did I hurt her feelings? Even so, I hope she can get through this without too much trouble. My advice is never just empty words. He walked up towards the students in the upper seats, Rudiger thought to himself, Soren was right, they're all doing great. She said this year's new students were full of talented people. He recalled Headmaster Ellis's words. Is this the golden generation? Huh. Rudiger Chelsea stopped in his tracks. He looked over at a gray-haired girl and spoke to her. What's wrong? The girl, Lin, replied, Sir. Rudiger looked at her and said, So you can't fully summon an element. In other words, it doesn't manifest. The girl answered, Yes, sir. Rudiger announced to the students, That concludes today's lesson. Instead of homework, we'll review what you learned today. Then he looked at the gray-haired girl, Lin. Come with me to my office. The girl was stunned, as was her friend. The door to the room was closed. Rudiger said to the girl, Wait here a moment. The girl obediently replied, Yes, sir. She panicked, thinking to herself, Why did he call me here? This can't be happening. Is it a one-on-one interview? Does he want to kick me out of his class? Of course, that has to be it. How could a student who can't even summon an element properly possibly keep up with his lessons? But I don't want to miss Professor Rudiger's lectures. Her racing thoughts were interrupted when she looked over at him. She panicked even more when she saw it. Is that a class transfer form? It can't be. He's really going to transfer me to another professor's class. Lin, Rudiger, Chelsea began, but she quickly cut him off. Professor, from now on, I'll do everything I can. I'll do whatever you ask. Please, just don't make me leave this class. He looked at her as he handed her a book and asked, What are you talking about? She stared back. Oh, it's not a class transfer form. Rudiger replied, You've been spouting some strange nonsense, haven't you? Just take it. My arm is getting tired. She took it and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, wow, Professor, is this? He replied, From now on, read and study from this. It describes a path you've never known. Research on non-attribute magic. She mumbled the title, then asked a question. Where did you get this book, sir? Rudiger explained, By pure chance. It's the culmination of her life's work. The girl continued, I can't believe it, that there was someone else besides me with non-attribute magic. Where is she now? He replied, She's no longer with us. For a moment, a look of shock crossed the girl's face. Oh, her gaze shifted to him. Lin could see a deep sadness in his eyes. By a large, floor-to-ceiling window, the voices of two people could be heard talking. A female voice spoke first. So, I can't learn magic from other attributes? Is there really no other way? A male voice answered her. As far as I know, yes. Are you disappointed? The girl replied, sounding a bit sad. Yes. I wanted to control at least one element. Lin, what do you think of those who can only control a single element? Lin answered hesitantly, as if testing him. Talentless. Rudiger immediately denied it. No, not at all. He said seriously, those who can control only a single element possess infinite talent for that one element. Their magic can even interfere with the laws of nature. That is how they demonstrate their supreme mastery of their chosen element. A cup of tea was placed in front of Lin. She quickly replied, Then what about non-attribute magic? By definition, it has no attribute at all. He took a sip of his tea, then answered deliberately, It's still not clear whether non-attribute magic is truly what its name implies. But, for a time, the non-attribute element was grouped in with the earth element. That was a long time ago, though. Now that science has advanced, there are different studies. So don't worry. Both the world and magic are constantly evolving. Anything is possible. Start reading that book today. This is a personal assignment I'm giving you. It will help you a great deal. After settling everything, he leaned back in his chair and relaxed, closing his eyes in thought. It's truly surprising that she possesses non-attribute magic. But then he recalled Lin's clear blue eyes. Those discerning eyes. I never expected to find the eyes of judgment here. They haven't awakened yet, so the girl herself doesn't even know. Rudiger turned to look outside as faint sunlight streamed through the window. He murmured, But I never imagined the book she wrote would find its way back to her like this. Could this be fate? After class, having received guidance from Rudiger Chelsea, Aiden immediately began to practice his magic diligently. It's unknown how long or how many times he practiced, but this time, he finally succeeded. A look of clear surprise filled Aiden's eyes, and he rejoiced. I did it. The method Professor Rudiger Chelsea taught me actually works. He recalled being in the professor's class. At that moment, when casting his spell, Professor Rudiger's gaze was so gentle yet serious. Have I really misunderstood him all this time? He watched as other skilled classmates also practiced and succeeded. Aiden thought to himself, No matter what, someone who loves magic that much can't be a bad person. Then, his attention was drawn to a group of people talking animatedly in the distance. Aiden wondered, Who are they? It was a group of noble students gathered around someone who seemed very important. While they were idling, another group of students approached to taunt Aiden's group. Well, who do we have here? Jevon Filio said in a smug tone. Isn't it Aiden? The kid who can't even materialize a single elemental attribute. So you're still acting this arrogant? Huh, brat. Hearing this, Leo couldn't contain his anger and started to lose control. You bastard! I dare you to say that again. But Aiden quickly signaled for him to stop. Leo, calm down. Let me handle this. Model. He turned back and said politely to Jevon Filio, Jevon, I don't know what I did to upset you, but I'll apologize now. So, could you please leave us alone next time? Jevon tilted his chin up and said, leave you guys alone? Sure, on one condition, kneel. Hearing that condition, Tessie immediately flared up. Hey, don't be ridiculous. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, a noble like you? Jevon just scoffed mockingly. And why would a fallen noble like you want to stick her nose in this? Clearly, you were never taught any manners. His words were a direct insult to Tessie. The young girl gritted her teeth in anger. You looking for a fight? Suddenly, Aiden cut in. Jevon Filio. He walked step by step toward Jevon. You can mock me all you want. But then he got right in Jevon Filio's face, the expressions on both of them darkening. Aiden warned, but you dare touch my friends, and I won't let it slide. Jevon let out a slightly forced laugh. And what are you going to do about it? You want to play? He then threw a glove at Aiden. Jevon Filio's tone dripped with arrogance. Fine. I challenge you to a magic duel. Aiden accepted. All right, fine. Hearing this, Leo and Tessie were extremely worried. Aiden, what are you doing? In contrast, he showed no fear and said, but if I win, you have to apologize to Leo and Tessie. Jevon Filio smiled sinisterly. That's if you can win. He added, you should get ready to kneel before me. Just then, Rudiger Chelsea suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interrupted. What do you two think you're doing? Aiden stammered. Professor Rudiger Chelsea. The moment Jevon saw him, he immediately looked annoyed. Rudiger Chelsea's internal thoughts were just as irritated. Him again? You're not the main character, damn it. He spoke up, demanding an explanation for what was happening. Jevon Filio immediately raised his voice in response. This is a legitimate duel. I have issued a formal challenge, and my opponent has accepted. Rudiger Chelsea didn't agree. A magic duel between first-year students doesn't seem right, does it? But Jevon Filio retorted. Is there a rule that forbids first-year students from doing so? Rudiger was instantly annoyed. What's with this kid? He then noticed a group of other students behind them. Very quickly, Rudiger Chelsea understood the whole situation. Ah, I see what the problem is. He noticed Fredden. Is he planning on helping this brat? Why is he staring at me like that? Finally, he made a decision. I will not hold you responsible for an accident that hasn't happened yet. Return to your dorms. Jevon Filio was not satisfied with that. Professor. Suddenly, Professor Chris Benyer stepped out. Just let them be, Professor Rudiger Chelsea. He said, isn't this a blatant abuse of authority? Chris Benyer did not agree with him. Even a professor doesn't have the right to stop students who have voluntarily agreed to a duel. The others who heard this chimed in. That's right. It's an abuse of power. He felt a sense of helplessness. I don't know what he's planning, but this is a real pain. Rudiger Chelsea said. Even so, we can't just let students with no real combat experience get injured. Hearing those words, Chris Benyer replied, if you're worried about that, then why don't we participate as well? He turned to Jevon Filio and Aiden and asked, what do you two say? They both quickly agreed. Let's do it. Yes, I will follow your lead, sir. In the end, he finalized it. Since the students have both agreed, we will proceed as you suggested. Professor Chris Benyer was suddenly cut off by Chris Benyer. There is one more thing. He made a formal offer. Would you care to make a wager with me? Professor Rudiger Chelsea was taken aback by Chris Benyer's meaning. It's not mandatory, of course. It was indeed a bit ridiculous to bet on a match with a foregone conclusion, but Rudiger Chelsea quickly gave a decisive answer. Very well. He said seriously, I accept. Chris Benyer's expression turned mysterious. I didn't expect you to agree so easily. So which student do you think will win? The professor, he said. I, Professor Chris Benyer, will of course bet on Jevon Filio. I think he is an extremely talented mage. Hearing his name mentioned with such praise, Jevon couldn't help but feel delighted. Thank you, Professor Chris Benyer. Then, Chris Benyer pretended to casually add, Ah, I'm sure you also want to bet on Jevon, don't you, Professor? Should we perhaps change the bet to how Jevon will win? Rudiger Chelsea calmly replied, There's no need for that, he said. I was planning to bet on Aiden from the start. Chris Benyer burst out laughing as if he'd just heard a joke. Fine. I don't know where you get your confidence from. So, what are the stakes of this bet? Professor Chris Benyer said, How about a little of the magic we research? After all, both of us have been assigned to teach the spellcasting course. Rudiger Chelsea was quite surprised to hear that and asked innocently, Is it true that you also teach spellcasting? I honestly had no idea. His words hit Chris Benyor like a lightning bolt, stunning him. The indignation inside him boiled over. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing in his head. This damned, washed-up noble. He was absolutely furious. Do you think you can get away with insulting me like that? Rudiger Chelsea also felt a little guilty. So he teaches spellcasting too. Huh. Finally, he said, all right then, the duel will begin in 3 days. Chris Benyor quickly replied in a high-pitched tone. That sounds reasonable. I look forward to it. After discussing the bet, Chris Benyor turned and left with an angry look on his face. Aiden approached timidly and began to speak. Professor. I'm sorry, it's because of me. But Rudiger Chelsea cut him off. Start thinking about how to win, he explained. You and he have completely different starting points, but it's still too early to conclude that you will definitely lose. Rudiger Chelsea said, because in any duel, there are always variables. Aiden asked. So what variable could possibly help me win this match? He said with an obvious look. You already possess it. You just need to use it at the crucial moment. Aiden thought to himself, yes, if I use that, maybe I can win. Suddenly, an image from the past flashed in Aiden's mind, but he then spoke out loud with determination. Professor, I want to win with my own strength. Rudiger Chelsea was momentarily stunned. Aiden clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resolve. So please, guide me, Professor Rudiger Chelsea. Hearing those words, he began to look at the boy more seriously. At that moment, Aiden suddenly recalled Veronica's teachings from his childhood. Remember this, Aiden? When I teach you these things, you better not show them off too recklessly, or you'll get yourself into a lot of trouble and dangerous situations. Above all, she paused for a moment, then pointed at Aiden and said loudly, this is my main source of income. You don't want me to starve to death in the street, do you? Aiden. Back then, he had been startled and replied, why, yes, ma'am, I'll remember. Veronica placed a hand on his head and ruffled his hair, saying, but that doesn't mean you should never use it at all. When you feel it's truly necessary, just use it without any hesitation. She instructed, because life is long, and there will definitely be a time when you have to make a choice. When that moment comes, Aiden, just do what your heart tells you. Aiden remembered that moment. His bright face looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Rudiger Chelsea looked at him, confused. This kid, he thought angrily a moment later, what the hell did he just say? I'll grant your request because I believe in your magic, he told himself. So what now? You're telling me you want to win with your own strength, but isn't your magic also your strength? H-Cliff rubbed his temples and sighed in exasperation, thinking to himself, all right, fine. This is a good opportunity to test this kid's abilities anyway. He decided right then and there. Very well, I will teach you how to gain the upper hand in a duel between mages. However, he warned, for you, it might be as harsh as torture, and there's no guarantee you'll win. Hearing this, the boy replied enthusiastically, I'll still do it, sir. After seeing his determination, Rudiger Chelsea praised him. Good, then let's get straight to the training. Aiden was a bit flustered. You mean, right now? Why, yes, sir. Afterwards, he led Aiden away, thinking, they should get the victory celebration ready. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what you all can do in the next 3 days. That evening, upon returning to his room, Aiden started to complain. I'm gonna die. He was lying face down on his bed, telling himself, the training is much harder than I imagined. I can't believe I still have to do this for 2 more days. He suddenly wondered, how is the professor so sure I'm going to win? Not many people know about my special magic, so maybe he knows something. A moment later, overcome by exhaustion, Aiden quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, in his own room, Chris Benyor burned a piece of paper in his hand while muttering, Rudiger Chelsea Van Bretis himself offered to instruct that commoner. Of course, things would turn out this way. He was confident that even though the man tried to act calm, he was probably desperate for a win. He then turned to Jevon and said, I'm sure you know why I called you here. Jevon Felio replied, yes, sir. You told me I must defeat that arrogant brat, but before he could finish, the man cut in. No, that alone is not enough. Chris Benyor's tone was heavy. You must show them just how vast the gap is between us nobles and those commoners. He then grabbed a cabinet handle, preparing to pull it open. I don't think you'll lose, but it's best to do this just to be safe. As soon as he saw the glass bottle containing a blue liquid that the man held out, Jevon couldn't help but ask in alarm. Is that? Chris Benyor replied, a mana-enhancing potion. Drink this before the match. Jevon Felio held the vial, his expression changing slightly as he asked worriedly, But if I'm caught, won't I be disqualified as a student? Chris Benyor explained, this is a special item from the Benyor family. You won't be detected. He spoke with a mix of contempt and caution. Those worthless commoner scumbags will surely use any means necessary to win, so we can't disappoint them, can we? Jevon quickly replied, yes, I understand, sir. He put the vial in his pocket, thinking to himself, yes, the professor is right. It's a bit of a blow to my pride, but it's still better than losing to some commoner trash. Seeing his obedience, Chris Benyor couldn't help but let a smirk creep onto his face. He said, "You've made the right decision, Jevin Filio." On the day of the match at the training grounds, a large crowd of students had gathered to watch them compete. In the stands, countless murmurs filled the air. A black-haired student said to his friend, "Who do you think will win?" "The noble kid has the advantage, right? Since the education for nobility is completely different." His red-haired friend replied, "I heard that first-year student is pretty formidable, though," the friend recounted. "He was involved in that werewolf incident years ago." The black-haired student looked like he'd just heard a huge piece of news. Did he really catch them? "I thought Professor Cliff was the one who caught them." The red-haired friend added, "Professor Rudiger Chelsea was the one who instructed him." The red-haired student glanced towards the front row of seats. "Really? Looks like the other side is coached by Professor Chris Benyor." The two then began to whisper. "Professor Chris Benyor? Who's he? Is he the one in charge of the first years?" The red-haired friend replied, "That's right. It seems like those two are compared a lot, since they both teach spellcasting arts." Hearing that, the black-haired friend sighed. "Well, that's pretty bad." Chris Benyor had heard the entire conversation. He angrily gritted his teeth and muttered, "I can hear you." He then looked over at Rudiger Chelsea. "Rudiger Chelsea Van Bratis, starting today, I will put an end to your arrogance. I will make you suffer a humiliating defeat in front of everyone." A moment later, another person arrived. The newcomer was clearly no stranger. It was Elisa. As soon as she entered, she spoke with a bright smile. "Hello, Professor Chris Benyor." He quickly changed his attitude and greeted her cheerfully. "Headmaster, what wind brings you here? And Professor Alex, too." Before Chris Benyor could finish, she interjected, "I heard a very interesting event was taking place. I brought him along with me." Elisa then greeted Rudiger Chelsea. "Professor Cliff, it's been a while. Has everything been going well lately?" He bowed his head to her and replied, "Yes, thanks to you, Headmaster." Elisa approached him and asked, "I heard you made a wager. So, who did the professor bet on to win?" He answered honestly, "I bet on Aiden." Hearing this, she feigned surprise. "Oh my, does that mean Chris bet on Jevin?" Elisa seemed excited. "I'm really looking forward to this. But in any case, the student's safety comes first." Hearing this, the female professor accompanying her quickly replied, "You need not worry about that," she reported. "Defensive magic has already surrounded their bodies like a shield and will block any attacks." Just then, someone approached. Oh, the two opponents have appeared right on time. Aiden, dressed in armor, had arrived, looking very confident. In the stands, everyone was cheering for him. "Don't you lose now, you got this." Leo raised his hand and shouted, "Go wipe that smug look off that arrogant brat's face." "I'm excited too. Go, Aiden." On Jivin's side, he had also appeared in full protective gear, his demeanor even more haughty. Cheers and shouts for him erupted. "Jevin, we believe in you. Show them the pride of a noble." A second later, the professor officiating the match walked up to the two of them. "I will check your conditions for a moment before we begin." Aiden said to his opponent, "Jevin, remember to keep your promise." Jevin retorted, "Win first, then we'll talk." After finishing his inspection, the professor announced, "Everything looks to be in order." However, upon seeing the sword Aiden was carrying, the professor asked, Student, what is that?" "Ah, this," he replied cheerfully. "This is a personal item I'll be using in this match." The professor picked up the object to examine it. "This looks like a sword, doesn't it?" Aiden answered nervously, "Ah, that's because this object was made in the shape of a sword. Am I not allowed to use it, sir?" The professor looked at the sword in his hand for a moment, considering it. It was very dull and had no sharp edges at all. Finally, he said, "This is fine, isn't it? Approved." Aiden quickly replied, "Thank you, Professor." Next, the professor went over the rules. Now, as you all know, the first side whose defensive magic is depleted will lose. All right, prepare to begin. The moment the professor finished speaking, Aiden quickly cast an ice spell, while Jevin Filio also unleashed a fire magic attack. At that moment, in the observation stands, Leo couldn't help but be surprised by the opening exchange. Their spellcasting speed is evenly matched. T couldn't help but exclaim, "They're both really fast." During the match, Aiden calculated to himself, "Just as I predicted, he's using the fire element first. If it's Jevin, he'll probably use his strongest fire attribute spell first." Meanwhile, Jevin Filio couldn't help but think, that guy's skills have improved. Plus, elementally speaking, I'm at a disadvantage. For a moment, the corner of his mouth curled up as he thought, however, that only matters if the power in our spells is equal. In the next second, Jevin quickly gained the upper hand. To Aiden's astonishment, His stream of power completely devoured Aiden's ice magic. This forced Aiden to dodge, letting out a grunt of discomfort. Humph. Then, he noticed a sphere of light heading straight for him. From within it, Jevin Filio launched an attack. He shouted, "This is the gap between you and me, you lowly commoner bastard." But just as quickly, Aiden pointed his sword and cast a new magic circle to counterattack. A moment later, their two streams of magic collided, directly causing a massive explosion. Leo was extremely worried. Damn it, Aiden is slowly being overpowered. On the other side, Aiden also realized he was at a disadvantage, telling himself, if this keeps up, I'm going to lose. In that case, Aiden decided he would use what he had learned from Professor H. Just then, Jevin Felio charged into attack once more. He laughed smugly. "Have you given up, you worthless bastard?" On the sidelines, Chris Benier also crossed his arms, sneering arrogantly. "It's over." Hemph! The moment he said it, his expression changed. Chris Benier stared at Aiden in astonishment. Wait, no way. The reason for his expression was that at this very moment, Aiden was charging forward with his sword, preparing to counterattack. Professor Chris Benier was now completely stunned. Impossible. That's teleportation magic. How can he use a technique of wartime mages? With that thought, he turned to Rudiger Chelsea, gritting his teeth and thinking, did Rudiger Chelsea teach him that in just 3 days? No, more importantly. Chris Benier looked at the arena in disbelief. A commoner as ordinary as they come, mastered teleportation in just 3 days. At this point, Jevin Filio was thrown into confusion. He didn't understand. What the hell just happened? The foundation of magic is concentration, and it's too hard to focus on casting a spell while moving like this. Then he quickly reassured himself, no, don't get flustered. I've already finished casting the spell. He pointed directly at Aiden, telling himself, with this, I can shatter his concentration. However, Aiden quickly dodged Jevin Filio's attack. Next, he launched a powerful counterattack against him. Jevin Filio now realized there was a problem, thinking, his technique is starting to weaken. Both prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Aiden used all his strength to fight back. In the very next second, a blow landed right in the middle of Jevin's forehead, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! A loud bang echoed, and in the end, Aiden was holding his sword pointed directly at Devin, who was sitting collapsed on the ground. He said grimly, now it's my turn. Jevin Filio, terrified, quickly cut in. Wait a minute. But Aiden showed no mercy. Afterward, everyone heard Jevin Filio's intense, wretched screams. Amidst the wild cheers of the students in the stands, the professor officiating the match announced, the winner is, while Aiden was still in a daze, not having fully processed it, the professor took his hand and raised it high, declaring, Aiden. Leo cheered, you were so cool. Aiden, T, beside him, couldn't help but shout, this is the result of all your hard work and training. At the same time, Joseph showed extreme disappointment. That bastard son, Jevin Filio, he's tarnishing the honor of the nobility. Dynama, sitting next to him, also criticized, well, I wasn't expecting anything from him in the first place. Jevin was stunned and ashamed. The criticisms from the stands surrounded him. That guy is just a worthless baron who keeps following us around. And now he's lost to a commoner. How ridiculous. That guy is a disgrace to the nobility. Jevin Filio, unable to believe what had just happened, thought resentfully, I lost. Me, Jevin Filio. He gritted his teeth in denial. No, that's not it. Something's wrong here. Jevin Filio glanced towards Aiden. That's right, that commoner definitely cheated. How else could he use magic while moving? Suddenly, he screamed, attack Aiden. I'll kill you. The entire stadium was horrified by Jevin's actions. T shouted, what is he trying to do? Leo said worriedly, Jevin, that guy's insane. The officiating professor stepped forward to protect Aiden. He yelled, Aiden, get back. Seeing the light of Jevin's magic, Aiden recalled the words he had heard as a child. Back then, Veronica had said, because life is long, there will surely come a time when you must make a decision. When that moment comes, Aiden, just do what your heart tells you. Every word echoed in his ears, and Aiden decided to step forward and fight Jevin Filio. Right now, his magic was incredibly powerful, and Aiden was still struggling against it. His eyes and face shone with unprecedented determination and strength. In the end, Aiden won. Once again, he dropped to his knees, breathing a sigh of relief. At this moment, Headmaster Elisa was completely astonished by his ability. Everyone in the stands was also utterly amazed. The sound of excited whispers arose. Whoa, what just happened? Did that kid just slice magic in half? Rudiger Chelsea let out a long sigh and fell into deep thought. This child, he's so stubborn about that. But there's no doubt about it. He used it at the most crucial moment. On the other hand, after seeing what just happened, Professor Chris Benier couldn't contain his shock. He was lost in a jumble of speculations. Anti-magic, a rare spell that can nullify magic. How the hell did that brat use it right after using teleportation? At that moment, on the arena floor, Duvan's body was trembling uncontrollably, both out of anger and panic. He pointed straight at Aiden, unable to form a complete sentence. Then Aiden walked towards him. Seeing this, Jevon Felio flinched and backed away in fear. Swiftly, Aiden landed a powerful blow on Jevon's face, causing him to cry out, cough. Jevon collapsed to the ground. You were clenching your fist just now, his tone a mix of anger and disappointment. Jevon Felio, I thought you would at least have the decency to admit you've lost. Aiden said coldly, I had no idea you were worse than trash. In the stands, Henry sneered at Jevon, whose defeated posture was just pathetic. Don't you agree? He turned to the person next to him, Fredden. It was the second-year student, Soren Fred Ghostbook. But he didn't answer right away. A moment later, as if he had finished his thought, he replied, I don't know. To be honest, I was never interested in those barons to begin with. His gaze shifted to Aiden, thinking, however, I'll have to keep an eye on that commoner, Aiden. He's more exceptional than some nobles. Then, Fredden stood up. Let's go, Henry. The two of them walked out together. Before leaving, Rudiger Chelsea noticed him, but Fredden quickly turned away. Beside him, a very annoyed Chris Benier asked in an extremely irritated tone, Did you know that student could use anti-magic? Rudiger replied coldly, I don't know why you're so angry. You're responsible for teaching the first years. So, have you checked all the students' personal information? Rudiger Chelsea emphasized. In any case, anti-magic played no small part in his victory. Hearing those words, Chris Beniore's expression immediately soured. He gritted his teeth, making his feelings clear. Rudiger Chelsea stood up and continued. By the way, our bet was a specialized research paper, wasn't it? Chris Beniore was flustered. Yes, is there something you want? He said bluntly, no, nothing at all. I have no interest in your research paper. However, Chris Beniore didn't believe him and shot back suspiciously. What do you mean? Rudiger Chelsea put his hands in his pockets and casually replied, After all, using someone else's stolen work as a wager isn't my style. After saying that, he left decisively, leaving Chris Beniore sitting stunned and alone in his seat. Chris Beniore mumbled, He told me, it's not my style. Chris Beniore. At that thought, he immediately gritted his teeth in anger. On his way back to his room, Rudiger Chelsea ran into Sedina again. She stood at attention and said to him, Congratulations on winning the bet, sir. However, with that result, you'll be noticed by Soren from now on. Is that all right? He answered nonchalantly, I'm fine. In fact, it's a good thing. Hearing that, Sedina grew worried. How so? Do you mean Rudiger Chelsea cut her off? The principal suspects me right now. She was surprised. What? He began to explain. The principal has been aware of our existence for a long time. Even though I'm a professor, it's not easy to get off her list of suspects. Sedina was flustered. No, that can't be. You came here as a professor specifically to avoid suspicion. But Rudiger Chelsea just stroked his chin and replied, But through this incident, I built a good reputation with the principal. The situation has changed. She can't just change her opinion of me overnight. At this point, Sedina understood. Ah, I see. He then advised her, However, Sedina, you'll need to cooperate with me, too, she asked, surprised and hesitant. Me? Then he pointed at her and said, It would be very easy to attract attention if I'm constantly meeting with a student who has no connection to me. However, it's perfectly natural for a professor to meet with an outstanding student. You must work hard and show them the image of a model student. Sedina clenched her fist and thought to herself, My first mission, assigned directly by him. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she said forcefully, Understood, sir. I will carry it out, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Hearing those words, Rudiger Chelsea just sighed and advised, No, don't die. Immediately, Sedina quickly replied, Yes, sir. She clasped her hands together, her aura burning with determination, her eyes shining brightly. I will not die, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Seeing her intense reaction, a series of dots appeared over his head. In the end, he just indifferently let out, Right, whatever you say. Rudiger Chelsea thought to himself, This girl is somehow becoming more and more of a handful. After returning to his room, Rudiger Chelsea reflected on the day's events. This incident has helped me confirm to them that I'm on the principal's side, and it's also sent a message to the Black Dawn Society that I can't act rashly. He sat in his chair, arms crossed and thought, But I can't keep going on like this forever. Rudiger Chelsea began to look around. I should form my own organization. If so, the first thing I need is... Just then, the orb on his desk began to glow, catching his surprised attention. He picked it up and asked, What is it? The orb replied, Sir, as you requested, I've checked the nearby areas. What should we do to maintain our position? I'm not sure about the situation in the dark alley, but before it could finish, Rudiger Chelsea cut it off. It seems it's time for me to use my power. The orb quickly agreed, praising him. You grasped the situation so quickly, sir. You're right, now we must use our power. His eyes shifted in thought for a moment. Perfect timing. Then he made a decision. We're going there now. The orb asked in surprise, aren't you very busy, sir? I don't think this can be resolved quickly, but Rudiger Chelsea quickly dismissed that concern. Don't worry. If that's the case, we'll just have to resolve it quickly. And so, the two of them talked for a while longer. Meanwhile, inside a wooden building that appeared to be a tavern, Duturi slammed his mug on the table and roared, damn it. Seeing this, the young man in green next to him quickly asked, B-boss, are you okay? He snapped back irritably. Do I look okay to you? Duturi demanded loudly. That damn brat was supposed to make our investment profitable before he died. Now everything we poured into him is gone. The man in green said, we still have a little money left, right? We can still find another way, can't we? He let out a weary sigh and said, that's right. That's why I called you all here. Soon, we're going to have to expand our business on a large scale. First of all, those bastards. As he was about to speak, Duturi turned and was surprised to see a stranger walk into the tavern. Huh, a voice came from a nearby table. What's with that guy? Duturi said to the person approaching. Hey, we're closed. Get lost. He repeated himself when he saw the person continue to walk toward his table. Hey, are you deaf? We're closed. Suddenly, the person spoke up. You're Duturi, the leader of the Red Society, correct? But he didn't care, just saying indifferently, I don't know you. Have we met? The person chuckled and replied gently, Ah, of course not. I only know you because you're quite famous. He then introduced himself using a fake name. My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jay Moriarty. When Duturi heard the name, he repeated it in surprise, Jay Moriarty. His expression turned serious as his mind raced. The criminal consultant, the one who controls the black market alleys of the Delica Kingdom. But he's been in hiding for the past few years, so why is he here now? Let's test him. With that thought, he smiled and said, Professor Moriarty, I've heard a great deal about you. The man replied politely, I'm very pleased to hear that. Next, Duturi spoke with a hidden meaning. But, Professor Moriarty, I have no way of knowing if what you're saying is true. The man asked back, Are you suggesting I'm an imposter? He gestured with his eyes to the men at the other tables, clicking his tongue as he said, Well, who told you to suddenly show up in a place like this? The man raised a hand, waving it gently. The reason you give is fair enough. But behind him, a group of gunmen were aiming straight at Rudiger Chelsea. He said, I don't think you should be drawing your guns. Then he glanced back, his voice feigning surprise. Oh my, was I right? Unfortunately for you, it won't do any good. At that moment, Duturi raised an eyebrow, signaling them to shoot him in the shoulder. The men aimed and pulled their triggers. However, all of them froze. They couldn't use their guns. One by one, they cried out, Huh? What's going on? My gun. This was all happening because Rudiger Chelsea was now using his magic to control their weapons. He said nonchalantly, That's why I warned you earlier. Seeing the magical circles appear, Duturi couldn't hide his surprise. Stillness? Since when could he? A second later, a perfect smirk formed on the man's lips. Immediately after, an explosion erupted, its powerful blast causing everyone nearby to cry out. As the smoke and dust cleared, a giant wolf appeared, with sharp claws and a low growl rumbling through its bared teeth. The people around them couldn't contain their trembling fear. Whoa, a dire wolf. Its shadow slowly advanced, step by step, towards Rudiger Chelsea. Finally, it stood obediently and silently by his side. Everyone was stunned by the sight. You're raising a dire wolf? Then, were those other dire wolves from before also this guy's doing? The wolf's eyes glinted as it stared them down. Flashing back to an earlier time, Rudiger Chelsea had gone to find Han. The two of them had already arranged to meet, so when Han saw him, he simply grunted and said, You're here. I take it you want me to explain the situation in more detail. Rudiger Chelsea replied, That's right. Begin. Han then started to explain the incidents. The dark alley we're staking out seems to be divided among 4 dark guilds. He elaborated, The largest guild is a group of thugs called the Red Society. All of their work is dirty. Basically, they're the ones who control that alley. Rudiger Chelsea quickly grasped the key point. In that case, our target is the Red Society. Han couldn't agree more. That's right. If we deal with them first, things will be easier later. However, he stroked his chin hesitantly. The Dark Guild's forces are massive. It'll be difficult to defeat them quickly. Maybe we should start with the easiest guild. Rudiger Chelsea cut him off. That's a waste of time. He decisively stated that aiming straight for the leader would be much faster. If we cut off the snake's head, the rest of the body will surrender on its own. Hearing this, Han was surprised but offered a gentle warning. Really? But now isn't the right time. They've been sticking very close together lately. Rudiger confirmed. This only started happening after that man, Belbo's Rickon, died, correct? Han still didn't seem to be connecting the dots. Yeah. That's right. Wait a minute. Rudiger thought for a moment. He calculated that there must be some connection between Belbo's Rickon and the Red Society. So many incidents and concerns revolved around Rickon. Han said, perhaps all the dirty work the Red Society did was for him. Now that their key figure is dead, they must be on edge. Rudiger continued, if they've all banded together, it's even more convenient for us. We can wipe them all out in one go. This time, Han seemed to understand his intention. Upon hearing those words, he panicked, saying, no, wait, they aren't just ordinary thugs. Their strength is comparable to mercenaries. No, more like amateur knights, Rudiger countered. That doesn't mean they have any real knights among them. It's nothing to worry about. Han didn't know what else to say. He just scratched his head awkwardly and mumbled, ah, really? Well, if you say so, it must be true. A look of speechlessness appeared on Rudiger Chelsea's face. He thought to himself, it's not that they're weak, but I'd better not say that out loud. Then he spoke up. So, Han, I need you to help me with something. The man looked back, stunned. Huh, me. Back in the present, at the tavern. Because of their prior conversation, the wolf from before was actually Han in transformation. He thought to himself, he can't intimidate them on his own. Is that why he needed a giant beast to scare them? But for this task, I'm the most suitable one. Han whispered into Rudiger Chelsea's ear. Sir, I already told you, if a real fight breaks out, I'm running first. Rudiger whispered back reassuringly, that's fine. As long as you scare them, it's enough. At that moment, Duturi ground his teeth, glaring furiously at Rudiger and Han, his mind still filled with suspicion. I don't know if this guy is an imposter or not, but I can't go easy on him. I knew he had magic, but I never expected him to have a dire wolf by his side. Then he scratched his head and chuckled. So, I get it now. You really are Moriarty. My apologies for not recognizing you. Rudiger also smiled lightly in return. It seems I've proven my identity. Rudiger Chelsea extended a hand and got straight to the point. Now, let's get to the real reason I came here today. I intend to start a new business in this city. Seeming to have hit upon a topic of interest, Duturi looked surprised. Ah, a business? What kind of business are you planning? We'd be happy to help you. Rudiger replied politely, thank you. Also, there's something else I want to say to you all. I don't like these dirty games and deception. Hearing this, Duturi froze for a second, not quite catching on. Huh? Rudiger continued. In other words, from this day forward, the Red Society will disappear forever. A heavy silence fell over the room. Duturi froze solid. A moment later, his voice roared, Get him. But before he could even draw his knife, Rudiger jabbed his cane right into his stomach, making him cry out in pain. A bald-headed man saw this and yelled angrily, You bastard. Seeing the situation descend into chaos, Han grew worried. They aren't running away. Sir, what are you going to do? But Rudiger Chelsea remained calm and said, Get ready to split up. A second later, he slammed his cane hard onto the floor. Instantly, a black patch appeared beneath his feet. It started to spread, rapidly creeping towards every spot where there was light. Everyone panicked. What is that? Gradually, even the chandeliers high above were swallowed by the darkness. The surroundings were instantly plunged into black. Duturi's men began to stir uneasily. What the hell? I can't see a thing. Somebody, turn on the lights. What are you trying to pull while we can't see? Huh. Damn it. Just then, Rudiger Chelsea slowly began to draw his sword. It turned out the cane he'd been holding was actually a sword. And what's more, it was the endlessly shining Inazuma Theon. His gaze was sharp in the darkness, the blade glowing, radiating a palpable danger. Third-level magic, Fool's Dream. A blade swung down, followed by splatters of blood. Using the power of darkness and illusion to sow fear into the enemy, a group of stronger individuals slaughters the weaker ones. This is a curse-spreading incantation, a complex magic. As they slashed, they screamed, Ah, die. Just die. Streams of fresh red blood continuously spurted towards Duturi. Cowering in a corner, he shouted orders in terror. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Chaotic screams echoed. Save me, damn it. Stop. A surge of power emanated from the sword. The swordsman decisively unleashed two sword waves that tore through the space. Duturi couldn't help but be horrified. He was so stunned he was frozen to the spot. Just then, Rudiger Chelsea suddenly reappeared. Duturi was terrified. But how? He glanced at the man, a knowing smile playing on his lips. A moment later, two men charged forward, attacking Rudiger Chelsea head-on. He stepped back slightly, thinking to himself, an aura manipulated to cut through my magic. They must be allied knights. With that, he moved forward, launching counterattacks against the two of them. He told himself, either way, I don't think I'll lose to them. Suddenly, he let out a cryptic smile. During the scuffle, an exquisite glass vial filled with a purple liquid fell to the ground. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from Rudiger Chelsea, forcing the other men to quickly retreat. The purple-haired man raised his hands to shield his face, shouting a warning. That could be poison. Back away. But the burly guy next to him didn't care, saying through gritted teeth, something like poison won't affect us if we protect our bodies with magic. Suddenly, two daggers appeared in front of him, flying at high speed. However, the burly guy quickly swung his sword, knocking them away. He scoffed, how meaningless. But just then, his sword was struck by a shard of glass. Instantly, the solution splashed onto his hand, and black marks gradually spread from the point of contact, emitting a sinister aura. He cried out in pained alarm. Seeing this, the purple-haired man backed away in fear, his guard up. He couldn't help but be astonished. He used the daggers as a decoy to throw the poison at him. He knew we couldn't avoid the poison through direct contact. The burly man was now trembling, clutching his poisoned hand with his other one. He hissed, damn it, where are you hiding? At that moment, a black vortex suddenly rose up from behind him, but he, completely unaware, was still yelling, I'll kill you. A second later, Rudiger Chelsea appeared, plunging his sword straight into the man's neck. The purple-haired man and Duchuri witnessed the scene with their own eyes and were utterly terrified. He looked coldly at the two of them, gripping the sword tightly as he prepared to pull it out. Then, with a decisive flick, he swung the blade. A spray of fresh blood followed. The purple-haired man now seemed to have dropped some of his suspicion about his identity. He questioned, Are you really Professor Moriarty? I had no idea Professor Moriarty was so skilled in combat. But he just asked back scornfully, why should I have to explain myself to you? You're going to die anyway. The purple-haired man frowned, thinking, he's making his opponent lower their guard to reveal a weakness. As long as I'm careful, I can win. He then launched himself straight at Rudiger Chelsea, telling himself, first, I have to close the distance. He also quickly threw a vial of magic solution at him. However, when the purple-haired man saw it, he looked contemptuous. You think that trick will work on me? He swung his sword, knocking the glass vial aside, thinking, I just need to deflect it. Suddenly, the purple-haired man's body froze, forcing him to glance back. His sword was now covered in a sticky slime, pinning it to the ground. He panicked. My sword. Don't tell me that vial was. Just then, Rudiger Chelsea had pulled out a pistol and was aiming it at the purple-haired man. Seeing the unfavorable situation, he quickly worked his brain into overdrive to react. Damn it. I have to let go of the sword and dodge. With my reflexes, I can make it. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The purple-haired man looked down at his stomach. A sharp object had pierced straight through his body. An expression of disbelief crossed his face as his whole body trembled. He turned his head to look behind him and saw that the sharp point had risen from his own shadow. The purple-haired man was stunned. From my own shadow? How? Magic is supposed to be cast near the caster. I never thought this was possible. Meanwhile, Rudiger Chelsea still had his gun pointed at his opponent. Bang! A second later, the purple-haired man's body lost all strength and collapsed to its knees. Rudiger Chelsea strode past his body, finally stopping in front of Duchuri, who was now cowering and trembling in a corner. He reached up and adjusted the hat on his head and said with a grotesque smile, Now then, why don't we continue our little chat? A short while later, a shimmering golden liquid was poured into a glass. Rudiger Chelsea was sitting casually at the bar when someone walked in and said, How can you be drinking at a time like this? He asked in return, Did you remove your disguise? The newcomer replied, Ever since my nose became more sensitive, I can't stand the smell of blood. He asked about the people on the floor, who had apparently screamed quite pathetically. Is he dead? Rudiger Chelsea glanced at them and answered flatly, Not yet. I now have all the information I need. I was planning to hand him over to the other organizations. Han sat down next to him, saying, All right, I'm sure you'll handle everything just fine. By the way, what are you drinking? As he lifted the glass to take a sip, he replied, A 38-year-old Gojinya. Upon hearing the answer, Han reacted dramatically. What? Damn it, you're drinking alone? Pour me some, Rudiger Chelsea asked. I thought the smell of blood bothered you. But Han quickly pleaded, Come on, I want to try it even if it makes me sick. In the end, they both had a glass of wine to drink when Han suddenly spoke up. Anyway, what are you going to do with the remaining members of the Chain Guild? He replied, I'm going to pick a few of them, find some people who can be useful to me, he said. There are a lot of secret documents and ledgers in the office on the second floor. They'll be useful to you. Han smiled. I guess I have more work to do now. Don't you think this is too much for just the two of us to handle? He replied. I already saw that coming. Rudiger Chelsea then said to Han with a serious tone, You should know, I'm aware of plenty of people who can help us. Han was surprised. Really? Confused, he tried to press the issue. I'm sure there isn't anyone suitable for the job. But come on, do you really think they'll accept your invitation? But he remained calm. They said they'll come as soon as they finish their current work. Do you hate them that much? Han's reaction was immediate and reflexive. Of course I do. Not a single one of them is normal. The moment those words left his lips, he met Rudiger Chelsea's warning glare. Han quickly changed his tune. Yes, I know. It's not my place to say that. He then let out a long sigh and looked up to the heavens. Even if I complain, we'll end up carrying out your plans anyway. I seem to recall the headmaster is suspicious of you. Is it really okay for you to be hanging around like this? Rudiger Chelsea set his cup down. Don't worry, he said, they won't tail us. Those mages would never take a risk they weren't sure about. He thought to himself, especially not while the headmaster is under scrutiny from the opposition. She won't do anything to put herself at a disadvantage. Han nodded. That makes sense. So, what will you name the organization? A name, Han mused for a moment. You want to take control of Litho Belg, right? You'll need a name for that, at the very least. Suddenly, Rudiger Chelsea asked, How many of us are there in total? He said. Including the two of us, probably around 10 people. Then Rudiger announced, I've got it. He spoke the name, Unknown. The moment Han heard the name, he repeated it. Unknown. As in, unknown. You're planning to call the group the Unknown? He turned and replied, Well, that's one interpretation. Han continued to pour the wine. He nodded approvingly. No, I like it. Unknown. He then raised his glass toward Rudiger Chelsea. Hey, care for one last drink for the day? He readily agreed. All right. The two clinked their glasses together, saying in unison, To the birth of our organization. Scene changed to a different location. Selena is now asking Rudiger Chelsea with a worried expression, Professor Chelsea, why don't you have an assistant? His hand, holding a fork with meat on it, froze at the unexpected question. He then replied casually, I haven't really felt the need for one so far. She sounded concerned. But you have 80 students. Isn't that overwhelming? He replied flatly, It is. But it's not too bad. Immediately after, Selena's sweet, admiring voice rang out. Wow, you're truly amazing. However, inside his head, it felt like a bolt of lightning had struck on a clear day. He thought bitterly, Everyone else has assistants. Am I the only one here working myself to the bone? He suddenly looked up and asked Selena, Professor Selena, you have assistants? She replied cheerfully, Yes, but I don't need much help, so I only pick 3 for now. The moment she said that, Rudiger Chelsea felt his eyes start to twitch. He was speechless, thinking helplessly. Didn't you just say you don't need much help? So, do professors normally have up to 10 assistants? Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the distance. Over on the other side, Chris Benur was angrily muttering something, trailed by a whole crowd of students. Rudiger Chelsea saw this and couldn't help but think, looking at all of Professor Benur's assistants, I guess 3 really is a small number. Feeling defeated, he turned back to the table, where the other professors chimed in. You should really hire a few. It's going to be brutal doing it all by yourself. I'd say you need at least 5 assistants. Merylda offered, If you'd like, I can draw up a list of promising students for you. Selena also chimed in helpfully. I'll help out a bit, too. Rudiger Chelsea could only agree, feeling resigned. All right, thank you, everyone. They all went back to their meals and conversations. Back in his office, Rudiger Chelsea was looking through a book when a thought struck him. Assistants, huh? He mused, they receive extra credit and special supplementary classes, unlimited points, and even new professors can have a minimum of 6 assistants. He rested his chin on his hand, still deep in thought. Instead of graduating, some students opt to continue their magical research under a professor's tutelage. Basically, this is a 21st century school system. Rudiger Chelsea thought grimly. Tisk, having someone to handle the menial tasks would be nice. The question is, who should I pick? Suddenly, his eyes landed on a file folder. Rudiger Chelsea exclaimed, Ah, that's right. I already have a list. He picked up the file and began flipping through it, thinking to himself, well, it's not that urgent. Suddenly, the information for one particular student caught his eye. This boy. Scene change. Rudiger Chelsea is now walking down a corridor. Sensing something, he stopped in his tracks, listening quietly. After a moment, he spoke. If you have something to say, you can come out now. A female voice quickly responded from behind a wall. Oh, yes. Sedina peeked out, explaining timidly, I'm sorry, Professor. I saw you walking by, and I just... He glanced at her, mentally refuting her excuse. No way. No one just happens to trail a professor like that. Doesn't she have anything else to do? Then, as if he just realized something, he turned back to her. All right. Actually, since you're here, there's something I need to ask you. Sedina felt a surge of anxiety at being put on the spot. Huh. Me? He asked her directly. Are you free on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.? Sedina was taken aback. Isn't that your teaching slot, Professor? She answered honestly, I'm free during that time. Is there something you need, Professor? Rudiger Chelsea walked towards her, saying, Perfect. He stopped in front of her, leaned down to look at her, and made his offer. Be my assistant. She was still in a daze and replied automatically, Oh, okay. The moment she said it, she froze as the words registered. A terrified scream escaped her. Ah. Sedina stammered in a panic. You're as assistant? What are you saying, Professor? Why someone like me? Rudiger Chelsea replied calmly. If you become my assistant, you'll be able to approach me more naturally. But Sedina was still worried. But I have no connection to you, Professor. You'll also come under suspicion. Rudiger Chelsea remembered the list of students from before. He reassured her, Don't worry. Your name was on the list I was given, so this is perfectly reasonable. Hearing that, she seemed to relax a bit. I see. Then he added one more thing. Well, if you don't want the position, I won't force you. As expected, Sedina was startled and quickly replied, No, that's not it at all. Rudiger Chelsea confirmed. So, you accept, correct? She immediately nodded her head eagerly. All right then, he said finally. Bring me the assistant application forms within 2 days. Sedina replied enthusiastically, Yes, sir. Rudiger Chelsea stroked his chin, thinking to himself, Excellent. Not a bad first assistant. If I keep her close, it will be easier to slowly gather information on the Black Dawn Guild model. He mused that within the next 2 days, he'd have a loyal errand runner. Soon enough, the time came. An hour later, Sedina appeared once again, carefully presenting a folder with both hands, her face shining with reliability. When Rudiger Chelsea opened the door and saw this, he felt a little helpless. However, he still took the documents and praised her. Well done. Sedina replied cheerfully, Thank you, Professor. He also thought to himself, Faster than I thought. In just 1 hour. The scene shifts to a crowded hall where students are busy gossiping with each other. Lin looked around and wondered, Why is it so noisy today? Elodin, sitting next to her, chimed in. It seems like some strange rumor is going around. She said casually, I heard Professor H. Cliff is looking for an assistant. Lin was surprised. Wow, that sounds interesting. Elodin continued. What's more interesting is that he hasn't chosen any assistants so far. People even think he doesn't know professors are supposed to have assistants. Lin exclaimed in shock. No way, he's Professor Rudiger Chelsea. The conversation didn't stop there. Elodin revealed more. And there's more. The hottest rumor is about that. Lin was confused. That, Elodin said, the wish-granting stone of omnipotence. They say it's hidden somewhere in Theon. Lin looked incredulous. Is a rumor like that for real? Elodin affirmed confidently. Of course, there are still so many undiscovered mysteries. And this place, she said, excitedly raising a finger, is the magical center, Theon. It might be a bit of an exaggeration, but an artifact like that really exists. Hearing this, Lin gave a strained laugh and replied, I see. The two girls continued their chat. Just then, someone else's thoughts emerged. So childish. Flora rested her chin on her hand, sighed, and scoffed internally. The wish-granting stone, my foot. If something like that existed, the higher-ups would have already confirmed it. Her eyes darted around as she thought, by the way, is that Superman-like guy looking for an assistant? Flora imagined it for a moment. An assistant is someone recognized by the professor, so naturally, that person must have skills on par with a student like me. With a flick of her hand, she confidently asserted, I'd definitely be considered if I applied myself. Right after that, a voice rang out, making Flora freeze. The professor is coming. Everyone be quiet. Lin stood at the podium with a serious expression, surrounded by whispers. Who's that? I've never seen that student before. Is she carrying teaching materials? What? Is she Professor Rudiger Chelsea's assistant? Hearing those words, Flora couldn't help but be shocked. What did you say? He already hired an assistant? The next second, Rudiger Chelsea's voice came from outside the door. Good work, Sedina. You may go now. Sedina bowed and replied, Yes, sir. Looking at the students' dumbfounded faces, he wondered why they were all acting like that. Then he cleared his throat and said, Focus. Class is starting. Some time passed. Rudiger Chelsea reminded them, That's all for today. You will be tested on today's material, so be sure to review it. Suddenly, a female voice spoke up. Professor Rudiger Chelsea, I have a question. He quickly replied, what is it you want to ask? Julia Bloomhat. Hearing her name, Julia immediately acted surprised. Oh my gosh, you remember my name? He recalled. She was the top student of her class. I heard the Magic Tower is sponsoring her as well. Rudiger Chelsea said, go ahead. Julia laughed loudly, feigning nonchalance. Oh, it's not that important. A second later, her expression turned insidious as she asked, how did you end up recruiting an assistant? Rudiger Chelsea's expression shifted slightly. He cursed inwardly. I knew she would ask that. Then he answered frankly, I chose her myself. Julia didn't let it go. Were there any conditions, like requiring the highest level of magic? Her face was filled with sarcasm, or being so famous that everyone remembers their name. Rudiger Chelsea sneered internally. Aha, so it wasn't just a simple, curious question. He then replied, when choosing an assistant, I only care about one thing, and that's character. Julia froze, her composure gone. He continued, if you have a good character, I would gladly welcome you for an interview. His expression darkened, his sharp eyes narrowing as he declared. However, after that question, I don't think you'll need an interview anymore. His voice was as cold as a blade, leaving Julia speechless. Because it seems you're not the right type of person to be my assistant. Finally, he said, if there are no other questions, I'll be leaving. Lynn, who had witnessed the exchange, began to worry. Rudiger Chelsea gave the class one last warning. The midterm exam is coming up, so prepare well. After finishing his lecture, Rudiger Chelsea left the classroom. Unexpectedly, he noticed someone glancing his way. Seeing Sedina standing outside the door, he asked, have you been standing here this whole time? She was startled. Ah, I. He cut her off, instructing, next time, don't wait outside the lecture hall like this. Wait for me in the assistant's office. Sedina quickly said, ah, yes, sir. Suddenly, she called out to him awkwardly. Professor, yes? Seeing her keep hesitating, he asked, what is it? But Sedina just brushed it off. Ah, it's nothing. Have a good day, Professor, he replied gently. You too. Then he handed her a stack of documents, instructing, right, here are the assignments the students submitted today. Keep them safe for the rest of the day. Sedina responded with firm certainty. Yes, sir. He started to walk away, but hadn't gotten far when someone called out, Professor. It was Flora. He turned his head and asked her, is something the matter? I'm Flora Lumos. She hesitated a bit. I heard you just hired an assistant. Rudiger Chelsea immediately replied, that's right. Do you want to be an assistant too? Hearing that, Flora jumped. Humph, of course not. How could I possibly do it? He then asked again, then why did you want to see me? Flora was silent for a moment, as if thinking. Suddenly, she spoke up. I wanted to thank you, Professor. She put her hands on her hips and looked away, looking a bit flustered, then continued. Last time, thanks to your help, I made it back safely. And your advice. It wasn't wrong at all. I only did what a professor should. As long as you seriously considered my advice, that's good enough. As soon as he finished, Flora asked another question. Did you go right back after that? You must have used up a lot more mana than I did that day. Rudiger, Chelsea said nonchalantly, as if it were nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Inwardly, however, he gritted his teeth resentfully. Actually, I was about to kick the bucket myself. Suddenly, Flora's curiosity shifted to another topic. Professor, how many elements have you mastered? I've only seen you use 5 elements in class. He closed his eyes and answered helplessly. That's all the elements I can use. But in his head, he thought cautiously. Actually, I can use all 10 elements, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Unlike a mage who only cultivates one element, basically, he was hurting on the inside. The downside of being multi-elemental is that no single element is overwhelmingly powerful. He thought to himself, but if this gets out, I'll be in a tight spot, so he just said 5. I'll be cornered, so I'll just say 5. At that moment, after hearing his answer, Flora rubbed her chin and mumbled, 5? That's a lot. Seeing that there was nothing else, he turned to leave, tossing out a comment, if you don't have any more questions, then I'll be going. But she quickly reached out to stop him. I still. Rudiger Chelsea seriously reminded her. If you still haven't changed your mind, then you're welcome to apply to be my assistant anytime. You are perfectly capable of becoming my assistant. Hearing those words, Flora was a bit stunned and surprised. In the end, she couldn't say anything more. Her hand remained raised in the air, her eyes still following Rudiger Chelsea as he walked away. She suddenly pursed her lips tightly, then her expression darkened as she looked down. Her hand clenched as she muttered something unintelligible. So annoying. The scene changes to a luxurious office, where Rudiger Chelsea greets the headmistress. "You called for me?" Headmistress Elisa sat at her desk, leaning on it with both hands, and asked with a smile, "Hello, Professor Rudiger Chelsea. Have you heard the recent rumors?" She said, "The Omni Stone inside Theon has disappeared." He calmly nodded in reply, "I've heard. I thought it was just some baseless rumor among the students." Elisa suddenly cut in seriously. "No, you don't understand." She held out her hand, and a sparkling stone appeared. Elisa said with a smile, "The Omni Stone, which can grant people's wishes, truly exists." She continued, "A mystical object with unique power that has existed for a very long time." Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. "A sacred artifact?" She confirmed it again. "Yes, that's exactly right." Elisa began to explain. "An ancient sacred artifact of unknown origin. Its power is estimated to be 100 times greater than a holy relic that an archmage can create." He wondered, "An artifact like that is really a Theon?" She immediately replied, "Yes, we've had it in our possession for quite a while." A calculating look appeared in her eyes. Elisa said, "But that's top secret information. If there are rumors, it means the information has already been leaked." Rudiger Chelsea immediately guessed, someone has revealed the secret. She agreed with his opinion. "Yes, but there is another possibility." Elisa elaborated on her speculations. Because the Omni Stone possesses immense power, the area where it's stored is under extremely strict security measures. It's possible the information was leaked while security around the vault was relaxed during the transportation process. Her eyes narrowed as she told him bluntly, "But because this rumor is so unusual, I'm considering assigning you to investigate it for me." His expression darkened, his eyes growing dim as he sensed danger and went on high alert. He analyzed internally. "On the surface, it seems like the headmistress is entrusting this job to me, but she's not the type to trust me just because I'm on her side." Looking at her insidious face, he became even more certain of his thoughts. "It's more likely she wants to use this as an opportunity to investigate my background." Elisa tapped a finger on the desk, continuing, "Just tell me if you have any questions. Also, please assist us during the process with the sacred artifact." He agreed. "All right. Are there any other mages participating?" She replied, "Yes, but you have all been dispatched to different areas, so you won't be meeting them." Rudiger Chelsea closed his eyes and calmly confirmed, "I understand." Elisa gave a final instruction. "There's still some time before the stone is transported, so for now, just continue your work as usual." After that, he left her office and returned to his own. By now, the sky was growing dark. Rudiger Chelsea sat with his chin in his hand, pondering the issue. Information was leaked from Theon. Could it be the break order? But then, there's been no contact from Sedina. He reached up to adjust his glasses, analyzing everything. "I'm not sure if it's some other transaction or for a different purpose, but an incident will happen soon." He slipped his hand inside his coat by his chest while thinking. Rudiger Chelsea then pulled out a shimmering stone fragment and held it up to inspect it, thinking to himself, "A sacred artifact. It seems I found one here as well." He began to recall his recent past. "I've been changing my identity while traveling through various lands for a long time now. Sometimes as a mercenary, other times a professional criminal, and occasionally a merchant. There's only one reason why I've wandered the world with so many identities." As light reflected off the gleaming stone fragment, he thought, "To find the remaining pieces of this sacred artifact." His eyes widened, as if reminding himself, "I came here because I heard the Empire possessed a sacred artifact, but I never thought there would be one inside Theon as well." He recalled the dark green stone, thinking, "Of course, it's a different type from the sacred artifact I'm looking for, but what if I could use the Omni Stone to pinpoint the location of the one I seek?" Suddenly, the orb on his desk began to glow, and Han's voice came from the other side. "Hey, boss, I've cleaned up the scene." He reported to Rudiger Chelsea. "Perhaps because you're keeping an eye on the Red Society, the other 3 societies are also laying low. But Piranha, the one who wants to take over that society, is going nuts. Boss, I might need your help." "Are you free?" Rudiger Chelsea replied. "Maybe after another week." Han was surprised. "Is something going on over there?" He leaned down to speak into the orb. "There's a sacred artifact in Theon." Hearing this, Han rested his chin on his hand, looking a bit helpless. "Seriously, you get into more trouble than I do." Rudiger Chelsea himself thought the same thing. "That's right," Han asked again. "But what kind of school has a sacred artifact?" "The headmistress must have some secret vault." Rudiger Chelsea sighed, closed his eyes, and said, "Han, stop messing around." On the other end, Han pouted, "Can't you take a joke?" "Anyway, I'm heading out on a date." He replied, "Do a good job." After the conversation, he sat in deep thought again. "I need to act as soon as possible, but for now, I have to stay put at the headmistress's request." He thought to himself, "The Omni Stone can grant wishes, This could be an opportunity. His gaze fell to the stone fragment resting in the palm of his hand, telling himself, sacred artifacts are not easy to find. Even someone like me, who has traveled all over searching for them, has only found 3 pieces. Rudiger Chelsea analyzed for a moment. Based on the shape and size, there should be about 4 more fragments. Once I find all 7, my very own complete sacred artifact will be finished. His expression grew serious as waves of thoughts washed over him. If I can do that, then. Rudiger Chelsea clenched the fragment in his hand, looking as if he had resolved to do something. The final image is his silhouette, sitting alone at his desk, his head bowed, his hands empty. Bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. A servant asked respectfully, "Is there anything else you need?" "No, Your Highness. You may go." "Very well." Elendon sighed wearily. So tiring. They can't even leave me alone for an hour. She frowned, thinking to herself, I know it comes with the position, but I just want to live a normal life like the other students. Just then, a knock on the door made Elendon jump. She cleared her throat and said, "What is it?" The person outside replied immediately, "Princess, a request has been sent to you." "A request?" Immediately after, Tarina's image appeared. "Forgive me for contacting you so late at night, Princess Elendon. Is there an emergency?" "It's fine. But what do you need from me, Tarina?" "I heard there were werewolves in Theon recently." "Is that true?" she answered, with a serious expression. "Yes, one of the professors has already dealt with them," Tarina said in a low voice. "I'm investigating a case related to it." "What case?" "I've been asked to keep this a secret. Please understand. In any case, I plan to meet with that professor. Do you happen to know who it is?" The two of them spoke for quite some time. The new professor, Rudiger Chelsea, Elendon said softly, "I hope your investigation yields results soon, Tarina." "Thank you, Your Highness." "Oh, that's right, Princess." "Yes, the Grand Princess said she's waiting to hear from you. She wanted me to relay that she's very sad you haven't been in touch recently." Hearing this, she fell silent for a moment. "I understand. Then I shall take my leave." Then the call ended. Elendon let out a long sigh. She thought hesitantly, "That's right. I could ask how she's doing, but speaking to me through Tarina is just her way of showing she cares. It's so frustrating." Meanwhile, what was happening back at the academy? The new professor handled it. "I need to meet him as soon as possible," Tarina asked in a low voice. "Inya, what's the status of the factory investigation?" "Ah, yes. I've analyzed some of the unburnt paper scraps. It seems someone was researching or developing something, but the specifics are still unknown." Tarina suddenly felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that there were no leads, but they couldn't proceed. "Anything else?" Enya quickly replied. "One more thing. The Red Society, a dark guild, recently vanished overnight in Lethurk." Hearing this, he looked over at her. "What does the Red Society have to do with this case?" "Nothing, but we should still keep an eye on it." "No, it's fine. No need to worry about that now. Focus on your investigation. Scout around Lether Bell a bit more, and then we'll head to Theon." "Understood." As for Rudiger Chelsea, he was currently teaching a class, writing on the board as he thought. More and more rumors have been spreading over the past few days. The students are acting out because of the werewolf incident. "It looks like I'm about to get dragged into this mess." He glanced behind him. The students were all nodding off, completely lacking any will to learn. Rudiger Chelsea gently placed the book in his hand down on the desk. He said in a low voice, "It seems you're all bored, aren't you? In that case, I'll show you something interesting." Hearing this, the dozing students all perked up, eager to see what was happening. "What's going on?" He created a small flame in his hand. Mages always use magic by centering it on themselves, because the magical power comes from the incantations. However, Rudiger Chelsea glanced at the students. A few were still dozing, paying no attention to his words. He then conjured a flame right in front of them, making them scream in fright. "If you were to touch it for a moment, you could do the same. I said that magic is something that manifests externally, using the incantation as its center. But in reality, there's a small gap in between. Usually, this gap is about 1 meter at most. However, if you're willing to expend more mana, you can extend that distance even further. And I call this coordinate designate magic formula." Flora thought in a daze. Coordinate designate magic formula. I've never heard of this before. Where on earth did he learn that kind of magic? Rudiger continued, "This may be interesting to you, but it's just a minor modification in the application of magic. It was inspired by a certain mage. And I'm not showing you this because I intend to teach it to you." After hearing this, the students stared at each other in confusion. "Ha, you're not going to teach us? Then why show us?" He replied with a serious face, "Because I want you to realize one thing. All magic develops from a solid foundation. A perfect creation only comes after that. To use truly perfect magic, you must learn it step by step. So, if you feel bored or think I'm stating the obvious, Focus on your studies now for your future selves. Class is dismissed. If anyone wants to learn more about this magic, feel free to come to my office. I would appreciate your enthusiasm. After that, Rudiger Chelsea went straight to his study. Inside, Sedina was already waiting. When she saw him, she immediately stood up. Ah, Professor. But Rudiger Chelsea's attention was drawn to the glowing crystal ball on his desk. Sedina, wait outside for a moment. Ah, yes, sir. He walked past the barrier and sat down at his desk, thinking to himself, it must be about time for them to contact me. Rudiger Chelsea lightly touched the crystal ball. Yes, Mr. Prime Minister. Immediately, a voice rang out. Professor Rudiger, it's an emergency. Hearing this, he froze. Yes, the Philosopher's Stone has been stolen. I underestimated your enemies. He frowned deeply. What happened? They knew about the stone's backup room. They attacked before we could do anything, Elisa said, her voice strained. No matter how far the rumors spread, I thought we could handle it if we acted quickly. And yet, we still ended up making this mistake. We're pursuing them now. But if they use the stone, the situation will become much more serious. Rudiger, Chelsea replied grimly. I know. How long do you think our window of opportunity will last? Hearing this, Elisa said, I think until midnight tonight. I understand. She asked further, do you have any other questions? I think it's better for you to be on the move than to sit there asking more questions. All right, then. I'm counting on you. The call was quickly disconnected. Rudiger Chelsea touched the barrier, feeling extremely troubled. I knew this would happen, but who would have thought it'd be so soon? Those people. What the hell are they thinking? I haven't even fully cleared the Prime Minister's suspicions about me yet. I'll be seen as one of them, being some more. He frowned and began to ponder. Something's not right. Is this really a first-order matter? Thinking it over, Rudiger Chelsea called out in a low voice, Sedina, come back in. She quickly opened the door and stepped inside. It seems a subordinate is acting on their own. Sedina nodded worriedly. Yes. He looked at her with a serious expression. Explain to me from the beginning exactly what happened. According to the investigation, the incident originated from a third order making inquiries. That person found documents related to the Omni Stone while researching Theon. Somehow, rumors about the stone started spreading among the students. Because he read that information, he completely believed the rumors and eventually learned of the stone's existence and its location. That guy quickly reported it to his second order, but that person acted on their own without reporting it further. His name is DeMiles. He has close ties to the government and handles matters related to them. After hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea said that if the information was that important, he should have reported it to the First Order. Does he really think I wouldn't find out? Why do you think he did it? Sedina replied hesitantly. This is just my speculation, but I think he wants to become a First Order. It's not unheard of for the 7 First Order positions to change at any time. DeMiles' talent isn't enough to satisfy his greed, so he's probably making a big play this time. I see. So, what's the situation now? She didn't answer, instead asking, Professor, do you intend to act on your own? Yes, they're already chasing him. If we're not careful, our identities will be exposed. Sedina frowned slightly. They're currently on the run with a few dozen accomplices after stealing the stone. I only know that they fled towards the Silent Forest. Hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea immediately stood up. All right, I should get going too. Seeing this, she stammered. What? What should I do? You don't have to do anything else. That information alone was more than enough. You did well. Sedina, I'll leave the rest to you. With that, he quickly walked away, leaving her standing there stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, sir. Rudiger Chelsea stood outside. He glanced back into the study, wondering to himself, I only said a few words. Why is she making that face? I thought it was some kind of extreme loyalty or something, but it seems that's not it. What's most important now is, he said in a low voice, Athen Noctis. Immediately after, a black power enveloped his body. Rudiger Chelsea stared ahead with a cold gaze. The sky had already begun to darken, and the streetlights were turning on one by one. Emanating a murderous aura, Rudiger Chelsea walked straight ahead, thinking to himself, Athen Noctis is a summoning spell known as the Path of Magic. It consumes a large amount of mana, but it can completely conceal the user's presence, so that no one could find him. He walked right past Flora and Chiro. Flora, who was laughing and chatting happily, suddenly froze. Seeing this, Chiro asked, Flora, what's wrong? She didn't answer, instead turning to look in the direction Rudiger Chelsea had gone, but she couldn't see anyone. Someone just passed by. I didn't see anyone, but I definitely smelled magic. Invisibility magic? I have to check it out. Flora, where are you going? Meanwhile, at the gate, separating the academy from the forest, a group of people stood guard. Damn it, they actually ran into the Silent Forest. Even if it's dangerous, shouldn't we call for backup? Why do forests like this still exist? It's been destroyed so many times. They were so busy talking that they didn't even notice Rudiger Chelsea slipping past. He went straight into the pitch-black forest. No matter how hard you try, it grows back incredibly fast and drives those who enter insane. Blocking the entrance is our best option. Scene changed to deep within the forest, where the sound of heavy panting echoed. DeMiles gritted his teeth and warned a man who was groaning and clutching his head. Calm down. Do you want to go mad like that other guy? The others asked nervously. Lord DeMiles, what do we do now? We're surrounded, and we can't stay here long. Before they could finish, he angrily roared, Shut up. I have a plan. The group immediately fell silent. DeMiles took out a blue stone, his eyes widening as he stared at it. Damn it, it really is the Omni Stone, but it's completely useless. The power coming from the stone is real, but why? Why isn't it reacting at all? Suddenly, they all flinched and looked in the same direction. Who are you? Rudiger Chelsea said casually, Is this all of you? I heard there were at least 10. Were the rest caught, or did you leave them behind? DeMiles and the others trembled, unable to believe their eyes. Lord Rudiger Chelsea. He looked at the man with an ice-cold gaze. Second order, DeMiles, why do you think I came here myself? The man turned pale with fear, thinking, he knows everything. How could I be so unlucky to run into the cold-blooded Rudiger Chelsea? I'm going to die today. DeMiles tremblingly held up the stone. This is the Omni Stone. I offer it to you, my lord. Rudiger observed it without any expression. He reached out and took the stone. Well done. Now, farewell. The man looked up, stunned. Huh? But in the next moment, 3 sharp spikes shot up from the ground, impaling them. Before completely losing consciousness, DeMiles managed to say, First order, why? Rudiger paid him no mind and snatched the Omni Stone from his hand. His face darkened as he stared at it. Why? Explaining it to you would just be a waste of my time. This is the Omni Stone? He suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait, this isn't a holy artifact. It has a powerful source of mana inside, but that's it. But the headmaster said. Rudiger flinched and looked up. Just then, a beam of pink light suddenly appeared in the sky. It shot down from above at an incredible speed. The beam of light illuminated the entire forest. Then, a massive explosion occurred, with a more violent tremor than ever before. An entire area was destroyed, leaving only a deep crater in the ground. In the center lay the Omni Stone, completely unscathed. Oh my, I hit that pretty hard. It's unbelievable there isn't even a single crack. It's over. Elisa Willow, holding her staff, smiled and picked up the stone, a fake Omni Stone. Elisa smiled, glancing in another direction. She thought to herself, just need to add a little more spice to this bait, and the big rat will take it. Professor Rudiger, you're going to regret being here. Not far away, by the base of a tree, Rudiger Chelsea had used a teleportation spell to hide. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this is bad. He recalled what happened earlier, when that beam of light shot down. He had quickly used Athens' Nocturne to teleport away, avoiding the disaster. Rudiger couldn't help but let out a sigh. My spell is equivalent to magic. Maybe that's why I was able to survive. Instantaneous teleportation spells don't exist in this world, but with coordinate-based formulas and the uniqueness of this magic, I can do anything. That was the 6th-ranked professor, Elisa Willow's power. He cautiously kept looking behind him. She told me to do this, but why did she come here alone? And besides, that Omni Stone was a fake. Could it be? She's figured out my identity and is luring me into a trap. Just then, a sudden headache hit him. Rudiger groaned in pain, quickly pulling out a vial of medicine from his clothes. Damn it, that instant teleportation spell completely drained my magic. Rudiger poured the entire vial of medicine into his mouth and swallowed it all down. He frowned, thinking, no, she wouldn't choose such a complicated method. So from the very beginning, she was acting alone, not even telling her allies, in order to maximize the effect. Truly an extraordinary person. Right after that, he sensed a human presence nearby. Rudiger Chelsea raised his staff without hesitation. But the person approaching wasn't Elisa, it was Flora. She let out a scream as he suddenly aimed at her. Flora stammered, Professor? He quickly recognized Flora Lumos. What are you doing here? Don't you know this forest is off limits? She then raised her voice and asked back, Then why are you here, Professor? I should be the one asking you that. Also, what was that incredibly powerful magic from before? That's none of your business. This forest is dangerous for students. Go back now. Flora immediately retorted. I'm not that weak. Rudiger Chelsea didn't bother arguing with her. He thought to himself, it doesn't seem like she's run into anything suspicious. Did she find a path into the forest that avoids the gatekeepers? At the same time, Flora was also thinking, how can I possibly tell him I came here because I smelled something really fragrant? I can't believe Professor Rudiger is here. Just then, another voice suddenly called out, grabbing both of their attention. Flora. Chero came running tearfully after her into the forest, trembling with fear. Flora, I was so scared. Where did you go? Rudiger Chelsea said to them in a low voice, Follow me. I'll lead you two out. Flora stared at him in silence. The truth was, earlier, she had seen him panting and taking out a vial of medicine to drink. She couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of medicine did he just take? Is something wrong with him? Seeing him emerge from the bushes, Elisa pretended not to know anything. Ah, Professor Rudiger. And who are these two students? He immediately answered her. These two students got lost in the silent forest, so I'm leading them out. Elisa gave him a scrutinizing look. The silent forest? Why would students be here? Flora suddenly stepped forward to take the blame. It was my fault. Chero, hearing this, was extremely surprised. Flora. Elisa also turned her gaze to her. I am Flora Lumos, she said with a serious face. I entered the silent forest on my own, and Chero chased after me. Professor Rudiger found us shortly after. I see. Rudiger Chelsea then asked, How should I handle them? Elisa just chuckled and said, Well, students have the right to make mistakes. Let's just let it go. But what should be done? The current situation is quite urgent, so I must go handle it first. He gave a slight nod. Then the magic from before. Was that yours? Headmistress. If it was, then I'm sure everything has been taken care of. It's fine. I'll take responsibility for getting these two students back. All right, I'll leave them to you then. The scene changes to Elisa and Wilfred entering a vault deep within the academy. That man, Rudiger Chelsea. What about him? Elisa, still holding the omnipotent stone in her hand, replied softly, This incident makes it hard for me to suspect him. His reactions were not unusual at all. Hearing this, Will gave a slight laugh. That's a relief, but there's still no one more suspicious than him. However, why did we have to spread such rumors ourselves? She smiled and said, We did it to lure the little rats into our trap first. He didn't ask anything further. I understand. They walked straight to the room at the end of the hall. Inside that room, in the very center, was the brilliantly shining omnipotent stone. The real stone was safe here. Thank goodness, nothing happened to it. This stone is so dangerous it once completely destroyed a kingdom. Elisa scanned the surroundings one last time, then quickly shut the door. We've confirmed it's safe. Let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. She had no idea that just a few seconds later, Rudiger Chelsea used teleportation magic to follow her trace right to this spot. He smirked. I didn't believe it at first, but this is a huge score. It was a good thing I left a locator on the fake stone. As expected, the headmistress came back to check on the real one. He walked straight to the real stone. The magical energy radiating from the real stone is obviously much stronger. Strong enough to draw you in. But it's not enough to satisfy my true desire. I know this, because I can see the limits of your power. Without any hesitation, he reached out and touched the stone with his bare hand. However, I at least know that you can show me the locations of the remaining holy relics. A powerful surge of energy burst violently from the stone, its magical power growing more and more intense. It's trying to bore its way into the very core of my body. Rudiger, Chelsea said in a low voice, settle down. If you go any deeper, even with my will holding you back, you'll shatter into pieces. Immediately after, the flow of energy began to subside. Good. Now, show me the location of the other pieces. A moment later, Rudiger Chelsea looked at the stone, which was no longer emitting energy. As I thought. It can't specify the exact location of each piece. Even so, there's one piece very close by. It was now night at Rudiger Chelsea's mansion. What is it? Rudiger Chelsea spoke warily to Han through a crystal ball. The matter I mentioned the other day is done. Let's schedule the meeting for tomorrow evening. Hearing this, Han asked, That's good. The deadline is approaching. But why do you sound like that? Did something happen? He let out a long sigh and said, It's nothing. We found the location of the holy relic. Even though it was just one, I overexerted myself a bit. Han frowned slightly and said, A lot has been happening lately, but finding just one seems a bit anticlimactic. To be precise, there are two, but we already knew about the other one. The remaining one is. Before he could finish his sentence, Rudiger Chelsea had already guessed it was in Litherbal. Based on the scenery I saw through the relic, it's probably at the auction house. Han immediately added, The Sea Auction House. That's the only auction house there. I heard there's a big event coming up soon. It's probably one of the auction items. You can check the auction list, right? Yeah, that's simple. All right, see you tomorrow night. Yeah, good work. And with that, the call ended. The scene changes to early the next morning, just as the sun was rising. What are you doing? Rudiger frowned, looking at Flora, who was sneaking around in front of his office, in front of my office door. Seeing him, she froze. Ah. Then she stammered. Weren't you inside, Professor? He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Do you need something?" Flora frowned, thinking to herself, "What should I say? Should I ask about the special magic he used last time, or about the medicine?" For some reason, I just can't bring myself to ask. Rudiger waited, but got no answer. He bluntly walked past her. "If you have nothing to say, then I'm going in." Flora let out a small cry. Wait, he was getting a real headache. What was this? All of a sudden, drops of water of various sizes flew towards him, causing Rudiger Chelsea's eyes to widen in surprise. And she didn't stop there. Flora also created ice and fire magic. She smirked and asked, "What do you think of my coordinate assignment magic formula, teacher?" He calmly replied, "That's surprising. I didn't expect a student to be able to perform that kind of magic." Being praised, Flora looked so proud she could burst. "It's because I'm a genius. Since I'm the only one, I should get some kind of reward, right?" He glanced at her and asked, How about this? The highest score. How about that? Just a score doesn't seem worthy of my effort. I want something else equivalent to the highest score." His expression turned serious as he looked at Flora with a scrutinizing gaze, then opened the door to his study. "Come in." Flora quickly stepped inside. She looked around for a moment. "This is my first time in here." Rudiger Chelsea reminded her in a low voice, "The laboratory is this way." Hearing that, she was a bit surprised. A laboratory? He opened another door, and inside was a rather large room, fully equipped with lab instruments. Flora frowned as she looked at the text and diagrams written on a large board. What is he researching? I've never seen these symbols before, but they don't look like random scribbles. Before she could think any further, Rudiger Chelsea spoke softly. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to pull it off, so I was unsure what to give you as a reward. As you know, coordinate assignment is a mathematical formula. You have to control your mana and execute a formula at the same time." Flora pouted and thought to herself, "So that's how it is, but I was just imitating what I saw. Since you were able to understand and execute it, I'll show you this." He gave his wand a light flick, and a stream of yellow light immediately appeared, wrapping around it. Flora's eyes widened as she watched. What is this? Soon, Rudiger Chelsea had drawn some kind of shape in midair. Her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her head felt like it was about to split in two. What is this feeling? Flora then fainted on the spot. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes and shot up with a start. Hearing the noise, he, who was sitting at the desk, asked, "You're awake?" "Yeah." "How long has it been?" "Not even half an hour." Flora frowned at him. "What kind of magic did you just perform, teacher?" He didn't hide it and replied, "Source code. I call it by its name. I saw it once before, so I figured out how to create it myself just as an experiment." Flora couldn't help but be astonished. "You created it just for an experiment? Are your eyes and nose okay? Why do you ask?" Rudiger Chelsea glanced at her. "You have the ability to sense all magical fluctuations, don't you? When you saw my formula, your eyes dilated and your fingers trembled. You must have perceived it in a way ordinary people can't. You were probably shocked because you'd never seen this type of magic before." Flora quietly clenched her fists. "Aren't you curious, Professor? About my ability?" "Not at all. I have no interest in any special skills, but I can't say the same for other mages. You'd best not let anyone find out. It's late. You should go now." She didn't linger any longer and quickly walked out. On the other side of the door, Flora thought with suspicion. How can he be so calm after finding out about my ability? Has he met someone with this ability before? Now I remember. I never got a proper reward. The scene changes, and it's now evening. Rudiger Chelsea slowly walked towards a parked car, where Han was already waiting. "You know, no matter how many times I see you, I can never get used to your sense of style." Hearing his voice, Han smiled. "So you're here? Are you just going to stand there?" "Yeah, same as usual." He glanced at the car next to them. "Where did you get this thing?" He let out a pleased laugh. "It's the flashiest car around. If you need it, you just take it, right? Fair enough. Let's go then." Afterwards, they sped off towards a bustling building, alive with the sounds of music and laughter. Elegantly and luxuriously dressed men and women were continuously entering. He followed behind Han. He scanned the area, unnecessarily loud and flashy. Han then said, "This place is famous. Isn't it better than being dirty and deserted?" "What floor is the meeting on?" "The 4th floor." Just as they reached the stairs, they were stopped. "Hold on. You need permission to go up to the 4th floor." Han took a ticket from his pocket for them to inspect, "But we can go in." Sure enough, the two men immediately stepped aside. "Please, go ahead," he remarked in a low voice. "The atmosphere on the 4th floor is really different." Han smiled in response. "I heard that underground organizations often meet here. That's how this place's unwritten rule came to be. The unwritten rule is that no fighting is allowed on the 4th floor. That's why there's no security on this level. There must be a reason we were invited here, right? Perhaps they want to see if we'll follow that rule." After walking a short distance, they stopped in front of a door. We're here. Inside the room, a group of people in black cloaks were sitting around a dining table, waiting. Shall we go in then? Moriarty, I'm sure you wouldn't lie in a place like this. I know that you disappeared after the failed uprising in the Delica Kingdom. The Black Rose Lady, Violetta, said in a low voice. What wind blew you here? Do you intend to retry what you failed at? He sipped his wine and replied, Of course not. Don't speak such baseless words. I've never had such a thought. How can I trust you? If you have no ill intentions, why did you destroy the Crimson Society right after arriving here? I just dealt with the filth that was in front of me. Kiruspin frowned and asked, Enough with the private chat. What do you want? You must have your own agenda for accepting our invitation. You're quick. I want to build a foundation here. Hearing this, the man asked further, A foundation? Are you planning to create a second Crimson Society or something? Kirsty Dan remained silent, his eyebrows just furrowed tightly. He let out a soft sigh. Of course not. I understand why the atmosphere is so tense. First, let me clear up this misunderstanding. Diane looked at him with a suspicious gaze. What misunderstanding? But before that, you wanted to speak privately? What are you talking about? It's fine. Diane Mastella smiled and said, So you figured it out, Moriarty. I'm often looked down on for being a child. Rudiger Chelsea shrugged slightly and replied, My life isn't so pathetic that I'd look down on a child. And don't worry, I have no intention of creating a second Crimson Society. Of course, I do intend to start a new business. His expression quickly turned serious. I have a proposal. If you come and work under me, I will help you make a lot of money. Standing to the side, Han gritted his teeth and thought, What is he saying? Violetta said bluntly, Then how is that any different from the Crimson Society? You'll just end up oppressing us and making us follow your every command, won't you? No, because this is just a proposal. If I wanted to force it, I would have done so already. Besides, even if you refuse, I will still transfer a portion of the Red Society's business to you. Hearing this, they were all completely stunned. Mastella asked hesitantly, Even if we refuse, I don't understand what you really want. As you all know, my current position isn't exactly suitable for causing trouble, and fighting is useless. I just need solid power. You don't have to trust me. You lose nothing by refusing. But I'm very eager to hear your answer. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, but Pinion spoke up casually. Hey, at the very least, you could tell us what this business is, right? Violetta frowned and exclaimed, Pinion, why are you making decisions on your own? He ignored her and looked Rudiger Chelsea straight in the eye, saying, If it's dangerous, I'm not interested. You have to understand that. He waved Han over. I promise you won't face any danger. He quickly handed a stack of papers to them. Do you all know how much the nobles enjoy their entertainment? Pinion, though confused, still answered, opera and music, right? Don't tell me we have to do that kind of stuff. No, I want you to do something more elegant. Storytelling through plays, music, and also dance. The man was completely baffled. Just by looking at this, I'm not sure. But you have a vision. Let's do it. Seeing this, Rudiger Chelsea said, Then I look forward to working with you, Guildmaster Pinion. Violetta still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Interesting. Moriarty, what do you really want out of this? I want change. Before the factories and forges appeared here, this was a wasteland, with nothing but gray skies and a bleak future. But to live, people need to look up at the sky, don't they? I want to change this gloomy place into somewhere truly vibrant. I will also provide a suitable business model for the other organizations. Please read it first. After talking for a while, the night grew late and the electric lights faded. Han couldn't help but praise him. Your idea from earlier was brilliant. You managed to get all three organizations to agree. Rudiger Chelsea walked slowly. I was just inspired by someone else's idea, anyway. He suddenly turned around. What do you want? You don't have an escort. Violetta was leaning against a wall and said, I want to talk to you alone. You can go on ahead. Han left. Now, only the two of them remained. She looked him straight in the eye and said, This thing you just proposed. Do you really think it will work out? Rudiger Chelsea didn't answer, asking a question in return. You don't think so? The current clothing market is controlled by nobles and wealthy merchants. I wonder if I even stand a chance. My potential customers aren't them. It's ready-made clothes that are light, convenient, and can be worn every day. If people start paying attention to these outfits, those powerful elites will no longer be the majority. Violetta immediately retorted, but we won't be able to avoid their sabotage. But he remained completely unfazed. Then we'll have to beat them. We can't keep hiding forever. You don't need to worry about the children anymore. If you accept my offer, I will protect them. And once the business starts, you'll be able to use your magic on the clothes too. Hearing this, Violetta flinched. How did you know? A mage can recognize another mage. It's nothing, but since I've agreed to cooperate, I can't hide it forever anyway. She raised her hand and lifted the veil covering her face, revealing a beautiful face with dark blemishes on one side of her eye. Rudiger Chelsea frowned slightly. A magical burn. Yes, an extremely possessive mage, the one who taught me magic, caused this. It was too late, so even an apostle of Rudiger Chelsea Lumensis had to give up. I've shown you my ugly face, so I'll be going. Before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Wait, since you trusted me and showed me your face, I have to show you something in return. What are you talking about? Rudiger Chelsea gently touched Violetta's burn with his finger, and in an instant, the burn vanished as if it had never been there. Look at your face again. Violetta stared blankly into a mirror. How? He smiled softly and said, true magic. It's a real shame to have to hide your face just because of that scar. She froze when she heard that. I'm still more comfortable with my face covered. Then fine, I'll follow your orders for now. Today's meeting was very productive. So, Rudiger Chelsea suddenly shouted, Violetta. She didn't understand why his reaction was so harsh. He didn't say another word, quickly grabbing her in an embrace and pulling her away, just as a strange object suddenly flew toward them. It was an extremely sharp arrow. Cliff asked in a low voice, Are you okay? Yes, thank you. He took his staff from inside his coat. An ambush. Who is it? I have a few suspects, but I don't think it's just one or two of them. In front of them stood a group of people holding weapons. DM Moriarty, for an important figure like you to be without an escort, this is a great opportunity for us. He glanced around. Remnants of the Red Society, don't you know why your organization collapsed? We know very well. That's why we came prepared. Right after that, Rudiger Chelsea suddenly noticed a strange scent wafting by. This smell is poison gas. Violetta, don't use magic, control it tightly. You catch on quick. The leader on the other side laughed with delight. Wait, that voice. This was well worth the wait. To think I could take down two important people at once. Violetta frowned and took out her umbrella. How annoying. Violence really isn't my style. Cliff glanced at her. Are you planning to fight them? We can't exactly run away anymore. He smiled and asked, Well then, Milady, do you know how to dance? Good enough that I don't need to admire others. Then I'll leave my back to you. At the scene of the fight, waves of power crashed down on the houses as Rudiger, Chelsea, and Violetta fought back to back, dealing with the remnants. Seeing how strong the two were, those men panicked. Damn it, how are they still so strong even without using magic? Even so, they look like they're running out of steam. Hold them off a little longer. Violetta, now tired as well, spoke up. I'm exhausted. Is it because I don't exercise often? Cliff joked with her. Looks like you should consider some physical training after this is over. He was joking, but inside, he was calculating. He still hadn't found the one who shot the first arrow. Is he hiding himself after that surprise attack? He's using a rare diffusing scent that can conceal his own killing intent. It seems there's a professional among them. With that thought, he suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Violet. She turned to answer. What? Immediately, he threw Violetta over his shoulder and dashed in one direction at top speed. Seeing him run, the others panicked and started shouting, You idiots, they're running. Get them. Violetta, caught off guard, asked in confusion, You, what are you doing? He quickly explained, They have a professional assassin hiding in their ranks. We'll be at a disadvantage if we keep fighting like this. She gasped in horror. An assassin? Just then, two powerful auras shot past the remaining thugs. Two assassins with daggers were rushing after them. Those guys were. Before Rudiger Chelsea could answer, the two were closing in. Rudiger Chelsea then asked, Do you know who they are? Violetta quickly replied, I heard about a group of assassins from the southern desert, people who will kill for money. The southern desert, just as I thought. It's a Kansapa assassin. Rudiger Chelsea was about to make a move and warned her first, Be careful not to bite your tongue. Violetta was still confused. Suddenly, a chain shot out from his hand. The chain helped him scale a high wall. The two assassins were agile and simply leaped up after them. After the pair landed on a rooftop, the two assassins arrived as well. As soon as one landed, he swung both daggers in two powerful slashes. Rudiger, Chelsea, and Violetta quickly leaped backward to dodge. Violetta quickly opened her umbrella to block the wave of energy, but the umbrella was immediately corroded by it. Violetta was completely stunned. What did they put on their blades? My umbrella is melting. As if understanding her question, Cliff turned and answered. It's a special poison used by the Kansaba assassins. Basically, nothing can block it. Hearing this, Violetta asked worriedly, So what do we do now? At this point, the two were standing back to back. Rudiger Chelsea answered her. Either we wait until they run out of daggers to throw, or we escape from here. Violetta immediately made her choice. The second option sounds better. He readily agreed. All right then, hold on tight. Immediately, Rudiger Chelsea once again swept Violetta into his arms, then leaped down and started running. The two assassins were startled and amazed. Rudiger Chelsea's feet picked up speed, running as fast as possible. Then he once again leaped from a great height. The assassins paused for a moment in silence, then they looked at each other and nodded, as if in silent agreement. Then the two split up and leaped down from different directions. Just as one assassin was about to give chase, a voice called out, "Wait a minute." Violetta was standing alone in a corner. "You're just going to leave me here like this? It seems I was wrong about you. You coward." The assassin quickly drew two more poisoned daggers, thinking to himself, "She's alone. Did that guy really run away? No, there's no way he would just abandon her and flee. He must be peeking out from behind a wall, watching her from the shadows. This reeks of a trap. That woman is definitely the bait, and that guy must be hiding somewhere nearby." He stood there, calculating. Suddenly, he threw two daggers in one direction. Over there? But all that appeared was a house pillar. This sent the assassin into a panic. A moment later, Rudiger Chelsea appeared from behind him and ran his sword straight through the man's chest. Blood gushed out. The assassin trembled in pain, but still managed to ask, "How?" With cold eyes, Cliff turned and replied to him, "Just a little magic, though I did use a few components of scent diffusion." With that, he decisively pulled the sword out, and even more blood sprayed into the air. As the body fell to the ground, he spun his blood-soaked sword and thought, "It was faint, but there's still a bit of scent diffusion left at a level that doesn't affect my mana. I just redirected some of the sound through it." Suddenly, Violetta yelled out a warning, "Wait, above you." From above, another assassin was diving down to attack Rudiger Chelsea. This time, he threw out a chain. The chain had a hook that caught the blade of his sword. After yanking the sword away, the assassin lunged forward. He thrust his dagger, coated in deadly poison, toward him, shouting confidently, "This is the end." Rudiger Chelsea moved back to dodge, but at that moment, he pulled another weapon from behind his back. This shocked the assassin. He was hiding another weapon, but a second later, Rudiger Chelsea slid past him with a sharp blade. Of course, he was finished in a single move, his body falling face first into a pool of his own blood. All he could utter were two words, "Damn it." Only then did Rudiger Chelsea turn and say, "Your judgment was good, but you got careless at the most critical moment." Suddenly, other voices rang out. "I heard a noise over there. Get them. We're dead if they get away." Both of them turned to look. "Looks like the scent diffusion is about to wear off. Can I leave the rest to you?" As he finished speaking, he pulled out a black cloth and replied, "Well, this should be easy." The remnants of the Red Guild were rushing toward them. "We found them. Where are they?" But before the man could finish his sentence, a blast of power shot toward him. A moment later, a huge explosion erupted in a small corner of the city. After finishing them off, Violetta bent down to pick up her scarf, saying, "Looks like that's all of them. I didn't expect them to regroup for a surprise attack after their group was scattered." Cliff also turned to leave, saying, "Someone probably gave them the order." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "What? Who do you think would order them?" He replied, "Most likely the same person who paid the assassins. I have already killed Belfricon, so it couldn't have been him." Realizing something, Violetta exclaimed in shock, "Wait, you killed Belfricon? You?" He confirmed it. "Yes. It seems he was up to something shady while providing funds to the Dochi. He was even involved in acts that violated human dignity. I have no desire to stand on the same side as a man like that. Speaking of the Dochi, I'll give you his new recruits. You've all suffered enough, so do whatever you want with them." She then asked, "In return, you want us to find out who caused this incident, don't you?" Rudiger Chelsea answered frankly, "I was originally going to ask for it in the form of a different request." Hearing this, Violetta sighed. "Looks like we're going to be pretty busy. We also have to manage the business you suggested earlier." Hearing that, he turned back and asked, "You can't handle it?" Violetta teased, "Ouch, you're hurting my pride." Then, Violetta pulled her scarf back over her face and declared, "I will handle both of them perfectly. I'll work harder than you expect." Rudiger Chelsea smiled, satisfied. "That's a good answer. Well then, take care." After their conversation, the two went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in another space, a commotion could be heard. "Hey, assistant, get over here. Who said I was your assistant?" When Cliff pushed the door open, he saw a scene of total chaos. "When this guy calls, you should just come." Yeah, I know. Now move it." He finally spoke up. "What's all this noise?" Turns out, Han was inside with a white-haired, golden-eyed girl climbing all over him. When the girl turned and saw him, she cheered. "Oh, it's you, sir." This girl is Sheridan Tonefit, a colleague of Rudiger's and a dwarven inventor. Han, with a trembling hand, reached out, pleading for help. "Sir, please, get her off me." But Rudiger Chelsea just stood there calmly and replied, Looks like fun. Just kidding. He then stepped in to help. Stop bullying Han. And come look at this. Cyrodiil immediately jumped down, curious. Okay, let me see. Ah, sir, did you retract the wire while pulling another person along? I told you it can only be used for one person. The clamp is all loose now. A series of complaints followed. Cliff felt helpless and could only reply, I have my reasons. Cyrodiil took the device, turned away, then turned back and said, it'll take about 10 minutes. Please wait a moment, sir. Han finally got up, rubbing his neck with a pained expression and scolding, Ugh, that little delinquent is so mean to me. Rudiger Chelsea's next words cut Han like a knife. It's because you're weak. Then he reminded him, she's also older than you. Have some patience. Only then did Han turn and exclaim, I thought she was just a kid at first. Rudiger Chelsea asked, was the first time you met her in the mines of the Delica Kingdom? He replied, yes, that's right. She was enslaved there at the time. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Would captured really be the right word for it? Just then, an earth tunnel appeared. When both Rudiger, Chelsea, and Han entered, they saw Cyrodiil sitting in front of a pile of explosives. Both of them broke out in a cold sweat. It was a memory they were both recalling. Han got goosebumps, hugging himself in fear as he said, if those bombs had gone off, we would have been toast, right? But Rudiger Chelsea remained calm and replied, if that thing had exploded 1 kilometer underground, even the captain of the Knights would be done for. Han then suddenly remembered something. Now that I think about it, I saw some strange people looking for her earlier. Rudiger, gripping the staff at his side, replied, I've already taken care of them. They were from the Red Society. There's probably someone behind them. Can you investigate? Hearing this, Han whined. Checking all that stuff at the auction has already worn me out. Suddenly, Cyrodiil called out, Hey, assistant, get over here. Rudiger Chelsea told him, go to Cyrodiil, and don't let her take her medicine. A moment later, as he looked out the window, he thought, 10 minutes. They'll probably take 30. I'll rest for a bit in the meantime. Suddenly, he saw something that made him gasp in shock. Outside, a few figures in dark, hooded cloaks that looked like assassins were rushing by. He thought to himself, their movements are fast and light. I can't even hear their footsteps. A group moving in perfect sync at this hour. Could they be? Suddenly, one of them shot a sharp glance upwards, as if sensing someone's gaze. That person looked up at the window of the house. The person following him also stopped and asked, confused, what's wrong? The leader replied, no, it's nothing. By then, Rudiger Chelsea had already ducked behind the wall. Then he continued his thoughts. It seems she didn't see me. I thought they might be knights, but that silver hair. The image of Terina, a guardian of the Night Watch Knights, appeared in his mind. He began to wonder again, why is she in Reborn? I heard she was in charge of the Belbo's Rikon murder case. Does she think that case is connected to what happened earlier? Luckily, I already erased all the evidence. I don't want to get involved with that weirdo again. Right after, Cyrodiil came out and waved, calling, Hey, sir, I'm done with the repairs. It took a little longer because I wanted to make sure all the parts were in perfect shape. Rudiger Chelsea took the device, put it on his wrist, and remarked, Oh, it's smaller and thinner now, Cyrodiil said. Try it out. He immediately raised his hand and fired a grappling hook straight into the wall. The hook dug deep into the wall. He couldn't help but exclaim, It's stronger, too. Cyrodiil confidently said, I made it twice as strong. Now you can use it for 2 people. I also added a new function. Try making a fist and moving your wrist. Hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea exclaimed in surprise, a new function? Rudiger Chelsea quickly followed her instructions, clenching his fist and flicking his wrist. Instantly, a sharp blade shot out. If you play games, you'll know this one. Cyrodiil continued to explain its use. I added that because I remembered what you told me before. If you relax your hand, it'll retract. He tried relaxing his hand, and the blade immediately retracted. His expression was one of clear fascination. Oh, Cyrodiil continued her instructions. See the small hole on the left? You can shoot needles from there that will paralyze your opponent. Rudiger Chelsea looked down, then smiled with satisfaction and said, Thanks. I love it. Cyrodiil stood with her hands on her hips and replied confidently, You've got good taste. That other jerk kept saying it was dangerous and all that. This is exactly what I'd expect from a professor at Exilion Academy. At this, he felt a little awkward, thinking, That's not quite true. But anyway, you look good in those fancy clothes. Anyone can tell you're a gentleman, just like a noble. Rudiger Chelsea fell silent for a moment, then replied reluctantly, If you think so, then thank you. He walked past her and said, In any case, I'll put it to good use. Cyrodiil exclaimed in surprise, Leaving already? It was just a stroll. Rudiger Chelsea replied, I have a favor to ask you. The scene changes to the earlier murder site, with bloodstains splattered on the ground. We came because we heard there was a fight. These wounds are from magic. Was there some kind of faction conflict here? After observing, Tarina spoke up. I know one of these men. He's from the Red Society. A member of her team heard this and exclaimed, What? The Red Society was wiped out. Another person looked to the side and called out, There are 2 more bodies over here. Then they approached and touched a dagger stuck in a post. Tarina observed the sharp poison blade and analyzed. The sour smell. It's a type of poison used by the Campasa assassins. Her 2 teammates were stunned. You mean the assassin organization from the Fatima dynasty? Could this have been a conflict between the Red Society and the Campasa? No. Tarina denied it. They didn't die from the poison. They were probably on the same side. In any case, he was killed with a single blow. Loy then approached another body and called out, This one too. It looks like he was stabbed in the heart from behind. After observing for a moment, Leo began his analysis. An assassin who engages in close combat. They must have thought their opponent was a mage who couldn't use a knife. They died because of that misjudgment. The person who killed these assassins is a mage, skilled with blades, and is the one who wiped out the Red Society. The Red Society? Why do you think so? Her teammate asked. Leo explained, For a disbanded organization to go so far as to hire the Campasa, it must be a deep-seated grudge. Now that I think about it, funds from Belbos were once transferred to the Red Society. Someone killed Belbos and members of the Red Society. A factory was burned to the ground, and a professor from Theon burned a werewolf to death. The image of Rudiger Chelsea surfaced in Tarina's mind. Then, she stood up abruptly. We're done here. Let's go. Loy was astonished. We're already done. Tarina simply replied, Yes. I've already grasped the key points, but we're still not close to a conclusion if we just continue like this, Loy said with an anxious expression. We're not done yet. There's still one more place with a clue. Can we go check it out? Hearing this, Tarina agreed. All right, it's decided then. The scene shifts to the next day. The sky was clear and blue once again, with sunlight shining down on the world. Inside, Selena spoke with her usual gentle expression. Hello, Professor Rudiger. I heard you weren't coming into work today. Rudiger Chelsea opened the door and replied, That's right. I don't have any classes today. What can I do for you? Selena cupped her face cutely and answered, Someone's here to see you. Hey. I was just passing by, so I thought I'd drop in. He asked in surprise, Who is it? Selena replied, A knight from the National Security Bureau. Hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea's expression turned serious. A moment later, he replied, I'll be right there. Loy, who was standing nearby, spoke up when he saw the man arrive. Hello. He paused, his hand resting on a bookshelf, and asked, Are you Rudiger Chelsea? Rudiger Chelsea replied, Yes, I am. He then gestured towards a table and chairs, inviting him to sit. Loy stopped his snooping and replied, Thank you. Once they were seated, Loy introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Loy, a member of the National Security Bureau. Rudiger then asked, Would you like some tea? Loy declined. That's quite all right. I don't eat or drink while on duty. He quickly prepared to show some documents. Hearing this, Rudiger calmly replied, I understand. So, what brings you here? Loy asked, You were the one who dealt with the werewolf that appeared on campus last time, correct? Rudiger replied, That's right. Is there a problem? Hearing that, Loy feigned a friendly laugh. No, not at all. I just wanted to know the details of the incident. Just relax and tell me the story, as if you were talking to a friend. Rudiger Chelsea calmly agreed. All right then. However, his eyes were cautious as he looked forward, thinking to himself, It's not Tarina. I really thought I'd be meeting her. As long as it's not her, this shouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, he began to speak. All right, I'll start now. Please, provide all the details. After he finished recounting the events, the 2 men shook hands. Loy spoke up, Thank you for your time. Rudiger replied politely, You're working for the nation. The honor is all mine. As he walked out the door, he turned back with an innocent-looking smile. It was a pleasure meeting you. Rudiger replied, Likewise. After he left, Rudiger Chelsea stared down at the hand he had just shaken and fell into a thoughtful silence. The scene then changed to a beautiful view, with a fountain and flowers like the grounds of some estate. A voice rang out, Guardian, you're here. Loy walked over to Tarina and asked, Did you find any clues? Tarina replied, No, I found nothing at all. She then sighed in frustration. We even brought a search warrant and still couldn't find anything useful. What about you? Did you follow my orders precisely? Loy quickly replied, Yes, exactly as you instructed. Hearing this, Tarina's eyes grew sharp. In that case, is he someone with extensive training? Loy quickly answered, even though he was wearing gloves. When I shook his hand, I could feel that on the inside. Back in his room, Rudiger Chelsea had already thrown away the handkerchief used for the handshake. Outside, Loy gave his conclusion. His hands are like those of a typical mage, who has never once engaged in violence. This left Tarina stunned. Enya asked, "Really? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Loy stated firmly, "Of course, I'm not." Tarina was also doubtful. Hands like an ordinary mage, she had hit a dead end once again. This wasn't what I expected at all. I really thought we finally found a new lead, but now we're at a dead end again. She then turned away abruptly and said, "If there are no leads, we have to halt the investigation. Enya, you stay here and report back to me if you see anything suspicious." Enya was taken aback. "Huh? Me? No way. What if I run into them before I can do that?" Tarina explained, "That's the condition, that I'm not allowed to meet them." "A condition?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Tara." It was Elisa Willow. She gave a friendly wave and called out, "Long time no see." Huh. Both Loy and Enya were stunned, thinking to themselves, "Huh? Headmaster Elisa Willow? They know each other." Tarina calmly asked, "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Elisa ran up, putting on a fake nice act with a hint of reproach. "What do you mean by that? Is that any way to greet a friend?" But Tarina replied with a serious tone. "After preventing the meeting between me and Professor Rudiger, you're being far too considerate for someone with no ulterior motive. There's no need for that." Elisa Willow then pretended to be hurt. "Wah, don't bully such a useful new guy. I've got my eye on him, Tarina, so I can't exactly trust you not to do something to him. Can I?" Tarina was at a loss for words. "It's obvious you see me as someone who destroys people." But Elisa Willow just teased, "Oh my, aren't you?" Visibly displeased, Tarina turned to leave. "I'm taking my leave. No need to see me out, Elisa." Elisa feigned ignorance. "You're already going. At least stay for a cup of tea." Tarina. From a window above, Rudiger Chelsea looked down at the troublesome group below and thought, the headmaster and a guardian. I'm not sure what their relationship is, but thanks to her, I was able to avoid an interrogation. I can't let my guard down around Loy. Still, his every move has provided me with some very useful clues. First, he checked for dust. He remembered Loy's fingers swiping the bookshelf, which appeared spotless. I think he's a neat freak. If someone like that offers to shake hands barehanded, it means he wanted to confirm something through that contact. My analysis was spot on, so I added an extra layer of Cyrodiil's artificial skin just to be safe. Good thing, it wasn't a wasted effort. He then began to peel off the layer of artificial skin from his hand, thinking with satisfaction. Nice try. But I'm still one step ahead of you. Now, should I rest for a while and prepare for the test? 1 week flew by. In a certain room, a voice spoke. Everyone else seems to be acting very cautiously these days. It appears to be because the Guardian has been visiting Theon so often. Rudiger asked while grading papers, cautiously, "What do you mean?" The other person replied, "Everyone is avoiding any contact with her. All the private gathering spots have been moved off campus." He replied, "I see. Anything else out of the ordinary?" It was revealed to be Sedina, reporting to him. She then added, "Oh, that reminds me. 2 days ago, 3 of the third-year students were arrested." Upon hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea stopped his work, exclaiming in shock, "The third years?" Sedina quickly confirmed, "Yes. It didn't seem that important, so I didn't report it to you, sir." He wondered again, even high school-level thugs wouldn't be foolish enough to get caught by the guards. She replied, saying it was rumored to involve students from Exilion Academy. 2 male students and 1 female student from your class, sir. He actually looked up, paying attention. My class? After picturing the 3 students, he just let out a small sound. Then he quickly recited their names, Aiden, Leo, and Tassie, right? Sedina exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that's correct. Rudiger asked again. They caught someone on the outskirts of the city. She replied. It seems they were on a mission. Rudiger, Chelsea wondered. A mission? Sedina then explained that the lower-class students have a mission board they can use to earn money for their tuition. All 3 of those students don't belong to any wealthy families. Hearing this, he nodded thoughtfully. Even so, I didn't expect those 3 could actually capture that group. I've had my eye on them, but this is beyond my expectations. Sedina then asked, How should I handle those students, sir? Rudiger fell into thought, tapping his fingers on the desk. Then he said coldly, Just leave it. I have no need for losers who fall to mere students. Sedina was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed. Yes, you're right, Professor. He asked again. Anything else besides that? Nothing. Other than I agree we should keep a low profile for a while. Is that so? Very well, then. After putting on his coat, Rudiger Chelsea said, Let's go. Sedina followed with a stack of documents and replied, "Yes, sir." At that moment, in the classroom, a steady voice rang out. "Today marks the beginning of the examination period. I'm sure you have all studied very hard." The chalk glided across the board as Rudiger Chelsea spoke. "As I've said before, I will teach primordial magic to the 5 most diligent students. Of course, I won't teach it all at once. I will divide it into 4 stages, teaching one part after each exam period. If any cheating or unfair advantages are discovered, I promise there will be a fitting punishment. Now then, if you've all noted the end time." These words made the students even more tense. After speaking, he raised his hand, conjured a spell, lifted the papers into the air, and announced, "The exam begins now." The clock ticked away, marking the passage of time. Shortly after, an announcement was heard. "Time's up. You've all done well." After the exam, the students were completely drained. I knew it would be hard the moment the professor said it was open book. It was so difficult that even looking at the book was useless. Just then, Freuden von Exilion suddenly saw Rene Hoodby rushing down. She watched in surprise as Rene, seeing Rudiger leaving the classroom, called out, "Professor Rudiger." He turned back and asked, "Rene, do you have a question about the exam?" Rene Hoodby held out a book and said, "Ah, no, sir. I finished the book you lent me last time. I wanted to return it." He glanced down and replied, "There's no need." This confused Rene Hoodby. "Huh?" Rudiger Chelsea kindly continued, "You'll need it later. And that copy suits you well." Then he turned to leave again. "I believe doing this is how I can best respect its previous owner, so don't return it. Keep it, as I trust you'll take good care of this book." Rene was stunned upon hearing this. She just stood there, watching his retreating back. Freuden von Exilion came out just then and called, "Hey, Rene." She walked over worriedly. "What's wrong? You left so quickly." Rene, blushing slightly, turned and replied, "Ah, it's nothing." Then she smiled brightly and asked, "Anyway, how did you do on the test?" "It wasn't as hard as I thought." But Freuden von Exilion looked uncomfortable. "Oh, is that so?" Rene, realizing something was wrong, broke into a nervous sweat and tried to console her. "Maybe you just weren't in the right headspace during the exam." "That happens sometimes," she helplessly agreed. "Ahem. Yeah. I had too much on my mind, so I couldn't study properly." At that moment, someone else was reading over the exam and exclaimed in admiration, "No matter how many times I look at it, I'm still amazed that Professor Rudiger wrote questions like these." It was none other than Elisa Willow. She looked it over with interest, remarking, "It requires a solid foundation and a grasp of the basic principles. Plus, it has a predetermined difficulty and a trick question. Since he's such a rigid person, I wasn't expecting much, but I'm still quite surprised." Wilf then inquired, "How does he compare to Professor Chris Benamor? Since they both teach manifestation, I'm sure their exam subjects are relatively similar." Elisa Willow waved her hand dismissively. Hey, that comparison is just rude. That man just throws a bunch of technical jargon into his tests to show off. I'm sure Professor Chris Benamor has seen this by now. I'm very curious to see the look on his face." A shot of Professor Chris Benamor appeared, his face shrouded in darkness as he read the document. His hand trembled, gripping the paper so tightly that it crumpled. Then, unable to contain his anger, he threw the document down and screamed a curse. "Damn it," Professor Chris Benamor thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. "I was wondering why the principal suddenly showed up. Was it just to copy Professor Rudiger's questions?" He recalled Elisa Willow's smiling face as she handed him the papers. "Professor Chris Benamor, you also teach manifestation, don't you? I brought this for you, thinking it might be helpful for your next exam." The thought of being compared to some petty noble made his eyes practically bulge with rage. Professor Chris Benamor slammed his hand forcefully on the desk, seething with hatred. "Just you wait, Rudiger Chelsea. I swear I will repay this humiliation." The scene changed to the school exterior, where the sun was still shining brightly. Rin Hudby was walking alone on campus, thinking to herself, "Since I've already prepared for the other exams, taking a short break should be fine, right?" Then she thought of Freuden von Exilion's strained expression and grew worried. Senior Freuden von Exilion was so shocked after the exam that she went straight home. "I hope she feels better soon." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed out. "Ha!" And just like that, she noticed them. A group of people was approaching. A blonde-haired man saw her and spoke arrogantly. Well, who do we have here? Isn't it the high and mighty commoner?" Rene Hoodby was a bit startled and quickly said, "Please, move aside." But the blonde man held out his arm, deliberately blocking her. "What was that? I can't hear you." She looked up and replied in annoyance, "Are you acting this way because I rejected you last time? You're being far too petty. Have you no shame, despite being a noble?" Hearing this, the blonde man became enraged and shouted, "You commoner bitch! You don't even know your place." Then he grabbed her by the ear and started dragging her away. Come with me. Rene panicked at being treated this way. Yes, sir. What are you doing? The man threw her to the ground without hesitation. Her bag of food fell and spilled. Let me go, Rene shouted furiously. The man continued his insults. You still dare to look up at me? Then he pulled out some kind of weapon and said vilely, This is why we need to educate you commoners. Model. But just then, Fredden appeared and spoke. What are you all doing? Seeing his ice-cold expression, the guys panicked. Roy Gonbex and Rena Hudby over here also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Roy Gonbeck, the one rumored to be incredibly cruel and treat commoners like trash, and at a time like this, too. Seeing him, the blonde-haired guy approached with a sycophantic smile and explained, I was just teaching an insolent commoner a lesson. As a noble, Fredden Gumbeek retorted, a lesson. So you mean you're ganging up to bully a commoner? His interrogation made the blonde-haired guy panic. That's not right, sir. This commoner wench dared to disrespect a noble. Immediately, Fredden gave a cold command. Silence. A wave of force slammed the blonde-haired guy flat against the ground. He cried out in pain. Fredden glared down at him, his eyes blazing with killing intent. You are the trash staining the name of nobility. Why don't you throw yourself in a trash can instead of daring to show your face around? How much longer do I have to watch trash like you run around causing trouble? What about you all? Do you feel angry about being educated out of the blue? The blonde's cronies were terrified. And no, of course not, sir. Fredden impatiently shooed them away. Get lost. I won't say it a second time. He could only obey like a dog. Why? Yes, sir. Rene Hudby was still sitting on the ground. Though frightened, she managed to speak up. Thank you for helping me. Fredden finally noticed her and asked if she was okay, leaving Rene bewildered. Humph. Fredden turned to leave, saying, It was nothing. Then he spoke again. Ah, that's right. Wasn't that your lunch? It's not really edible anymore. Rene looked at her spilled food box and replied, Ah, it's okay. I can just brush off some of the dirt. He felt helpless with this girl. Eat food that's fallen on the ground. If you don't mind, you can eat with me. Rene was so stunned she didn't know how to respond. A little later, Fredden spread out a blanket and sat down, while she looked around and said, Where is this place? This is the first time I've seen it during my time at Theon. Fredden replied, This is my private spot. Not even my own guards know about this place. Leaning against a tree, he offered her a lunchbox and continued, You can come back some other time if you keep it a secret from the other students. Rene quickly affirmed, Oh, of course. I won't tell anyone. Then, she looked down at the shiny, beautiful lunchbox filled with meat and asked, But is this really your lunch, senior? Fredden casually replied, Yeah, I got a little carried away while cooking, so I made too much. Rain heard something even more surprising and blurted out, You cooked all of this yourself? The senior asked if she wanted to try some. She didn't refuse and immediately replied, Ah, thank you. After taking a bite, Rene chewed like a little squirrel with food on her face and exclaimed adorably, Oh my gosh, this is so delicious. Fredden replied, I'm glad it's to your liking, but slow down a bit. As she ate, she glanced at him and thought to herself, They said he was an incredibly cruel person who hated commoners, but he's not like that at all. I guess this is why you shouldn't just believe rumors. With that thought, she happily continued eating. And Fredden just sat there in silence, watching the little squirrel eat. The scene changes to outside the school grounds, where voices can be heard. As soon as Selena saw someone, she called out, Ah, Professor Rudiger, are you done with your exams? He replied, Yes, I was on my way to grade them. Then he asked, You're supervising a practical exam this time, right? Selena answered with a bright smile, Yes, for spiritology, practical application is more useful. Would you like to come and watch? Rudiger Chelsea was about to refuse. I'm fine, but when he saw Selena's sparkling, expectant expression, as if begging please, he couldn't bring himself to say no. It seemed she was nervous because it was her first time in charge of an exam, so he had no choice but to agree. Then I'll come watch. Hearing this, Selena cheered with delight. Yay, come with me now. The scene changes to a forest. Cliff stood leaning against a tree, observing Selena who stood before a group of students sitting in neat rows, saying, As I mentioned before, you will be forming pacts with spirits in today's exam. You will use your magical power to communicate and befriend the spirits. I will demonstrate first. Saying that, Selena clasped her hands together. Immediately, a stream of light burst forth from them. Her entire body stood in the middle of brilliantly colored beams of light that had just appeared, looking absolutely magical. After creating a small orb, Selena said cheerfully, Hello. The students watched in awe and cheered. Wow, is that the power of a spiritology professor? Selena, now controlling 2 streams of light with her hands, smiled and said, See, it's not that hard. You just have to do what I just did. Now, Everyone, please begin. Immediately, the students stood up and spread out, summoning their own lights. Just then, Selena called out to Rudiger Chelsea. Professor Rudiger, would you like to try? It's not that hard. He immediately refused. No, thank you. I'm not the type of person spirits take a liking to. She smiled and retorted. That can't be true. Spirits are very kind. Look, after speaking, she held out a little white spirit, but the little white orb began to tremble in her hand, confusing her. The other spirits also circled behind her. She looked up in bewilderment, thinking, the spirits are trembling in fear. They don't even dare to get close to Professor Rudiger. At this point, Rudiger Chelsea's mood soured slightly. He said, Didn't I tell you? He recalled a past voice saying, Son, you have the qualifications to be a San. A cold, dark aura emanated from his body as he uttered, Spirits don't like me. That voice from the past echoed again. The holy spirits are protecting you. Selena then asked worriedly, Whoa, what's happening? It's true that sometimes they aren't interested, but to be this terrified. He replied, My case is a bit special, but even so, only low-level spirits are wary of me. Selena looked behind her and admitted, That's right, the mid-level spirits are still very calm. Then she looked at him, poking her index fingers together with a regretful expression, and said, Even so, it's still really unfortunate. It would be much better if you could also get close to the spirits. Professor Rudiger Chelsea could only reply helplessly, Well, there are all kinds of people in the world. Then, he asked her suspiciously, That's right, you should remember that you're in charge of an exam. Is it really okay to just let the assistants handle everything? Hearing that, Selena was startled. Oh my goodness, I forgot. I'll get back to work right away. Only after Selena ran back to the students did he let out a sigh. Rudiger was so tense he broke out in a cold sweat. Thank God. I still have enough magical power left. If the mid-level spirits started reacting too, Selena would definitely get suspicious. What the spirits are afraid of isn't me, but the thing behind me. It's because they're the weakest spirits that they're able to sense the strange power. How ironic. As he was lost in thought, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He began to sense someone. They were hiding amidst the lush green trees of the forest. This energy. It's a high-level fire spirit, too. Can't the others sense it? Even Professor Selena, who's so sensitive to spirits, hasn't reacted at all. Selena was still happily chatting and laughing with her students, completely oblivious. Rudiger tried to make sense of it on his own, analyzing a presence that even a professor of spiritology who controls mid-level spirits couldn't detect. This means, this thing isn't a naturally occurring spirit. It's an artificial spirit being controlled by someone. And if they're brazenly spying on me like this, there's only one explanation. There's another spy hiding here at Theon. Why are they showing up now, and why are they only watching me? He broke out in a nervous sweat. Could it be? Has my identity been exposed? No. If that were the case, they wouldn't just be watching. They want to send me some kind of signal. With that thought, he fiddled with his tie and sighed. It's a little hot, isn't it? The surrounding temperature immediately rose. They're reacting to my words. All right then. He turned and walked away from Selena's group, continuing to analyze the situation as he walked deeper into the woods alone. What if I move to a secluded spot? What will you do now? Even if they do nothing, at least I'll know what I'm up against. I don't want to miss this chance. At that thought, his eyes sharpened. Suddenly, sparks appeared in front of him. On the ground, a line of text was being written with fire magic. Rudiger exclaimed in surprise. Letters? Tonight, after class. In this place. After reading it, he looked around and observed that the space seemed to be distorted by magic. Very quickly, the scene shifted to night, and Rudiger appeared at the designated location. Just then, a gloomy voice rang out. Oh my, you're here early, aren't you? It was a wisp of dark fire. Rudiger looked at the flame and thought, the original body isn't here. I had a feeling this would happen, but then he got straight to the point, cut to the chase. What do you want? The flame replied, Whoa, straight to the point. Huh. Are you always this cold? Sigh. Anyway, I called you here because I need your help. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. My help? The flame elaborated. I'm planning to create some chaos at Theon. You know, I'm a specialist in destruction. However, those damn mages keep extinguishing the fires I start. You want my help? To play with fire? He sighed wearily. Chaos. It seems they're plotting a terrorist attack. The flame denied it. Play with fire? Why would I want to do that? However, not only my subordinates but the second ranks have also disappeared. Unlike the first ranks, you don't work with anyone. With your skills, you can easily hide your identity and help me. An image appeared of Rudiger standing alone amidst glowing eyes. On the flame's side, the contact person speaking to Rudiger continued. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free. If you agree to help, I will certainly reward you handsomely. It was like a promise, a contract. Expressionless, Rudiger carefully asked, "Who is this contract between?" The person on the other side replied, "Between John Doe and Esmeralda, of course." Rudiger was bewildered. Esmeralda isn't their real name. It must be a code name, just like mine. The flame asked again, "So, will you accept this offer?" He remained silent for a long moment, as if in thought, then replied reluctantly, "I refuse. In my current situation, there's nothing I can do." The flame exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Hold on. I've told you everything. Are you serious? Don't tell me you're just making an excuse because you're lazy." Rudiger answered bluntly, "Normally, that would be true, but things are different now. The headmaster still suspects me, so I can't make any rash decisions." Hearing this, the flame fell silent to think. Then, Rudiger prepared to turn and leave, saying, "If that's all you wanted to say, then my business here is done." He thought to himself, "I've got enough information. Time to go." Suddenly, the flame called out, making him pause. "Wait, now that I think about it, I've heard some interesting things recently." It began to speak. I heard you have an assistant, is that right?" An image of Sedina appeared, then it transformed into two sharp blades. The almighty first rank has an assistant. And a second rank, at that, don't you find that a little odd? As it spoke, the flame transformed into streams of power, attacking Rudiger from behind. His expression grew serious. Before striking him, it spoke again. "Don't tell me you're plotting something behind their backs." Rudiger remained silent for a moment before speaking. "You speak as if you know me so well. For someone who came to me seeking help, you not only jump to your own conclusions, but you even dare to doubt me." Then, he shot back a glare. His cold eyes filled with killing intent as he challenged the flame. "Just because I've infiltrated Theon but haven't made any big moves yet, you dare to look down on me?" The flame began to retract its power and said, "What the hell? You're the one acting weird." He explained nonchalantly to avoid further complications. "I can't be the only one without an assistant when every other professor has one. I thought it best to choose someone from the organization. In any case, I don't see the need to explain myself to you." After hearing this, the flame fell silent, and the streams of power began to recede. Then it tried to placate his anger. "I was just joking. Just a joke. Don't you think you're being a little too serious?" Rudiger turned back and said, "I don't care whether you doubt me or not. I'll let it slide this time, but do not question my loyalty to the Zeroth rank." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he warned, "If that happens again, one of us will pay the price." The flame immediately backed down and apologized. All right, I'm sorry. There's nothing more to say, so I'll be leaving." With that, it began to dissipate into thin air. A while later, still in the forest, Rudiger felt a sense of panic, covering his face with his hand. That was too close. His face showed extreme tension. "It's a good thing I researched that John Doe character's personality beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been toast back there." Then, he leaned against a tree to calm himself down a bit. Come to think of it, the voice behind the flame was that of a young woman. If it's a young woman and an element controller with the ability to control high-level fire spirits, then the most likely suspects would be the elemental professors. Narrowing it down, the list of suspects would include anyone, even students, who can control fire spirits. Now that I think about it, Theon is holding a welcoming event for new wizards, and all of Theon's sponsors will be attending. Every professor is required to be present. If they're a professor, they'll be at that welcoming event. This is my chance. A moment later, Rudiger Chelsea returned. Someone was peeking at him through a window. Rudiger Chelsea walked on calmly, even though he noticed the glowing window pane. The person inside the room held a candle, observing his expression as they thought. "Because he's so dedicated to his work, I thought something was up. Looks like I was worried for nothing. He didn't flinch at all at my fire. Maybe he's even stronger than I thought." A red pupil appeared. She turned away. What a useless effort. Then, she exclaimed in frustration, "Now that I think about it, we still have that event. Damn it. I guess it can't be helped." Half of the mysterious face beneath the hooded cloak was revealed, a sinister smile appearing as the candlelight flickered across it. "The main character won't be me, but someone else." The scene changes. Elsewhere, Raina Hoodie was eating with Fredden, thinking regretfully, "I never thought I'd get to have lunch with my senior again. He doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. Ever since I was little, I've been able to tell when someone has malice or ill will towards me. The only person who I couldn't sense any malice from was him and Senior Brian." As an image of Rudiger, Chelsea appeared in her mind. "Professor Rudiger," she then corrected herself. "No, Professor Rudiger doesn't have any goodwill towards me either. Instead, it's sadness and guilt." "But why?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, you're Rene, right? The first-year student." The person waved with a friendly smile. "I'm a friend of Fredden's, Henry Presto. It's nice to meet you." "Were you just with Fredden?" Rene exclaimed in surprise. "What? How did you know? Henry Presto replied, I have my ways. He also wondered what Fredden had been up to lately. She stared warily at the person in front of her. He doesn't have any ill will toward me, but I can feel that he's a dangerous person by nature. Henry Presto acted nonchalant, saying, Did I do something wrong? You don't have to be so guarded. Suddenly, he raised a finger and said, How about I give you something good as a way of getting to know each other? Actually, I know of a part-time job that's safe and pays quite well. I'm sure you know that most of the students at Theon are commoners with no money. Renee asked, confused. Why are you telling me this? We just met. Henry Presto answered, to be precise. Call it curiosity. I was shocked to see Fredden spending time with a commoner girl like you. She was confused. Is that so surprising? I just think he's a good person. Hearing that, Henry Presto, who had been stroking his chin in thought, froze and then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, a good person? Fredden, Raina asked frantically. Why are you laughing? Henry Presto was still cracking up. Ha ha, yeah, right. Fredden is a good person. That's a good one. That's my takeaway after all this time being his friend. Anyway, I was just curious seeing you two together. You can decide whether you want to accept after hearing the details. She could only remain silent, seriously, on guard against the man before her. Seeing that she wasn't saying anything, he asked again. So, what do you think? The scene changes to a large building from which melodious music was playing. Inside, banquet tables were meticulously arranged, and groups of people were approaching each other to exchange greetings. At this point, the Academy's professors had also arrived. A voice rang out. It seems the main guests of the party have all arrived. I heard all the new professors are outstanding. Just then, a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared. Everyone who saw them gasped in amazement. Huh. Those people turned to look and began to whisper among themselves. Oh ho, he must be the man from the rumors. Rudiger Chelsea. Rudiger Chelsea appeared, dressed in an outfit much brighter than his usual attire. His expression was as cold as ever, but he was still exceptionally handsome. A noble lady approached Chris to strike up a conversation. Oh, Count Chris Benyor, the rumors were true. You really are very handsome. Chris Benyor replied politely, ha ha ha. Thank you, my lady. At the same time, someone else approached Marilda. Professor Marilda, correct? I am Congressman Sly. Rudiger Chelsea looked around, assessing the situation. Everyone is busy with the sponsors. I should stay and observe for a bit, then go find Esmeralda. Suddenly, an old man approached Rudiger Chelsea. Hello, Professor Rudiger. I am Count Deckers. Rudiger Chelsea immediately cut him off with a cold reply. Excuse me, but I'm not in the mood to talk right now. Count Deckers froze stiff at that and hurriedly said, I understand. I apologize for bothering you. Rudiger thought to himself, rejecting that count flat out should keep the flies from buzzing around my ears for a while. Now to find Esmeralda, quickly. Suddenly, he heard Selena's voice. I'm sorry, but we don't know each other. Rudiger Chelsea quickly recognized the voice. It turned out Selena was being bothered by a blonde young man. He was persistently saying, Why do you keep refusing? Selena kept backing away, still waving her hands in refusal. Rudiger Chelsea quickly stepped in to help her. Stop right there. Professor Selena has an appointment with me. The man asked angrily, And who are you? But before he could finish, his subordinate came over and whispered something to him. After hearing it, the man arrogantly shouted, Huh, a newly transferred professor? So what? Doesn't he know who I am? Rudiger thought to himself, Is he talking about me? The blonde young man arrogantly puffed out his chest and declared, Hey, you. I am even Luke, the director of the LCK company. You can't be stupid enough not to know about the Look company, right? Now that you understand, scram. Rudiger Chelsea saw Selena trembling and clutching the corner of his coat. He spoke coldly to Even. Didn't I already tell you we have an appointment? Even angrily poked Rudiger Chelsea in the chest and said insolently, Hey, are you messing with me? You think I'm going to leave just because of some professor like you? Who do you think I am? Rudiger grabbed Even's wrist tightly, looking at him with a sharp, cold gaze and a terrifying tone. Then let me make myself clear. Do you think I'm going to leave just because some nameless director is standing here barking? Even's face turned pale. Let me go. Do you want to get fired? He couldn't help but think in fear. What kind of strength is this? Rudiger didn't flinch at all and even challenged him. Go on. Try it. Even's subordinate came to mediate between them. Stop, please. Don't cause a scene at the party. Only then did Rudiger Chelsea release Even's hand. As soon as he was let go, he started muttering, Tease, you has been noble. The subordinate gently reminded, Even, young master, please calm down. Don't draw attention. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed. It turned out Even had slapped his subordinate hard across the face, scolding, I told you to call me director. The subordinate held his cheek and replied weakly, I'm sorry, director. even continued his tirade. You're telling me to calm down? After being humiliated by that bastard, Rudiger, or whatever, I'll make damn sure you get fired. Edgecliff found the whole commotion annoying. He thought to himself, this has gotten way out of hand. I just wanted to use Professor Selena's situation to get out of here. Even continued to boast, I don't even know the meaning of the word bluff. Just then, Headmistress Soren Elisa Willow appeared, asking with a smile, oh my, what seems to be the problem here? Even started shouting, Headmistress, perfect timing. Is this how Theon trains its professors? That washed-up noble dared to use violence against me. If you still want funding from the Luke Company, you'd better fire him immediately. Soren Elisa Willow calmly replied, I was just wondering who you might be. It turns out you're Chairman Luke's son, aren't you? A bit confused, even asked back, what? Soren Elisa Willow's voice turned serious as she continued, isn't the Luke Company owned by Chairman Luke? Why would he allow one of his directors to spout such nonsense in a public place? Have you discussed this with your father? Even froze up, stammering, my father always supports me. I'm his son, after all. Hearing this, Soren Elisa Willow beamed and turned to ask his father, oh my, is that so? Chairman, do you feel the same way? Behind Soren Elisa Willow stood Luke, who was fuming with rage as he stared at his precious son. Seeing this, even cried out in panic, Dad. Luke quickly turned to Soren Elisa Willow and said, my deepest apologies, Headmistress Elisa. Please forgive my useless son. Soren Elisa Willow replied with a bright smile, not at all. It's actually quite refreshing. Luke said politely, thank you for your understanding. Suddenly, Soren Elisa Willow said, but ending it like this feels a bit forced, don't you think? How about this, then? Not quite understanding, Luke asked Headmistress Elisa. What do you mean? Soren Elisa Willow explained. In front of everyone, you two will have a duel. Hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea frowned in annoyance. She already resolved the situation, so why is she doing this now? But after thinking it over, Edgecliff realized, no, this might not be a bad thing. If things ended there, that guy would definitely hold a grudge. It would also put Chairman Luke in a difficult position. That's right, a duel will settle everything. And so, Rudiger Chelsea accepted. I accept. Soren Elisa Willow asked, even, young master even, since you can't use magic yourself, you have the right to choose a proxy to fight for you, correct? Hearing this, even smirked triumphantly. Sounds good to me. That's exactly what I wanted. He then turned and ordered, my subordinate, you there, assistant. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Even laughed to himself, my chance has come. My assistant is a talented mage. But just a moment later, his face went pale and he stammered, no way, because the referee had already announced the winner, Rudiger Chelsea. Even subordinate was lying knocked out on the ground, a sight he couldn't believe. The people around them started murmuring. A bodyguard from the Luke Company shouldn't be a pushover, so the rumors about him using a special magic formula must be true. Standing nearby, Luke said warily, that was quite surprising. Are all of Theon's professors at this monstrous level? Soren Elisa Willow laughed smugly and said, ha ha ha, of course not. Professor Rudiger is just a special case. In any case, Chairman, you have no more complaints about this result, do you? Luke replied, frankly, was I that obvious? I really am getting old. Well, it was a fair duel, so I must accept it. Don't worry about my foolish son. I'll discipline him properly. Soren Elisa Willow gave a polite smile. As expected of Chairman Luke, it's good that we see eye to eye. Luke tried to seize the opportunity. By the way, there are a few things I'd like to ask of you. But Soren Elisa Willow quickly and bluntly refused. No, Luke said dejectedly. I haven't even said anything yet. Soren Elisa Willow said with a smile. You were going to ask me to introduce you to Professor Rudiger, weren't you? I'm sorry, but please refrain from contacting our professors. Hearing that, Luke reluctantly said, if you insist, then very well. Rudiger Chelsea stepped outside, breathing an internal sigh of relief. It's finally over. Now I can focus on my real mission. Suddenly, Selena ran up, calling out to him, Professor Rudiger. Rudiger Chelsea turned and replied, ah, Professor Selena. Are you all right now? Selena smiled and replied, yes. I've already received an apology from Chairman Luke. Thank you for helping me. Where are you headed now? Rudiger Chelsea answered frankly, I don't know. I don't have any specific plans. Selena offered. I was on my way to meet with the elemental professors. Would you like to come with me? Hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea immediately reacted, thinking to himself, the elemental professors. My chance is here. So he followed Selena to the meeting. Selena greeted Professor Suzuna. Suzuna greeted her back and said, Professor Selena. And this is. Someone recognized him and said, this is Professor Rudiger. I heard that even though he's new, He's already taken charge of the second years. Rudiger Chelsea looked around, thinking with disappointment. No one is showing any strange reactions. He replied politely to everyone. To be honest, the second years are a bit much for me to handle. Hearing that, the other teachers laughed and said, "Don't be so modest." Rudiger Chelsea left the conversation, annoyed. Damn it, I didn't gather any information at all. I observed those 3 professors carefully, but none of them showed any strange behavior. Based on our last conversation, Esmeralda is supposed to be difficult and aggressive. She's not the type of person who could remain so calm in a situation like this. So, does that mean she isn't a professor? No, I don't have enough information yet. I have to consider all possibilities. Rudiger Chelsea felt a bit thirsty and reached for a glass of water when he suddenly heard Rene calling him. Professor Rudiger. Rudiger Chelsea asked in surprise. Rene, what are you doing here? Rene explained honestly. A senior recommended me for a part-time job here. If you look closely, you can probably see a few of my classmates, too. Cliff glanced around while sipping his water. Then he advised Rene, all right, don't overwork yourself. Make sure you head home before it gets too late. Rene obediently replied, yes, sir. Thank you, Professor. I'll get back to work now. Just then, Selena walked over and asked Rudiger Chelsea, Professor Rudiger, there you are. Oh, isn't that Rene? Cliff asked in surprise. Professor Selena, you know Rene? Selena replied, yes, I've met her before. What a coincidence, my assistant is also working part-time here. Cliff asked, you mean your teaching assistant? Selena pointed her out to Rudiger Chelsea. That girl over there. Even though she's only a first-year student, she has a real talent for elemental studies. Joanna loved it. It was only then that Rudiger Chelsea started to realize. Thinking back, I completely overlooked the students. Because she's a high-ranking elemental, I mistakenly assumed she had to be a professor. As Joanna turned and walked away, Rudiger Chelsea watched her intently. Where is she going? He wondered, watching her closely. Where is she going? Seeing Joanna simply put down a tray and stand still, Rudiger Chelsea reassured himself. Is she just returning the tray to its place? I must be getting paranoid. I'm afraid I'll miss out on the ordinary things I should be noticing. Suddenly, Rudiger Chelsea overheard a conversation among some noble merchants. Aren't those guys trying to get into some kind of business? They brought a massive amount of fabric with them. They must be trying to break into the garment industry or something. What are those lowlifes thinking? Cliff thought to himself. Violetta, she's moving faster than I expected. Even though she tried to hide it, she must be discouraged by now. There's still hope for her. Those noble merchants kept gossiping and sneering. How ridiculous. How dare they not know their place and approach the royal family to make such a trivial deal? Why get angry? Isn't it obvious they won't achieve their goal? Let's just drink our wine and watch the show. Cliff sipped the wine in his hand, cursing inwardly. You fools. Their actions are going to cause a huge ripple, one that will change the future. They and everyone else will soon realize it. Just then, a sharp pain shot through Rudiger Chelsea, causing him to drop the wine glass in his hand. Selena, standing nearby, asked worriedly, Professor Rudiger, are you all right? Rudiger Chelsea suppressed the pain and managed to reply, I'm fine. The floor is a little slippery. He then made an excuse to leave. I'm going to get some fresh air. Chris Benier also noticed that something was off with Rudiger Chelsea. Rudiger's head was pounding as if struck by a hammer, and a voice echoed urgently in his mind. Choose us. Our power. You are the chosen one. Rudiger angrily shouted, Shut up, and quickly took some medicine. Only then did the pain begin to subside. He wearily thought to himself, I used too much power, focusing on ending that match quickly. I was so reckless. It's only when I'm in this state that I realize it. Chris Benier watched everything from a corner, wondering to himself. Medicine? As Rudiger went inside, he suddenly heard panicked screams. Help me! Rudiger mumbled, confused. What's going on? People in the hall were running and screaming in chaos. A monster! Run! Seeing a fire spirit aggressively attacking everything around, Rudiger couldn't help but be surprised. What's happening? This was Esmeralda's doing. The mages were trying to fight it. One man asked in panic, where did that monster come from? Another calmer man ordered, everyone, put out the fires and evacuate the guests first. Suzuna showed the others the way, telling everyone, this way, quickly. Just as fiery boulders were about to fall on them, a water spirit appeared to block the attack. It turned out to be the spirits summoned by Angela Anderson, the 5th-year animism professor, and Viano Dentis, the 4th-year animism professor. The mages launched a combined attack, but it had no effect at all. Suddenly, lava began to drip from the ceiling. Someone saw it and yelled, watch out, something's falling from the ceiling. The person below tried to knock it away, but was unexpectedly burned to a crisp. Seeing this, the man in command shouted, Don't let the flames touch you. If it hits something, just let it go. Rudiger quickly assessed the situation. That wasn't an ordinary flame, it was like lava. This is no longer just a high-level spirit. It's a top-tier spirit, level 6, nearing level 7. Just then, he realized something. Wait, why does this spirit have a human form? Normally, they should take a natural form, like an animal or a plant. Something's wrong. Now I see. That bastard. Rudiger started looking around and noticed it had no midsection. Is it materializing through some kind of medium? The benefit of using a medium for a spell is that it can hide the caster's identity. Based on where the spirit appeared, the medium is probably the silver tray placed in the middle of the table, just as I suspected. Joan Lovett is Esmeralda. I can't go after her now. I'll figure out a way later. Right now, I have to deal with this. Before he could act, Rudiger suddenly saw Rene trapped under the debris. Rene tried to sit up, thinking dazedly, ugh, I'm stuck. What is that thing? I have to get out of here quickly. But her leg was pinned. Suddenly, a blast of fire shot toward Rene. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Fortunately, Rudiger managed to move Rene to safety just in time. He asked with concern, Rene, are you okay? Rene cried out in joy, Professor Rudiger. She looked around and asked in surprise, since when did we? Rudiger didn't answer. He bent down to check on Rene's condition and said, your leg is injured. It's not serious. I'll give you first aid right away. As Rudiger looked for supplies in his bag to treat Rene, she thought hazily, why does this scene feel so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before? With that thought, Rene spoke up, Professor. Rudiger gently asked, what is it? Rene got straight to the point. Have we met somewhere before? Rudiger paused for a moment, trying to keep his expression neutral before feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? You must be mistaken. Rene quickly explained. Oh, no. It's just that I have this feeling. But Rudiger didn't let Rene Hoodby finish, cutting her off. Your wound is treated. It's dangerous here. You need to leave now. Rene asked worriedly. What about you, Professor? Rudiger replied coldly. I have things to do. You should go first. Rene said politely, yes, sir. Thank you for saving me, and ran off. Meanwhile, Rudiger headed toward the banquet hall with an indescribable expression. He used the power of Athens Nocturne and closed in on the monster, saying coldly, the anniversary celebration ends here. Viano Dentis commanded his spirit, bite it, Ventus won. The people around them cheered with joy. It worked. One of its arms is broken. At this rate, we'll win. But Viano Dentis didn't think so. No, that last attack didn't do as much damage as I thought. And with just one hit, Annalen's form has already dissipated. Suddenly, the fire spirit's arm flared back to life. Viano Dentis thought in alarm, did its arm just regenerate? He quickly said to Angela, Professor Angela, recall Ventus 1. Quickly, all water spirits, pull back. Viano Dentis racked his brain, thinking, with our current power, we can't defeat that thing. The headmaster just happened to be out. Were they aiming for this? Suddenly, Viano Dentis noticed a dark figure. It was Rudiger Chelsea. The water spirits were continuously attacking the fire spirit. Viano Dentis found it strange. What's this? Those spirits are moving strangely, as if they're trying to protect something. Viano Dentis then saw the silver tray in the middle of the fire spirit and exclaimed, so that's it. It was summoned through a medium. Angela asked from behind, puzzled. A medium? Rudiger assessed the situation. I don't have enough power because I was exhausted earlier. I can't use grand magic right now. And so, Rudiger unleashed a powerful ice element attack towards the fire spirit, not forgetting to say to it, it's over. The fire spirit shrieked, Kia, axe. Viano Dentis said joyfully, he did it. Suddenly, the fire spirit spoke, you detestable human bastards. I swear one day you'll all burn, Charlie retorted without a shred of hesitation. Go on and try it, if you can. The fire spirit screamed in anger before vanishing. I'll make sure to see you burn. A moment later, Viano Dentis asked Charlie, is its lower half still not formed? He answered honestly, that's right. And after carefully examining the blurred area, I saw it was connected to an intermediary medium. Viano Dentis said in surprise, you even managed to discover that. But Charlie calmly replied, anyone in my position would surely have noticed. Viano Dentis quickly denied it. No, I didn't pay any attention to that. To be precise, because my specialty is spiritology, I didn't think that far ahead. Covenants in spiritology are made to be fair to both parties. Therefore, a forced summoning, which is what spirits despise the most, is almost never used. And I've never heard of a spirit that hates humans before. Charlie then asked with curiosity, aren't spirits normally like that? Viano Dentis replied, because spirits represent nature. They don't possess consciousness like humans do. just thinking that such a spirit exists along with its incomplete response. However, thanks to Professor Rudiger, we were able to minimize the damage. Especially with that spell you use at the end. That must have been a spatial leap, right? Seeing Professor Rudiger Chelsey's cautiousness, Virano Dentis said, "You don't need to be so sensitive about it. Because I've lived for so long and seen so many things, I can recognize a lot." Hearing this, Rudiger Chelsea replied, "That's right. This magic is created by placing magical energy at a precise coordinate and then manifesting it." Virano Dentis looked surprised. "Oh, setting coordinates? Is that even possible?" Chelsea calmly replied, "It's quite difficult at first, but it gets easy once you're used to it." Virano Dentis silently assessed him. Even if a normal person got used to this spell, they could never use it so easily, unless they had a talent for spatial perception or, to be sure of his thoughts, Virano Dentis probed, "Are you all right?" Rudiger Chelsea asked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Virano Dentis got straight to the point. "When you use magic while you're not in good condition, do you experience any unusual symptoms? For example, hearing strange sounds. This is just a concern of mine, but sometimes there are. People whose perception is more developed than others. The world calls them geniuses, but the truth is a little different. If geniuses are those who break through a part of the given barrier to display their talents, then those other people have no barrier at all." Rudiger Chelsea then said, "Isn't that a good thing?" Virano Dentis continued to explain, "It might sound like a blessing, but it's not like that at all. People don't realize that the barrier that hinders them is also a sturdy wall that protects them from things on the outside. That's why I'm asking you, Professor Rudiger, have you ever heard strange sounds in any particular situation?" Rudiger Chelsea feigned ignorance and said, "The idea you're talking about is indeed extraordinarily interesting, but unfortunately, it has nothing to do with me." Virano Dentis replied with a hint of disappointment. "Is that so?" Rudiger Chelsea took this opportunity to probe as well. "Yes, but this is quite interesting. Do you have any other thoughts on it?" "Unfortunately," Virano Dentis replied, "sadly, that's all I heard back when I was young." Rudiger Chelsea said pensively, "The youth of an elf. So for a human without an elf's lifespan, this is practically a legend." Virano Dentis laughed and said, "Haha, perhaps that's true." Virano Dentis thought to himself relieved. He seemed so extraordinary that I had thought, but I guess not. A normal human would never be able to handle that thing with a sane mind. Rudiger Chelsea probed again. "Is there anything else besides that?" Virano Dentis let out a small sound. When Chelsea asked him to clarify, he said, "They hear voices from the world beyond. So is there anything else?" Virano Dentis thought for a moment and then answered, "As far as I know, it's just the voices." After all, a normal person wouldn't be able to receive the voices. Rudiger Chelsea then asked, "And suppose they do receive them, what then?" Virano Dentis replied, Then there's likely a next stage. For example, the symptoms would worsen. I think they might start to see things. And this is just a what if, but if something happened after that, this is what they'd encounter. They would be able to personally make contact with those beings. With the gods." Rudiger Chelsea grimaced at the mention of the gods. A few days passed. Rudiger Chelsea, in his guise as J. Moriarty, was sitting in a cafe reading a newspaper with the headline, "Terrorist Attacks Banquet Hall. Who is the perpetrator's true identity?" J. Moriarty thought to himself, the damage is severe, and most of the victims are from the upper class. If this was Esmeralda's goal, then she was half successful. But this is also good for us, because we figured out Esmeralda's true identity. Should I leak her information to the authorities? No, this is the first time Esmeralda has acted. If her identity is revealed immediately, the Black Dawn will suspect me, since I'm the one who took down that spirit. The time isn't right yet. I'll just observe a little longer and look for an opportunity. A familiar picture in the newspaper caught J. Moriarty's attention, and he immediately guessed. This guy is Evan Luke. He's the head of the KS auction house, isn't he? Increased security for the auction because of yesterday's event? This is starting to get a little more annoying. Suddenly, someone called out to him. "Are you allowed to call on someone this early in the morning?" J. Moriarty asked calmly. "Ah, so you've come?" It turned out to be Violetta. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Let's go." "You said you were curious about the changes in the slums, right?" Violetta said as she walked. "All right, take a look. This is the newly renovated district." J. Moriarty praised her. "Oh, it looks much cleaner and neater than before," Violetta said proudly. "We used about 80% of the funds to widen the pathways, just as you said. This district will soon be bustling with craftsmen. The other groups are also starting to cooperate with your proposals. Kian is in the process of creating a musical to replace the circus act. Tian and Misella are preparing the magazine you mentioned. They're getting ready to gather short stories from unknown authors. Although we've had the kids spread the word, I'm not sure if it will be effective." J. Moriarty replied calmly, "If they fail, that's fine. Just make sure they do a good job with the advertising. Initial investment capital is essential for any business, Violetta replied with a sigh. That may be true, but so far, not many people want to invest in us. Afterward, Violetta led Jay Moriarty away and continued, and this is a newly opened tailor shop. They plan to start with simple clothing designs that are easy to market, and then gradually bring in more luxurious and renowned clothing lines. Jay Moriarty asked quietly, "You seem quite confident." Violetta smiled and replied, "Of course. I've always dreamed of this moment." "Pleased, Jay." Moriarty said, "All right, it looks like we've seen all the new developments. Now, let's go meet everyone." Violetta asked, bewildered, "Huh? Meet who?" "What do you mean, Jay?" Moriarty answered, "The people we'll be working with." As Jay, Moriarty, and Violetta were on their way, they suddenly saw a dashing young man pinning a girl against a wall. "Oh, my muse, if only you would grant me the chance to be with you tonight." The girl replied shyly, "Oh, I really can't, Jay." Moriarty said calmly, "There he is," and stepped forward to rescue the girl. "Pardon me, madam, but I'll have to take him with me now." "We already have a prior appointment," the girl replied shyly. "Of course," the dashing man said with disappointment. "But it's not time for our appointment yet, is it, Jay?" Moriarty replied, "I figured you'd be late if I left you to your own devices." That dashing young man was Alex, a member of UNEN. He said sullenly, "Come on, boss, who do you take me for?" But immediately after, Alex's eyes landed on Violetta, and he asked, "Oh, and may I know the name of the beautiful lady standing beside you?" Violetta asked with some suspicion, "Is he really working with us, Jay?" Moriarty calmly replied, "He is. He may act like a fool, but he has the necessary skills for the job." Violetta still didn't quite understand what Jay Moriarty meant. She thought to herself, maybe there's more to him than meets the eye. Suddenly, Alex winked at Violetta and said, setting that aside, "What kind of treasures and women are you after, boss?" Feeling fet-tep, distrustful, and exasperated, Violetta said to Jay Moriarty, "Are you sure we can trust this guy?" Alex moved closer to Violetta and introduced himself politely. "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Alex, a nobleman from the southern part of the Fatima Kingdom. I hope we both find good fortune." Violetta asked in surprise, "A nobleman?" Suddenly, Jay Moriarty spoke up, "Be careful. He's a professional con artist." Hearing this, Violetta glared at Alex in utter annoyance, thinking to herself, did he just impersonate someone right in front of me? Meanwhile, Alex just grinned with amusement. He then asked Jay Moriarty, "So, why did you call me here?" Jay Moriarty replied, "I'll explain in more detail once we return to the hideout." Alex rubbed his chin and said, "Your hideout? You mean that place with those people? I wonder what will happen if I find it disappointingly mediocre." Jay Moriarty paused for a moment, then replied, "You don't need to worry about that." Han greeted Jay Moriarty, his face pale. "Why? You're back?" Jay Moriarty asked about the situation. "How's the investigation going?" "You look exhausted." Han replied weakly, "I'm fine. I just can't stand this." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. "Han, where are you?" "Oh, there you are." "Ah, boss, long time no see." It was Bella Luna Patana, another member of UNEN, holding a knife in one hand and patting Han's shoulder with the other, a terrifying expression on her face. She turned to him. "Now then, Han, where were we?" Han let out a helpless, blood-curdling scream. "Ah," Violetta asked in surprise. "She's an elf?" Jay Moriarty replied, "As you can see, that's Bella Luna. She is an elf. She's in charge of producing medicine as well as gunpowder." Bella Luna, still excited, held Han down and comforted him. "It'll only sting a little," even as Han's face turned completely pale. Violetta asked quizzically, "Wait, don't elves hate artificial things?" Jay Moriarty replied, glancing over at Alex, "That's just a stereotype people have attached to the elven race, saying that is no different from every other race looking at you and assuming you're a con artist." Alex, feeling a bit called out, said awkwardly, "Boss, I wonder what you really think of me." Just then, a voice came from outside. Has everyone arrived?" Jay Moriarty calmly replied, "Oh, it seems you two are right on time." Aha and Phantos, they were also members of UNEN. Jay Moriarty then said, "Now that we're all gathered, let's go inside and talk." Everyone went into the room and sat around a table. Jay Moriarty said, "All right, now that Alex has finished his introduction, it's your turn." Phantos crossed his arms and said coldly, "I'm Phantos." "Thanks." Alex, somewhat surprised, said, "What the hell? Is that all you're gonna say?" Aha quickly explained, "Phantos doesn't usually talk much. I hope everyone can understand." He then introduced himself. Ah, my name is Aha. I don't have a surname. Han asked, puzzled. You don't look particularly special. How do you know the boss? Aha replied nonchalantly. Are you talking about the day of Rudiger?
Well, if I had to say, perhaps because he's my father. Hearing this, Violetta turned to Jay, Moriarty, and reacted strongly. What? Jay?
Moriarty added, to put it briefly, he's not my real son. It's rather difficult to explain. Aha continued. When I was born, I didn't have much knowledge about this world. Han, still not quite understanding, asked again, what do you mean? Aha replied, the reason I consider your boss my father is because he taught me so many things. Aha continued, I can introduce Phantos myself, but before that, could you please take off your hood? Everyone was surprised to see Phantos' ears. He's a beastman? Aha replied, that's right. Among the beastmen, his body is the most developed. He's quite diligent in tasks that require his strength, things like whale hunting. Han asked again in surprise, whale hunting? Aren't beastmen usually afraid of water? Jay. Moriarty then spoke up, that's incorrect. Phantos' strength and skills have enabled him to lead his people. Phantos finally spoke again, even so, I still lost to you. That is why I decided to work under him. Jay. Moriarty said, Phantos will work for us as a combat operative. Within the organization, he would be the second strongest. Everyone gasped in surprise. Jay. Moriarty turned to Violetta and said, and finally, Violetta, she asked, surprised. Huh? Me? Jay. Moriarty replied, yes. I was hoping you would continue to work with us. Violetta stammered, wait. I only came here to show you the way. I'm busy enough as it is. Jay. Moriarty continued, if you're talking about the business, isn't everything already set up? Violetta hesitated a little. Well, it's not that I don't intend to join. Even so, I'm still not sure if I should. Everyone here has their own unique strengths, but as for me, Jay. Moriarty cut her off and said, Violetta, if I thought you didn't have the necessary skills to join us, I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. There's only one reason. I brought you here and introduced you to everyone. It's because I feel you are more than skilled enough to be with us. I want a clear answer from you. Will you work with us? Jay. Moriarty extended a hand toward Violetta. She lowered her head in silence, then reached out and took it, saying cheerfully, all right, good luck to us both. Jay. Moriarty replied politely, yes, thank you. He looked around and thought to himself, and just like that, we have all the members we need. I've chosen the most elite people I know. The ones here are even better than I expected. Jay. Moriarty smiled smugly and said, now, before we begin the meeting, let me introduce our first target. In the coming days, we will raid the location where the CS auction is about to be held. Violetta exclaimed in surprise. What? The auction? Jay. Moriarty replied, that's right. They have something I want. And while we're getting it, I figure we can pick up a few extra party favors on our way out. Suddenly, Alex raised his hand to speak. Leader, hold on, let me get this straight. As far as I recall, I don't remember anyone ever successfully raiding that auction. Going way back, hundreds have tried, but not a single one has succeeded. On top of that, due to recent events, security has been tightened. It's on total lockdown. There are even rumors that they have a treasure that allows them to watch the warehouse area at all times, from anywhere. So if you're this confident, I assume you have a plan, right, Jay? Moriarty smiled and replied confidently, of course. Han, bring it in. Han brought the map to Jay. Moriarty. He placed the map on the table and said, everyone, please pay attention. This is the blueprint of the building, which I was able to acquire. Our target is here. The next day, as Rudiger Chelsea was walking to class, he noticed Professor Selena and Joanna Lovett talking to someone. Curious, he went over to see. When Selena saw him, she said, ah, Professor Rudiger. Rudiger Chelsea greeted them. It's been a while, Professor Selena. Selena smiled and replied, it has. It's been some time since the incident at the party, hasn't it? The man Selena was talking to suddenly said, excuse me, and left. Rudiger Chelsea then asked, were you two discussing something important? Selena replied, he was just a bit worried about what happened at the party. Rudiger then asked, I'm sorry for not asking sooner, but how have you been? Selena replied politely, I'm fine. It seems there's nothing you can't handle, Professor Rudiger. Thanks to you, all the students are safe. Has my assistant expressed her gratitude to you yet? At that, Joanna also bowed in thanks as Selena had prompted. Rudiger Chelsea thought to himself, Esmeralda. It seems pretending I didn't know anything was the right choice. Selena suddenly said, please forgive me, Professor. I wish I could have been of more help to you at that time. Rudiger Chelsea tried to comfort her. You evacuated everyone and did the best you could. But Selena looked sad and said, no, that was all I was capable of doing. I lack the necessary skills. Rudiger Chelsea seemed to realize something and thought, so that's what she's worried about? So he spoke up, Professor Selena, unlike you, I don't know how to give everyone a warm and friendly smile like you do. Your demeanor is what helped everyone stay calm while they were being evacuated. You played your part perfectly. But Selena didn't look happy, still saying sadly, a warm and friendly smile. I don't know if I really deserve to hear those words. But immediately after, Selena quickly changed the subject. Ah, have the classes started already? I'm sorry for wasting your time. Thank you for listening to my troubles. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Then Selena and Joanna left. Sedina appeared from behind Rudiger Chelsea, muttering, that was rather unpleasant. How dare she burden you with her troubles? Rudiger Chelsea reminded Sedina, you should learn to handle situations like this more naturally. Sedina stammered in reply, I understand, sir. Professor Rudiger suddenly asked, putting that aside, could you investigate someone for me? Sedina immediately lit up, eagerly replying, of course, sir. Leave it to me. I'll even find out about their third cousins twice removed if you need me to. Rudiger replied, that won't be necessary. I need you to investigate Joanna Lovett. Sedina answered eagerly, yes, sir. I'll get right on it. The next day, at the auction house, Ivan stood outside looking at his watch, grumbling. I heard they were on their way. When are they going to get here? A subordinate said to Ivan, sir, why don't you wait inside? Ivan replied irritably, right, so they can arrive while I'm gone and make us lose face? This is a great opportunity for the corporation. We'll be able to introduce our Lotus and boost business. Plus, this might be my only chance to regain my father's trust. Just then, a vehicle pulled up. The subordinate stammered, they're here. Ivan stood up straight and introduced himself politely. Welcome. I am the manager of this auction house. My name is Ivan Luck. The person getting out of the vehicle also began to introduce himself. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Ivan said, I've heard all about you, Lord Agora Musa. But it was actually Alex in disguise, accompanied by Phantos. Alex laughed and replied, haha, it's an honor to hear that someone cast out by his own family like me is still so welcome. Ivan said formally, now, if you'll follow me inside, we will certainly provide you with the best service. Alex said in a friendly tone, there's no need to be so formal. It seems we're about the same age. Why don't we just be friends? Hearing this, Ivan was so pleased, he stammered. Are you sure, sir? Well then, please, let's head inside. Stepping inside, Alex suddenly said, oh my. While it's still on my mind, could I ask you for a favor? Ivan asked, puzzled. A favor? Alex began to explain, I was given a valuable item on my way here, but I haven't found a suitable place to keep it yet. Ivan asked, and what is it? Alex replied, currently, my family is utilizing magic water to produce high-quality magic stones. Ivan immediately recognized it as the magic stone business. Alex said cheerfully, this is a business blueprint. I can't just keep it tucked under my arm, can I? Ivan also laughed and said, haha, you're not wrong, sir. Alex got straight to the point. In that case, do you happen to know a suitable place to store it? Ivan eagerly replied, of course, sir. There's a perfect place to keep it in the basement. Let me show you the way. Alex also smiled politely and said, is that so? I'd really appreciate that. Alex was wearing a miniature transmitter on his hand. A few hours earlier, in the car, Alex had enthusiastically praised Violetta. I never would have thought you could make a suit resembling a southern noble so perfectly. I'm impressed. That was Violetta's work, right? Jay. Moriarty simply replied coldly, that's good. I hope you remember what role you're supposed to be playing. Alex said confidently, of course. Although I don't have much power myself, thanks to the fact that my father is in the magic stone business, I'm the perfect, handsome, young, and influential noble. Am I not, Jay? Moriarty said bluntly, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part. Then, Jay. Moriarty instructed Phantos, can you play your part? All you need to do is stay quiet and act as his bodyguard. Phantos replied coldly, if that's an order. Jay. Moriarty said, resting his chin on his hand. Recently, the Loot Corporation has been trying to expand into the magical tool and artifact market. This has led them to seek out sources of magic water, as it plays a crucial role in creating magical tools. Alex immediately understood the situation. Aha, so that's why you chose this identity for me to impersonate? Jay. Moriarty calmly replied, that's right. You'll seize this opportunity to establish a connection with Ivan. Then Jay. Moriarty handed something to Alex. We're almost there. Put this in your ear before you go out there. Alex looked at it and asked inquisitively, what's this? Jay. Moriarty replied, a mobile communication device that Season made. Alex whispered into the communication device, this is Alex, currently heading to the target's location with Melvin. The other end replied, Roger that. Even heard the whispering, turned back and asked, did you say something, sir? Alex quickly replied, oh no, I was just admiring your interior design. Hearing that, Even smiled smugly and said, ha, I figured you'd like this stuff. Now, we just need to take this downstairs. Alex watched the process, thinking to himself, the elevator entrance is opened by a single key and, just as Han said, it's guarded by 2 knights armed to the teeth. Alex remembered what J. Moriarty had said, the location we're targeting is the basement of Facility K. It won't be easy. All the items are stored 30 meters underground. Furthermore, there's a treasure that allows them to detect any movement. However, that doesn't mean it's impossible. Alex, Phantos, I need you to get a look at the inside of the storage area. After going down there and returning to the party, Alex contacted J. Moriarty. The reconnaissance was a success. Leader, looking at the current situation, I'm confident we will succeed. J. Moriarty replied, is that so? Good. Alex asked, should we proceed with the plan? J. Moriarty calmly replied, go ahead, but only if you remember what we discussed. Alex replied, a bit annoyed, why do you always have to needle me? Don't worry about it. J. Moriarty then replied, all right, I trust you. Get it done quickly and come back. Alex confidently said, understood. I'll say my goodbyes and get out of here. Ending the communication, Alex walked out, muttering to himself, seriously, why does the leader want me to stay here anyway? Suddenly, Alex heard something and thought, huh, that voice sounds familiar. Alex's face turned pale. He hid and reported to J. Moriarty. Leader, we have a problem. J. Moriarty asked, puzzled. Huh? What is it? Alex said in a panic, she's here. J. Moriarty, not understanding, pressed further. Who are you talking about? Explain. Alex answered frantically. Enya Joiners. My ex-girlfriend. J. Moriarty also found himself wondering. Enya Joiners. Why is someone from the authorities here? And he ordered Alex, get out of there as soon as you get the chance. Nothing good will come from her spotting you, especially not you. Alex, while peeking at the situation, replied, I know. I'll leave as soon as I can. Alex thought to himself, she's the same as always. Enya. Alex went over to Even and said, my friend, I have to go now. Even asked, looking a bit disappointed, you're leaving already? Oh, there's a business matter that we left unfinished. Alex replied, making an excuse. I'd prefer to discuss this another time, somewhere more private. Then Alex and Phantos withdrew. After returning to base, Alex asked, hey, is Bella Luna not back yet? J. Moriarty said calmly, it's fine. She's analyzing something I gave her. Then, J. Moriarty got to the main point. All right, explain everything in detail. Alex began to relay all the information he had gathered. The general architecture of the auction house is quite similar to the map you showed us. However, more importantly, the storage for the auction items is divided into 3 rooms. Depending on their importance, the most valuable items are placed in the rooms with the highest numbers. The auction lasts for 3 days, 1 for each day. The items in each room are brought out for auction, starting with the items in the first room, Han added. After investigating, it seems the items we're looking for are in the 3rd room. Sheridan said excitedly, so we should aim for the 3rd day of the auction, right? J. Moriarty interjected, no. Our plan will take place on the 2nd day. Sheridan asked, confused, huh, why? J. Moriarty calmly replied, on the 3rd day, security will be at its tightest. Alex also added, on the 1st day, the auction will also attract a lot of attention. The most suitable time is the 2nd day. At that moment, J. Moriarty suddenly asks Sarita, how is the thing I requested? Sarita replied confidently, it's almost done. I'll have it finished in the next 3 days. J. Moriarty then turned to Violetta. Violetta, can you find a construction or interior structure expert? Violetta answered calmly, I'll try asking around. More importantly, I heard a knight from the intelligence agency is participating. The intelligence agency's night squad is well known for being sharp. Will this be okay? Alex replied, it's just one low-level knight, nothing to worry about. Violetta was a bit skeptical. How do you know there's only one? When our plan is underway, there could be more. Alex then replied, come to think of it, I think I've met that knight before. Hearing this, Violetta grew even more skeptical and asked, what if you run into him during the operation? Alex scratched his head, sighed, and said, we only met once, a long time ago. Don't worry. I will perform my assigned role perfectly. J. Moriarty also reassured Violetta. It won't be a problem. The information we gathered today is enough. Only after hearing Jay, Moriarty did Violetta feel at ease. All right, if you say so. Jay, Moriarty said pensively, that's just a hypothesis. For now, the plan remains the same. At the same time, in another place, Casey stepped off the train and shouted with excitement, I'm here, Lathor Bell. She turned back to Betty and said, look, assistant, it's about to rain. Stop dawdling and get over here. Betty, struggling to drag a pile of papers, yelled in frustration. Hey, don't just walk off on your own like that. I'm carrying so much luggage. Why did you bring so much useless junk in the first place? Casey replied, useless. You mean the very things that give me my endless inspiration. Suddenly, Betty's hand slipped, sending papers flying everywhere. She sat down in frustration and complained, oh, what the heck is this? Who brings case files from 5 years ago with them? Casey said calmly, they are all important. Betty, besides, shouldn't you be walking a little faster? Betty asked, puzzled. Why? Casey replied, why? I told you it's about to rain, right? Betty asked frantically, that's a huge problem. When is it going to rain? Casey slowly replied, taking into account the humidity, precipitation, and countless other factors. 5. Betty said with relief, 5 minutes? If we hurry, we should be fine. But then Casey counted down. 4, 3, 2, 1. The first drops of rain began to fall. Betty shrieked in panic, Casey, it's raining. Casey calmly replied, I know. And she opened her umbrella. Betty continued to panic. We have to find shelter. Now, all the papers are going to get soaked. Wait, these can't get wet. You know how meticulous I am. Suddenly, not a single drop of rain was falling on her anymore. Betty let out a surprised, huh? Casey asked playfully. Are you surprised? Betty sighed, glancing at Casey reproachfully. Honestly, Casey, if you were going to do that, why didn't you just do it from the start? It turns out Casey was the one who held the title Azure Water and was also the private detective, Seymour. While following Casey, Betty asked curiously, but Casey, why did we have to come to Lathor Bell? Casey replied, I heard that strange things have been happening in this city lately. The movements of suspicious organizations and attacks by werewolves. Betty added, the appearance of sorcerers isn't that unusual, right? But Casey suddenly said, they aren't just any ordinary sorcerers. That took Betty completely by surprise. What? Not ordinary? Casey began to clarify. Besides, his last known trail leads right here. Betty didn't understand at all. She asked again, you skipped the important details again. Whose last trail? Casey replied in a serious tone, Jay. Moriarty. Betty said, bewildered, huh? But didn't Jay Moriarty die when he fought you? Casey put her hands on her hips, disappointed in Betty. You still believe that ridiculous rumor? You mean the rumor that the two of you fought by a waterfall near a cliff and both fell during the final chapter? The City Gazette reported it. Casey replied, well, that part's true. This left Betty speechless. Are you kidding me? Casey continued. The difference between the rumors is that he didn't die. My intuition tells me so. Betty sighed, somewhat disbelievingly, and said, Intuition again? What about your brilliant deductive skills? To which Casey replied, It's not just intuition. I also have evidence. Betty still seemed unconvinced. Really? She asked. Of course, Casey said confidently. My proof is in the articles and data you're carrying. 5 years ago, in the Durumang Kingdom, a large number of rogue sorcerers attacked the citizens. The night became known as the Bloody Night. On that same night, a giant, raging monster, the Beast of Jarden, appeared. The man who hunted that beast was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. However, he gave up his fame and was never seen again. Betty, still confused, asked, what are you trying to say? Casey continued to explain. 4 years ago, in the Fatali Kingdom, adjacent to the Empire, in a land ruined by the aristocracy's exploitation, a mysterious phantom thief with a dark shadow appeared. Lupin. He was active for about a year, stealing many jewels before vanishing, never to be seen again. 3 years ago, in the Delica Kingdom, a wicked man tried to start a war, Moriarty. He also vanished suddenly, and no one has seen him since. And when the civil war broke out in the Yuta Kingdom recently, the victor was Machiavelli, and he disappeared at the end of the war. Betty shouted in shock, Casey, no way. Are you trying to say that all of those people are the same person? Casey put her hands on her hips and said, According to my deductions, it seems so, and the last place he was predicted to be heading is this very city, Lathor Bell. Betty still found it hard to understand. Why would someone with such abilities hide their identity and wander the world? Casey couldn't understand it either. Of course, I don't know. In any case, that man is someone who once threw the Empire into chaos, If he's still alive, we can't just let him be. Then Casey turned and said, "Let's go. I need to find a good place to stay for the night." Betty asked, "Where's that?" Casey smiled and replied, "Auction House C." Meanwhile, at Auction House C, which was bustling with guests, Even bowed respectfully. "Thank you for coming, Princess Elendon von Exilion. I am Even Luke, and I am in charge of the auction." Elendon von Exilion replied nonchalantly, "Ah, a pleasure to meet you. I'm a bit tired right now. Could you show me to my room?" Even eagerly replied, "Yes. I will guide you to the royal suite." Elendon responded politely, "Thank you." As she walked down the hall, she looked around and thought to herself, "Wow, how much did all of this cost? If I sold just one of these items, I wonder how many commoner families I could help." At that same moment, behind Princess Elendon von Exilion, Jay, Moriarty was communicating with an unnamed teammate. "Here, Plan Unen begins now." Alex, adjusting his tie, said excitedly, "Awesome, it's finally starting. I thought I was going to die of boredom waiting since yesterday." As Alex walked, he thought to himself, "First, I'll meet Violetta downstairs." Suddenly, Alex saw a familiar figure and quickly hid behind a door, thinking in alarm, "Humph, of all places, why are you here?" Just then, Violetta received a signal from her teammate, Wigo, who said, "I'm going to take a moment to tie my shoe and then I'll head down." She thought with some concern, things are already starting to go off track. If that's how it is, I'll have to do this myself. She recalled Jay. Moriarty's words to them. The first objective of the plan is to find the key to the elevator door. "Alex, Violetta, I'm leaving this to you too." There was some whispering. "That beautiful woman over there, is she a staff member?" This caught the attention of a man with brown hair who turned his head. Violetta pretended to be drunk, leaning seductively against the wall and saying, "I think I've had a little too much to drink. Could you help me back to my room?" At the same time, a secret exchange was happening between two members of the group. "Find the key." "Yes, master." "Get the key, then come here." He helped Violetta to her room, and she was grateful. "Thank you for helping me," he replied gently. "Of course. I couldn't just ignore a guest visiting our auction house. You're drunk and forgot your room number, so you can stay in my room for a while." Hearing this, Violetta couldn't help but praise him. "Oh my, you're too kind." Her words made him even more eager. Unable to wait, he locked the door and said, "You need to sober up before you can find your room." "That's right. To help you sober up, why don't we have a little fun?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, she said cheerfully, "Oh my, I love fun activities." Instantly, she grabbed his wrist, pulled hard, and slammed him onto the floor. She moved so quickly that he had no time to react and was knocked unconscious. Afterward, she smiled brightly and asked, "Was that fun?" Then she was surprised with herself, thinking, "I can't believe I took him down in one move. It's a good thing I learned how to strengthen my body with magic from the captain. Now, time to find the key." At that moment in the auction hall, the event had begun. The man hosting the auction stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for visiting our auction house. Without further ado, let's behold the first item of our second auction day. The jewelry rumored to be a mermaid's tear, the siren's tear. The starting bid is 1 million dena. The people in the audience gasped when they saw it, as the jewelry was truly sparkling and beautiful. Immediately, they began bidding, with the price quickly jumping from 1 million to 50 million and then 200 million. Seeing this made Elendon von Exilion extremely confused. She wondered, is that really a mermaid's tear? It's so extravagant. Suddenly, C sat beside her and said, "It looks beautiful, but it's a fake. It seems you're not very interested in the auction. Are you?" Princess Elendon von Exilion. The princess was quite surprised to hear her name. "Have we met before?" she asked. C replied, "No, this is our first time." Hearing that, the princess asked curiously, "Then how did you know?" C chuckled playfully. "I mentioned it before, it's because you look bored. In a place like this, not many people would let their boredom show on their face. Did you know the hair on the back of your head is also a bit flat? You were just resting in your room, weren't you? The scent of the room's deodorizer is still lingering on you, but you're not wearing any perfume. A noble, someone who needs to be mindful of what other nobles think, wouldn't do that. To be so unconcerned with what others think of you in a place like this, you must be a member of the royal family. Plus, there were rumors that you would be attending this auction. Your Highness." Hearing this, Elendon von Exilion was incredibly surprised and impressed by her. "Amazing. You're sitting in the VIP section, so you must be someone important too, right?" At that, she began to introduce herself. "Ahem, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is C, a detective." The moment she heard the name, the princess quickly realized it might be the famous detective, the water mage who also received the title Emerald Water. Seeing the princess recognize her, she said with delight, Oh my, to be recognized by the princess is truly an honor for me. The presence of a detective made the princess a bit flustered. She asked, "What are you doing in G?" C quickly replied, "Ah, I was invited here when I arrived in Lethor Bell. Besides, at big events like this, something always happens." Her statement left the princess a bit confused. Huh? C then said, "Just consider it my detective's intuition." Over with Rudiger, he was walking and thinking. It seems things have gone a little off track from the start, but Violetta is doing her best to complete the mission. Now, I should regroup with the other members. As he was walking, someone suddenly blocked his path and said, "Well, look who it is. We meet again. What a coincidence. It's been quite a while since that wedding party, hasn't it, Rudiger Chelsea? I don't know what you're doing here, but it's lucky I ran into you. Are you enjoying the auction?" Seeing that it was even, he replied coldly, "Yes, I find it quite worthwhile to be here." Hearing this, the man said scornfully, "Ah, just as they say, your mind affects your perspective." But Rudiger didn't care and said coldly, "Ah, yes, that's right. If you'll excuse me." Seeing him about to leave, the man became annoyed and ordered his guards. "Ahem, where are you off to so suddenly? It seems you have no one with you, so allow me to escort you." "Guards, this is a very important guest. Treat him well." Seeing his actions, Rudiger immediately realized the man wanted to follow him. It seems his real purpose is to show off his power. If this keeps up, I won't be able to move freely. So, he quickly contacted Han and sent an anonymous report. "I'm currently unable to act, awaiting backup." Hearing that Rudiger couldn't act made him extremely surprised. "Damn it, backup means me." Duma, who was beside him, heard this and said, "Han, I think you need to go." Han already knew that. "First, this device needs to work before I can go. And for now, don't use my name. Call me KFK. Oh, right, KFK. Can you just call me Duma from now on?" Han knew that and replied to him, "I was going to do that even if you didn't say anything. We're going to be delayed much longer than expected. If that's the case, I have no choice but to act with aha." Suddenly, Han noticed that even though the device was flashing red and had caught a signal, it still couldn't connect. Aha, who was beside him, saw the red light and reported it to KFK. That made him feel better, because at least they wouldn't have to go deeper inside. Suddenly, a guard walked by and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing there? Get over here." Han was flustered. "Damn it, we're caught. I didn't even think they would patrol this alley." So he told Aha, "Hey, do something." Hearing this, Aha turned around and walked towards the guard. When the guard saw him, he asked, "What the hell?" "Just a kid. What are you doing here?" But before he could finish his sentence, Aha landed a powerful punch to his stomach, knocking him out cold on the spot. Han was extremely surprised to see him take down such a huge guy in a single blow. So, Han asked, "Are you a knight?" "A knight? Ah, you mean those superhumans who graduate from the military academy and are accepted as official knights, the ones who are much stronger than ordinary people." Hearing Aha's words, Han felt he shouldn't have asked and told him to forget it, praising him for a job well done. Then Han told Aha to tie the man up and hide him in a pile of trash somewhere. "That sounds good." Suddenly, another guard approached and shouted, "Hey, where's Decker?" Seeing this, Han thought, "Damn it, there's another one." Suddenly, Aha spoke up, mimicking the voice of the guard who had been knocked out. "Hey, wait a minute, I'm over here." Hearing Decker's voice, the guard asked back, "What are you doing in the alley?" Seeing him getting closer, he said, "Hey, don't come over here. I need to relieve myself first. I'll be right out, just a second. I've already checked. It doesn't look like there's anything strange here." Hearing that Decker was relieving himself, the guard left, feeling disgusted. After the guy left, Aha cheerfully asked Han, "So, sounded just like him, right?" Han asked, confused. "Who the hell are you really? Anyway, just turn on the device when you get the signal and go inside. You should follow quickly, too." He replied, "Got it." Elsewhere, Alex finished his mission and came out, looking exhausted. "Phew, finally did it. I can't believe Enya was here. It was so hard to get down. I have to hurry. I need to meet Violetta and get the key." Just as he stepped out the door, Violetta bumped right into Alex, handed him the key, and left as if nothing had happened. The knights saw that the two of them weren't doing anything suspicious, so they ignored them. Having received the key, Alex quickly made a call. Alex reported, "I've got the key, and I'm heading to the elevator now." Hearing this, Phantos quickly replied, "This is Melvin. I'll be waiting for you at the elevator." After that, he turned invisible to wait for Alex's arrival. Seeing him walk past, Phantos immediately appeared and said, "I'm here." This startled Alex. "What the hell? You scared me." Is that how beasts can hide their presence? But he didn't care about that and just asked where the key was. This frustrated Alex, who said, "You're so uptight. I've got it. Let's get moving." Then Alex looked down the hallway and saw a lot of guards there, just as expected. Because of the auction, the number of guards had increased. So, he called Sheridan. "This is Alex and Melvin. We've reached the gate." Hearing this, she quickly replied, "This is Sheridan. I'm starting my move now." After that, Sheridan zipped past everyone in a cloud of steam, leaving them completely surprised and coughing. "What's going on?" "It's a terrorist attack." Seeing everyone's reaction, she giggled. "This thing is better than I expected. Bella Luna's special tear gas." Seeing that the situation was not good, the guards instructed everyone, "Please remain calm and go to a shelter. Please also ask for help from the guards. There aren't enough people here yet." Seeing the guards, Alex knew it was starting. Then he turned to ask Phantos, "You can handle those too, right?" "Let's go. Piece of cake," he replied. "All right." Then the two of them walked up to the two guards, making them wary as they asked, "Identify yourselves. This is a restricted area." Seeing this, Alex said in a flustered tone, "Wait, it was so chaotic out there that we got lost while looking for the shelter." Now that I think about it, you probably don't know who I am, right? I came here last time with my friend Evan." "That's right. Now that I look closely, I recognize you. You were here last time too, right? Do you know where Evan is?" Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer made the guards scared as they said that. "First of all, don't come any closer and stay where you are." However, Phantos didn't have the patience to wait for Alex to handle it, so he rushed forward and punched both of them at the same time, knocking them out on the spot. This left Alex completely bewildered, saying, "What the hell? You didn't kill him, did you?" Phantos replied, "I avoided his vital points." Seeing that he was so strong that he dented the armor, he wondered, where did the leader find a guy like this? Afterwards, Alex called Han. Alex and Melvin reporting, "We've taken care of the guards at the entrance." KFK and Duma said, "We're on our way." Hearing that, Han and Aha pushed the cart and went inside. At this time, inside the auction hall, the announcer spoke. "And now, the auction item. Next will start at a price of 500,000 den. After that, the guests quickly placed sky-high bids. Rudiger, inside the auction hall, noticed two bodyguards were still tailing him, which made him think, he's still following me? This is going to make it hard to move freely. According to the radio, everything seems to be going smoothly. Suddenly, he spotted Casey. Back when the two were fighting, he asked her, "Are you out of your mind? Casey, if you keep this up, you'll die too." But she just said, "I don't care. Even if I can't beat you now, I'm still willing to pay with my life, as long as I can destroy you." "All right then, bring it on." Jam Moriet. Right after, he quickly turned his head away so she wouldn't notice him. He was confused, wondering what the hell that woman was doing here. "I'm disguised, so it's not very likely she'll recognize me. But that bitch is incredibly talented. So talented she earned the title Green Jade Water. If she gets in the way of my operation, it'll be like weeks of effort will all go down the drain. There's no way she could know about the plan already, right? No, if she really knew, there's no way she'd be this calm. That wench has no idea what's happening. I can only hope my minions handle this quickly and quietly." At that moment, in the observation room, he was yawning and said, "So boring. What kind of idiot would be bold enough to try and steal the K?" The person next to him said, Hey, focus." Seeing that, he said, "What are you so worried about? Look at the amazing artifacts we have. We even have live feeds from every artifact storage room." The other guy heard that and felt it was true. It's a shame that such an interesting artifact is only used for security. Suddenly, he saw someone breaking into the artifact storage room on the computer screen, but when he rubbed his eyes, he saw that there was no one there anymore. Suddenly, the person next to him looked at the screen and noticed something. So he immediately stood up and said urgently, "Wait, what is that?" Which startled the other guy into asking, "You made me jump. What is it? An intruder? Did he get in by digging a hole in the wall?" But this place is deep underground, so they quickly reported it to Evan Luke. That made him extremely surprised, and he asked, "Huh, say that again." The knight recounted the words of the artifact guard and said there was a report of an intruder from the second security room. Hearing that, Evan Luke hurriedly asked, "What about the guards at the entrance gate?" The knight replied, "The intruder got in by digging." Feeling this was too absurd, he quickly went to the security room and said, "Impossible. Call the guards right now. All of them." After summoning them, all the guards had assembled, prompting the knight captain to say, "Good, it seems everyone is here." According to the report, an intruder dug their way in underground to get here. A few of you check the surrounding sewer pipes. The rest will split into two teams, a transport team and an ambush team, and will enter the vault with me. They quickly acknowledged the order and took the elevator down. Meanwhile, inside the security room, a nervous and impatient Evan stared at the monitors. An employee informed him that the guards were descending in the elevator. Evan's mind filled with fear and anger. He thought, damn it, do you have any idea how much those artifacts are worth? You think I'll just sit back and let you take them from me? So he turned to his security guards and said, you all know the procedure, right? The main priority here is to move the items from Vault 3 to a more secure location. The ambush team will go to Vault 2 and capture the thieves. Hearing this, the head of security quickly replied, yes, sir. The transport team will urgently move the items to Vault 3, and the ambush team will follow me to the vault to capture the criminals. Ambush team to command. We are opening the door to Vault 2. Command to ambush team. The enemy is still inside the vault. Evan told them to hurry inside, but when the ambush team entered, they didn't see a single soul. This left them utterly bewildered because no one was there. That made Evan furious. No one? What do you mean, no one? But the security team was adamant that there were no signs of a break-in and all the items were accounted for. This left him completely baffled. Then what in the world was he looking at? You must have gone into the wrong room. Then the screen changed, and Evan saw the security team had entered Vault 2 and were walking around the room, seeing no one but themselves. At that moment, Evan's assistant realized they had been watching a fake feed the whole time. Hearing this, the security team asked Evan, what should we do? Should we bring the items from Vault 3 back to their original place? But he told them no, to just leave them there for safety. Understood, sir. We will take them with the transport team, which is in the elevator now. Afterward, he fumed, realizing it was just a fake feed. Does that mean someone spliced in a fake video halfway through? Evan's assistant wondered, could someone have replaced the footage of the artifact with footage of themselves? But for what purpose? What do they gain from just swapping the footage? Suddenly, he understood the thieves' true intentions and quickly informed Evan. Sir, it's a trap. Vault 2 was just a diversion. They were targeting Vault 3 from the very beginning. They planned to intercept the items we're moving according to protocol. Suddenly, the security team radioed Evan. Command, do you copy? This is the ambush team. Loud and clear. What is it? The surface elevator is broken. We have no way of getting out of here without it. We need your help. Hearing this, the man turned back and said, we don't have any internal forces available to help. Should we ask the police? Evan quickly objected. No, if this incident gets out, the auction will be completely ruined. Then what do we do? Even Evan didn't know. Seeing that he was too paralyzed by fear to make a decision, his assistant spoke up. We'll try to stop them. Gather all members of the security team. Everyone quickly obeyed and rushed out of the room to help, but the door wouldn't open, which made them wonder. Damn it, what's going on? Sheridan, seeing them all trapped, chuckled to herself. They're all gathered in one place, as if they were just begging to be trapped. The new leader's plan is brilliant. At first, when I heard about the artifact vault, I had no idea what to do. That's when Rudiger said to me, can you do something for me? I'm planning to swap the projected image of the vault with an artifact. I need a device to hack the feed. Then Sheridan smiled happily as she reported. Ah, sir, this is GS. Mission successful. Both Alex's and Han's teams have secured the goods. 30 minutes earlier, 2 guards were tied up and gagged, crying silently. Then Alex asked Han how the disguise felt. He replied, it fits, but why is the stomach so tight? It's really uncomfortable. Hearing this, Alex stepped forward to explain. Phantos damaged the armor. We patched it up, but we couldn't fix it completely. Understanding the situation, Han glanced at Phantos' hands and said with a bit of fear, on second thought, it fits just fine. We'll wait here. See you two later. Yeah, see you downstairs. After the other two left, Alex let out a sigh of relief. Good thing we didn't run into any guards right away. Seeing this, Phantos said, wait, let me check the guards' positions. Looking at him, Alex understood. I see. So you can even use your spirit for things like this? After a moment, Phantos reported back. There are a total of 8 guards. They're scattered all over the place. Lucky for us, there are 2 of them separated near here. I didn't expect them to be just wandering around the storage vault. Anyway, thanks to that, we were able to catch them easily. After the 2 of them changed into the guard uniforms, Phantos was extremely uncomfortable in the armor that was too small for him. Seeing this, Alex spoke up. Just bear with it. There aren't many guys around here as big as you are. Get ready. It's about to start. Just then, the captain gave his order. Transport team, move the items to vault number 3. Attack team, follow me to vault number 2 to eliminate the intruders. The other guards heard this and grumbled. Look at him, taking his subordinates to hog all the credit again. He only does that because there aren't many opportunities to stand out at Kunst. Just focus on the mission. Phew, you're right. If we're not careful, we'll get on his bad side. Afterwards, the transport team entered the elevator and called command. Transport team to command, reporting. We have successfully loaded the items into the elevator. Attack team to transport team, proceed as normal. Move the items to the secure location. Seeing their chance, the four of them exchanged a look that said, "Shall we begin?" Then, the guards were swiftly knocked out. With all the guards taken down, Alex said, "Now for the final step." He then threw his spear into the elevator mechanism, disabling it completely. Getting out of the elevator, Han asked him, "What did you just do?" He replied with a bright smile, "I just messed with the elevator a little so the guys who went down can't come back up. In the meantime, let's get out of here." After loading all the goods onto a vehicle, he told everyone to get in the back. "We're going up." Han suddenly spoke up, I'll head back on my own later. The plans changed, so I need the leader to check on a few things first." Hearing this, Saradin realized he was talking about the things Nari was looking for. "That's right. I found out the real one is still in the auction hall, but I can't tell it apart from the fakes. If this one is a fake, we'll have to search again." Saradin didn't seem worried at all and just laughed. "Really? Well, you'll be fine as long as Nari is with you. Have you loaded everything up yet? Avioletta is back, so hurry up." He looked at everyone and thought back on how they were all pretty decent fighters. It's not like they were lacking in any particular skills, and yet all I can do is gather information. Oh no, am I going to lose my place here? Suddenly, he realized he shouldn't be having these thoughts, so he slapped himself across the face. "What the hell am I thinking? Han, if that were true, the leader would have kicked you out a long time ago. Just focus on delivering the holy relic fragment safely." After that, he contacted Rudiger. Leader, you might not be in a good place to talk, so just listen to me. The others have escaped safely. I'm going to get the thing you mentioned and bring it to you. Ah, damn it. Looks like there isn't enough power to stay connected. I'll wait for you in the main hall." Hearing that put his mind at ease. All right, everyone has escaped. It seems those guys finally figured out the situation. I should leave and meet Han outside. Outside the hall, Han had changed into a proper outfit to search for the fragment. The hall was empty now. It seemed like no one was around. Is it because of the sleeping powder that kid sprayed? Huh? What are those guys doing just standing there? Something's wrong. Suddenly, the man turned to look at Han with a sly grin, targeting him. Just then, an explosion erupted, interrupting the auction. Then, a group of people barged in, shouting, "Everyone, stay still. We'll kill anyone who moves." The terrified nobles stood up and demanded, "Who are you people? Don't you know where this is?" "Yeah." Seeing the noble refuse to stand still, the man shot him in the forehead, killing him on the spot. Seeing this, the nobles called for the guards, but none appeared. Enraged, the intruders shouted, "Just kill them all. We'll strip their corpses of their valuables." Seeing them charge in, Juder quickly drew his weapon, wondering, "Robbers? How did they get into the auction hall? Damn it, it's because of us." At that moment, a man suddenly rushed toward him, shouting, "You greedy nobles, die." Seeing the bomb strapped to the man's body, made him realize it was a suicide bombing by the Liberation Army. I'm not mistaken, this is the same method they use. They're not just robbers. The Liberation Army was targeting this place, too. So, he immediately used his magic to blast the man away, causing him to explode on the spot. The force of the blast sent Juder flying as well. Afterward, he was completely baffled. How did that bomb detonate? Was it a homemade explosive? But I destroyed all of those when I was operating as Moriarty. So how? Suddenly, a guard started foaming at the mouth. That's the sign of a curse. It's forbidden magic. Seeing all this left him completely bewildered. Robbers, the Liberation Army, and now forbidden magic? Damn it. Is Han safe? Just then, Ellendon von Exilion barely managed to escape from the auction hall. Robbers at K? What is happening? Is Casey okay? At that moment, the Liberation Army found the princess and said to each other, "Everyone, get her. We'll show these nobles the power of the Liberation Army." Hearing them, she thought to herself, "I knew I shouldn't have come here. I should have just rested at the Annan." Just as they were about to lunge at her, Bubbles suddenly appeared next to the Liberation Army members, and a voice said, "You people are too loud." They were then trapped inside the bubbles, wondering, "Bubbles, I can't break it. The bombs aren't working." "Impossible. That's a special explosive designed to neutralize magic." Just then, Casey appeared and said, "Quiet down. No matter how special it is, it's still just an explosive, right? I just have to get them wet, and we're done." Then, Betty arrived to report, "Casey, this side is all clear." "Good job, Betty. I'm finished over here, too." After a moment, Anne approached and asked, "Princess, are you all right?" Seeing her, Casey remembered. "Ah, you were with Tyrina at the time." She quickly replied, "I am honored that you remember me. I am Anne, of the Night Watch Knights." Casey then walked over and said, all right, looks like our work here is done. Let's work together to get out of this place." Where did these guys even come from? How did they get past the K guards? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen any guards around. For some reason, the guards all went down to the basement. On top of that, all sorts of people have decided to jump in and cause trouble. It's dangerous here. Let's get outside and talk later. Suddenly, Casey noticed the building was collapsing. That night, while Han was talking with Rudiger at a pub, he asked him, "Chief, why do you accept a coward like me?" Hearing this surprised Rudiger a little. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Han replied, "Well, you know better than anyone that I'm terrified of dying. I always run away and leave you to fight alone, even though I have abilities that others don't, but you don't care about that because you accept me for the coward that I am." This was so unexpected that Han wondered if he had misheard. Then he said to him, "I know your power very well, how dangerous it is, and the responsibility that comes with it. You're just afraid your power will hurt someone. Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Han sadly pressed his lips together and said, "I don't have parents. I've lived in an orphanage since I was a child, and I never got along with the other kids, but I was close to one girl. She was like an older sister to me. She was a smart and sweet kid. I felt like nothing compared to her. One day, she found a little black puppy. It was really cute. I was petting it, but then it nipped me." Hearing this, Rudiger seemed to guess what had happened and said, "Han, you don't have to continue." But he kept going, his hands trembling.
That was the first time I ever transformed. The first time I ever killed someone. If that dog hadn't bitten my hand. If I had known about my condition back then.
No, I never should have accepted that girl's kindness in the first place. Hearing this, all Rudiger could do was say his name. "Han, the time will come when you have to accept the reality you've been denying," he said, handing him a knife. This confused Han, who asked, "Chief, what is this? What in the world is this thing made of?" He explained, "When that time comes, and you have no choice but to leave everything behind and run, I won't blame you. However, if you want to fight instead of run, use this as a last resort. I will respect your decision." Currently, Han was bleeding profusely and his mind was hazy, blurring his vision. He could only see them approaching, leaving him confused about what had just happened. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Today must be our lucky day." Whoever they were, that group made the guards at the Kunst auction let their guard down, leading to this mess. Just then, another person urged, "Hurry up and grab it." The building was just shaking. "I think other people are starting to figure out what's going on." Hearing this, the man replied, so impatient, "Just wait a second, you stupid fool. Do you really think you can hide the mana of a relic in a bag like this?" Seeing the man take the bag, intending to give it to the captain, Han quickly grabbed his leg and said, "Give it here. I have to give it to the captain." Seeing that he was still alive, the man let out a sinister laugh. "Oh, still alive, are we?" So the curse worked exactly as planned. With that, he stomped hard on Han's stomach in contempt. "You can't even move, and you dare tell me to hand this over." Noticing Han trying to restrain himself, the man laughed. "Have you been holding on with just your willpower all this time? Impressive. You're not going to live much longer anyway. I'll be merciful and let you die slowly. Try to survive, if you can." As he watched the man walk away, he raised his hand, wanting to stop him, but his body was too heavy. "That's not something for bastards like you to take. If it were anyone else but me here, the relic wouldn't have been taken so easily. I'd probably be cast aside. From the very beginning, I was just a coward, unable to help the guild master. It's all because I'm weak. Even in death, I'm just a burden to him." As he tried to push himself up to chase after them, the dagger the captain had given him suddenly fell out, reminding him of when the captain gave him the right to choose. "That's right. If this is the end, then for this one last time, let me burn away everything I have." Immediately after, he plunged the dagger into his own hand, causing his body to rapidly transform. The man heard the scream and turned back, saying, "What a stubborn bastard. He's still alive." In the next instant, he was killed by Han in a single blow. Just then, Casey, Phantos, and Rudiger sensed Han's presence from inside the car. Phantos kept staring back towards the auction house. Seeing this, Alex asked Phantos, "What are you staring at?" He replied, "The place we just left." Hearing him, Alex immediately realized it was the Kunst auction house. "What's over there?" He could feel a very distinct presence. The presence of prey. But it's dangerous. Its smell and its presence. This thing is extraordinary. I've only encountered a beast like this a few times. No, it might even be stronger than the ones I've faced. This made Alex recall a conversation he had with the captain. If it's coming from the auction house, then it must be. In the room, Alex asked the captain, "I have a question. Last time, you said Phantos was the second strongest fighter among us, right? Then who's the strongest? Is it you?" Rudiger, hearing this, turned his head and replied, "No, I excluded myself from the evaluation." Hearing that, Alex confidently assumed he was number one. The captain replied coldly, "You're third. Even though your scores at the Knight Academy were high, you still haven't reached that level. Huh. Then, who's number one? Without hiding anything, he told him it was Han. Back at the Kunst auction house, a devastated even screamed, "What is all this chaos? My auction items, my auction house, it's ruined, it's all over." His assistant beside him quickly tried to console him. "Sir, you made it out safely." The evacuation of the guests was also underway. So, mentioning the guests, he remembered that the princess was among them and quickly asked where she was, but he still received no news. This terrified him, and he quickly gave an order. What if something happened to her? Go find her, quickly. But before he could finish his sentence, the building was suddenly split in two, making him ask furiously, "Now what is this?" Then he saw Han's monster form, towering high above, looking down at him with its long tongue. Everyone froze before the monster that suddenly appeared, taller than the building itself, their voices trembling. That's the monster. Someone seems to recognize it. It's really back. The monster that brought Durham to its knees 5 years ago. The Jarden Beast. The beast let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, its footsteps creating an earthquake. The beast crawled out of the building, targeting the people there. The cowards were the first to run. The beast's hand immediately swiped at those fleeing. They screamed in terror, "Help me." Fortunately, a sword slash intercepted the beast's path, and the person escaped with their life. Riding his horse, Leslie yelled, clearing a path for the survivors. "The Clockwork Society will hold the line here. Everyone, evacuate immediately." Those following behind were in an uproar. "I heard the auction house was attacked, but by this monster," Leslie shouted. "Everyone, listen up." He instructed his subordinates. "No matter what happens, the safety of the civilians comes first. Focus on taking down the monster." Before he could finish his sentence, the beast's hand came hurtling towards them. A deafening scream rang out. "Move." The riders spurred their horses, scattering in all directions. Leslie pointed his sword, creating a fireball. Damn it! The fire hadn't even flown before he froze. Something had shot toward him like a bullet. Luckily, Leslie dodged the beast's attack just in time. From a distance, you could see the beast firing projectiles from its back. It was aiming for all the people on horseback surrounding it. "Don't be rash. We have to wait for an opening." Leslie was panicking internally. What is this incredible speed? It's huge and fast. This is too dangerous. Where did this thing come from? In the blink of an eye, the beast had nearly destroyed the entire area. At this rate, everyone was going to die. Casey pointed out an escape route. "Everyone, this way. Trust me." They all jumped after her in unison, and a bubble enveloped them just before they hit the water. After bringing everyone to shore, Casey turned back to check. "Is everyone okay?" Anya nodded. "Yes, thanks to you." A loud noise startled them, and they whipped their heads around. Before them was the beast on a wild rampage. Casey was horrified. "Is that the Jarden Beast?" At her words, everyone was stunned. "You mean the monster that devastated Durham 5 years ago?" Anya was in disbelief. "I thought it was dead." The blue-haired girl replied with a confident assertion. "I'm sure of it. With my own 2 eyes, I saw its corpse on display in the museum in Durham." Her voice was firm. "Although, it didn't look exactly like this. Its structure. It doesn't look like human bone at all." Anya offered a guess. Could it be a different species? Casey didn't entirely agree, but she couldn't rule out the possibility. Everyone knows the Jarden Beast, destroyed by Abraham Van Helsing, has reappeared in Leibeld, and the last traces of that man, Gia Moriarty, were also found in LBK. Casey grew more certain of her thoughts. "That's it. There's no way that's a coincidence. This just reinforces my theory that those two are one and the same. And he's definitely here right now." Moriarty. Her eyes sharpened. "What are you doing here?" Casey pushed the thought aside. Enough thinking. It's time to act. Water from the ground seeped through the cracks, rising at her command. It formed a pillar of water that shot towards the beast. "I have to take this monster down first." In an instant, the beast was bound by the column of water. The soldiers present froze for a few seconds. Someone restrained the monster. Is it an ally? It doesn't matter. This is our chance. Charge. The water tendrils didn't look like they would hold for long. They began to snap as the beast struggled. Casey couldn't maintain it. What is this power? A red light flashed from the beast's blazing red eyes. It let out a roar. The moment the water restraints broke, the beast changed its target to her. Was my magic just dispelled? The water bubble shattered. I couldn't maintain the spell. Was it because of its roar? Casey resolutely raised her sword. If I lose to this thing, how can I call myself a magus? Knights made of water took form, and everyone's spirits lifted. Knights made of water? All right, we have a chance to turn this around, the captain shouted, hoping to change the tide. Full assault, the beast roared again. Elsewhere, a familiar figure moved through the thick stench of blood. Rudiger Chelsea observed his surroundings. A strange source of mana. Is this dark magic? And bite marks from some animal. He looked down from a high perch. Han. Did you really have to use that? Below, as the people fought to suppress the beast, Rudiger Chelsea whispered into the wind. You must have been in so much pain. Athenoctonus. A jet-black wind swirled up. I can't stop you like this. I will be back. His cold eyes remained fixed on the beast. Just hold on a little longer. Han. The wolf heads fell amidst cheers of joy. Our attacks are working. Don't stop. The beast's eyes flashed again. Casey jumped back, on guard. The eyes in that skull just glowed, just like before. It's going to break my magic. I have to be ready. As expected, the beast roared again. Casey carefully looked up. The water knights were still intact. Huh? They're still here? But then, she immediately felt a powerful vibration under her feet. An earthquake? What the hell is going on? Elendon suddenly screamed. Look. She pointed a trembling finger in one direction. There's something coming up. Casey followed her gaze, her eyes widening. It was only when they got closer that everyone could see clearly. A swarm of rats. An army of rats was charging in, causing the earthquake. A swarm of rats? No way. It can control other animals? Casey clutched her umbrella in alarm. But why did it have to be rats? Rats are the one thing I'm scared of. She lightly swept her umbrella, creating a water shield, only to see the horde of rats leap and change direction. They were climbing the walls. Casey was too stunned to react for a moment, then a voice called her name. Casey. A girl in a hat jumped in to help. Betty and Enya couldn't stand by either. We'll help too. The four of them attacked together. Thanks, everyone. On the soldiers' side, they also sensed something approaching. Don't split up. The rats swarmed towards the scattered wolf heads. They gathered together, forming the lower bodies of the wolves. Leslie quickly realized what the rats were doing. Everyone, be careful. That monster can control other animals. Where did all these things come from? Something moved in his line of sight. What the hell is this? Before him stood a wolf bearing its sharp teeth, its eyes as red as blood. The monster's severed head and the swarm of rats had combined to create a mythical creature. Leslie was stunned. It can replicate itself. Then, does that mean? He looked on in horror at the bloodthirsty beast amidst a growing pack of wolves. The reason mythical creatures suddenly appeared on the night of the bloody moon. It's because of him. Leslie warned his subordinates. Everyone, focus. We need to get away from them before more appear. We have to stop them, no matter the cost. If we can't stop them. His voice rose in the silence. The Jest-Ford nightmare will happen all over again. Over with Casey's group, they were also struggling with the wolves. They're regenerating so fast. I can't focus on the main monster right now. She was shocked to realize the rats were already at her feet. When did they? Betty shooed the rats away for her. There are too many beasts, Casey. We need to get out of here fast. Casey hesitated. Wait, Betty. There are still a lot of civilians who haven't evacuated. The giant beast roared again. The water knights instantly exploded. Casey gritted her teeth, a cold sweat breaking out. Damn it, we just let our guard down for a second. I need to do it again. While she was distracted, the rats swarmed up her leg. She trembled. The safety of the people has to come first. I have to buy time, no matter what, until everyone has evacuated. Enya also recognized the danger of the beast. This is too much. We're going to lose, she urged Elendon. You need to escape first, my lady. Meanwhile, Casey thought, it doesn't matter what happens to me, but she suddenly stopped. The beast had turned its head in one direction, as if drawn by something. Everyone else also noticed the change in the wolf monster's behavior. It stopped moving. The others did too. Where are they looking? The monster's gaze was fixed on a high spot on a rooftop. The sound of leather shoes stepping echoed in the air. The wolves all looked in that direction, growling in their throats. Casey looked over curiously. It was a dark figure in a strange costume, hovering in midair. Blue eyes peeked through a mask. That person is Jay. Moriarty. The beast had completely stopped all movement and was staring intently at the newcomer. Betty was bewildered. Moriarty? Are you sure? Casey was resolute. I'm positive. That mask covering his entire face. And that indifferent attitude even when facing a monster. She quietly swallowed. And that terrifying aura I felt before. I'm certain. He really is Jay. Moriarty. A sense of fear rose within her. That man, he's the most frightening thing here. I wonder if the monster even realizes it. Rudiger Chelsea said softly. I was hoping you could recognize me, but I guess that was a vain hope. I understand. It must be hard to endure this monster's madness, after all. He gently gripped the hilt of his sword. Even so, he could feel that Han was still alive inside that body. He drew his blade. With a deep, hoarse voice, he thought, Rescuing my subordinates from danger is the duty of a captain. The beast let out a great roar as he stepped on the air, building momentum to dive towards it. In an instant, he landed on its skull. His cold blade was drawn, stabbing into the beast's face without a moment's hesitation. Casey watched him attack, moving at high speed, and immediately denied what she saw. No, he vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. She quickly recognized the technique. Did he just teleport? That's how Rudiger Chelsea could move so nimbly. Casey faltered in disbelief. There was no way he could just keep killing them like this. The severed heads were supposed to multiply into new mystical creatures, but she noticed the fallen wolf heads were gradually fading away instead. Casey was stunned. They're disappearing? Is that sword made of some special material? Or is it some kind of magic? Suddenly, something rushed at her like a bolt of lightning. Casey quickly created a wave of water to block it. Oh, right, this is no time to be watching the show. The beast went berserk, thrashing its tail wildly. She checked on her teammates. Is everyone okay? They replied, yes, Lady Casey. She yelled. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. We have to get away from here. She looked towards Rudiger Chelsea, who was effortlessly fighting the beast. This time, she could only trust in him. It seemed his goal was also to eliminate the monster. It pained her to admit it, but he was truly capable. He vanished and reappeared, teleporting above its head in the blink of an eye. He dropped several glass vials onto the monster's head. The wolves melted from the smoke that erupted from them. Casey's group ran while covering their noses, tears streaming down their faces. Cough, cough. What is that? Tear gas? It works on monsters. The wolf heads fell from the beast's body. Cliff spoke to it. So, you're abandoning the heads injured by the tear gas to replace them with new ones. You're even smarter than the original. However, a light began to glow in front of the beast's snout. I'm sure you've also realized you've gotten weaker after replacing them. The light grew larger, gradually enveloping its head. Rudiger Chelsea landed on a magic circle. The beast suddenly started attacking itself. He touched the magic circle. You shouldn't let yourself get distracted. Two sharp spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the beast's hands. Rudiger Chelsea saw through it. So you duplicated the hit. He gripped his cane, which transformed into a pair of pistols. Come on. Gunshots rang out, and the clone wolves were immediately shot down. Rudiger Chelsea calmly squeezed the trigger. It was a direct hit. He took down the last one. This ends here. Rudiger Chelsea looked at the beast. There's no one left to protect you. It's time to end this. It struggled, pulling its hands free from the spikes. The spikes couldn't withstand the beast's strength for long. They began to crack and finally shattered in an instant. Observing its rage, he asked, "Are you planning to fight to the very end?" He continued trying to persuade the man who had become a monster. Stop this destruction and break free from it. He raised his gun, the barrel aimed at the beast. That body isn't yours. The ground shook from its single leap. The beast opened its mouth and lunged, trying to devour him. Rudiger Chelsea didn't flinch, shoving his gun into the beast's throat. Suddenly, someone jumped down and stabbed a syringe into the beast, causing it to lose its balance and slam its face into the ground. The needle was ready. The person injected a green liquid, and the monster immediately reacted. Its massive body instantly dissolved like mud. Rudiger Chelsea watched as several people in bird masks jumped down. You guys have good timing. His hair fluttered gently in the wind. Now then, let's head back. He softly called the name of the man who had been freed from the beast's form. Han. The people who had been fleeing stopped and listened intently. The monster's roars have stopped. Is it dead? Damn it, there's too much dust. I can't see anything. A soldier asked for orders. Captain, should we go check it out? Leslie scanned the area. He commanded, there are still many civilians who haven't been evacuated. Our priority is to ensure their safety. We'll investigate later. His subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, Sir Thuong Hai. One of the three masked people seemed a little worried. Captain, is he okay? That giant spear pierced his neck. Rudiger Chelsea reassured them, he'll be fine. His self-healing ability while transformed is impressive. He took out a pill and put it in his mouth. We also need to make sure Kafka is safe, so let's get out of here before the knights arrive. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Stop right there. We've met before, haven't we? That person seemed to have known him for a long time. She stood there bravely, her eyes hostile. Jay. Moriarty. He replied smoothly, See, it's been a while. Have you been looking for me all this time? Yes, C didn't hide it. I knew you didn't die that time. The three people behind her were a bit apprehensive. That's Moriarty. He gave her a cold glance, his voice low with warning. I take it you don't value your life very much. You have almost no sense of self-preservation. You should have pretended you didn't recognize me. It would have been better for both of us. On the contrary, C let out a sharp breath. Do you think I'd give up that easily? It's as if you're underestimating me. Jay. Moriarty. She corrected him. Or should I say Abraham Van Helsing? Her words startled him. C stepped forward confidently. Or A. C. Lupin, Machiavelli. They're all you, aren't they? What's your identity in this city? Her tone was demanding. Ever since I realized you're constantly changing your identity, there's been no point in hiding. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. After a few seconds of silence, Rudiger Chelsea offered a compliment. You're right. I underestimated you. He rubbed his chin, his cold blue eyes fixed on C. He thought to himself, I knew she was sharp and decisive, but I never thought she'd dig this deep into my past. He had considered this final step of being exposed. Even if I run, she'll be right behind me. If my identity is discovered, I can't hide anymore. Everyone will know my real face. It seemed he had made a difficult decision, but I think I have to kill her right here. He then heard C's steely voice again. All the trouble in the Exilion Empire was caused by you, wasn't it? Or should I say, by your organization? He froze when he heard her reasoning. J. Moriarty of the Black Dawn Society. The Black Dawn Society? Rudiger Chelsea was confused. Why is she bringing that up now? C thought she had him cornered. Hit a nerve, did I? Look at the expression on your face. He vaguely realized something. Wait a minute, could it be? Rudiger Chelsea Cliff decided to play along. He gave a light laugh. As expected of my old rival, Miss C, you figured everything out. He smirked and pointed towards the buildings behind them. I won't stop you if you want to arrest me. But, is that really a good idea? I'm sure there are still plenty of terrorists and civilians who haven't escaped the auction house yet. C hesitated. Are you now threatening me with the lives of civilians? Rudiger Chelsea shrugged nonchalantly. That depends on your interpretation. He smiled darkly behind his half-mask. I don't intend to be captured so easily. Even if you do catch me, there's no guarantee for the lives of the people inside. Casey couldn't believe his shameless audacity. You coward. I've changed my mind. You're incredibly irritating, but you're also skilled, so I'll use my full power. She imagined the day a tidal wave would crash down on that evil cult, like a hound always ready to tear apart the Black Dawn. He then spoke 3 names, Alex, Melvas, let's get out of here. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the 4 of them. You think I'm just going to let you go? Countless water arrows shot towards them. Rudiger Chelsea swatted the water pillar away. Casey prepared another attack. Arrow-like pillars of water surrounded his group. His voice rang out softly. You've grown stronger. A magic circle appeared. But it's not enough to stop me. Lightning flashed, obliterating the water jets. Nearby, Betty couldn't just stand by. I'll help you, Casey. But before she could even touch Rudiger Chelsea's hair, her attack was intercepted. Betty was momentarily stunned. He blocked my punch with just one arm. A single moment of distraction, and she was sent flying. Kyle looked on with a worried expression. Betty landed and reassured her, I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Immediately after, all of their attacks were blocked. They were all astonished. Who is this guy, really? His defense is on par with an elite knight. Then how about this? Someone stealthily pulled a dagger from their sleeve. Enya threw it with extraordinary speed, but it was intercepted by a blonde man. She found it hard to believe. He blocked it with a short sword as if he had anticipated the move. Enya couldn't hold back her curiosity. Who are you? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind kicked up. What the? It was because one of the masked figures had cast a spell. The Knight's Patrol will be here soon. We can't waste any more time. Rudiger Chelsea didn't object. All right, Poppins, let's go. Seeing that they were about to leave, Casey pursued them. Wait, Jay, Moriarty, she yelled. Don't think this is over. I will capture you and your organization. Rudiger Chelsea gave a provocative smile. I'm very much looking forward to it. Casey scowled. He left with one last parting word. Until we meet again. An accusatory voice shattered the chilling silence. Why did you cause all this? Long, black hair entered his field of vision. How unexpected. I thought you would understand. That person's voice was as cold as ice. Have you lived among ordinary people for so long that you've started to think you're one of them? How could their pathetic standards ever apply to us? Rudiger Chelsea loosened his grip. This world is so boring and dull, and the people living in it are just as mediocre. He stood among the corpses, his shirt splattered with blood. I can't breathe, and I feel like I'm going crazy. C's voice trembled. Is that why you killed that child? Just to provoke me? In return, she received an indifferent gaze from him. Is that so wrong? She pressed her lips together at his words. You should already know. Deep down inside, you can hear the same voice I do. Casey hung her head. You know, I had hoped you weren't a bad person, she whispered. I was hoping that all of this could be resolved through talking, that it was just a small misunderstanding. But it seems I was the one who misunderstood everything. When she looked up again, the light in her eyes had completely changed. If that is the path you have chosen, then I will apprehend you. right here and now. She roared the man's name, Jay. Moriarty, a voice snapped Casey out of her memories. Detective, we finished surveying the emergency situation. She replied, good work. Leslie came over to thank her. No, we're the ones who should be thanking you. If you hadn't been here, this would have been much more difficult for us. We also collected the terrorists' bombs as you requested. Casey thanked him. Leave the analysis to me. Leslie nodded, entrusting her with the task. All right, I'll return to the crime scene. Let me know if you need anything. Afterwards, she pondered. The gunpowder at the archery province was ineffective. Who supplied such a dangerous item to the Liberation Army? Casey's expression grew grim. The Liberation Army doesn't possess the technical skill to create these things. Immediately, one highly probable suspect came to mind. The only connection she could think of was the Black Dawn, the organization tied to Jay Moriarty. An idea flashed through her mind. After the monster vanished, his associates showed up. Could it be that this entire incident was an experiment run by the Black Dawn? She frowned, deep in thought. First, I need to analyze this gunpowder to get a lead on them. I must prepare meticulously. Just you wait, Jay Moriarty. Once my preparations are complete, I will absolutely capture you. Far away, Han awoke with a start. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't had water in a long time. Where? Someone entered the room. You're awake. He scrambled to sit up as Rudiger Chelsea entered, engrossed in a book. Are you feeling any pain or discomfort? Han flinched. You. What the hell happened? Rudiger Chelsea replied nonchalantly. Don't you remember turning into a monster? Han clutched his head, mumbling. A monster? Ah, right, but... I didn't die. Rudiger Chelsea closed his book. Lucky you. His words struck like a bolt from the blue. Now, give me what you took. As a human, Han was even more cowardly than he was as a beast. Don't be alarmed. Just listen to me calmly. Honestly, I was about to get it. Rudiger Chelsea cut straight to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Give me the thing in your right hand. This only made Han more confused. My right hand? He opened his palm, and a glowing green gem left him flabbergasted. Why do I have this? Rudiger Chelsea explained. You've been holding on to it for dear life ever since you turned back into a human. He was perplexed. Really? Rudiger Chelsea just stated it as a fact, naturally. No matter how hard I tried to pry it from your hand, you wouldn't let go. So I had no choice but to wait for you to wake up. Han looked at the gem in his hand and gave a weak laugh. But, you see, He decisively held it out to him. Here, take it. He chuckled softly. Well done. Then, he left. Now that you're awake, get dressed and come downstairs. I have something to tell everyone. All right. Once everyone had gathered, Rudiger Chelsea began to speak. Despite a few unforeseen incidents, thanks to everyone's best efforts, this operation was a success. Excellent work, everyone, he explained. K has been destroyed, so it won't lead back to us. Processing the valuables will take a bit of time. Suddenly, a few of the women chimed in enthusiastically. We're rich. Don't get too excited already. It's all stolen property, so liquidating it will take a while. Rudiger's expression didn't change. After this mission, I'm sure you've all realized how skilled your new colleagues are, the ones you'll be working with from now on. The blonde-haired man remarked, Indeed. To be honest, I was quite surprised. I never thought a human could turn into such a colossal monster. I've never seen anything like that before. The beastman tilted his head and looked at him. Your swordsmanship is very strange. Were you a knight? The other replied, I'm just an ordinary student of the sword. Hearing this, everyone couldn't hide their surprise. An ordinary student of the sword? You fought on par with a night patrol knight. He didn't seem to want to talk about it and quickly changed the subject. More importantly, leader, who was that young lady? He was talking about C. She controls water, so she can't be just anyone, right? Rudiger Chelsea took the opportunity to answer everyone's question. She is a mage from a noble family of mages. As you all probably know, she's very talented and recently received a title. The blonde-haired man exclaimed, I knew it. It seems you've met her before. How do you two know each other? Rudiger Chelsea pondered. How do I know her, you ask? He gave a vague answer. I think the first time I met her was in the Delica Kingdom. A cry for help echoed in the night. Somebody, please help me. Enya rushed over. Princess, what's wrong? Aelendin stammered. This person. She looked urgently at Betty, who was leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, not breathing. Enya immediately checked on her. What? Since when? Aelendin was flustered. I'm not sure. I just thought she had fainted. Enya was extremely tense. She couldn't feel a pulse, and the body was ice cold. Did she just die suddenly? How could? Just then, Casey walked over. Betty, she's just sleeping again. Aelendin was in disbelief. Sleeping? She's not even breathing. But Casey calmly leaned down. It's all right. Now that things have come to this, Just watch and you'll understand. With that, she pulled off Betty's shirt. Ellendon turned beet red. Why would you undress her in a place like this? Enya calmed her down. Please wait a moment, princess. She had sharply noticed something strange. Is that a hole on her back? Casey pointed it out. That's right. Look closely. Enya began to understand what Casey was pointing at. So, Betty isn't human? She fumbled around in her pocket. Exactly. As you can see, she's a self-operating machine. An automaton. This seemed unbelievable to the other two, but she looked exactly like one of us. Casey took out a golden key. That's right. She knows how to blend in with society and even has emotions. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be bewildered. To think she was a machine that looked just like a human. I've never heard of such a thing. If a machine as sophisticated as her existed, rumors would have surely spread everywhere. Casey fiddled with the key. It's normal for the rumors not to have spread. Many years ago, Betty was secretly created in the Delica Kingdom as a secret weapon. After a bit of tinkering, Betty's eyes opened, and Casey smiled brightly. Are you awake, Betty? Betty was dazed for a moment, then realized her shirt was gone. Why am I like this? Casey pouted playfully. I saw you sleeping. So I wanted to tease you a bit. Betty yelled up a storm. That's ridiculous. You told us we're leaving soon, so go pack your things. And don't forget my materials. Betty stormed off in a huff. I don't know what you're talking about. C looked back at the two bewildered onlookers. Shall we continue? The first time I met Betty was in the Delica Kingdom. At that time, I was chasing Moriarty. Enya was confused. Moriarty? You knew who he was from the beginning? And the answer was no. No. I only knew him as a mathematician. His abilities were quite impressive, and we had spoken a few times out of my own curiosity. Casey's demeanor suddenly shifted, and she mumbled in annoyance. But that man infuriated me to no end. She groaned, cursing. From the very first time we met, his tone of voice was so irritating, and he acted like he was number one. The other two listened and glanced at each other. Finally, she shrugged. Anyway, after I found out he was a vicious criminal, I started chasing him, and in the process, I met Betty, Casey recounted. That day, I was confronting him at a secret automaton factory. During the confrontation, a huge explosion occurred, and the basement collapsed. Moriarty used this to escape the scene, and I tried to chase him but lost his trail. At first, I thought I should just get out, so I started looking for an exit and discovered her between two collapsed walls in a secret space, and I saw Betty lying in a glass chamber. Casey's voice was full of nostalgia. That was the first time I met a successful product of an illegal, secret project codenamed Beta. Everyone listening felt it was incredible. So Alpha is also an automaton? Rudiger Chelsea replied. That's right. So we ended our conversation there about Alpha. After hearing your story, I understand now, they marveled. At first, I actually thought a rare creature like him really existed. Then they all stared at Han. He became shy. What? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Han looked around doubtfully. The blonde-haired man had a sudden realization. The one who fought me is also an automaton like me? I knew it when we met, though I didn't know another child had escaped besides me. Rudiger Chelsea had also just learned of this. Me too. I thought all the other automatons had been destroyed, yet she's with C. Bobin still couldn't understand. Why did the Delica Kingdom create them? No matter how you think about it, they aren't ordinary automatons. He only heard Rudiger Chelsea coldly mention one word, war. His eyes were devoid of emotion. Steel soldiers that can be disposed of at any time. That was clearly the reason they were mass-produced. Bobin was shocked. What? Doesn't that mean whoever owns them wants to start a war? Rudiger Chelsea was silent for a moment. In any case, that's what I experienced in the Delica Kingdom. On the other side, Casey had also finished her story. And that's the story of how I met Betty. The two listeners were at a loss for words. Betty, having finished packing her things, waved from a distance. How much longer are you going to talk? Casey, noticing Betty was all set, turned and pointed towards her. Betty's here. I have to go now. Ellendon was curious. Where are you going? Casey replied. The place I was staying collapsed, so I have to find another. Ellendon had no reason to stop her and solemnly placed a hand on her chest. It's a bit late to say this now, but thank you for saving me. Detective C, I will personally reward you. So, please stop by my place whenever it's convenient. Casey smiled with delight. I look forward to it. Before leaving, she remembered something. Wait, could you give my regards to Taejena? I plan on staying in Lathor Bell for a while. Enya accepts. So you know her. I'll pass on the message. Sai and Betty smiled and waved to them in the morning light. Well, goodbye for now. Hope to see you again if we get the chance. A quiet morning at Thean Academy. Rudiger Chelsea, as was his habit, sipped his coffee while reading the morning paper. Just as he'd expected, the news was only about the monster. Sadly, the news about the Kunst auction house was completely overshadowed. He was troubled by something. That girl, Smoy, had followed him all the way to Lay Thelk. And as if that wasn't enough, she'd even discovered his alias. I'll quickly issue an order to silence those named Moriarty. But every cloud has a silver lining. My guess about the Black Dawn was wrong. His thoughts turned more optimistic. No, maybe I was right. Suddenly, a student walked in. Professor, the young girl obediently placed a folder on his desk. I've finished sorting all the ingredients. He didn't hold back his praise. Excellent work. The girl noticed the newspaper article, seeming to realize he was reading about what happened last night. That's right, everyone's buzzing about it. The girl knew a little herself. According to the Knights, the Clockwork Knights have captured a monster. The Knights are stronger than I thought. Huh. The girl considered her inner thoughts. I think we should revise our assessment. Rudiger Chelsea nodded without disagreeing. Perhaps we really do need to do that. His eyes held an unreadable expression. This part was completely unforeseen. Jay, Moriarty has nothing to do with the Knights. Come to think of it, the student mentioned they started acting because of this incident. Rudiger Chelsea raised an eyebrow, waiting for an answer. They? A dreadful name was uttered. The Holy Knight. Bredis. Rudiger Chelsea reacted to the name. He pressed his lips together slightly. The name echoed. The Holy Knights of Bredis. He pursed his lips. The Holy Nation of Bredis, an island separate from the continent and the headquarters of the luminous theocracy, which worships the god of light. They have always hunted heretics and mystical creatures to perform purification rituals for the salvation of humanity. However, the heretics they deemed sinful were actually non-human races. Due to their distorted reasoning and changes in doctrine, the organization has become less common these days. He clicked his tongue. The Holy Knights, those pests. They haven't made a move in 12 years. At the moment they get a single lead, they immediately get involved. The student spoke up. But this is still a bit suspicious. 5 years ago, during the Night of Blood, they didn't pay any attention at all. So why are they suddenly acting now? Rudiger Chelsea astutely guessed their motive. Perhaps it's because the succession in the Holy Nation is complete. Succession? The girl was full of admiration. You're amazing, sir. I didn't even hear any news about that. He demurred. It's just a theory. Rudiger Chelsea changed the subject. Anyway, what about the task I gave you? The girl bowed her head. Right. She then reported in detail. Joanna Lovett is a student who was directly admitted as a second year. Lovett is a fake name. Rudiger Chelsea mused. A second year. I see. I understand now. So that's how she hid her identity, he said, receiving confirmation from the student. Yes. I also discovered that she came from the Durrang Kingdom and appears to be a survivor of the Great Otan Fire. The Great Otan Fire. That happened over 10 years ago. She's a survivor of that incident. The cause of the fire is still a mystery. He dimly found the main point. Perhaps. Rudiger Chelsea asked her to find out how many survivors there were in total from that incident. The girl calculated mentally, including Joanna. There were 3, and then listed the details. One of them is the artist, P. As for the third, we have no information at all. Rudiger Chelsea acknowledged this. I see. Well done. He glanced at the clock and stood up. It's almost time for class. Let's get ready. Yes, sir. After settling the class down, before we begin, I will announce the exam results. He began. You can check your rankings on the notice board after class. Rudiger Chelsea held a piece of paper. So, from now on, I will only announce the top 5 students. His voice echoed in the classroom. I'm sure you've all guessed who's at the top. Flora Lumos, with a perfect score of 100. The arrogant girl let out a humph. He continued. And right after her is the white-haired student, Julia Blumat. Tied for first place. Oh my god. The students in the class gasped in surprise. She's tied for first with Flora Lumos. Another student replied, It's obvious. The Magic Tower is backing her, after all. Since there are 2 students tied for first, there will be no second place. Third place goes to Tassi Prias, the girl with 2 red pigtails. Everyone turned to congratulate her. Congratulations. You're really impressive, Tassi. She blushed shyly. You're only just realizing I'm impressive? I could even tutor you if you want. The boy with glasses in front of her hesitated again. That's okay. I can't interrupt your studies. Tassi was frustrated but couldn't do anything. The next one announced was a short-haired girl, and 4th place belongs to Lynn. The final spot belongs to the blue-haired boy, and 5th place is Leo. The students whispered, No way. Are all 3 top students fallen nobles and commoners? Rudiger Chelsea finished the announcement. That's all for the top 5. You can see me after class to receive your rewards. Now then, take out the materials I handed out last class. The documents were passed to each student. Today, we will learn about magic circles used for mana release. Today's lesson seemed quite normal. Rudiger Chelsea began his lecture. Magic circles have existed longer than incantations and are better when used with charms or artifacts. That's why they're still used to this day. He was drawing a straight line. Additionally, until now, the vast majority of magic circles have remained circular. This is because of a traditional belief that the shape protects the user from external forces. But the magic circle we'll learn about today is a little different. Flora froze, looking at what was on the board. What the hell is that? Rudiger Chelsea completed the magic circle. Take a look at this. Looking at the diagram on the board, the students were bewildered. What is that? Is that really a magic circle? As if by reflex, they all looked in one direction, and Flora was the center of attention. She was slightly annoyed. Why are they looking at me? They just treat me like their leader because of what happened last semester. She sniffed. I'm just as curious as they are about what it is, but the professor probably wouldn't lie about something like this. Flora looked down at the professor. If you were a fraud, I would have been disappointed in his serious lectures a long time ago. He touched the board. Since it seems you don't believe this is a magic circle, I'll give you a demonstration. A light flashed, and a blazing red orb began to spin. The students were intrigued. It's working. How did he do that? He looked at the magic circle on the board. I understand why you can't believe this. A magic circle that isn't circular. It's not at all easy to circulate mana with this. That is today's lecture. A curve can help mana flow smoothly, but when they become angular, the mana flow will spill out of the structure. His gaze sharpened. However, as you can see, my magic circle still works perfectly fine. What do you all think the reason is? At that moment, two students raised their hands. Flora noticed the other arm. That girl. Rudiger Chelsea called on Flora Lumos. You raised your hand first. She answered. The symbols. The answer she gave was the symbols inside each square. They were what supported the flow of mana. Rudiger Chelsea nodded. Correct. If you have them as a medium to support the flow of mana, then the square-shaped magic circle can function properly. He explained, what I use this time is a Sir Magic Square. No matter which way you read it, it's the same. In other words, I used a palindromic code. Another student raised their hand. I have a question. This was a bit unexpected, but is there any advantage to using a square magic circle over a circular one? And Rudiger Chelsea's answer was, of course. He said it as if it were obvious. It's easier to draw. A circular magic formation can only function when it's drawn with meticulous precision. That's why there are certifications for assistants who specialize in drawing them. He drew another square. On the other hand, a square is simply four equidistant points connected together. It's much simpler and faster to draw than a circle. I'll provide you all with supplementary materials, and you'll understand that the square is just one example. Magic formations can be expressed in many different shapes. He declared, you will take this knowledge and create your own unique magic formations. This will be your second test. I look forward to seeing your ideas. After class, in Professor Rudiger Chelsea's office, he welcomed the top 5 representative, Leo. Ah, you're the second one after Reno. Give me your hand. He received a blue orb. This is one of 14 calculation methods for the source code, Rudiger Chelsea explained. I call this the framework. Of course, just one part of it is useless. The intelligent Leo understood. So, does this mean I have to stay in the top 5 for the remaining semesters? Rudiger Chelsea encouraged him. Exactly. Keep up the good work. Leo walked out, pondering. Just one part. Perhaps this is to prevent the source code from being easily leaked. With just this piece, I can't reverse engineer the algorithm or analyze anything. But to teach this kind of magic to a student he has no connection with, this just made him more confused. What kind of person is this professor, really? Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the distance. It was the nobles and Iona Ovally from his class. That's her name, right? Leo wondered. What are they doing? A tall, arrogant guy was sneering. Did you hear me? You should recognize your place and act accordingly. Understand? Iona cut him off. And what if I don't want to? Her golden eyes flashed in the shadows. If I don't want to, what are you going to do? Iona's cold voice rang out. If I refuse, what will you do? Leo was startled, watching her. The noble seemed provoked. You filthy half-beast. You still don't get it. Leo stepped forward to stop them before it was too late. That's enough. A whole group of nobles ganging up on a single beast skin, he reminded them, threateningly. Have you all forgotten that the professors are keeping a close eye on the noble faction? Javanpelia was just expelled. Leo continued. And I happen to be on my way to see Professor Rudiger right now. But if you don't care about that, by all means, continue. The nobles, unable to retort, just clicked their tongues in annoyance. Let's go. He walked past Leo, then grimaced. Don't get cocky just because you're smart. You're still just a low-ranking commoner. Intelligence won't change that. Leo was unfazed. You'd be better off worrying about yourself. That attitude made the bully flinch. Watching them scurry away, Leo thought. Acting so high and mighty with his cronies around. What a joke. Iona looked at him strangely. Why did you help me? Leo waved his hand dismissively. Help you? You've got it wrong. He glanced at the murderous intent radiating from her eyes. Were you planning on killing them? Iona scoffed. I was just going to teach them a lesson. So what? Leo shrugged. With that much bloodlust? Well, whatever. He joked. You should be glad they were too stupid to notice. Iona cut in. Aren't you afraid of me? Leo glanced at her. Why would I be? Only idiots would be afraid of you. What is there for me to be afraid of? He gave her a surprisingly insightful answer. You're a beastskin attending an academy, despite the conflict between your people and humans. That means you want to learn about humans and the world. Iona seemed surprised. How did you know? Leo replied, I've heard things about the lives of beastskin. Suddenly, she said, By Kina-sanda, you're a good person. It was a strange word. Biki, what now? Iona explained, Biki-na-sanda is a phrase from my tribe. In your language, it would probably mean something like brave little warrior. Those words made Leo grind his teeth. What did you just say? His expression soured. Don't you dare call me little. I'm warning you. Iona was puzzled. You're getting hung up on one word? She pointed out. Spiritual strength is far more important than height. You've already proven how strong you are. Leo shook his head. Just call me Leo. Huh. Seeing the cat girl's confusion, he sighed. That's my name. And I didn't help you because I wanted to be called a warrior. Suddenly, someone called his name. Leo, there you are. It was Aiden, greeting him cheerfully. I was on my way with Ty to pick up our project. I heard you left. He then immediately turned his attention to Iona. Oh, were you two talking? What's your name? She replied, flustered. Iona ovally. Is that right? It's nice to meet you. Aiden enthusiastically invited her. We were just about to get lunch. Do you want to join us? Ty panicked. Wait a minute, Aiden. We're not friends with her. But he heard an immediate reply. Okay. Meanwhile, Lynn walked out of the president's office, a little disappointed that her task was too easy. She muttered to herself, I thought that was going to be way more difficult. Just then, Ellendon called out to her. Lynn, want to get lunch together? She turned to see who it was. Senior, Lynn said, flustered. I'm sorry. I already have plans today. Ellendon was a bit taken aback. Oh, really? But she smiled warmly. That's fine. Well, have fun. Lynn gave an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry. Let's eat together tomorrow, okay? She thought to herself with relief. I'm glad she understands. I was worried she'd be upset. Lynn thought, she's so easygoing. I guess that's what you'd expect from a princess. But Ellendon's inner thoughts were different. She already has plans to eat with someone else. Who could it be? Little did Lynn know that very princess was now tailing her. And why is she going so far? Is she meeting a boy? Ellendon's mood soured instantly. Who dares to lure away my innocent Lynn? I have to see what this guy looks like. A voice suddenly spoke from behind her. Who's there? Ellendon jumped and screamed in shock. Composing herself, she turned to see who it was. What are you doing here? She recalled his description. The brilliant midday sun, the wind rustling through the leaves. If I remember correctly. Ellendon got straight to the point. So, you're the one having lunch with Lynn here? She glanced around. This lawn. These flower beds. Is this all your work? Then she looked at the source of her problem. Brian Gombex. His face was cold as he asked, Is there a problem? Ellendon was stunned. This cold, aloof guy's hobby is gardening. Brian said coolly, If you have time to mock other people's hobbies, why don't you find one for yourself? Their gazes clashed, sparks practically flying between them. Just then, Lynn arrived. Senior, why are you here? The third princess was bewildered. About that, I saw you going too deep into the forest, so I was a little worried. Brodian scoffed, lame excuses. That's why you don't have any friends. That remark struck a nerve. She bristled. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Lynn looked puzzled. Ellendon von Exilion's eyes were wide and shimmering. You really don't have any friends? She froze. She couldn't believe the little girl was ganging up on her too. You too? What do you mean by that? Lynn stammered. It's just. I realized I've never seen you hang out with anyone. Bae praised her. You're very observant. Princess Lynn here has no friends. It's pathetic. Ellendon ground her teeth and glared at him furiously. Lynn cried out, Oh, no, that can't be true. Because of her status, she's not easy to approach, but she's a really good person. Bae closed his eyes slightly and explained further. Besides her status, there's another reason, the first princess, Alan von Exilion, and her position. The first princess. BD mentioned another place. Have you heard of the succession war in the Una Kingdom? Even children have to fight each other for the position of family head. His tone of voice suddenly changed. But the first princess, Alan, is different. According to him, she was a perfect leader, which made her position as the successor unshakable. Of course, the third princess's family background is also very appealing to the nobles. This led to another question. But why does everyone avoid her? The reason is simple. The first princess decided to forgive and accept all of her siblings, whom she was supposed to cast aside. Elendon lowered her head. That's not it. She just wants toys, that's all. There was no other expression on Beatty's face. Whatever the reason, as long as she continues to accept her siblings, no one will dare risk getting close to the third princess and angering her. He was bad-mouthing her right to her face, while the third princess herself, oblivious, went around volunteering and joining every club. I wonder how those people feel having to deal with her. Just barging in like that. Lin's face was innocent. Is the first princess always that amazing? No. Bei immediately denied it. There was a time when she had no supporters either. He seemed to know quite a lot. Many people plotted to eliminate her, but they all suddenly vanished without a trace. Lin was shocked. They vanished? Bei discussed it casually. I don't know the details, but after that incident, a rumor spread among the nobility. Beware the shadow of the first princess. Elendon had finished her lunch and was wiping her mouth. Thanks for the food. Your family's chef is truly skilled. Lin spoke up again. But, senior, is it true that you saw Jen's beast? Elendon shrugged and confirmed, yes, it is. I can't even believe I'm still alive. Lin nodded. I'm so glad you're okay. Meanwhile, Elendon was ecstatic. This is the academy life I've always dreamed of, talking with friends and worrying about each other like this. A worried voice piped up. That monster is really dead, right? Elendon's mind recalled C's words before he left. Oh, one more thing. The official story is that this incident was resolved solely by the knights. The truth cannot be revealed yet. Her eyes were firm. If they knew who really killed it, they would only worry more. Sometimes, it's better to live in blissful ignorance than to know the cruel truth. With that thought, Elendon reassured them. Of course, the pride of Leithurbal, the knights, took care of them. Lin sighed in relief. What a relief. Elendon suddenly recalled a memory. Now that I think about it, I think I saw Professor Rudiger at the auction that day. Professor Rudiger. Elendon vaguely remembered it through the chaotic memories. I only saw him from a distance, but I think it was him. Lin was impressed. That's surprising. He doesn't seem like the type to be interested in jewelry. Beside them, BD had a dark look on his face. He was struggling with the feeling that he'd seen that man somewhere before. A furious shout echoed, "This is utterly unacceptable." A nobleman pointed an angry finger to arbitrarily move up the schedule of the Magic Festival without giving us any prior notice. What do you take the Magic Festival for? Huh? The old man yelled. This is a historically significant holiday. Although many people participate, it is also an opportunity for everyone to display their Theon levels. In other words, this is an incredibly important event for the honor of Theon. His jowls trembled with rage. Even if you are the head justice, you are clearly abusing your authority. Elisa's eyes were filled with annoyance. What's so wrong with moving up the Magic Festival schedule? They're just trying to pick a fight for any reason they can find. Still, she smiled apologetically. I apologize for not informing everyone about this matter. However, I didn't have time to discuss it with all of you, so I had no other choice. She shrugged. Due to recent events, the atmosphere has been very tense, hasn't it? The second exam is also approaching. Therefore, I thought that holding the festival right after the exam would be for the best. The nobleman, Jep, was still fuming, but Elisa quickly cut him off. Professor Alex. Another professor spoke up. Do you have an alternative solution? He stammered. Well, Her eyes flashed with anger. If you don't, does that mean you are opposing? This decision without offering an alternative, Alex was cornered and couldn't argue back. The man with glasses next to him leaned in and whispered in his ear. Vice Justice, what will you do? After a moment, Alex cleared his throat. If that is what you wish, Justice, there is nothing I can do now. The schedule has already been moved up, after all. However, the old man added a condition. Would it be all right if I were to suggest the content of the festival? Elisa had no reason to refuse. Please, go ahead. Alex didn't beat around the bush. Since the plans have been changed anyway, what do you think of a brand new event, something that has never happened in the past, to add a bit of novelty to the Magic Festival's opening ceremony? Rudiger Chelsea sat in his office, reading the latest information. He mused, moving up the Magic Festival? Considering all the chaotic things that have happened lately, this is also a good idea to ease the tense atmosphere. He remembered that fire-breathing beast. This is what I predicted from the incident at the banquet hall. Esmeralda will attack during the festival because a large number of people will be gathered there. He formulated a plan while looking for the right opportunity. I will make her reveal herself, and then Theon will take care of her. Rudiger Chelsea habitually tapped his finger on his head. Strange. Something inside me is reminding me of the Great Fire of Lotan. He considered the possibility. Besides Esmeralda being a survivor of the Great Fire, the fact that there are two other survivors is even more concerning. I should go to Lawton as soon as possible. A knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Come in. He saw Flora enter. Are you here for the frame? I told you to come as soon as you were finished with your work. And yet, you're late. She replied, I was a little busy. You're not going to refuse to give it to me just because I'm a little late, are you? He shook his head. Of course not. Come in. He then performed the same handover ceremony as he did with the other students. Flora Lumos, congratulations on being the first. Well, it's a shame you were the first one, he explained. As you already know, this is a piece of magic that was split into 4. But what Flora was worried about was something else. About the magic research I saw in your personal lab last time. He was skeptical. Are you talking about the clay disease? She denied it. Not that. I'm talking about the picture of the cube on the board, he realized. So, you snuck a peek at that. Flora immediately protested. What do you mean, snuck a peek? How could I possibly ignore something drawn so clearly on the board? Rudiger Chelsea said, in an obvious tone. It's common courtesy to pretend you didn't see it. She didn't want to argue further. Anyway, what is it? He thought for a moment. All right, I can tell you about it. Correct, Rudiger Chelsea answered. That's what I call it. The name was too strange. Yes. What is it, in other words? Ah, yes. A hypercube. Even a top student like Flora didn't understand what kind of magic that was. Rudiger Chelsea answered vaguely. I'm not entirely sure. Research indicates that mana can disrupt 4-dimensional space-time. I've discovered this, but I can't tell any of the students. He can only give a simple explanation. It's magic that helps explore uncharted territories. Flora turned away abruptly. Is it okay? If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Anyway, I already got what I wanted. I'm leaving now. Before she left, she added, Oh, right. How's your body? My body? He asked, confused. What are you talking about? Seeing his clueless expression, Flora left in a huff. It was a pointless question. Just pretend you never heard it, leaving him with a dazed expression in the Daruma Kingdom at the village of Lan. A sigh was heard. What a pain it was getting here. Rudiger Chelsea started walking down the street. It's been a while since I was last here. Han tagged along behind him, complaining. Why did I have to come along, too? Rudiger Chelsea's tone was matter-of-fact. You'll be in charge of gathering information. Han was speechless. Gather what? This village burned to the ground years ago. The two of them walked into a patch of dense grass. I heard one of the survivors from that incident lives around here. Han wondered. If you knew that much, why didn't you just come by yourself? His face was deadpan. It's lonely coming all the way out here by myself. Han was stunned. Are you serious? The two quickly spotted a village. Stop grumbling. Let's hurry before it gets dark. Geez. All right. Han said sheepishly. Anyway, sir, don't you think that person has probably moved somewhere else by now? No matter how I look. All I see are ruins and overgrown grass. Rudiger Chelsea suddenly changed direction. Wrong. Look over here. Their gazes turned toward a small hill. I think we found him. A man was painting by himself. The two slowly approached. We're at the right place. Han seemed surprised. Huh. Is he painting with a blindfold on? The man looked over at the two of them. Looks like I have visitors. Rudiger Chelsea stepped forward. Sorry to disturb you. The blindfolded man stood up to greet them. It's no problem. I was just finishing up. Rudiger Chelsea asked, Why are you wearing a blindfold? The man packed up his supplies. Ah, yes. I cannot see. However, I can feel. Rudiger Chelsea's sharp eyes noticed something. There's magic in this painting. I didn't expect to find a mage living in a place like this. The man replied humbly, I wouldn't go so far as to call myself a mage. I'm not particularly skilled with magic. I've just been painting for a very long time, so it's a skill I've developed on my own. Why would someone as important as you come to a place like this? Rudiger Chelsea was a bit surprised. You know who I am. The man answered softly, No. But because I cannot see, I can feel things very clearly. He felt the energy that I could feel on the wind carrying a strange source of power, and nature itself tells me things. They are telling me that the hero who saved this land from disaster long ago has arrived. Rudiger Chelsea found this a little interesting. So you have a connection with the spirits. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. This is about the Great Loten Fire. Rudiger Chelsea cut to the chase. I want you to tell me about the other survivors from the Great Loten Fire. He followed the man back. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I am P. Rudiger Chelsea introduced himself with a fake name. I'm Rudiger Chelsea. P. reminisced softly. Even though it's just a soulless, empty pile of rubble now. Before the fire, Lotan used to be a very beautiful place. Rudiger Chelsea added, I've heard about it. I remember the first time I came here. P continued his story. I showed quite a bit of talent for using magic, so my noble-born teacher took me in, and I was scolded a lot because I found painting much more interesting than magic. He recounted, he'd ask what was so great about painting and break all my brushes. I tried to endure it at first, but it kept happening, and I couldn't take it anymore. His tone was like a weight had been lifted. In the end, I ran away. I wanted to paint more than I wanted to cast spells, and after wandering for a while, the place I finally settled was Laten. He let out a soft sigh. However, adapting to a new environment was really difficult without her help. Rudiger Chelsea heard someone mentioned her. P sat down, opened his supply box, and took out a brush. Let me show you. He swept the brush through the air a few times, and the world before them instantly transformed into an oil painting. The two men looked around in astonishment. What just happened? The world has turned into a painting. This is painting magic, which utilizes paintings. P led the way. Please, follow me. The village center is this way. The people in the painting moved about naturally. P acted like a tour guide. Laten was originally a village that had many visitors. A village cloaked in the breeze. This was Loten, P suddenly emphasized. And the pride of this village was. He gestured to a woman approaching. Her. I cannot see her face. I couldn't possibly capture her beauty with my meager skills. The girl was recreated with P's brushstrokes. She was always cheerful and always smiling, helping everyone. She had an innate gift for magic, so the spirits loved her as well. Her name was. A name was spoken, Miranda. She was also a survivor of the Great Lotan Fire. The woman's name was Miranda. She's another survivor of the Great Otan Fire. The man's voice was deep and hoarse. She's the one who helped me rebuild Tan. Thanks to her, the village was always full of laughter, love, and peace. The scene suddenly changed. However, that peace was shattered by a noble family who visited the village. He recounted the story. I fell in love with you at first sight. Please, marry me. He whispered sweet nothings into Esmeralda's ear. The woman in the painting smiled, so innocent she didn't doubt his words for a second, and accepted the nobleman's proposal. Rudiger Chelsea mused, of course, it wasn't love. The painter agreed, that's right. He only wanted her power, her intimacy with the spirits. The painter looked briefly saddened. However, she was too kind and naive, so she was deceived by such an obvious lie. He looked at the oil painting, its colors now faded to yellow. Naturally, the villagers were all worried when they heard about her marriage. They didn't want her to live unhappily just because of some nobleman, he said regretfully. But no one did anything. Rudiger Chelsea knew why, of course. The person they were up against was a nobleman. He seemed to understand this situation well. It's true. For the common people in the Durham Kingdom back then, the punishment would have been severe. Confronting a noble could get them branded as traitors. So, they just sat by and watched her get married. Rudiger Chelsea let out a sigh. No. Instead, they fought back. It started with one person, and soon, everyone joined together to stop her marriage. As he spoke, his voice became flat and monotonous, and that was the beginning of a brutal tragedy. The scene changed. Esmeralda, don't trust him. He's an expert at luring people to their deaths. The villagers were blocked by soldiers. You filthy commoners, how dare you insult him when you don't even know who he is? The villagers shouted back in fury. Even if you are a nobleman, you can't take her. Stay away from Esmeralda. Get out of our village immediately. In contrast to the woman's worried expression, the nobleman gave a cold smirk. How? Uninteresting. His tone suddenly changed. You worthless insects. You dare to defy me? Kill them all. The soldiers immediately obeyed and began to slaughter every last villager. The girl was horrified by the terrifying scene. Not only that, the cruel soldiers gave another order. Set everything on fire. Yes, my lord. The flames quickly erupted. She gasped in shock. This can't be happening. The painter didn't deny it. That's right. As you can see, the cause of the fire was not natural. He looked sorrowfully at the blazing village. This is the unspoken truth about the great fire of Otan. Pleas for help echoed continuously. Stop, please. Stop. The woman fell to her knees, trembling. The villagers are innocent. I'll do whatever you say, so please. The nobleman's eyes were shameless. Fool. It's too late, he said arrogantly. Watch closely. This is the price for defying a nobleman. As she cried out in collapsing grief, the nobleman was losing his patience. Are you done? This would have been easier if you just complied from the start. He had no feelings for her whatsoever. The smell of burning trash is bothering me. Take this wench away when you're finished. Yes, sir. She was stunned by what was happening before her eyes. Why is this happening? Just yesterday, this village was filled with laughter. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but in just one day, everything had been reduced to ash. She couldn't believe it. The soldiers then approached her. "Take this woman away." Where her tears fell, small sparks ignited. The bewildered soldiers had no idea what was about to happen. "What's this? A spirit? Annoying, but it's just a low-level one." A fire spirit touched one of the soldiers, and he immediately burst into flames. The other soldier, still not understanding, yelled at the woman. "What is this? What are you doing?" Her eyes burned with the flames of hatred. "I despise you." Fire spirits flew out from the village flames as she screamed in agony. "I hate every single one of you." The soldier's eyes widened as he looked at the final flame. Enraged, she bellowed, "I will burn everything you have to the ground." She created a monster from the fire spirits. She then left it with a single mission. "I leave this task to you." Quemoto, the woman, now like a madwoman, screamed, "Burn everything I despise." The painter finished his story by the fire. And just like that, she burned all the soldiers and left the village. He touched his black eye patch. "That's when I lost this eye." Rudiger Chelsea glanced at him. "Even if you lost an eye, at least you survived." He shook his head. "To be honest, if it weren't for that child, I would have died." "That child? She's been mentioned again." The painter recalled being pulled from a river near the village, barely breathing. "Thank you. I only survived because of you." The little girl replied dismissively. "No need to thank me. I just did what I had to do," she whispered. "You were the only one I could save. The others." At this point, the painter's eye had already been destroyed. "No way." The girl seemed to recognize him. "You're the painter who just came to the village, aren't you? I remember you because you looked a bit goofy." "That's right. You know me?" The girl seemed concerned about his eye. "Your burn looks pretty serious, but it should be fine for a painter to lose an eye, right?" the painter said dismissively. "Whatever. I'm just grateful to be alive." But the little girl's reply was perplexing. "Grateful? I don't think I can ever feel that way." Her words confused the painter. What does she mean? The girl's voice was filled with hatred as she looked toward the fire. "That nobleman killed all the villagers just because we displeased him. I will never forgive him," the painter concluded. And with that, the little girl left. "I wanted to ask for her name, but I couldn't bring myself to speak," the painter said sorrowfully. "After that, I couldn't leave this village, even though the only thing left here were nightmares." He looked up, gazing into the distance. "This was the first place where people accepted me. I grew attached to it. Perhaps it was also my instinct to protect this place." His tone was somber. "Time passed, and I became able to channel magic into my quill. After losing my eye, I learned to draw using magic. And that is the end of my story." Rudiger Chelsea thanked him. "Thank you. But what if I were a bad person? Why would you tell me such a detailed story?" the painter conceded. "Of course, I was very cautious. However," he confided in Rudiger, "sympathy, pity, and anger. In my world, I can feel those emotions from you." The painter gave a wry smile. "If you were a bad person, it would be difficult to show those emotions so clearly. That's why I trusted you and told you." Rudiger Chelsea nodded. "I see. Your past is truly painful. Thank you for trusting me." But the painter shook his head. "No, I should be the one thanking you. I've never told this story to anyone else. Because of the pain, I've been running from it all this time, but I finally feel a little better." He looked a bit apologetic. "I know this is rude to ask, but I sincerely hope you can help that woman and that child escape from this pain. They're probably out there somewhere in the world, still tormented by their suffering." Afterwards, the two of them parted ways. Rudiger Chelsea wondered to himself. When you think about it, the Durham Kingdom's reaction was predictable. They suppressed the truth about the Great Fire of Otan to keep it from spreading throughout the kingdom. He had a feeling they couldn't hide it from their own people forever. Moreover, it only worsened the class conflict, becoming the spark that would ignite the people's long-simmering rage. Rudiger Chelsea remained silent, not because he was incompetent. This was one of the reasons the Durham Kingdom collapsed after the Bloody Night. "I understand now why most of the nobles had to flee overseas," Han said, confused. "Sir, in the end, we didn't learn anything valuable. Did we come all this way for nothing?" He stated bluntly, "Not exactly. We learned the truth behind the Great L. Oh, Tan Fire." Rudiger Chelsea gave him his mission. "Han, I need you to investigate the noble from that story," Han summarized. "So, a blonde Durumang noble, around 30 years old? Nothing distinctive. All the Durumang nobles fled to the Exilion Empire. Start your investigation there." He had a hunch. "He seems to be closer than we think." In class, Chero was embarrassed. "Flora, why are you staring at me like that?" She glanced nervously at the paper in Flora's hand. "Don't tell me you want to use that thing with me." Flora tilted her head. "Why not? Don't you like it?" Chero scratched her cheek. "It's not that. I'm just not mentally prepared for it." Flora sat down and sighed. "Well, if you don't like it, you could have just told me." Suddenly, a couple started screaming hysterically in the middle of the class. "You liar! You said you only loved me. The boyfriend, being choked, gasped for air. Calm down, she shrieked resentfully. Now I know why you didn't want to use this. Ellendon was also in this class. Someone's already used it. She and Lin each took one end. All right, we should give it a try too. They each held an end of the paper and infused it with mana. For a moment, the talisman glowed brightly. Ellendon blinked as if she saw something. After a while, she mused, interesting. I can't believe we can see each other's memories through a mana transfer. It felt like a long time had passed, but in reality, it hadn't. Suddenly, Lin, who was next to her, spoke up. You know what? Senior Ellendon listened to her. What is it? Lin coughed lightly. Even if it's your birthday, inviting students you're not very close with to your own birthday party is a bit much. Ellendon blushed and stammered. That really happened? My dark past from when I was a first year that I didn't want to remember. Lin tried to console her. I understand, Senior. Those words only made her more embarrassed. Thank you. Lin became curious again. More importantly, what part of my past did you see? Regarding that, she recalled, I'm not sure when it was from, but I saw a scene from a very long time ago. Lin tilted her head, bewildered. A long time ago? On the day of the second exam at Exilion Academy, the proctor started the timer. The second exam will now begin. When your number is called, please step forward. Rudiger Chelsea was the exam proctor. Here, you wrote that the shape of the magic circle is a square. You also only considered the numbers within the magic circle. Then came a series of heart-stabbing remarks. You decided to play it safe without even thinking of challenging yourself. Ah, what do you think I teach magic formations for? I'm giving you a D. Be grateful. Next, the remaining students broke into a cold sweat. The tension in the classroom was palpable. This doesn't even feel like the second exam anymore. It feels more like we're being dragged into a slaughterhouse. Rudiger, Chelsea called again. Next. Number 13. Aiden exclaimed, Oh, that's my number. Leo was speechless at his carefree attitude. What do you mean, oh? Just hurry up and get up there. Rudiger began to review Aiden's work. You've boldly used a new magic circle with a new magic formation. You paid close attention to maintaining stability. This way, the magical power won't be dispersed too much. Rudiger Chelsea offered his feedback. The magic formation I showed you wasn't very fluid, and it had some rather troublesome aspects. However, the way you used it to overcome the magical barrier was excellent. Of course, it has its flaws. But if you use a circle like this, the importance of learning magic formations will be diminished. He marked the grade. There are still some shortcomings. But aside from that, therefore, I'll give you a B+. The noble students clenched their fists. Yet another commoner had scored higher than a noble. Rudiger Chelsea read the next name. Next is Flora Lumos, correct? As soon as he saw the magic circle drawn by the outstanding student, he marveled. This is... Rudiger Chelsea was in disbelief. I can't believe I'm seeing an application of the hexagonal theorem here. There are no errors in the calculations used here either. He then didn't hesitate to give a high score. Flora Lumos, A+. The whole class gasped. He added another comment. You used a polygon. And on top of that, the technique used here is flawless. After that, a series of students were called up. Next. That's all. Next. 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 Soon, it was the last person's turn. So, you're the last one, are you? He held out his hand to Lin. Show me the magic formation you've created. However, Lin calmly closed her eyes. Professor, she answered clearly. I don't have the paper with the magic circle on me. The students immediately started murmuring. What did she just say? She didn't bring her magic formation? This is Professor Rudiger's class. Is she saying she doesn't care? Lin's gaze remained steady. His face was expressionless as he looked at the young girl. He let out a sigh. So, what do you intend to do? If I were to say now that you don't have a magic formation to show me, would I be wrong? Lin replied, no. I did create a magic formation, but writing it on theory paper is a bit broad in meaning. She made a proposal. Would it be all right if I performed it right here? Rudiger Chelsea thought for a moment, then gave his permission. Very well. Show me. Lin was excited. Yes, sir. She took her wand and waved it a few times in the air. At first, I was a bit lost when it came to the concept of that technique, but I have reason to be confident. Thanks to the book on non-attribute mana, I've managed to grasp it somewhat. She was determined. That's why I'm going to show you, Professor, just how much I've changed. The moment she cast the spell, Rudiger Chelsea was stunned. He froze before Lin's magic formation, a three-dimensional magic formation. Lin grinned happily. I knew you'd know what it was the moment you saw it, Professor. Professor Rudiger Chelsea didn't hesitate to give her a grade. Lin, your score is A+. He added, no. In fact, it's a pity, because that's the highest score I can give you. This comment flustered her. What? Ah, She was the only person Rudiger Chelsea had praised in front of the class. Your magic formation is flawless. Well done. He asked further, how did you come up with this magic formation? Forget how you got the idea. To be able to materialize something like that in such a short amount of time, it's practically impossible. Lin hesitated a little. When it came to that, her eyes sparkled as she gestured wildly. At first, I intended to develop it by forming the magic circle I envisioned with my magical power, but I suddenly realized my mana was harmonizing with this technique so naturally. And then, I reached a point where I couldn't control my own mana anymore. But Rudiger Chelsea cut her off. All right, that's enough. Rudiger Chelsea studied the person before him. There had never been a case where magic could fluctuate at will without the user's control. Did she succeed instinctively? The book I gave her must have activated her talent. He added another word of praise. In any case, the form of the magic was excellent. Lin was delighted. Thank you, sir. Rudiger Chelsea pondered. The flow of magic moved naturally, Until now, non-elemental magic has had the lowest compatibility compared to elemental spells. Magical compatibility. The amount of magic used demonstrates the compatibility between a sorcerer's mana and a spell. Rudiger Chelsea had placed a lot of hope in Lin. If she can demonstrate a three-dimensional form of magic this time, does that mean non-elemental magic is a type of magic that focuses on and is homologous with space, a high-level form of magic? Because spatial magic doesn't exist in this world, it's difficult for me to recreate it. However, if Lin's magical power is related to space, he looked at the back of his ray of hope. Then I need to obtain that power. Rudiger Chelsea read out the names Flora Lumos, Lin, Julia Blom, Eva Ovally, and Aiden. The people I have just named are the top 5 in this test. I have business to attend to now, so come see me after the Magic Festival. The students, dismissed from class, filed out. My life is over. What's AD? AD. And among the top 5 this time, there are only 2 nobles. But what makes me even more upset is that commoner's name. This is the first time I've ever seen Professor Rudiger praise someone like that. It couldn't help but be astonished. He's never said anything like that to Flora Lumos. Just then, they came face to face in front of the classroom door. Lin avoided Flora's gaze. Is Senior Flora looking at me? I've never felt this kind of look from her before. At that moment, Ellendon spoke up. Lady Lumos, do you need something from us? But the blue-haired girl ignored her. Flora. Chero was flustered. Sorry about that. It seems Flora is a bit down today. Ellendon grumbled. What the hell was that? She blocked our way, didn't answer, and just turned and left. Lin broke into a sweat. Maybe she's not feeling well. Inside the classroom, Chero was curious. Flora, why did you do that? You're not usually like that. You normally don't even pay attention to other students. Is it because she got the same score as you? Flora was fuming inside. What in the world was that form of magic? And why did she get so much praise for it? It's so irritating. Chero pressed from the side. Flora, are you even listening? Flora turned to her. More importantly, Chero, have you prepared thoroughly for this test? That question made Chero jump. Why are you suddenly asking that? Flora prodded her. Professor Mary said that if you don't focus on this test, she'll be forced to transfer you to another class. Isn't that right? Tears welled up in Chero's eyes. That's right, isn't it? She threw herself at Flora, whining, Flora, save me. If I take the test like this, how am I supposed to get a good grade? Flora sighed. All right, if you memorize everything written in here, you won't fail. Chero's face lit up. Thanks, I love you. Flora had just thought of the devil, and the devil appeared. The gentle Miss Mary walked in. Hello, students. She smiled. Are you all well prepared for the test? Chero trembled. I just got my hands on the notebook. After the test, Professor Mary was cheerful. Well done, everyone. Flora checked in. Did you fail? Chero, sprawled on her desk, whispered weakly. It was close, but I still managed to answer everything. Professor Mary spoke up. Now that the test is over, shall we talk about something a bit more interesting that we haven't discussed in class yet? Flora nudged her deskmate. Sit up straight. It's time for one of Mary's little tips. Okay. Professor Mary held 2 fingers apart. As all of you know, fundamentally, a mana transfer is performed by 2 people, right? But if the one transferring the mana has no experience controlling magic, it can be extremely dangerous. As her 2 fingers came closer, creating a spark, she continued. But did you know that during this mana transfer process, a mysterious phenomenon can occur? One can lose their memories. According to the doctrine of the Magic Tower, they call this phenomenon a memory storm. This lecture made the students look at each other in confusion. What? No way. Isn't that just a joke? I don't think so. I remember hearing about this before. Professor Mary held up a few purple slips of paper. A former student of mine gifted me a few talismans that can slightly simulate the effects of that memory storm. She invited them. It's a newly crafted item, so I was wondering if any students would like to try it out. Flora thought to herself, I wonder if I can use this on someone else. A student asked, Professor Mary, it's not dangerous, is it? Professor Mary mused. If the side effects were severe, it could cause a shock to the subconscious due to the blurred memories, couldn't it? She reassured them. However, this one will be fine. This product is quite weak while maintaining a high degree of stability. But you need to be careful about one thing, she reminded them. In order to create a memory storm, you must work in pairs. And when you do, remember that past memories you want to hide from others might be seen by them. Ellendon was excited. Lynn, let's try it. Aren't you curious? Lynn was a bit shy. Is that okay? I don't mind. She hesitated. But what if you have a memory you don't want me to see? Like a royal secret or something? Ellendon laughed relaxedly. It's fine. I don't have much to reveal anyway. Her face paled. And even if I did have to hide a secret, that jerk Bryden has already revealed it. Lynn agreed. All right then, let's give it a try. Her words made Ellendon cheer with delight. Then I'll go ask the professor for one. Professor Mary handed out the talismans to the students. If we both pour mana into this paper, we can experience memory loss. Flora was intrigued. This is pretty interesting. It'd be a bit of a waste to use it right now. The scene then shifts to Ellendon recounting Lynn's memory. I saw you when you were a child. You look 10 years younger than you do now. But you know what? Normally, wouldn't you see it from the other person's perspective? I saw it from a different point of view. She recounted. I think I was seeing it from your mother's perspective. A green meadow where no one else lived. I think that's where you two used to live. Ellendon said with a smile. You and your mother looked so happy. I felt that your mother loved you very much, Lynn. This surprised Lynn. What? What are you talking about, senior? She gasped in horror. But I grew up without parents. Ellendon froze. Wait, what? She tried to process it. So you don't remember any time with your parents, do you, Lynn? I'm sure I told you that. Are you sure about what you saw? Ellendon replied. Of course. A memory storm is based on the subject's own mana. Isn't that how it works? She thought back to the memory she had witnessed. Since I saw it using your mana, it has to be your past. But what I saw was from your mother's perspective. Ellendon was confused. So it's really strange. Don't you think so? Hearing that, Lynn considered that it was indeed strange, but not many people knew about this phenomenon, so perhaps there were some exceptions. Ellendon asked again, Lynn, do you really not remember your parents? Either of them, Lynn replied. Yes, I only remember growing up with my master. This was the first time she had mentioned this person. Master? Lynn explained. Even though I call him master, it's nothing special. He was more like a grandfather to me. He was very careless at times, and a bit frivolous, too. Lynn said seriously, I have no memories of my parents. Ellendon asked again, but if you can remember your master, what's your earliest memory? Lynn chirped. Oh, I've known my master since I was about 10 years old. Ellendon zeroed in on the key point. That's it. So you don't remember anything from before then? Ah, that's right. Ellendon came to a conclusion. I think it has something to do with your master. Lynn was stunned by her words. What about my master? Yes. Ellendon continued to explain. In other words, you don't remember anything before you met your master. No matter how well he treated you, don't be so quick to trust him. My master has something to do with my memories. Her mood sank. The mother that Senior mentioned, and my own memories of the past. I can't remember any of it. Ellendon felt her sadness, seeing the look on her face. She took Lynn's hand to comfort her. Don't be sad. I'm sure you can get your memories back. And you know what? Maybe your parents are still alive somewhere. Lynn was a little uncertain. You think so? Ellendon's cheerful tone was somewhat reassuring. Of course, and I'll help you get your memories back too. Deep down, she felt sad. If she could, she truly wanted to help Lynn recover her memories. Because Lynn is the first true friend I've made at Soren, Ellendon thought. Just then, Fredden walked over. You're here again. Third princess. I don't recall inviting you. He noticed the look on Lynn's face. Lynn, is something wrong? You look pretty serious. She fumbled. Well. Ellendon waved her hand dismissively. This is our business. Stay out of it. Just then, Henry chimed in. What's this? The third princess and Lynn Ha. What an unusual combination. Ellendon's annoyance was plain to see. What are you doing here, Henry Presto? Henry chuckled. Don't look at me like that. Surely you don't still think I was the one behind those rumors about your birthday party invitations back in our first year? Ellendon exploded with anger. Shut up. She turned to Lynn in alarm. Lynn, how does this guy know your name? Don't tell me he's hurt you. Henry pretended to wipe away a tear. Princess, your words wound me deeply. Lynn was held tightly by a suspicious Ellendon. She reassured her. It's not like that. Senior Henry just suggested a part-time job for me once. Henry shrugged. See, it was nothing. Lynn hadn't finished, though. Of course, I was nearly scared to death. But naturally, those words made Elendon von Exilion bristle. And you say it was nothing. I knew I couldn't trust you. Henry flinched. No, that's not fair at all, to be honest. Fredden cut in. That's enough. I'm sure Henry meant no harm, he repeated himself. Probably. Henry forced a laugh. What do you mean, probably? You too? He scratched his head. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll suggest a better job for you to make up for it, okay? Lynn looked at him. A better job? Henry had barely started his offer. That's right. The hourly wage this time is 3 times higher than the other job. Lynn immediately volunteered. Yes, I'll do it. Her attitude startled Elendon. What? Wait. Lynn. Henry laughed loudly. So reliable. I'll discuss the details with you later. All right, I just remembered I have something urgent to prepare for. Let's go. Elendon hurriedly stopped the two of them. Hold on. Stop right there. She questioned Lynn. Why would you accept an offer from a guy like that? The innocent Lynn scratched her head. That's a weird question. I need the money, obviously. It's 3 times the pay. Elendon was bewildered by her naive words. But isn't the Soren scholarship enough? Fredden Gompek sighed in exasperation off to the side. I suppose the filthy rich princess would know. Most of the members of the finance department are from the noble faction. Commoners, of course, don't receive those benefits and have no choice but to deal with financial pressure, he said. Thanks to the current headmaster's efforts, the situation has improved, but there's still a long way to go. This was news to Elendon. She looked surprised. I didn't expect you to know so much about that. Aren't you uninterested in the problems of commoners? Fredden Gompek turned away. Think what you want, he said curtly. I'm just saying what I know. I'm leaving. Thanks to someone, I've just wasted my short break. Elendon frowned, confused. What are you talking about? There's still plenty of time for lunch. Where are you going in such a hurry? Fredden just let out a single phrase. What a pain. The annoyance was clear in his voice. I received a marriage proposal. Henry exclaimed. There she is. The young lady of House Wagner, a vassal of House Lumos. She's waiting for you. Fredden's face was cold as ice. Lumos again. This must be the work of the heads and elders. Henry casually recounted. They say that during the festival, the heads of both houses will visit Soren. It seems they want to solidify their alliance with a marriage as soon as possible. If you don't like it, you can just refuse like you always do. Fredden glanced at his friend. You're explaining it as if you want this marriage to happen. What are you scheming? His eyes narrowed like a fox's. What are you thinking? Didn't I say I'd always support you? That's the job of a vassal. After all, Fredden Gompek didn't argue. I know. A short while later, he was led to the dining hall with Flora. The two exchanged cold pleasantries. I don't normally see you around, but here you are this time. She was slightly annoyed. I don't like it. They tricked me into coming here. Fredden started a conversation while cutting his meat. Lately, I've been hearing a lot about someone named Rudiger Chelsea. Flora froze. What about it? Fredden Gompek raised an eyebrow. Aren't you in that professor's class? I thought you might know something. Flora was confused. I don't know anything. Why are you suddenly asking about this? The expression on Fredden's face didn't change. I'm just curious about who he is. Flora cut him off. That's enough? Let's just decide on an excuse to get out of here. You don't need to worry about that. He put down his knife and fork. I'll cut this conversation short, as usual. As for the reason, let's see. He casually came up with an excuse. Let's just say today's food isn't very good. With that, he left the table. I'll be heading out then. Flora can do whatever she wants. She suddenly remembered. Wait, I want to ask you something. What is it? Flora idly swirled her wine glass. I heard recently that dried loofah is very good for your health. This question left the PD speechless. Do you know where to find it? Over on the HC side, he just received a memo. The professors will duel during the Magic Festival. Alex Boratak was the one who came up with the idea. Is he planning to elevate his status among the nobles by winning? He pondered. There were too many things to worry about. I can't waste my time on this. Rudiger Chelsea suddenly felt something was wrong. No, I don't have to win, do I? I can just use a moderate amount of strength at the beginning and then lose. That should be fine. Besides, after the incident at the banquet hall, the Black Dawn Society hasn't made a move. Selena also reported that nothing has happened. His eyes glinted coldly. What are you plotting? Esmeralda. Suddenly, the communication orb on the table lit up. Han, how is it? Did you find out anything else? Ham replied with a confident voice. Yes, I finally found it. The final answer is that only one family meets all the conditions. 2 hours later, in front of the mansion, Rudiger Chelsea went to the house and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? He had been quietly observing the entire house. There was no mail, and the surrounding area was well maintained. I'm sure the person lives here. There are no other options. I'll have to check for myself. As his hand touched the doorknob, the door suddenly swung wide open. Rudiger Chelsea quickly jumped back. What the? The person before him suddenly raised a hand and created a glowing orb of magic. Rudiger Chelsea immediately created a shield of leaves, then quickly regained his composure and rushed forward to subdue the person. A loud crash echoed as the crazed man lay still and unmoving on the floor. Don't do anything reckless. Do you want everyone outside to find out? The man groaned. Who are you? You were spying on my house before. You're the one who sent the demon to kill me, aren't you? Rudiger Chelsea warned in a cold voice. I don't care. If I wanted to kill you that badly, I would have done it myself. I need to talk to you. He called out the man's name directly. Mr. Crollo Fabius, you're not the one who caused the great fire, are you? The Duke Fabius. At that time, Rudiger Chelsea was still perplexed. I've never heard of this family in the Durham Kingdom. Han replied with certainty. I'm quite sure. They must have left the kingdom before you arrived. After that bloody night, the nobles of Durham were forced into exile. Rudiger Chelsea needed more information. But he was exiled before that happened. Is there another reason? It can't just be exile. Han replied. As expected, you figured it out quickly. He added, I was curious too, so I investigated. Suddenly, one day, people related to that family started disappearing one by one. As the number continued to grow, rumors began to spread that the family was cursed. His voice held a hint of horror. After some time, a person suddenly burst into flames despite not being near any fire, and the head of the family at that time was burned alive. Rudiger Chelsea muttered, if that's the case, what about the people who disappeared? Han presented the information he had gathered. They were all burned alive. I'm sure the family did everything they could to hide the truth, but there was no way to stop the rumors from spreading when people were so clearly dying like that. You can understand why. The ducal family fled. They were exiled. So how many of them are still alive? Han spoke. Only one. The information was too shocking. Just one person. Even after they were forced into exile, Esmeralda's revenge hadn't stopped. Rudiger Chelsea asked further. Han, who is the last one alive? Han rubbed his chin. His name is Crollo Fabius. Where does he live? I want to meet him before it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Han seemed startled. What? You? You really don't know? What is it? That man is currently living right here in Soren. The two of them had settled into their seats. Rudiger Chelsea placed something on the table. You probably don't know what this is. Crollo was stunned. This was a black identification badge used only by secret military units. He froze, his red-rimmed eyes wide from lack of sleep. Is this person planning to help me? For a moment, he felt a spark of hope. This is the man who defeated the monster in the banquet hall. Rudiger Chelsea asked with a cold expression. You had better answer my questions honestly. He retracted the card. I received this when I was still active in the secret special forces. It's lucky I kept it, just in case. I was wondering what I'd do if he didn't recognize this, but he noticed it immediately. It seems this family was quite influential despite being in exile. He doesn't seem to know it's useless now, but it's good enough to make him talk. He began. I'm investigating a recent case and have noticed that you are being pursued by a fearsome individual. Crollo seemed to recall something. That's right. He suddenly became frantic. It's a demon. A fire demon is trying to kill me. I thought I would be safe in Soren. He was in a complete panic, babbling nonsense. But I was completely wrong. I'm going to be burned to death by the fire demon's hand, just like everyone else. He watched the trembling man in front of him. This man is the reason Esmeralda attacked the banquet hall. She intended to kill him with a certain decorum instead of killing him instantly. Ugh. Rudiger Chelsea questioned him. Do you know anything about this thing you call a demon? A name? Physical characteristics? Anything? Crollo's mind was clouded, and he stammered, a name? I don't remember very well. Rudiger's eyes widened instantly. What the hell? Maybe I should just let him die. Noticing the change in his reaction, Crollo panicked. Wait, I remember other things. She's quite beautiful, with black hair, around 20 years old or so. Rudiger immediately began to speculate on her appearance based on this description. Around 20 years old. Although she looks a bit mature, she doesn't seem like a young woman in her 20s at all. No, it's not unusual for mages and knights to look younger than their actual age. Rudiger asked further, do you have any other information? Crollo fumbled through his belongings. Let's see, other information. He suddenly produced a letter. This is a letter sent to me from that demon. A letter from Esmeralda. The letter read, on the last day of the festival, I will come to visit you. This made Crollo anxious. What do you think? Can you handle it? Rudiger shook his head. It's still not enough. What? He placed the letter on the table. I still can't identify the person with just this. Are you telling me to go deal with an unknown enemy in just a few days? Krollo was flustered. If so, can you ask Soren for help? Rudiger immediately scolded him. You fool. Have you already forgotten about the incident at the banquet hall? Even if I report this to Soren, they won't be able to protect you completely. Krollo's voice trembled. Then, what should I do? He had to come up with a plan. It's come to this. I'll use that to deal with Esmeralda. He spoke again. Luckily, the enemy has already announced a specific date. In that case, it means you'll be safe until then. He lowered his voice threateningly. However, if you do anything suspicious, the enemy might act immediately. So don't do anything stupid and just wait. Do nothing. That's your role. The first day of the Soren Magic Festival. The people eagerly participated in the festivities. Whoa, this is amazing. Is this your first time at the Magic Festival? Yes, it is. It's my very first time. Elendon smiled gently. Then you have to make the most of this opportunity. Since it's your first time, you have to make lots of wonderful memories. Lin was incredibly excited. There are so many things I've never seen before. It's so fascinating. Elendon was just as excited. Look over there, Lin. That's the spirit farm where you can interact with spirits. The kids and the spirits look like they're having so much fun. They're so cute. Lin looked around curiously. What's over there? It looks so dark. She pointed to a place where people were running out with terrified looks on their faces. Ah, that's the haunted house. They use spiritual magic to summon souls and scare people. Lin pointed to another place with interest. Senior. Those people are dressed up like zombies. Those people? Elendon explained that they were graduated students. They look even healthier than usual. This made Lin freeze. What? Is studying at Soren that terrible? You didn't know? Soren has a classification system. Hearing that, Lin suddenly remembered. That's right. Why can't they just enjoy the festival? Elendon suddenly called out. Isn't that Professor Liu? Professor Liu? The two of them looked over. It is. He's with Professor Selena. I heard the professors take turns patrolling in pairs during the festival. It must be their turn today. Selena looked very excited. Professor Liu, do you see that? That shop sells love potions. How cool. Oh, how curious. His mind was racing. There's still plenty of time until the last day of the festival, but I don't know when Esmeralda will show up, so I need to think of a countermeasure now. His face darkened. Even with Fabius, if she suddenly shows up before the appointed day, it'll be a little difficult to handle quietly. Professor Liu, Selena had touched his cheek at some point. Professor Liu, what are you thinking about that you're not answering me? Rudiger Chelsea was pulled from his thoughts. I'm sorry. I've had a lot on my mind lately. Selena was curious. On your mind? If you don't mind, I could listen. His eyes glanced at her coldly. Take your hand off first. She snatched her hand back in alarm. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. She awkwardly changed the subject. So, is what's on your mind the tournament tomorrow? He nodded. Yes, that's right. Now that she mentioned it, I completely forgot about that. Selena looked a little worried. You must be very worried, since it's an event that even foreign guests come to see. He asked, Professor Selena, will you be participating as well? Selena let out a long sigh. I'd love to, but my superiors stopped me, so I can't participate. Rudiger Chelsea remembered. That's right, fighting doesn't suit Professor Selena's personality, because the tournament itself is very dangerous. A lot of people would probably stop her from participating. He felt a wave of weariness. But why isn't anyone stopping me? Is no one worried about me? Selena spoke up again. Will you be okay, Professor Liu? You could get hurt. It's fine. Since this is a school event, the tournament will be conducted as safely as possible. Suddenly, the two passed a stall and heard a familiar voice. Almost. It looks easy, but it's harder than I thought. Isn't the target too far away? Aiden noticed the two of them. Hello, professors. I see you're on patrol. He walked closer to the kids. Oh, another person's joining the group. Right. Is this a shooting gallery? Suddenly, the stall owner popped his head out and laughed loudly. Another challenger. He taunted them. But hey, kid, do you even know how to shoot? You look like you can barely hold the gun, let alone aim. Was Rudiger Chelsea about to refuse? No way. Aiden stepped in to stop him. Hey, old man, you'd better take that back. Professor Liu used to be in the military. Wait, Before he could finish, he was cut off. This weak-looking guy. If you were a soldier, you'd at least have some bulging muscles. The professor will show you. In the end, he was forced to take the gun. Still got your pride? Huh. Let's see what you've got. In a flash, every single balloon popped. Everyone was in awe. He's amazing. Professor Liu didn't miss a single shot. The stall owner's jaw dropped. Incredible. He cleared it in one go. The man had to accept the truth. All right. I admit I'm a poor judge of character. You got the highest score, so here's your prize. The prize? He excitedly took out a monster teddy bear, a masterpiece from some doll fanatic. They said it was inspired by a stuffed monster in the Duramang Kingdom's museum. With a cold face, he gave it to the kids. Thank you so much, sir. It looks so scary. Selena was curious. That was the grand prize. Are you sure about that? He simply replied, it's fine. The kids seemed to like it. As they walked away, Selena added her praise. That stuffed animal is actually pretty cute. Rudiger Chelsea froze for a moment. Then perhaps I should have given it to you. She declined. Oh no, I'm just as happy as they are. Seeing the students smiling and laughing is enough for me. He looked at her. Seeing the students smiling and laughing, huh. He didn't say anything more. Is that so? We should continue our patrol. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Magic Festival, Sedina stood dazed in the middle of a crowd. Don't work and just enjoy the festival. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. She was baffled by HC's command. Why would he give such a strange order? A fire suddenly lit up in her spirit. This must be a test for me. Yes, to improve myself, I must work even when I don't want to. Level 1 is different, after all. A stall owner called out to her. Miss, come try this. It's delicious. She nervously ordered something. Then, I'll have one, please. Meanwhile, HC and Selena were thoroughly enjoying the festival. She was holding a giant lollipop. This is so good, Rudiger Chelsea suddenly asked. So, have you been enjoying the festival to the fullest? This made her jump. Enjoying? I have no idea what you're talking about, she pleaded cutely. Please keep this a secret from the other professors. I wasn't planning on telling anyone. Rudiger Chelsea smiled faintly. I'm sure everyone is enjoying the festival in a similar way. Really? Her voice held a hint of regret. Time flew by so fast today. I'm a little sad. Rudiger Chelsea was confused. There are still 4 more days. That's true. And you still have the tournament tomorrow. Should we end our patrol here? It's fine. I think it's about time anyway. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar, hurried figure dashed past. He stiffened for a moment. Fabius? What is he doing here at this hour? HC froze at the sight of the familiar person. Fabius, what is he doing here at this hour? He rushed after him. Miss Selena, I have to go take care of something. Professor Liu. An uneasy feeling grew in Rudiger Chelsea's heart. What the hell is that guy doing here? He followed him into a small alley. He was struggling to push someone down, snarling through his teeth. Die. Krollo was frantically pressing down on the woman's neck. You damn demon. Suddenly, something hit him. What the? He yelled. Who the hell are you to dare? Before he could finish, he saw Rudiger Chelsea pointing a wand straight at his face. Did you decide to ignore my warning? Krollo Fabius. His tone was ice cold. I'm quite sure you've done everything I told you not to do. Krollo stammered. That thing. Krollo was frantic. I was just trying to live a quiet life from the start. But this damn demon. She just kept following me and threatening my life. His tone was urgent. But look, I caught her. Rudiger Chelsea looked at the person on the ground, startled. He actually caught her. Rudiger Chelsea froze. But a harmless guy like Fabius shouldn't have been able to catch her, right? Krollo was excited. What do you think? He calmed himself. We need to talk about this in more detail. But first. Suddenly, Selena's voice came from behind. Professor Rudiger? Her body was trembling. What is all this? He was flustered, not knowing how to explain. Miss Selena. She stumbled. Miss Selena. Rudiger Chelsea rushed forward to support her. He checked the girl. Thankfully, she's only unconscious. I guess this was quite a shock for Professor Selena. This is actually better. It'll give me a chance to cover this up. Rudiger Chelsea turned. Take her somewhere else first. But Krollo's expression grew even more fearful. He's acting strange. Why is he suddenly? The person in his arms began to stir. Really now? Rudiger Chelsea was stunned. Selena's gentle tone had suddenly changed. I told you to stay put until the last day of the festival. So what kind of pathetic game are you playing here? Rudiger Chelsea's eyes widened. Her eyes. They're changing. More importantly, that voice. She leaned on his shoulder to stand up. The prey has walked right into my mouth. No fool would keep that promise. Krollo was so terrified he fell backward. Don't come near me. Stay away from me. His face was a mask of pure terror. Selena's hair had turned jet black. How have you been? Fabius? At this point, she had become the first-rank Esmeralda. Krollo was foaming at the mouth, passed out on the ground. What's this? He fainted just from looking at my face. How boring. Rudiger Chelsea never would have expected this. You have 2 personalities. I never thought I was dealing with a different personality. E said with a laugh. You figured it out instantly. You're pretty sharp. She turned to look at him. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've met face to face, isn't it? Even we first-rank mages have to hide our identities when we speak to one another. He questioned her, unsure of her purpose. What the hell are you planning? Why did you show up so suddenly? She sighed. All right, fine. Since you've already seen me, there's nothing left to hide. I'll kill this man and end my revenge plan here. You aren't planning on waking him up, are you? Or are you? Rudiger Chelsea asked probingly. Don't your personalities share the same memories? E smiled slyly. What do you think? Do you really think poor Selena could properly hide her true identity? That girl is pure and lovable because she knows nothing. That's right. Just like I was in the past, before I met him. Rudiger Chelsea gripped his staff. She's off her guard right now. I could take her down with a surprise attack. But he still had reservations. But if I kill her here? He remembered the girl's innocent smile. Professor Rudiger. The other personality. Professor Selena will also disappear. He clenched his fist. I need to make a decision. Right now. He suddenly stopped, looking at a spark of fire in front of her. Wait, what is that energy source? Through Shimoto, he grew wary. It's looking this way. Could it still remember what happened at the banquet hall? Damn it. I have to get out of here. E suddenly turned back with a bright smile. I have to go now. I can't just kill this man for no reason. She touched his face. Take good care of Selena. You seem to be quite fond of her. Immediately after, she left, and Selena's eye and hair color returned to normal. Rudiger Chelsea caught her. Her original energy state has returned. I still can't believe it, even after seeing it with my own eyes. Miss Selena. He touched the blue gem on his neck. It's me. Come to my location right now. Hurry. After that, he fell into a grim mood. This is bad. She was so close, and I didn't even realize it. Joanna Lovett was the girl who had once saved LP, as well as Esmeralda. She had joined the Black Dawn Society to plan her revenge. Of course, Professor. Selena was also a suspect. I checked thoroughly. There wasn't a single trace of Esmeralda's magic left, so Miss Selena was no longer considered a person of interest. He rested his chin on his hand. However, even knowing the whole truth, Professor Selena is now just a single concern. Can I bring myself to kill her? This is a huge problem that prevents me from acting directly. Just because she shares a body with that woman, does she also deserve to die, even though she knows nothing? He thought. Looking at Selena with a strange expression. Professor Rudiger, she said. You called for me? You must have had your hands full, huh? Good job. She looked flustered. I'm sorry. Rudiger waved it off. What's there to be sorry for? Come over here and take care of these two. After some time passed, Selena opened her eyes. You're awake. She sat up, dazed. Professor Rudiger, where am I? He made up a quick excuse. It seems you've been under a lot of pressure lately. You fainted during your patrol, so I had to bring you to the infirmary. Selena immediately blushed and turned away. Idiot. How could you faint in front of him? Seeing her reaction, Rudiger guessed she didn't remember what had happened before she passed out. What a relief. He stood up politely. Since you're awake, I'll be going now. Please get some rest. Professor Rudiger, she said hastily. Thank you. Rudiger replied politely, I only did what I had to do. Selena felt a gentle pang of guilt. It's not just about helping me when I fainted. You also gave me advice and helped me enjoy this festival. I'm also very grateful that you came with me, even though it seemed like you didn't really want to. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Rudiger Chelsea remained nonchalant. Professor Selena, if I thought you were that much of a bother, I would have said so from the beginning. He added quietly, I haven't said anything until now because I didn't dislike it either. Thanks to you, I had a lot of fun today, he reassured her. So you don't need to worry so much, Professor Rudiger. Selena broke into a bright smile. We'll go to the festival together next year too, right? He agreed. Of course, this event happens every year. This made Selena excited. Then let's enjoy next year's festival together too. Promise me. He left her with his words, yes, I promise. Late at night, a shadowy figure lurked. This was Rudiger Chellener's office. The thief entered with ease. It seems there's no anti-intrusion magic. He walked to the desk, opened a drawer. The security is so lax. I've found it. Magic power pills. He smugly took out the vial from inside. I never would have thought. The all-powerful Rudiger Chelsea is actually lacking in magic power. Day 2 of the Magic Festival. The Soren Magic Arena. A huge crowd had come to watch the spectacle. Look, it's Mage Kuma and Sinma from the Magic Tower. Even the high-ranking nobles are here. They were buzzing with excitement. I can't believe we get to see them in person. Is that person over there the headmaster? Elisa welcomed 2 new arrivals. Ah, our esteemed guests have arrived. An old man with a flowing white beard and hair stepped forward. Headmaster Elisa, it's been a while, hasn't it? He was one of the 3 archdukes of the ducal family. Bey Katatusen smirked at the person next to him. Long time no see. Old friend. Caden Lumos, the third Duke of the Lumos family, scoffed. Who's your friend? Elisa greeted them with a bright smile. It's been a very long time since we last met, hasn't it? Have you come to see your daughter? Caden replied coldly. I don't have to answer that question. Back P laughed. Come on, old friend. Why do you get so worked up whenever your daughter is mentioned? And you call yourself a father? Mind your own damn business. The two continued their banter. My God, look at this guy. He has no sense of humor at all, and I have to act friendly with this fox from the Catatusan family. Elisa remarked, you two are as close as ever. She then wondered, but why don't I see Duke Gornbach? I thought all three dukes would be here. Bake immediately knew who she was talking about. You mean David? We probably just got here early. I haven't seen him around either. Suddenly, a laugh drew their attention. Well, who do we have here? Unbelievable. The pillars of the kingdom have gathered. Alex appeared, looking excited. This tournament event for the instructors will surely meet everyone's expectations. I've put a lot of heart and soul into it. Bake was surprised. This was your idea? Precisely. The announcer had started the festival. You must have all been waiting for a long time. This is a special event that Alex's words were immediately forgotten. That's right. A glamorous girl appeared up high. I believe the program is about to begin. I am Jessie Luna, a fourth-year student, and I'll be your commentator for this tournament. Next to me is Sir Catalan. She introduced the instructor for fourth-year combat magic practice, who would be co-commentating with her. And now, for our first match, she announced. The first person to appear in the arena is the professor for first-year students, Matthew Sumerit, and his opponent will be... Oh my God, what a spectacular matchup for the very first round. It's the new professor everyone's been talking about recently, Professor Chelsea. Rudiger Chelsea calmly assessed his opponent. He's looking at me like I'm his fated rival or something. He must be a noble from Alex Borutak's faction. Matthew readied his stance. There isn't much time until the last day of the festival. I can't afford to waste time on events like this. And the commentator's voice echoed throughout the stadium. The match begins. He stared intently at Rudiger's cold, expressionless face. All right, watch this. I'll do my best to speed this matchup and lose as naturally as possible. Seeing the two opponents just standing still in the arena, everyone was confused. What's going on? What's happening? 5 minutes have passed. Why hasn't anyone made a move? Matthew gritted his teeth. A tough opponent, Professor Chelsea. He's trying to bait me into attacking first so he can counter immediately. On Rudiger Chelsea's side, he was just as annoyed. What the hell is this guy doing? Just attack already. I'm leaving myself wide open, so why is he still hesitating? He lost his patience and struck first. Fine. Instead of waiting for you to make a move, I'll show you just how outclassed you are. His wand created ice flowers. Rudiger Chelsea flicked his wand, creating a wall of fire. The crowd went wild. He blocked that last attack with a firewall. How is he so skilled? I didn't even see him cast the spell form. Matthew was furious. Damn it, he blocked that so easily. Rudiger Chelsea was speechless. Don't tell me that was his full power. If I lose to a pathetic move like that, everyone will know I'm throwing the match. Observing him now, I see his complexion has gotten worse. He probably doesn't have any spells stronger than that last one. I have no choice. Rudiger Chelsea launched a few fireballs. It'd be too impolite to lose this easily. Matthew, horrified, covered his head. Rudiger ended the match. I'll definitely lose the next one. But just like that, his opponent was down. We have a winner. The one advancing to the final round is Professor Chelsea. He was at a loss for words. You can't be serious. How was he so weak? It was impossible to lose on purpose. The commentator then announced that the final match would begin in 15 minutes. Rudiger Chelsea realized it was time for a break. That's good. I used up a bit too much mana. He walked into the break room. This body consumes magical power just by breathing. I thought it would be fine for a while. Was I wrong in my calculations? He walked over to the desk and opened a drawer. If this keeps up, am I going to run out of mana? He realized the drawer was empty. The potion vial was gone, but I'm sure I left it here. Rudiger Chelsea's eyes darted around the room. Those footprints. Was there a thief? He wondered, but everything else is still in its place. Damn it. I don't have time to make more potion. But time's up. I have to get back to the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match you've all been waiting for. The commentator's cheerful voice rang out. I will introduce the contestants once again. The professor of the Practical Magic Department for fifth-year students, also known as Marcus Borutak, Debian Borutak, and his opponent, the invincible, undefeated legend, Professor Rudiger Chelsea. He walked out onto the floor. If he's a Borutak, he must be from the same family as Alex Borutak. And so, the match began. Rudiger Chelsea thought, I don't intend to win, but given the situation, I need to end this as quickly as possible. Debian suddenly held out his hand. Whoa, hold on. I've heard so much about you. Professor Dazed Chelsea. I think this concerns you, so wait a moment. No need to rush. Is there? He gave a shady smile. I know your secret. His eyes quickly spotted the potion vial in the man's hand. My potion. He realized it immediately. So, he was the one who broke into my office. But, how does he know about my body's condition? Rudiger Chelsea grew wary. It seems someone saw me taking my medicine. All my opponents have been nobles, so I know who's behind this. He said coldly. Now I understand why all of my opponents were wasting my time so pointlessly. To think a professor would resort to such petty tricks. Debian chuckled softly. Only a fool would pass up an opportunity like this. You should have hidden this potion more carefully. Rudiger Chelsea spoke up. Forfeit and give that back to me. Now, then I'll forget this ever happened. Debian was still insufferably arrogant. Do you still not understand what's happening? You're quite the comedian, you know. But Rudiger Chelsea was tense. I'm not joking, so do as I say. This is your last chance. Think carefully while I'm still giving you that chance. The commentator shouted. This is a psychological battle. They're finally moving. Debian sneered, just putting on a brave face. You think I'm scared? He created a dome-shaped barrier. Looks like I'll have to take good care of you today. Professor Debian has cast a defensive spell, a fourth-tier technique, Magic Shield. Rudiger Chelsea remained calm as he faced it. That was fast. Did he prepare the memory resonance beforehand? Magic Shield is a purely defensive spell that can block most magical attacks. However, the user can't attack while casting it. He watched the man fire off his magic. Don't tell me I have to waste my time on this kind of game. Model. He gritted his teeth and dodged as the man attacked while raising a magic shield. Debbie smirked. You managed to dodge that? Your reflexes aren't half bad. I guess the rumors about you being in the military were true. The commentator shouted, there it is, Professor Deben Borutak's special skill. A spell that can cast magic on its own, in place of its master. The snake coiled around his neck slithered out, a green light glowing from between its eyes. Meanwhile, Rudiger Chelsea was forced to continuously block his attacks. Rudiger Chelsea had used too much mana, making it difficult to fight back. Damn it, if this keeps up. He used another formula, a coordinate-fixing magic circle, but the snake instantly shattered it. Debbie laughed triumphantly. I know all the spells you use, Professor. Did you really think I couldn't handle this one? This isn't just an attack spell, you know. He provoked him. How does it feel? None of your spells can even touch me. Rudiger Chelsea was incredibly frustrated. Damn it all. Do I really have to use that? The spectators were all confused. What's going on? Professor Rudiger has been on the defensive this whole time. Why isn't he using his attack spells like before? From her high vantage point, Elisa also noticed that something was off with Professor Rudiger's condition. I think we need to stop the match for a moment. But of course, Alex wouldn't just let that happen. What do you mean? This is the final match. His reasoning was perfectly natural. This is an evenly matched fight. These things are unavoidable. Elisa grew more and more anxious. Professor Rudiger. Whispers echoed in his mind. Look at you. You were once so arrogant, and now you can't do a thing. This is the limit of a human. Debbie taunted him. What's wrong? Attack me more. Are you out of mana already? Rudiger, Chelsea growled in his throat. Bastard. Debbie grew curious. Why can't I hear what you're saying? He noticed a black circle behind Rudiger. What is that? A vortex. Rudiger Chelsea seemed to transform into a different person. So noisy. He hissed. All of you, be silent. Shattered vision. A flash of light erupted in the middle of the stage, blinding everyone. What in the world is happening? The audience shielded their eyes. It's too bright. I can't see anything. Light magic? That's not part of the element he uses, is it? The light wouldn't fade. What is going on? A pitch-black vortex appeared in midair. Debbie felt a sense of dread. What is that thing? I already told you. A strange voice emanated from within the vortex. Rudiger Chelsea clutched his head in anguish. I already told you. His eyes were completely devoid of emotion. Surrender while I can still forgive you. Dark energy shot out from the black hole. Debbie panicked. No, stay away. The dark energy formed into withered arms that rushed toward him. Stay away. A voice cut through the chaos. Stop. Rudiger Chelsea was trying to restrain himself. If he applied any more pressure on the other magic user, the man likely wouldn't be able to take it. He let out a low hiss. The choice is now yours. From the observation deck, they saw the light begin to fade. Oh, I can see now. The commentator, Jessica, got back to it. Everyone, look. The sudden flash of light has vanished, and we have a final verdict, she announced excitedly. The person still standing in the arena is Rudiger Chelsea. Professor Rudiger Chelsea is the winner. Everyone was wondering what on earth had happened inside that blinding light. Professor Deben Borutak's condition didn't look good at all. Rudiger Chelsea retrieved the mana potion. Alex cried out in alarm. Quick, call the medical team. A crowd of people swarmed the arena floor. They quickly moved Debbie to the infirmary. What is the meaning of this? Alex roared. Why is Debin still in this unstable state? That, we still don't. He interrupted them, annoyed. Finding out is your job, isn't it? The medical staff member replied meekly. We haven't confirmed any abnormalities. We'll have to run a more detailed examination. A calm, deep voice spoke up. It's because he suffered a severe, temporary mental shock. He will recover on his own in time. Alex angrily placed the blame. How dare you show your face here? Even for a sparring match, there are limits. He replied wearily, Are you talking about my responsibility now? Chris Benyer, who was beside him, intervened. Vice Principal, let's just observe the situation for now. I'll go to the infirmary and see if there are any special recovery potions. Alex calmed down a bit. All right, thank you, Professor. Then he left, leaving the two of them alone in the room. Alex was stern. In any case, I will hold you responsible for this incident. Even if it was a competition, don't think you're so great for injuring your opponent to this extent. Oh dear, during a competition, if something happens, there's nothing that can be done about it. That's clearly what you told me. Elisa peeked out from behind the door. These words made Alex flustered. When did I ever say that? Hayek chimed in. Is that so? I heard it quite clearly. You know. Duke Hayek, he quipped. Or perhaps I'm just getting old and senile. Alex stammered, breaking out in a sweat. And no, of course not. That can't be it. I was probably just so flustered that I forgot. Hayek smiled brightly and went to shake Rudiger's hand. Well then, that was a truly impressive match. I am Hayek Cavadu's son. He replied politely, I am Rudiger Chelsea. We shouldn't be making a commotion in a patient's room. Shall we talk outside? The Duke of House Lumos has also arrived, so I'll be heading out as well. Very well, Hayek said gratefully. Thank you for being willing to step outside with me. To be honest, I find it strange that I've never heard of a talent like you until now, especially with that ultra-fast magic casting demonstration. Once they got outside, he saw that it was already crowded with people. Looking at Elisa's cunning eyes, he realized what was happening. Is she helping me deal with the nobles who came to see me? Hayek chuckled. It's a bit noisy, isn't it? They all want to meet you, so please try to understand. Rudiger Chelsea gave a short reply. It's fine, he said again. And thank you, Your Grace, for helping the principal hold back that overzealous crowd. Hayek was a bit surprised. You knew about that. You truly are quick to observe. I completely forgot I had other business to attend to. He seemed flustered. I feel so bad for intentionally calling you out here. His tone changed. To make up for it, if you ever need help in the future, please come find me anytime. Rudiger Chelsea narrowed his eyes and replied, Thank you, Your Grace. I look forward to our next meeting. He watched the old man's back as he walked away. He could tell such an obvious lie with a straight face. The man had actually approached him for his own benefit. He recalled the strange glint in his eyes. However, in the brief moment I saw through his intentions, he must have realized it wouldn't be easy to get anything from me, so he proactively retreated. He didn't know what the man's clear objective was. Isn't he one of the 3 ducal families supporting the Exilion Empire? He put on a superficial act, pretending to be close, but every single action was carefully calculated to read the other person's mind. Rudiger Chelsea slipped his hands into his pockets and snuck away. In any case, his business here was finished. It was time to meet up with Sheridan and Han. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, Flora Lumos. What brings you here? Flora stammered. I was just passing by. I know better. It doesn't seem like you were just passing by. He deduced the purpose of her trip. Are you here to see your father? He said that Duke Lumos is speaking with the headmaster. It would be better to go in a little later. Flora tried to deflect. I already told you that's not it. Rudiger Chelsea observed her reaction. A strange reaction, not like her at all. Is she having trouble with her father? He decided to let it go. Whatever. I'll be going now. On second thought, I need to prepare for the next match. You're competing this time too, right? With your skills, you have nothing to worry about. At his praise, Flora became a little arrogant. Of course, no matter who my opponent is, I have no intention of losing. Then, she turned and left. If you want to watch, you can come. Well, if you're busy, it's fine if you don't come either. Rudiger Chelsea considered this. Go watch, huh? He made his decision. Teask, if I have some free time later, maybe I'll go see. A moment later, in front of the fountain. You're early. Han noticed the newcomer. Ah, you're here? Nari, why are we just standing around talking? Let's take a walk. Sheridan was intrigued. There's a place I wanted to visit first. Can we stop by there? He agreed without hesitation. I have a general idea of where it is. All right. Han objected slightly. No way. Bro, didn't you call us here because something was urgent? Rudiger Chelsea replied, "Outside of the festival, it's not easy for ordinary people to enter Terran." This made Sheridan cheer with excitement. "I'd be delighted."